In the realm of Dragon Ball, a middle-aged man wearing a straw hat, trembling with fear, clutched a long gun tightly and pointed it at Raditz, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Stay back. Who are you? If you come any closer, I will shoot. Raditz, with a disdainful expression, dismissed the man's threat. Umph, a worthless creature with a power level of only 5. He continued to advance, indifferent to the man's fear. The middle-aged man, feeling the pressure, gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet shot forth, aimed directly at Raditz. With a contemptuous smirk, Raditz effortlessly caught the speeding bullet in his hand. He then flicked it away with astonishing speed, instantly obliterating the man, whose face remained frozen in terror, even in death. Witnessing this horrifying scene from behind a pile of grass was a young man named Subai. That he had come to this place after being called handsome boy by the owner of a nearby eatery while enjoying breakfast. As a diehard Dragon Ball fan in his previous life, he immediately recognized Raditz's identity. Trembling with fear at the sight of Raditz in action, he fervently prayed in his heart for Raditz to leave and seek out Piccolo. Hiding behind the grass, Subai desperately tried to suppress his fear. Striving to make no sound, he understood the cold-blooded nature of Raditz. If discovered, he would surely meet his demise. It's astonishing that such weak beings still exist in this world. Raditz scoffed, slowly activating his scouter. Kakarot, where are you? Why haven't I annihilated the humans on this planet yet? Suddenly, the scouter alerted him to the presence of another person hidden nearby. Raditz turned his gaze toward the grass pile, sneering, another weakling? At that moment, Subai felt a chill run down his spine, his entire body tensing up. He sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. He realized he had exposed himself. Damn it, what terrible luck, to be transported to a world like Dragon Ball, where even sleeping at home could lead to my demise, and now I encounter Raditz. Subai cursed inwardly, frantically contemplating how he might survive. Running was impossible with Raditz's power. He wouldn't even need to chase him down. A single energy wave would suffice to end his life 100 times over. What to do? What to do? Subai bit his lip, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ding, welcome, host to the Dragon Ball world. The strong system has been successfully linked. Ding, congratulations, host, on receiving the beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? In his moment of despair, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. A system. This is a system. The voice was like a celestial melody to Subai at that moment. The most beautiful sound in the world. Open it. Open it. Please, open it quickly. Subai shouted in a frantic rush. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring Frieza's cultivation talent. Fusion successful. Ding, congratulations, host, on obtaining the technique of energy perception. To his astonishment, the beginner gift package contained the cultivation talent of the tyrant. Subai ignored the second reward. The method of energy perception was not particularly rare, but Frieza's cultivation talent was exceptional. It was widely known that Frieza's talent ranked among the best in the Dragon Ball universe, nearly rivaling that of legendary Super Saiyans. He recalled how, in his previous life, netizens joked that had Frieza simply done a few push-ups on Namek, he wouldn't have been single-handedly defeated by Goku in a life-or-death situation. Subai did not hesitate. He immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups frantically. He had no intention of meeting his end so soon after his arrival. Open? What to open? I didn't expect him to be not only a weakling with a power level of 5, but also a lunatic. Raditz scoffed, slowly raising his right hand, gathering a terrifying amount of energy in his palm. Die, trash, Raditz thought, unleashing a devastating energy wave that shot towards the grass pile. With a resounding crash, the grass pile was instantly reduced to dust, the earth fragmenting under the immense force. Engulfed in thick clouds of smoke, Raditz disdainfully glanced back before turning to leave. Suddenly, the scouter on his head emitted a series of beeps. At the same time, a tall, handsome young man appeared in his line of sight. Though his arms bore scrapes, he was otherwise unscathed. It was Subai. He had barely evaded that lethal attack by doing over 100 push-ups with all his might. What? Raditz frowned, surprised the weakling's power level had inexplicably risen to 173. Interesting, Raditz mused, fixing his gaze on Subai, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Under Raditz's scrutinizing gaze, Subai felt an immense pressure, his face paling with dread. He knew Raditz's power level was 1500, far beyond his own capabilities. He had barely managed to dodge Raditz's previous casual strike. System. System. Is there more in the beginner's gift package? Open it all. Subai urged the system in his mind. Host, the beginner's gift package has been fully distributed. Upon hearing this, Subai's heart sank as he had feared. The system had only provided him with Frieza's cultivation talent. This was disastrous. Attempting to do push-ups now would be akin to seeking death. Sweat poured down his forehead as anxiety consumed him. He desperately pondered how to survive this crisis. Boom! While he was lost in thought, Raditz suddenly appeared before him, delivering a sweeping kick with immense force. The overwhelming power sent Subai flying, like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the earth beside him a deep crimson. The excruciating pain jolted through him. It felt as though his very insides were being shattered. Cough, cough, cough. Blood trickled from the corner of Subai's mouth, his breath becoming shallow and labored. Humph. Is this all the strength you possess? Raditz scoffed, a sneer on his lips. Trash. You truly are nothing but trash. As he spoke, Raditz raised his right hand once more, gathering a formidable energy wave in his palm. The air crackled with terrifying energy, a palpable sense of death suffusing the atmosphere. Subai gritted his teeth. Unwilling to resign himself to fate, he struggled to his feet, nerves taut, eyes fixated on Raditz, determined to evade his next attack. Raditz saw through Subai's intentions, his face a mask of contempt. Trash, you cannot escape my attack. Chapter 2. The Saiyan bloodline. Subai's expression was tense, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead like raindrops. Every muscle in his body was taut at that moment. His gaze fixated on the energy wave in Raditz's hand, rapidly calculating the trajectory of the impending blast. There was no point in struggling. Trash should remain in the trash bin. Raditz spoke coldly, his energy sphere nearly fully formed. In an instant, a heavy pressure enveloped the area within dozens of meters. The mere aura emitted by the energy wave rendered Subai immobile, making evasion utterly impossible. In that moment, despair washed over him. Evading Raditz's energy blast was completely out of the question. He refused to resign himself to fate and knew he had to seek alternative means of survival. Wait. Just as Raditz was about to launch the attack, Subai shouted, drenched in sweat. I know where the person you're looking for is. He is the strongest being on our planet. Oh? Raditz's interest was piqued. He had no regard for the trash before him, but he held great interest in his brother, Kakarot. His primary mission on this visit to Blue Star was to enlist Son Goku's aid. They had set their sights on a planet, but its natives were exceptionally powerful, making it impossible to conquer. Thus, they recalled Son Goku, who had been sent to Blue Star during his childhood. Where is Kakarot? Raditz inquired, slowly lowering his hand as the energy wave dissipated. He harbored no concerns for Subai in his eyes. Even if Subai's combat power surged from a mere 5 to over 170, he remained nothing more than a disposable insect. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate him, and destroying an entire planet was a trivial matter should he choose to do so. As Raditz's energy wave vanished, Subai exhaled a sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant. He understood all too well the cold-blooded nature of the being he was facing, striving to recall the landscape. He pointed in a direction, saying, "He is over there, approximately 10,000 meters away." Raditz glanced at Subai, then turned his attention to the direction indicated, activating his scanner. Indeed, the moment the scanner powered on, it reacted. This power must be the strongest on this planet. Kakarot, it has to be you. Raditz disregarded Subai entirely, launching himself into the air with a roar and speeding towards that direction. He was acutely aware of his mission. Finding Kakarot was of utmost importance. As for Subai, he was merely an inconsequential ant, his life or death holding no significance whatsoever. Once Raditz departed, Subai collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt as if death was imminent. The sensation of standing at death's door was suffocating. Watching Raditz's retreating figure, his heart continued to race. The pressure Raditz exerted was overwhelming, an insurmountable force. In his previous life, he had deemed a power level of 1500 weak, but facing it firsthand revealed just how terrifying such power could be. It felt as though an ant had encountered a herd of elephants. Surviving this ordeal felt like a stroke of luck from his ancestors. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to despair, until he suddenly recalled Raditz's initial encounter with Piccolo. At that time, Raditz had sensed Goku's energy just before he was about to eliminate Piccolo and had swiftly departed. Breathing heavily, Subai, with his back soaked in cold sweat, inhaled deeply, his trembling legs barely supporting him. He summoned every ounce of strength to rise. This place was hardly safe. He needed to find a more secure and tranquil location to hide. He must quickly comprehend his strength system to plan for the future. Choosing a direction opposite to Raditz, he sprinted with all his might. With a whoosh, his figure blurred, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he dashed several dozen meters away. With over 170 points of combat power, Subai's speed was impressive. The king's talent was indeed extraordinary. After merely completing 100 push-ups, his speed had reached such heights. Subai couldn't help but marvel at his growth rate, akin to a rocket launch. He continued running until fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, finally stopping beneath a large tree. Panting heavily, having covered such a distance in one breath left him utterly exhausted. After several deep breaths, his racing heart gradually calmed, and the tension in his nerves eased significantly. Eagerly, he summoned the system interface to delve deeper into his capabilities. With a chime, a page radiating a silvery glow appeared in his mind. Host, Subai, age 19, combat power 173 points, skills none, talent 1. Replication of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza's talent, current mission none, items none, power value 0 points, shop not opened. Subai skimmed through the information. Aside from details about himself, only 2 gray interfaces remained. One was the unopened shop, while the other bore no information, simply a blank gray space. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special otherwise. After scanning the details several times, Subai's gaze lingered on the power value. System, what is the power value? What purpose does it serve, and how can it be obtained? Power value can enhance personal strength, encompassing but not limited to body and skills. Any power acquired by the host can be strengthened through the consumption of power value. Accumulate a sufficient quantity of power value to exchange for items in the shop, including but not limited to skills and items. Methods of acquiring power value. Defeating opponents will yield corresponding power value. Note: only opponents personally defeated by the host will generate power value. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a faint smile graced Subai's lips. The power value held significant utility, functioning not only as currency but also as a means to bolster his strength. System, how can the shop be opened? The shop will automatically open once the host's combat power reaches 2 million. 2 million? Subai felt confident. With the king's talent, he would surely achieve it one day. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the king's talent. After merely a few months of training, he could stand toe-to-toe with Super Saiyan Blue. Even more impressively, after 10 years of training in another dimension, he could effortlessly defeat Goku utilizing Ultra Instinct and Vegeta employing his own variant. System, what about that gray area? Host lacks sufficient authority to disclose information. Hearing this, Subai pondered thoughtfully, could the gray area conceal something extraordinary? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. His immediate priority was to enhance his combat power. Only by elevating his strength could he better survive in this realm. Subai contemplated how to persuade Master Roshi to teach him, for possessing a talent for cultivation without a method was utterly futile. Alas, if only my friend's South USB drive had traversed through time with me, containing several terabytes of action films. Would it not compel Master Roshi to humbly seek my guidance in martial arts? Subai sighed, lamenting the treasures contained within. Suddenly, a grave concern struck him. In the world of Dragon Ball, it appears that the upper limits for beings from Blue Star are rather low. The so-called mightiest of Blue Star warriors, Krillin, boasts a combat power of merely around 500. Curse it. A mere plant. Subai could not suppress the twitch of his lips. This situation was indeed quite troublesome. A combat power of 500. holds little weight in the cataclysmic realm of Dragon Ball, making even self-preservation a daunting challenge. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Does the host accept the new mission? Mission content, eliminate any 3 pure-blooded Saiyans. Mission reward, primary Saiyan bloodline. Chapter 3, the shocked Raditz so soon, a new mission? Subai was somewhat taken aback. What surprised him even more was the reward for the new task, Saiyan bloodline. It is well known that the Saiyan bloodline serves as a significant advantage in the Dragon Ball universe. Before transcending to Super Saiyan, it possesses the unique ability to autonomously enhance combat power after near-death recovery, and crucially, there is no upper limit to combat power, allowing for continuous upgrades. Upon hearing about the reward for this mission, Subai felt a surge of excitement. If he could obtain the Saiyan bloodline, combined with his innate talent for cultivation. Would he not soar to great heights? Even the ancient Super Saiyan bloodline could hardly compare. However, as elation coursed through him, Subai found himself hesitating. With his current combat power, how could he possibly defeat 3 Saiyans? If time were on his side, the challenge might not seem too daunting. But time was precisely what he lacked. To complete the mission, he must first confront Raditz. Subai calculated that Raditz had likely already located Piccolo, or perhaps was even on his way to confront Son Goku. Today, Raditz would engage in a life-and-death battle with Goku and Piccolo. To elevate his power sufficiently to participate in such a clash within such a short time frame was nearly impossible. To eliminate 3 Saiyans, he must set off immediately to confront Raditz. Otherwise, the mission would be utterly unattainable. Although Raditz was destined to meet his demise, Subai was completely unaware of the current circumstances. For him, the danger was far too high. If he recklessly approached and found Raditz on the verge of death, it might be manageable, but if they were in the midst of a fierce battle, it would be disastrous. He might not even withstand the residual shockwaves. To go or not to go? Subai was deeply conflicted. This could very well be his only opportunity to acquire the Saiyan bloodline. Should he miss this chance, he might never attain it again. Beep. The host has 10 seconds to consider. If no choice is made within 10 seconds, the mission will be automatically cancelled. 10, 9, 8. The system's voice echoed, urging Subai onward. Listening to the mechanical countdown reverberating in his mind, Subai hastily deliberated, realizing that his time was rapidly running out. As the countdown drew near its end, Subai steeled himself and resolutely accepted the mission. Fortune favors the bold. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. He was willing to take the gamble. I accept the mission, Subai proclaimed. He no longer wished to endure the feeling of having his life dictated by others. The very thought of confronting Raditz ignited a fierce indignation within him. The sensation of being utterly powerless over his own fate was suffocating and disheartening. The limitations of Blue Star inhabitants were insufferably low, if they never changed. They could never truly seize control of their destinies. He yearned for genuine freedom. In this world, those with the mightiest fists dictate the terms, and he must empower himself. To grow stronger, acquiring the Saiyan bloodline was indispensable. Only by obtaining the Saiyan bloodline could he rapidly ascend in strength. Beep. Congratulations, host. Mission acceptance successful. Current progress, 03. As this is the host's first mission, an additional reward has been granted. Sky Dance Technique, Azure Edge Sword. As the notification concluded, a 3-foot-long sword materialized in Subai's hand. He tested it and found the Azure Edge sword to be incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through hair and severing steel with ease. Weighing the sword in his hand, Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. This weapon would significantly enhance his combat prowess. After stowing the sword, he promptly accessed the second reward from the beginner's gift pack, the method of energy perception. With his innate talent for cultivation, he quickly mastered it to perfection. Every being in the universe possesses energy, and now, with his newfound ability to sense energy, Subai could distinctly perceive the life forces of those around him. It was a peculiar sensation, without the need for sight. He could discern the number and location of living beings nearby. Suddenly, he sensed 3 formidable energy signatures emanating from a distant location. 3 powerful energies were engaged in combat. Subai understood that Son Goku and the others had already clashed with Raditz. Even from afar, he could clearly feel the intense collisions of those powerful energies. So soon? Subai's expression grew serious as he grasped the Azure Edge sword and dashed towards the source of the battle. This time, he hesitated not at all. Having made his decision, he would see it through. With a stride, Subai leaped into the air, the scenery beneath him rapidly receding as he sped towards his destination. He dared not waste any time, fearing that any delay would result in the outcome of the battle being decided before he arrived. Although it was his first time utilizing the Sky Dance technique, he executed it with remarkable proficiency, as if he had practiced it countless times before. Before long, Subai felt the 3 powerful energy signatures drawing closer. He knew he was nearing the battlefield. Sensing the increasingly agitated energy around him, Subai gradually slowed his pace. It seemed that the conflict between Son Goku and Raditz had reached a fever pitch. Subai murmured softly, landing stealthily and controlling his speed as he approached. Thud, 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 thud. Son Goku and Piccolo were collaborating, relentlessly attacking Raditz with all their might. Although Raditz faced 2 opponents, he remained unperturbed, handling the situation with composure. Moreover, he maintained a distinct advantage, consistently overpowering Son Goku and Piccolo. In terms of both speed and strength, Raditz far surpassed them. Is this all the power you possess, Kakarot? Raditz scoffed, delivering a heavy kick to Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth. Kakarot, give up. You, who have yet to unlock your true potential, cannot hope to match me, Raditz declared, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Son Goku. Son Goku, have you developed any new techniques in these past 5 years? Piccolo inquired. With blood trickling from his lips, Son Goku offered a wry smile and shook his head. No. Upon hearing this, Piccolo felt a pang of frustration. In the past 5 years, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training in order to surpass Son Goku. Piccolo, have you developed a new technique? Son Goku asked, puzzled. Piccolo nodded. Yes, my new technique requires some time to gather energy. Let me hold him off. Son Goku replied, determination in his eyes. Without hesitation, Piccolo began to gather energy. After a feint, Son Goku soared into the air, his hands emanating a blue-white glow. Kamehameha wave. With a resounding blast, the powerful energy wave surged towards Raditz. Over 900 points of combat power? Raditz's brow furrowed as he hastily gathered energy to defend himself. Simultaneously, he noticed Piccolo's combat power skyrocketing, nearing the threshold of 1,000. Raditz was baffled. How could Son Goku and Piccolo, whose powers were only in the 400s, exhibit such a sudden increase in strength? Boom. The Kamehameha wave struck Raditz with tremendous force, resulting in a massive explosion that enveloped the area in thick clouds of dust. This scene was clearly visible to Subai, who was hiding not far away, desperately suppressing his energy. Witnessing the sheer destructive power of the Kamehameha wave, he silently resolved to master it for himself. As the dust settled, Raditz emerged unscathed. Son Goku was taken aback, realizing that this had been his strongest attack. Yet it had been so easily deflected. After Raditz deflected the Kamehameha, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment, and abruptly turned to fix his gaze upon Piccolo. What? His battle power has surpassed 1,000. Raditz was taken aback. Suddenly, another message emanated from the detector. There was indeed another individual concealed over there. Chapter 4. Where does the trash come from? Haha. It is you who is doomed. Piccolo laughed heartily, his face brimming with confidence. This new technique was a culmination of years of relentless training, and he was utterly convinced of its formidable power. He believed that his newly developed technique could certainly vanquish Raditz. You have managed to concentrate all your strength at your fingertips. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the impending threat of death. The detector indicated that Piccolo's combat power had now exceeded 1,300 points. If struck by this attack, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm, if not perish entirely. What troubled him even more was the presence of another concealed individual nearby. Perhaps this hidden figure could also enhance their combat power in this manner. They had remained hidden, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow. In a moment, Raditz was overcome with unprecedented panic, his anxiety reaching its zenith. With no time to ponder, he hastily summoned all his strength, elevating his energy to its peak. He fixated on Piccolo while remaining vigilant of the lurking figure that had yet to reveal themselves. Special beam cannon. Piccolo shouted, unleashing the full force of his meticulously honed technique. In an instant, a powerful energy surged forth. A spiraling wave of light infused with terrifying destructive potential, racing towards Raditz at breathtaking speed. As the overwhelming energy approached, Raditz clenched his teeth and desperately attempted to evade it. More than the imminent danger posed by the special beam cannon, he was most disturbed by the hidden presence. He feared a sudden ambush from that concealed individual. Yet, at this moment, he could think of nothing else but to evade the special beam cannon. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated, as thick clouds of smoke enveloped the earth, debris flying in all directions, and a deep fissure suddenly appeared, a sight to behold. Piccolo and Goku stared intently at the epicenter of the explosion, their hearts racing with trepidation. They desperately wanted to know whether Raditz still drew breath. Suddenly, both Piccolo and Goku were struck by a startling revelation. Almost simultaneously, they realized that Raditz's energy had not yet dissipated. A fierce wind surged as the thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing Raditz's figure to Piccolo and Goku. How is this possible? A tempest of emotions surged within Piccolo. He could scarcely believe that his years of refinement had only pierced Raditz's arm. Goku was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that such a powerful attack would fail to eliminate Raditz. Huff, huff, huff. Raditz gasped for breath, clutching his bleeding and rendered useless left arm, his furious gaze sweeping across the battlefield. His eyes ultimately settled on the concealed position of Subai. gritting his teeth. Veins protruding from his forehead, he glared furiously in that direction. If it were not for the presence of that hidden individual, he could have evaded the special beam cannon. Even if injured, it would not have been so severe. Under the blade-like intensity of Raditz's wrathful gaze, Subai felt his heart plummet to the depths. He had become the target. The overwhelming murderous intent was palpable. Damn it, I've been exposed. Subai couldn't help but curse. Despite his utmost efforts to conceal his energy, he had still been discovered. Cursed detector. Subai silently berated, his expression grave as his mind raced, strategizing on how to respond. With a thunderous roar, Raditz, dragging his bleeding left arm, surged towards Subai, intent on neutralizing this unstable factor lurking in the shadows at the earliest opportunity. Goku, witnessing this, turned pale, not pausing to consider the implications. He recklessly pursued. He believed Raditz was attempting to flee due to his arm injury. You think you can escape? Absolutely not. Goku shouted, immediately employing his instant transmission technique to reach Raditz as swiftly as possible. Raditz was a significant threat. Should he manage to escape, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble in the future. Goku could not allow Raditz to flee. Piccolo followed closely behind, sharing the same resolve. With a swift motion, Goku positioned himself before Raditz and struck with a powerful punch. Raditz frowned. The injury to his arm had severely hampered his entire body, slowing his speed considerably. Otherwise, at full power, he would never have been so easily caught by Goku. Kakarot. Raditz scoffed, raising his arm to block. Bang! Goku's fist collided with Raditz's forearm, creating a gusting wind. Raditz, you are destined to die today. Together with Goku, we are the strongest in the world. Piccolo, closing in at full speed, wasted no time and launched a kick aimed at Raditz's head. Raditz, with his left arm incapacitated, was faced with a dilemma. He could only use one hand to defend against an attack. He had no time to think, decisively choosing to block Piccolo's leg. In the current situation, if his head were to take another hit, it would be disastrous. Bang! Raditz successfully blocked Piccolo's fierce kick. However, while focusing on one side, he had neglected the other. Seizing the opportunity, Goku delivered a powerful punch to Raditz's chest. Puff! Raditz, struck heavily in the chest, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Goku did not relent, capitalizing on the moment to unleash a barrage of relentless blows upon Raditz. In an instant, a tempest of fists rained down on Raditz, pushing him further back, leaving him momentarily defenseless. The excruciating pain coursing through his body made it clear that he could not endure this any longer. If this continued, he would surely fall here today. With a thunderous crash, Raditz retreated at full speed, distancing himself from Goku and Piccolo, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze flickered between Goku and Piccolo, occasionally darting towards Subai's direction. The hidden figure filled him with trepidation, although the detector indicated a power level below 200. His battles with Goku and Piccolo had taught him that one could not gauge the combat prowess of beings on this planet by conventional standards. Goku and Piccolo sensed something unusual about Raditz. Focusing intently, they detected the presence of another individual not far away. The intensity of this energy, is it Krillin? Goku murmured to himself. Quickly, he shook his head. Although the energy hidden in the shadows was comparable to Krillin's, it did not resemble him. Who was lurking there? And were they friend or foe? Both Goku and Piccolo were perplexed. Logically, no one should dare approach this area. Raditz, observing the confusion on Goku and Piccolo's faces, instantly realized that the concealed individual was not allied with them. With this understanding, his apprehension diminished significantly. Where does this trash come from? If you wish to live, then be gone, Raditz shouted, gathering strength as he charged towards Goku and Piccolo. However, halfway through his charge, he abruptly shifted direction and lunged towards Subai. Subai had cost him an arm. There was no way he would let him escape. Chapter 5. The Unwavering Sun Wukong Blast. He's coming for me. Subai's expression changed dramatically as he turned and fled. He was acutely aware of his current capabilities. Should Raditz capture him, it would spell certain doom. Even on a typical day, Raditz could easily take his life with a mere flick of his wrist, let alone when he was utterly furious. Want to escape? After I sacrificed an arm, you think you can just run away? Raditz bellowed, accelerating his speed. In an instant, a chilling aura of death enveloped the air, his overwhelming presence bearing down directly on Subai, evidently intent on tearing him to shreds. Feeling the oppressive force of impending death, Subai's expression darkened. It was his own fault for arriving too early. He deliberately ran towards the spaceship that had trapped Son Gohan. He knew that Gohan possessed immense potential. When faced with life-threatening peril, he would unleash formidable strength. Trash, die. Raditz raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy aimed at Subai. In the blink of an eye, the devastating wave erupted with terrifying force, threatening to engulf Subai entirely. A shiver ran down Subai's spine as he sensed the breath of death approaching. Just when he felt utterly lost, a powerful voice rang in his ears. Raditz, your opponent is me. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong appeared behind Subai, extending his arms to absorb Raditz's furious blow. Ugh! Sun Wukong's throat tasted blood as he coughed violently. To shield Subai from Raditz's attack, he had sustained grievous injuries, barely able to stand. Piccolo glanced at Sun Wukong with a cold snort. Realizing that his instinct had been correct, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly throw himself into danger to save another, even if the individual was a complete stranger. He understood Sun Wukong all too well, silently lamenting, Sun Wukong, a soft-hearted soul, like you will never become a true powerhouse. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, igniting Subai's senses. He turned to see Sun Wukong, his clothes tattered and his body marred with wounds. Standing resolutely behind him, Sun Wukong had nearly sacrificed his life to block a fatal strike. In that moment, Subai's heart was profoundly shaken. Although he had long recognized Sun Wukong as a compassionate and righteous individual, experiencing it firsthand was utterly overwhelming. It was worth noting that they had no prior connection. This was their first encounter. Yet, despite this, Sun Wukong had unhesitatingly stepped forward. This made Subai admire him. At least, he believed he could never act in such a manner for a stranger. That was a genuine confrontation with death. Quick, leave, get out of here. Raditz is too dangerous, you will die. Sun Wukong's voice echoed, his back turned to Subai, his gaze fiercely fixed on Raditz. With a complex expression, Subai glanced at Sun Wukong but did not linger, flying at the utmost speed towards the spaceship that held Gohan captive. In the current situation, staying near Gohan was the safest option. If Raditz sought to kill him there, Gohan would undoubtedly sense the threat of death and unleash his formidable power. Moreover, only by remaining there did he stand a chance to defeat Raditz himself. If he strayed too far, the opportunity to claim a victory would slip away. Kakarot, you are truly bothersome. Raditz glared at Sun Wukong, his expression dark with fury. If not for Sun Wukong's timely intervention, he would have long since eliminated the one responsible for rendering his arm useless. Though Raditz's hand had been destroyed by Piccolo's special beam cannon, he believed that had he not been distracted by Subai, he could have evaded the attack. Thus, he harbored deep resentment towards Subai. I am not Kakarot. My name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong struggled to stand, his gaze unwavering as he stared at Raditz. He silently vowed to sacrifice his life if necessary to eliminate Raditz and avert disaster for Planet Blue. Humph. Raditz scoffed. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Our Saiyan race has no room for trash like you. With a thunderous crash, Raditz surged forward, crossing dozens of meters in an instant to stand before Sun Wukong. He did not hold back, delivering a brutal punch to Sun Wukong's jaw. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's body flew backward like a lifeless kite, crashing to the ground with a violent impact. The moment his body struck the earth, the ground shattered, rocks and dirt flying in all directions. Ugh! Sun Wukong coughed up blood, his internal organs shaking violently. The intense pain surged through him, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Raditz. Seeing this, Piccolo rushed forward, launching an all-out assault on Raditz to buy Sun Wukong as much time as possible to recover. He understood all too well that if Sun Wukong perished, he too would meet the same fate. Raditz's strength was beyond what he could confront alone. Humph! Raditz disdainfully shot a glance at Piccolo before engaging him in battle. Gradually, he adapted to fighting with one hand and soon gained the upper hand, overpowering Piccolo. His combat prowess far surpassed Piccolo's, rendering him utterly defenseless. After a few exchanges, Raditz sent Piccolo flying with a kick, crashing beside Sun Wukong, blood gushing forth. Piccolo, are you all right? Sun Wukong, having regained a bit of strength, stood before the injured Piccolo. I'm fine, Piccolo replied, shaking his head, blood still trickling from his mouth. Piccolo, can you still use that technique? Sun Wukong inquired. Piccolo nodded. I can use it one last time. All right, I'll find a way to restrain him. You finish him off. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, determination etched on his face. Ha ha ha, Kakarot, do you even know what you're saying? I think you've truly lost your mind. Raditz's laughter echoed through the air, laced with cold mockery. In his eyes, Sun Wukong, who had yet to unlock his true potential, could never hope to control him. This was the confidence of a superior Saiyan warrior. Sun Wukong said nothing. He gathered all his strength and charged forward. Raditz, dismissive of him, threw a punch, and with a thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying once more. Subai watched this scene unfold, his heart racing with anxiety. The critical issue was that he couldn't assist at the moment, which was incredibly frustrating. Ha ha ha, worthless trash. Raditz mocked mercilessly. Suddenly, an alert sounded from his scouter. A power level was surging upwards at an astonishing rate, breaking the 1,000 mark in the blink of an eye. Raditz followed the direction indicated by the scouter and saw Subai and his spaceship come into view. Could it be that this guy is like Kakarot and the others? Raditz's gaze shifted to Subai, entirely overlooking the trapped Gohan within the spacecraft. It seemed he would have to eliminate you first. Raditz fixed his glare on Subai, resolute in his determination to eradicate this unpredictable variable. Chapter 6. Raditz's plea: do not harm my father. With a resounding explosion, the spaceship disintegrated, and Gohan, with a power level exceeding 1,000, sprang from the crater, glaring furiously at Raditz. What? The sudden surge in power is not from him, it is from that little brat. Raditz's expression changed drastically as he fixed his gaze intently on Gohan, sensing a profound danger from his latent talent. Before Raditz could react, Gohan charged forward, ramming his head into Raditz's chest. The impact echoed through the air as Raditz coughed up blood, propelled backward, and crashed heavily into the ground. Raditz was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. It was inconceivable that a mere child of 3 or 4 could unleash such formidable power, inflicting serious injury upon him. Having already lost one arm, Raditz's fighting capability was significantly diminished, and now he felt even weaker. The sudden turn of events left Piccolo and Goku in shock, their astonishment mirroring that of Raditz. Even Goku, who had spent countless days with Gohan, was rendered speechless, staring in awe at the immense potential Gohan possessed, far beyond his expectations. Subai observed Raditz, lying amidst the rubble with blood staining his lips, and his breath grew heavy. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Previously, he had fretted that his involvement might alter the course of fate. Now, all concerns vanished. The trajectory of events remained unchanged. Subai focused intently on the battlefield, ready to intervene at any moment. He was acutely aware that Raditz's demise was imminent. Goku, do not remain frozen in place. Seize the opportunity. Piccolo shouted, breaking the silence and immediately channeling his energy as he charged at Raditz, intent on claiming his life while Raditz was vulnerable. Piccolo's cry snapped Goku back to reality. He gently ruffled Gohan's hair and said, "Gohan, you must leave this place. I will find you shortly." As he spoke, Goku turned his gaze towards Subai, requesting, "Please take care of Gohan for me." "Thank you." Without waiting for a response, Goku dashed forward to join Piccolo in combat against Raditz. With one arm incapacitated and Gohan's powerful blow having severely weakened him, Raditz was in a dire state. Goku and Piccolo seized the moment, steadily overpowering Raditz with relentless attacks, causing him to stagger and spit blood. In a mere 10 exchanges, Raditz was already battered and bruised. Raditz's face twisted in distress. If this continued, he would surely perish today. Though filled with frustration, he made a decisive choice to retreat. Utilizing the force of Goku's punch, he propelled himself backward, creating distance, and without hesitation, he sped away from the battlefield. Goku and Piccolo, recognizing the grave consequences of allowing Raditz to escape, immediately pursued him. They understood that if Raditz was permitted to flee today, it would spell doom not only for them but for all of Earth. Subai, witnessing the retreating figures, hesitated briefly before following closely behind with Gohan. After flying a considerable distance, he finally caught sight of Goku, Piccolo, and Raditz again. The trio surrounded Raditz, their energy levels noticeably depleted, their strength waning. "Kakarot, although you may have the numerical advantage, I can see that your condition is no better than mine. Do you truly wish to perish together?" Raditz bellowed, glaring menacingly at Goku and Piccolo. "Even if it costs my life, I will defeat you." Goku's resolve was unwavering. Piccolo remained silent, yet his determined expression conveyed his agreement. They must vanquish Raditz today. Glaring at Goku and Piccolo, Raditz gritted his teeth. It was evident that he could not leave without a resolution. "Humph. If it must be so, then I shall oblige you." Raditz summoned the remnants of his strength and charged at them. He understood that one side must fall today. The victor could only be me. I am a Saiyan elite warrior. The 3 combatants clashed once more, unleashing their full might in a brutal exchange of blows. After several rounds, the frenzied Raditz once again gained the upper hand against Goku and Piccolo. With a powerful kick, he sent Piccolo flying, smashing him against several mountains. This blow further exacerbated Piccolo's already precarious condition. Seeing this, Goku's brow furrowed with worry. The situation was dire. Raditz was too powerful. If this continued, both he and Piccolo would perish. After creating some distance from Raditz, Goku's mind raced to formulate a strategy. Suddenly, he recalled certain memories from his childhood. The tail. Yes, the tail. Goku's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Raditz's tail. If he claimed to be a Saiyan like himself, then surely his weakness would mirror his own. Quietly affirming his thoughts, Goku rapidly devised a battle plan. After appearing to engage Raditz in a chaotic struggle for several exchanges, he suddenly moved behind Raditz and seized his tail. The moment Raditz's tail was captured, he felt his strength drain away, unable to even sustain flight, his body plummeting uncontrollably. As Goku descended alongside Raditz, he felt a surge of elation and shouted to Piccolo, "Piccolo, quickly use your new technique to defeat him." Subai observed this scene with a deep sigh of relief. He had long wished to remind Goku of his tactic, but opportunities had been scarce. Seeing Raditz incapacitated and devoid of strength, Subai quickly made his way forward, intent on seizing this moment to eliminate Raditz once and for all. Haha, Goku. Hold on to that rascal's tail tightly. I will gather my energy and finish him off. Piccolo laughed heartily as he began to charge his energy for the special beam cannon. Raditz, completely drained and sprawled on the ground, watched in horror as Piccolo's power escalated, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In that moment, fear consumed him. If struck by that attack, he would undoubtedly meet his end today. Kakarot, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please, let go of my tail. Kakarot, I beseech you. I am your only kin in this world. Spare me this once. Raditz continued to plead desperately. Goku, do not trust him. You must hold on to his tail. My new technique can only be executed this once. Piccolo shouted urgently. Kakarot, please spare me this time. I promise, if you release my tail, I will leave Earth and never return. Kakarot, I vow to become a better person from now on. Raditz kept imploring Goku. Hearing these words, Goku was engulfed in an intense internal struggle. He was torn between whether or not to believe Raditz. Observing the change in Goku's expression, Piccolo was horrified. Fully aware of Goku's character. Goku, no. As soon as Big's words escaped his lips, son Wukong released Raditz's tail. Ultimately, the kind-hearted, innocent, and pure-hearted son Wukong chose to place his trust in Raditz. With his powers restored, Raditz wore a sinister grin and delivered a forceful elbow strike to son Wukong's face. Kakarot, your nature dictates that you will never become a true warrior. Just as Raditz was about to finish his sentence, his expression soured once more. He realized that the tail he had intended to retract was once again seized by another. It was none other than Subai. Chapter 7. The Slaying of Raditz. A heavy expression adorned Subai's face as he exerted every ounce of strength to grasp Raditz's tail. It was imperative that he himself be the one to slay Raditz. Should he wait until Goku and Piccolo had completely vanquished him, and then attempt to deliver the final blow, it could very well provoke Piccolo's wrath, bringing about dire consequences. At this juncture, Piccolo was no longer merely a caretaker for the Sun family, but rather a formidable demon lord. Furthermore, he had other considerations in mind. The perilous act of seizing Raditz's tail was not solely to accomplish his task, it also afforded him the opportunity to extend a favor to Goku. By forming a connection with this fated child of the Dragon Ball universe, he could accompany him to King Kai's planet to hone his skills. For Subai, this presented the swiftest path to ascend in power. Piccolo, quickly slay Raditz. Subai shouted, his grip on Raditz's tail unwavering. Why, you monster? Raditz gasped, nearly devoid of strength. His eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Subai. He could hardly fathom that it was a mere ant he had previously dismissed, who now held his life in his hands. Do not release Raditz's tail. Hold on tight. Piccolo gritted his teeth, gathering energy at an astonishing speed to unleash his special beam cannon once more. Although he was puzzled by the sudden appearance of this stranger, he did not dwell on it. At this moment, the priority was to eliminate Raditz, weak and crumpled on the ground. Raditz's expression shifted dramatically as he observed the power level on the scouter surpassing 1,000. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, consumed by fear. He understood that if he were struck by this attack, his demise was certain, leaving no chance for survival. Little brother, I see my mistakes now. Please, spare me. Raditz pleaded, turning to Subai with desperation. If you let me go, I swear I will leave this planet at once and never return. As the scouter's readings continued to rise, Raditz became increasingly frantic, his anxiety reaching a fever pitch. Please, little brother, I truly understand my wrongs. I promise to never commit any wrongdoing again. Spare me this once. Raditz's face was ashen, his voice trembling as he implored Subai. In that moment, all dignity and pride were cast aside. His only desire was to survive. Subai represented his sole chance of living. Do not believe his words. If you release his tail, we will all perish here. Piccolo shouted, filled with urgency. He feared that Subai might fall victim to Raditz's deceit, just as Goku had. Piccolo, hurry. Subai, drenched in sweat, echoed his anxiety. Yes, just a moment. Piccolo quietly exhaled, focusing all his energy into a rapid charge. Raditz, hearing this, turned pale as fear surged within him. He knew Subai would not release his tail like Kakarot had. As Piccolo's power level continued to climb, despair enveloped Raditz. Could it be that he would truly meet his end at the hands of these trash? No, I will not die. I refuse to die. Raditz's gaze shifted to the injured Goku, lying nearby. Kakarot, save me. I am your elder brother. Please, I beg you. Kakarot, if I perish, you will have no family left in this world. Hurry, save me. All his hopes rested upon Goku, but the battered warrior merely chuckled, ignoring Raditz's cries for help. Having learned from past encounters, he now understood that beings like Raditz were incapable of reform. Saving him would only lead to his own demise. Kakarot, please. We are both Saiyans. I am your brother. Can you truly bear to watch me perish? Raditz persisted, relentless in his pleas. Goku shook his head, his gaze resolute. I am not a Saiyan, nor am I Kakarot. I am son Wukong of Blue Star. Piccolo, finish him. Goku bellowed. Raditz, upon hearing this, succumbed to utter despair. He glared at Subai, filled with regret. If only he had eliminated him when he had the chance. Raditz, you shall meet your end. Piccolo roared, unleashing the special beam cannon, a devastating spiral of energy that pierced Raditz's heart in an instant. Raditz screamed, his eyes wide with disbelief, etched with resentment. The intense pain spread rapidly, and his consciousness began to fade as life slipped away. He fixed his gaze upon Subai, consumed by bitterness. Gasping for breath, Subai felt the weight of exhaustion from his recent exertions. He could not afford to linger. He drew the Chi Feng sword from his back, preparing to deliver the final blow and extinguish Raditz's life completely. Ha ha ha, Raditz. In the end, we emerge victorious. Piccolo laughed triumphantly. Even if we die, we can still be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Dragon Balls. Raditz, his life force waning, erupted in laughter. I never imagined such things existed on this wretched planet. Just wait, my comrades will arrive here in a year. When I am resurrected, I will settle the score with all of you. Especially you, I will tear you limb from limb. As he fixated on Subai, the fear of death dissipated, replaced by a smirk of confidence. He was certain that once his allies, Nappa and Vegeta, arrived on Blue Star, they would use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. What? Piccolo and Goku furrowed their brows upon realizing that two foes even more powerful than Raditz would arrive on Blue Star in a year. If Raditz was already formidable, just how powerful could his comrades be? Listening to Raditz's words, Subai scoffed dismissively. You are delusional. With a gleaming flash, the Chi Feng sword severed Raditz's head from his body. Ding. As Raditz's life came to an end, the system's voice resonated within Subai's mind. Chapter 8. Are there still strong enemies after a year? Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the purebred Saiyan, Raditz. Current task progress, 1-3. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. Everything had unfolded just as he had anticipated, even a finishing blow counted. Filled with joy, he gazed at the task progress on the system panel, feeling that the risks he had previously endured were not in vain. He was eager to see what kind of sparks would ignite when the basic Saiyan bloodline fused with Frieza's training talent. Beep. Due to the host's initial slaying of a purebred Saiyan, a hidden reward has been granted. Instant transmission. Does the host wish to assimilate? As Subai contemplated, the system's voice resounded in his mind once more. Had he truly received a hidden reward? A grin spread across his face, without any hesitation. He immediately chose to assimilate instant transmission. He was well aware of the power this ability held. It could be said that as long as one could sense energy, no matter the distance, they could arrive in an instant. This skill was akin to divine prowess, perhaps even surpassing some divine techniques. Instant transmission not only served as a means of travel, but also held immense utility in combat. Upon choosing to assimilate instant transmission, Subai instinctively felt he had mastered the skill. It felt as if it was innate, deeply etched into his very soul, allowing him to execute it effortlessly at any moment. A smile graced Subai's lips. His life had gained a new layer of security. Even if he encountered an overpowering foe, he could easily escape. Goku, are you all right? Krillin shouted anxiously from the plane. Moments later, an aircraft landed beside Subai and the others. Bulma, Master Roshi, and Krillin hurriedly disembarked. Throughout the journey, their hearts had been filled with extreme tension. Deeply concerned for Son Goku's safety, they had witnessed Raditz's formidable strength back on Kame House. It was extraordinarily powerful. Goku, you defeated Raditz. Krillin exclaimed joyfully as he looked at Raditz's dismembered body on the ground. Hee, you two make quite the unbeatable duo. Master Roshi chuckled. With Raditz's demise, the crisis of Blue Star had finally been alleviated. Both he and Krillin's gazes were locked onto Raditz's remains, while Bulma's eyes were fixed intently on Subai. Goku. Who is he? He looks so cool. Bulma exclaimed, shaking the injured son Goku, her face filled with admiration, as her gasp echoed. Krillin and Master Roshi's eyes shifted to Subai. They looked at the blood-stained sword in Subai's hand, and combined with Raditz's death, their hearts were struck with shock. Could it be that this young man had slain Raditz? Even Master Roshi, a seasoned martial arts master, couldn't help but be astonished. Be Bulma, be gentle. Goku winced, the pain overwhelming. Oh, I'm so sorry, Goku. Bulma replied, her laughter tinged with embarrassment. Goku, is he your friend? How come I've never seen him before? Please introduce me. Bulma urged eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Goku shook his head, replying, he should be Piccolo's friend. I met him for the first time today. What? Krillin and Master Roshi's expressions changed dramatically. A person with such incredible power was actually a friend of that demon king, Piccolo? Instantly, both Krillin and Master Roshi felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Just dealing with Piccolo was already daunting. Adding such a powerful ally to the mix made victory seem utterly impossible. Bulma's heart sank considerably, her face turning pale as a sheet. How could such a handsome man possibly be friends with that demon king Piccolo? Furrowing his brows, Piccolo questioned, Goku, isn't he your friend? At this, everyone present paused momentarily. Subsequently, Bulma and the others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't a friend of that demon king Piccolo, everything would be fine. My friend? I don't know him. I always thought he was your friend, Goku replied. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon Subai, their curiosity about his identity piqued. Meeting their inquisitive stares, Subai smiled gently and introduced himself. Hello. My name is Subai. I am merely a passerby. Subai, you handsome guy, hello? I'm Bulma. The lovely Bulma, dressed in a blue dress and white shorts, swiftly approached Subai, extending her hand to shake his. Hee, Subai, you are the most handsome man I have ever seen, Bulma unabashedly declared, revealing her thoughts. As she spoke, Subai couldn't help but notice the rise and fall of Bulma's chest, a sight that could easily captivate one's imagination. Ahem. Subai swiftly averted his gaze, chuckling as he responded, Miss Bulma, your words are quite flattering. He gently shook his head, thinking to himself, if only I could possess even a fraction of the charm that my readers do. Subai, you needn't feel shy. Bulma smiled as she leaned closer, pressing against him. Subai, taken aback by such boldness, stood frozen, allowing Bulma to make her advances. Master Roshi, witnessing the scene, quickly approached and whispered to Bulma, Bulma, I was quite handsome in my youth too. Bulma shot him a glare, her eyes filled with malice. Perverted old man. With a resounding thud, Bulma punched Master Roshi squarely in the eye. Ouch! Master Roshi yelped, instantly sporting a black eye. Goku and Krillin burst into laughter, clearly not unfamiliar with Master Roshi's antics. Subai, let me introduce you. Lying on the ground is son Goku, the bald guy is Krillin, and the perverted old man is Master Roshi. As for Bulma, leaning against Subai, her eyes gleaming with delight, continued her introductions. Krillin and Master Roshi exchanged exasperated glances at Bulma's manner of introduction. Was this really how one introduced people? I am Piccolo. Subai, we owe you a great deal today. Had you not stepped in, we would have perished at Raditz's hands. Piccolo stepped forward, extending his hand. Reflecting on Subai's decisive demeanor, he felt a strong premonition that this individual would eventually become his greatest rival. Subai accepted the handshake without hesitation. Krillin and Master Roshi were astonished. Indeed, their suspicions were confirmed. Goku, feeling awkward, spoke up. Piccolo, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I thought Raditz would truly turn over a new leaf. Piccolo shot him a glance. Goku, showing mercy to your enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself. You will inevitably pay for such a nature. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi and Krillin fell silent. They understood Goku's character all too well, He was overly naive and innocent. Goku chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment. Subai, you must be hungry now. Let's go eat, Bulma suggested. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised both hands in approval. Yes, let us go eat. I'm starving. Vic cast a glance at Bulma and Son Wukong and said, what time do you think it is? Do you still have the leisure to dine? Consider how to confront the formidable adversary that will arrive on Blue Star in a year's time. A year from now, an enemy will come to Blue Star? Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi's expressions changed dramatically, instantly becoming exceedingly tense. Chapter 9 Subai. I have a way to deal with them. Klin, unwittingly swallowing hard, inquired. Could it be that the ones arriving on Blue Star a year from now possess strength surpassing that of Raditz? Bulma, Master Roshi, and Klin fixed their anxious gazes upon Piccolo, eagerly awaiting his response. Piccolo nodded and affirmed, indeed. At this revelation, the trio gasped in shock, their faces paling. If Raditz was already such a formidable foe, how would they confront these two powerful adversaries? Klin and the others wore troubled expressions. This undoubtedly signified a grave crisis. If mishandled, it could very well lead to the annihilation of Blue Star itself. With Subai and Goku around, we should be safe, right? Bulma stammered, her voice trembling. Yes. With the three of you working together, we will surely weather the storm. Klin chimed in, though a bitter smile betrayed his uncertainty. However, Piccolo's subsequent words shattered their hopes. If it is merely like today, we stand no chance against those two Saiyan warriors. Klin's expression morphed into one of despair. His face ashen. I haven't even married yet. He lamented internally. Yet, we are not entirely without hope, Piccolo stated with seriousness. If we can elevate our powers to a level where we can contend with them within this year, we may have a chance at victory. Klin sighed deeply. Merely 1 year seemed a dauntingly short span to achieve such an endeavor. Nevertheless, he understood that apart from this course of action, they had no alternatives left. We must deliberate on this matter at length. Do not fret too much. There is always a way when we reach the mountain. Subai smiled and suggested. How about we find a place to eat first and ponder solutions while dining? Bulma's mention of food heightened Subai's own hunger, which had been simmering since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, where he had remained in a state of heightened tension and had exhausted most of his stamina. Goku raised both hands in agreement, sharing Subai's sentiment. He understood that such matters could not be rushed. The group, finding this reasoning sound, decided to head to the nearest restaurant, prioritizing their meal before any further discussions. Bulma eagerly invited Subai onto the aircraft, wishing to accompany him to the nearby eatery. Master Roshi had already boarded the plane, hoping to travel with Bulma. However, Bulma denied him this opportunity, unceremoniously kicking him off the aircraft. Old pervert. Didn't you see there was no room on the plane? Bulma glared at Master Roshi. But there is still one empty seat, he protested, pointing at the remaining space, trembling with indignation. Humph. This is my aircraft. If I say there's no room, then there's no room. Bulma dismissed him, starting the plane. There's no way I'm letting anyone disrupt my time with the handsome Subai. Like anyone would want to sit in that rickety plane. Hey, Bulma, don't leave without me. Take me along. Master Roshi called out as the aircraft distanced itself. Not wanting to miss the chance to share a flight with Bulma, he shouted desperately, but Bulma showed no signs of stopping. Sighing heavily, Master Roshi's face fell into a frown. Seeing Master Roshi's dejection, Goku felt an indescribable sympathy. Grandpa Roshi, why not ride on my Nimbus? It's faster than Bulma's plane. As soon as the words left his mouth, Goku awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing. Sorry, I forgot you can't ride Nimbus. Master Roshi. Sometimes I truly wish I could just slap you. Klin, I leave Grandpa Roshi in your care, Goku said, holding Goten as he soared after the Nimbus. Piccolo, you should join us for a meal. Piccolo had initially considered departing but ultimately decided to follow along. On a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa gathered around a fire, indulging in juicy, sizzling meat. That Raditz fellow. Nappa began, hesitating. Humph, what a waste. He actually perished at the hands of those with a power level of merely 1,000. Moreover, the one who decided his fate possessed a power level of less than 200. He has truly brought shame upon our Saiyan race. Vegeta fumed at the thought. If Raditz had been defeated in a fair fight, he wouldn't feel such anger. That fool, despite being urged to train properly, failed to overcome our Saiyan weaknesses. To be killed in such a manner is the epitome of incompetence, Nappa remarked. Pausing, he turned to Vegeta and asked, Lord Vegeta, should we use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Raditz upon our arrival on Blue Star? Resurrect him? Vegeta scoffed. What value does that fool possess that warrants revival? My wish is for immortality. I wish to revel in the joy of battle for eternity. Vegeta laughed heartily. Nappa, upon hearing this, smirked. Indeed, such a wish far surpassed the notion of resurrecting Raditz. Let us depart. I can hardly contain my anticipation to behold the Dragon Balls. Vegeta rose slowly, a wicked smile crossing his face as he strode towards the spaceship. Nappa followed closely, equally eager to encounter the wish-granting orbs. On Blue Star, in a small city situated tens of thousands of meters away from the battle with Raditz, Subai, Goku, Bulma, Master Roshi, Piccolo, Goten, and Klin sat within a restaurant. Bulma had reserved the entire venue in a rather extravagant manner. The table was laden with delectable dishes, all specifically ordered by Bulma for Subai. Subai wasted no time, seizing a roasted leg of lamb and indulging heartily. Goku, not to be outdone, also dug in with gusto. In a short while, the table was piled high with dishes. Subai, Goku, and Goten, known for their hearty appetites, consumed vast quantities of food. Just the three of them kept the kitchen staff thoroughly occupied. Unbeknownst to others, it appeared as if a large crowd was dining outside. While the three feasted to their heart's content, Piccolo, Klin, and the others wore expressions of concern, scarcely touching their chopsticks. Their appetites diminished by the looming threat of the strong enemies set to invade Blue Star in a year. Goku, what are your plans moving forward? Master Roshi inquired. Noticing Goku's plate was nearly empty. At once, Klin, Piccolo, and the others turned their gazes toward Goku. Goku shook his head and replied, I haven't come up with any good ideas yet. I believe our only option is to train diligently. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi and the others sighed, their brows furrowing deeper. A year was far too brief a span for training. As they sat, enveloped in worry, Subai's voice broke through the gloom. I have a plan to confront those two strong foes a year from now. At this declaration, all eyes turned to Subai, filled with expectation. Chapter 10. Journey to the Temple of the Gods. Mr. Subai, do you have a way to deal with those two formidable opponents? Krillin inquired, his voice tinged with excitement. The faces of everyone present were filled with anticipation, eager to discover how Subai intended to confront the two powerful beings who far surpassed Raditz. Piccolo and Goku exchanged surprised glances, but remained intently focused, fearful of missing any detail in this matter that concerned the very survival of the entire Blue Planet. Subai nodded gently, his confidence radiating as he savored his meal. You should tell us how we can defeat the two powerful beings arriving on Blue Planet in a year, Goku urged, his eagerness palpable. Subai cast a glance at Piccolo, smiling slightly. In truth, the solution has already been articulated by Piccolo. The key to overcoming them is remarkably simple: training. If we can reach a level of power sufficient to subdue them within this year, all our problems will be resolved effortlessly. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Subai spoke with a relaxed demeanor. He was confident that, with his innate talents, acquiring the strength to defeat Vegeta within a year would not pose a significant challenge. Training. Krillin's lips twitched at the mention, recognizing the obviousness of the statement. Anyone could have said that. What difference does it make? Mr. Subai, please don't jest with us. A year is far too short to. Krillin's protest was cut off by Subai's cheerful interruption. I am not jesting with you. Krillin's expression darkened, his mouth agape but speechless. Goku turned to Krillin, affirming, Subai is correct. This approach is indeed the best option we can conceive. If we can amass enough strength to overpower them during this period, all challenges will be surmounted. Goku wholeheartedly supported Subai's perspective, reiterating his sentiments. As he spoke, a smile crept onto his lips, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. He genuinely desired an exhilarating confrontation with the two formidable beings mentioned by Raditz. Indeed, this is the only way to navigate through this crisis. Piccolo chimed in, echoing Goku's agreement. He understood all too well that true strength lay in personal power. Even if a method to counter the enemies arriving in a year existed, without bolstering their own strength, it would merely serve as a temporary fix. Failing to address the core issue, Master Roshi remained silent, fully aware of these truths, perhaps better than anyone else present. However, he interjected, but you have merely one short year remaining, and you. Bulma hesitated, her unspoken words hanging in the air, yet their implication was unmistakable. Subai waved his hand reassuringly. Miss Bulma, you need not worry. A year is ample time. Upon hearing Subai's unwavering conviction, Bulma's concerns began to dissipate. Piccolo and Goku scrutinized Subai closely, pondering the source of his confidence. Could he be concealing an unexpected ace up his sleeve? Piccolo's brow furrowed slightly. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the likelihood of this possibility grow. In that moment, he sensed that Subai was exceedingly formidable, perhaps even more so than Goku. Intriguing. Piccolo mused inwardly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had now fully confirmed his earlier suspicions. Given time, Subai would undoubtedly become his greatest rival. With this thought, an intense urgency surged within him. He slowly rose, gazing towards the outside world, preparing to depart and commence his training. After a moment's thought, Piccolo approached Gohan without hesitation, disregarding Goku's presence. "Goku, I'm taking your son," he stated coldly, seizing Gohan. "Daddy, help me. Daddy, help me." Gohan began to cry, tears cascading down like raindrops, fear gripping his heart. "Piccolo, what are you doing? Let Gohan go," Krillin shouted, furrowing his brow. His energy surging to its peak, ready to spring into action. Simultaneously, Master Roshi stood, his gaze fixed on Piccolo with lethal intent. Bulma instinctively distanced herself, revealing a capsule containing a laser gun. The three of them stared at Piccolo, tension thick in the air, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They were acutely aware of Piccolo's immense strength, knowing they could not contend with him. Yet, they still stepped forward without hesitation, in stark contrast to their anxiety. Subai and Goku remained remarkably composed. A faint smile lingered on Goku's lips, seemingly unfazed by the situation. "Subai, we shall meet again in a year," Piccolo remarked, casting a glance at Subai before striding towards the exit with Gohan in tow. "Daddy, help me. I don't want to go with him," Gohan wailed, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Stop. Let Gohan go." Krillin gritted his teeth, battling his fear as he blocked Piccolo's path. "Goku, you must do something. He's taking Gohan away," Bulma urged anxiously. "Let him go, Krillin, Master Roshi. It will be fine," Goku replied calmly. "What?" Krillin and the others stared at Goku in disbelief, incredulity written across their faces. They could scarcely believe their ears, doubting the words they had just heard. Goku paid no mind to their shock, his attention shifting to Gohan. "Gohan, follow Uncle Piccolo for your training," he spoke softly. "You want that little brat to train with me?" "Huh? Goku, you must be dreaming." Piccolo scoffed, quickly clarifying. "I merely intend to use your son as leverage." With that, Piccolo disregarded Krillin and Master Roshi's attempts to intervene and exited the dining hall, clutching Gohan. "Daddy, save me." "Wah!" Gohan cried, his tears flowing freely. Goku remained seated, showing no inclination to stop him. Instead of anger, a smile appeared on his lips. "Goku, you must stop Piccolo. He is a great demon," Krillin shouted in a panic. Goku shook his head with a smile. "He won't harm Gohan." After a brief pause, he added, "I can sense clearly that Piccolo is no longer the malicious demon he once was." As Krillin prepared to respond, Goku raised his hand to silence him. He turned to Subai, asking, "Subai, what are your plans? Shall we train together?" Upon hearing this, a subtle smile flickered across Subai's face. He had been pondering how to train alongside Goku, and now Goku had extended the invitation himself. It was as though fortune had smiled upon him. "Mr. Goku, I believe it would be advantageous for us to train together. We can support one another," Subai replied with a grin. Goku nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Subai's words. "Where do you plan to train next, Subai? Are we heading to the old man's place?" Bulma inquired. Son Wukong scratched his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he said, "I haven't quite figured that out yet." Just then, Subai's voice rang out. "I happen to know a splendid place for cultivation." "Where is it?" Son Wukong asked excitedly. At that moment, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi turned their gazes towards Subai, eagerly awaiting his answer. Subai smiled gently and replied, "Wukong, you will know soon." As he spoke, Subai slowly formed his right hand into a sword-like gesture, lightly resting it on his forehead, searching for the aura of the celestial being. In just a few fleeting seconds, he distinctly captured the essence of the divine. "Wukong, place your hand on my shoulder. I shall take you to a special location." "All right." Although Son Wukong was uncertain of Subai's intentions, he complied without hesitation. "Master Roshi, we shall take our leave," Subai said with a smile, before he and Son Wukong vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they found themselves standing before the celestial palace, in the presence of the deity. Meanwhile, Krillin and Master Roshi stood in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief. "Wait. Wukong and the other Zoras have vanished," Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Master Roshi gazed at the empty seat and thought to himself, "This Subai fellow is truly enigmatic. He possesses such an extraordinary level of skill." "What? Krillin?" Are you saying that Subai and Wukong's auras have disappeared? Where have they gone? You must tell me. Bulma shook Krillin's clothes vigorously, her anxiety evident. Chapter 11. The Serpent's Path in the Celestial Hall. The deity was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Subai and Sun Wukong. He had long been aware that powerful beings would descend upon Blue Star a year hence. He had intended to seek out Sun Wukong, but was surprised to find both him and Subai appearing before him unexpectedly. The deity scrutinized Subai closely, astonished at the boy's abilities. Such a skill, capable of instantaneously teleporting from a distant location to the Celestial Hall, was something he had never witnessed, even in his divine existence. Wow, Subai. That move is incredibly impressive. How did you manage to bring me here so swiftly from such a far-off place? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The effectiveness of this skill for travel was astounding, far surpassing the speed of the flying nimbus and the sky dance technique. Subai smiled slightly. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Really? Is that true? Sun Wukong was visibly thrilled. Subai nodded, replying, of course. However, just as Sun Wukong was about to speak further, the deity gently cleared his throat. Realizing he was in the Celestial Hall, Sun Wukong quickly greeted the deity. Subai followed suit. Greetings, Lord Deity, I am Subai. Subai? The deity appraised the young man before him. Until now, he had been unaware of such a remarkable individual hidden within Blue Star. What brings you both to seek my presence? The deity inquired, curious about why Subai had brought Sun Wukong to the Celestial Hall. Right, Subai, weren't we supposed to find a place to cultivate? Why have we come to the Celestial Hall? Sun Wukong asked, echoing the deity's curiosity. At this, the deity's face flushed slightly. He perceived Sun Wukong's implication that both he and Bobo were not particularly strong, insinuating that training here would be of little use. Nevertheless, he bore no ill will towards Sun Wukong. The latter's straightforward nature was well known. Subai cast a glance at Sun Wukong, feeling a twinge of anxiety. This fellow certainly spoke his mind without any reservations. It was fortunate that he was addressing a deity. Had it been someone less magnanimous, they might have been expelled on the spot. Subai promptly stated, this is indeed the most suitable place I could think of for our cultivation. Furthermore, Lord Deity, your vast experience surely can aid us in significantly enhancing our strength within a year to confront the two imminent adversaries. He did not directly request the deity to lead them to King Kai, but instead subtly suggested it. To state it outright would undoubtedly raise the deity's suspicions, potentially complicating their plans. Moreover, he worried that the deity might only take Sun Wukong to meet King Kai. Thus he emphasized the approaching enemies. Given his current weaknesses, he felt it prudent to remain discreet. Otherwise, he might not survive the ordeal. Listening to Subai, the deity's expression softened considerably. He glanced at Sun Wukong and Subai, remarking, indeed, I possess no methods here that could rapidly elevate your strength. However, I know of someone who can enhance your abilities significantly in a short time, enabling you to defeat the foes soon to descend upon Blue Star. Who is this person? Can you take us to meet him now? Sun Wukong pressed eagerly. Subai shared his enthusiasm, knowing that a year of training on King Kai's planet would undoubtedly lead to tremendous growth. Moreover, King Kai's signature techniques, the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, were formidable skills that would play a critical role in the future. Wukong, hold on. I will take you both there now. The deity chuckled lightly, tapping his staff, releasing a surge of mystical energy that enveloped Sun Wukong and Subai as they were transported to the underworld. As they stepped through the gates of the underworld, Subai sighed in relief, his earlier apprehensions alleviated. He had feared the deity might not include him. Soon, the deity led them to meet King Yama. Without delay, he conveyed all that had transpired to King Yama at a swift pace. Thus, I have brought them here in the hope that Lord King Yama will allow them to meet Lord King Kai. King Yama, holding a quill, pondered briefly before responding. If you are so eager to meet King Kai, then go on your own. Upon hearing this, the deity felt a wave of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord King Yama. Suddenly, Sun Wukong asked curiously, Lord King Yama, did someone named Raditz come here recently? King Yama flipped through his records, confirming, indeed. A Raditz came by not long ago. He is your brother and has descended into the underworld. Did he cause any trouble? Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. Of course he did. But I easily subdued him, King Yama replied with a smile. Sun Wukong was astonished. You managed to restrain such a powerful being. He then turned to the deity, suggesting, why not let this gentleman train Subai and me? The deity quickly interrupted, Lord King Yama's strength far exceeds that of King Yama. I heard that. Blue Star's deity. Are you courting death by suggesting such? King Yama's voice resonated ominously. Startled, the deity hastily apologized. I beg your pardon, Lord King Yama. I did not expect you to hear that. You truly possess ears of the underworld. Ha ha ha. You truly lack a sense of humor. King Yama replied with a sidelong glance. Should you wish to visit King Kai, I will arrange for someone to guide you. King Yama scanned Subai and son Wukong, adding, however, should either of you fall from the serpent's path, I will not intervene. Thank you, Lord King Yama. Subai clasped his hands together, a smile gracing his lips. Very well. King Yama waved dismissively, summoning a spirit who would drive son Wukong and Subai toward the entrance of the serpent's path. Subai, Wukong, you must both do your utmost. The deity called out before hastily departing the underworld. Remaining there was too much pressure. In the vehicle, the spirit glanced at Subai and son Wukong, remarking, You two are quite bold, daring to traverse the serpent's path. It stretches 1,000,000 kilometers and is fraught with peril. Should you slip, your lives will be forfeit. Over the years, only Lord King Yama has successfully navigated the serpent's path. The driving spirit scoffed at Subai and son Wukong, convinced they would surely meet their doom. Believing success was impossible for them. However, both Subai and son Wukong wore smiles, undeterred by his words. They were filled with confidence, entirely unfazed by the spirit's warnings. Before long, an endless expanse of the serpent's path came into view. This is the serpent's path. You two should take care, the spirit declared before driving away. Chapter 12. The rapid progress of Subai gazing at the endless snake way. A gentle smile graced Subai's lips. It presented an exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Wukong, let us embark. Subai's eyes turned to the eager son Wukong. All right. Son Wukong nodded vigorously, leaping onto the snake way. Suddenly, he recalled something, turning to Subai and suggesting, Why don't you use that skill to transport me directly to the king of the worlds? The snake way stretched an entire 1,000,000 kilometers, and he was reluctant to squander time traversing it. Subai shook his head gently, replying, The distance is too great. With my current strength, I cannot sense the king's aura. Thus, I cannot employ instant transmission. He spoke the truth. Moreover, even if he could sense the king's energy, he would refrain from using instant transmission directly to King Kai's planet. The gravity there is tenfold that of Blue Star. Should he suddenly appear, his body would surely be overwhelmed. Thus, running along the snake way while training was the most prudent choice at present. Oh, is that so? What a pity. Then we must run there. Son Wukong expressed his regret. Wukong, this is also a form of training for us. Let us give it our all. Subai chuckled lightly and activated his sky dance technique, racing towards the end of the snake way. Son Wukong followed closely, exerting his full strength to keep up. Moments later, Son Wukong overtook Subai, leaving him far behind. Son Wukong's speed significantly surpassed Subai's current capabilities. Observing the widening gap between them, Subai gritted his teeth and pushed himself to maintain pace, striving not to fall too far behind. After flying for a while, Subai was drenched in sweat, feeling his stamina severely depleted. However, he did not stop to rest. Instead, he switched to running vigorously along the snake way. Soon after, Son Wukong also abandoned the sky dance technique in favor of running, realizing that the former was too taxing. Even he could not sustain it for long. After several hours of continuous running, Son Wukong could no longer persevere and halted to rest. Once he stopped, he belatedly realized Subai was nowhere in sight. Understanding that he had run too quickly for Subai to keep up, Son Wukong felt a tinge of embarrassment, thinking he should have waited for him. About 20 minutes later, Subai reappeared in Son Wukong's line of sight. Seeing Subai, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Son Wukong suggested, Let us take a break. There is still plenty of time. Subai shook his head, showing no inclination to rest, as he dashed past Son Wukong and continued forward. Son Wukong admired Subai's determination as he watched his retreating figure. Subai, I'll wait for you ahead, he called out, then sprinted ahead at a speed several times greater than Subai's. Subai remained silent, focusing solely on running at his maximum speed. Thus, the distance between him and Son Wukong continued to stretch until he could no longer sense Son Wukong's presence at all. With sweat pouring down and panting heavily, Subai felt an uncanny peace within. He maintained his pace until he reached the point of utter exhaustion, collapsing onto the snake way to rest. After several hours of recuperation, Subai felt his fatigue greatly alleviated, his senses invigorated. He rose once more and resumed his run along the snake way. This time, he distinctly sensed that his speed had improved considerably. Not only that, but his stamina had also increased significantly. Thus, after 2.5 days of relentless running, Subai once again detected Sun Wukong's aura. Similarly, Sun Wukong also sensed Subai's presence. A hint of surprise flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he mused. Subai's progress is indeed swift. He has nearly caught up with me. Sensing the approaching energy, Sun Wukong quickened his pace, secretly competing with Subai. As Sun Wukong accelerated, Subai smiled faintly and pushed himself to keep up. A day later, Sun Wukong's figure became distinctly visible to Subai. Sun Wukong turned to Subai, astonished by his rapid advancement. In merely a few days, Subai had transformed remarkably. His speed had notably increased, and his stamina had multiplied several times over. Previously, a brief run would leave Subai drenched in sweat. But now he felt entirely different. His condition was far superior. Even during an all-out sprint, it took a while for him to break a sweat. As Subai felt the palpable changes in his body, he felt a surge of joy. Indeed, King Frieza's talent was extraordinary. It was no wonder that after a decade of training in another dimension, he could easily surpass the perfected Ultra Instinct and the Self-Absolute Instinct of Vegeta. With a swift motion, Subai surpassed Sun Wukong on the Snake Way for the first time. Watching Subai's rapidly receding figure, Sun Wukong immediately gave chase with all his might. Yet, despite employing every ounce of his strength, he could not catch up with Subai, who continued to distance himself even further. Motivated by this spectacle, Sun Wukong intensified his efforts, pushing past his limits. However, no matter how many times he broke through his own boundaries, he remained unable to close the gap, consistently left behind by Subai. After several days of vigorous running, Subai, having once again surpassed his limits, gradually came to a halt. He was famished, utterly unable to continue. Half an hour later, a breathless Sun Wukong caught up. Subai, your speed is unbelievable. You vanished in the blink of an eye. I simply cannot keep up. Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Subai's rate of progress was akin to riding a rocket, truly remarkable. He vividly recalled that at the beginning, his speed had far exceeded Subai's. Now, however, the roles had reversed, with Subai's speed vastly surpassing his own. Subai smiled slightly, replying, it's just luck, just luck. Sun Wukong lay on the Snake Way, remarking, you are far too modest. After a pause, he inquired, are you hungry? Before Subai could respond, his growling stomach provided the answer. The two exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Surveying the endless expanse of the Snake Way, Subai and Sun Wukong almost simultaneously dove onto the nearby clouds, feasting heartily. After satisfying their hunger, the duo resumed their journey. During their travels, they encountered a magnificent palace. Sun Wukong expressed a desire to enter and grab a bite, but Subai insisted they continue on, not wishing to waste time. Thus, Subai and Sun Wukong sprinted with unwavering determination for a full 2 months, finally reaching the end of the Snake Way. Their pace had surpassed Sun Wukong's original completion time by a full 4 months. Throughout these 2 months, aside from their relentless running, they also engaged in sparring sessions. Under Subai's relentless persuasion, Sun Wukong acknowledged Subai as his elder brother. Initially, Subai was no match for the experienced Sun Wukong, but after several bouts, Subai's strength surged, allowing him to completely overpower Sun Wukong. In the subsequent matches, Subai consistently held the upper hand, leaving Sun Wukong with no victories. The astonishing speed of Subai's progress left Sun Wukong utterly astounded. Subai was the fastest advancing individual he had ever encountered, a phenomenon beyond words. Though reluctant to admit it, Sun Wukong had no choice but to acknowledge that Subai's strength had far surpassed his own. The king of the universe has finally arrived. Subai stood at the end of the serpentine path, gazing at the planet in the distance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 13. The Assessment of the King of the North. Brother, we have reached the end of the serpent path. That must be where Lord King resides. Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing towards the distant King's star, his face aglow with anticipation. Subai nodded gently, affirming, indeed, that is King's star. Excellent, we have finally arrived. Sun Wukong exclaimed, overflowing with excitement as he leapt towards King's star. However, halfway through his jump, a powerful force enveloped him, drawing him irresistibly towards the planet. The sudden, overwhelming pull rendered Sun Wukong's body uncontrollable as he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. What is happening? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, struggling under an unprecedented weight as he slowly rose to his feet. Subai stood upon the serpent's tail, observing intently. 10 times the gravity. It truly lives up to its reputation. Subai inhaled deeply before leaping towards King Star. Just as with Sun Wukong, a tremendous force immediately seized him, pulling him sharply forward. Yet, undeterred by the sudden pressure, Subai maintained his composure, skillfully adjusting his posture to accommodate the gravitational pull. After executing a deft somersault, he landed firmly upon the surface of King Star. Phew! Subai exhaled slowly. The tenfold gravity here is indeed far more daunting than on Blue Star. In this moment, he felt a surge of gratitude for his earlier decision. Had he arrived on King Star without preparation, his body would surely have been crushed under such immense weight. Wow, wow, wow. Truly remarkable, brother, Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at Subai as he stood steadily. Unable to suppress his admiration, having experienced a similar ordeal, he understood just how challenging it was to land with such poise. With a slight smile, Subai surveyed his surroundings, saying little. Suddenly, a large gorilla came into view, striding confidently across the terrain of King Star as if the gravity had no effect on him whatsoever. Lord King, Sun Wukong shouted, pointing excitedly at the gorilla. Oh, the gorilla vocalized, raising its arms overhead as it continued to walk around. Huh? Sun Wukong observed this spectacle with confusion, mimicking the gorilla's actions. Lord King, what are you doing? He inquired, grappling with the immense pressure. Wukong, that cannot be Lord King, Subai chuckled, watching Sun Wukong's comical mimicry. Not Lord King. Sun Wukong was taken aback. At that moment, a figure appeared silently beside Subai and Sun Wukong, startling them both. Sun Wukong turned to see who had materialized beside them, surprised at how stealthily the person had approached. If that individual bore ill intent, the situation could have turned dire. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked instinctively. He. I am. The person, adorned with two antennae, quickly turned away from Subai and Sun Wukong. King. As the last syllable escaped, the king erupted into laughter, covering his mouth with glee. Subai and Sun Wukong were momentarily taken aback by this scene. Subai had known about the king's penchant for corny jokes, yet he never anticipated that the king's humor could be so painfully unfunny. He stood there, nearly scratching the ground with his toes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the king's intentions. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong incredulously asked, "You are Lord King?" The king turned to face Subai and Sun Wukong, his brow furrowed. He had not expected that his carefully crafted joke would fail to amuse them. Well, it seems I must perform another joke for you. The king sighed and began to act as if he were on a phone call. Hello, how strange. Why is no one answering the call? Subai. Sun Wukong. Huh. The king observed the unresponsive Subai and Sun Wukong, feeling a flicker of irritation. However, Subai quickly stifled a laugh, clutching his stomach and subtly encouraging Sun Wukong to join in. Ha, Lord King? Your joke is utterly hilarious. Sun Wukong gazed at Subai, bewildered. Brother, what are you? Before he could finish, the king's voice interrupted. I do not teach those lacking a sense of humor. Sun Wukong? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong finally understood why Subai had nudged him to laugh. He wasted no time in joining the laughter. Yes, brother is right, Lord King. Your joke is truly delightful. Ha. Seeing this, the king's lips curled into a smile, his mood visibly lifted. Your reflexes are rather slow. The king directed his gaze at Sun Wukong, feigning reprimand while inwardly reveling in amusement. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head. You two wish to seek my guidance and training, correct? The king scanned Subai and Sun Wukong. Yes, Lord King. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Subai contemplated informing the king that they were not here to learn corny jokes, but decided against it. I can teach you both, but first, you must pass my assessment, the king declared. Assessment? Lord King, what kind of assessment? Sun Wukong inquired. As long as you can make me laugh, I will teach you. I must warn you, my sense of humor is quite refined, the king proclaimed confidently. Telling jokes. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in panic. He was utterly unskilled in such matters. Desperate, he cast a pleading glance at Subai. Subai smiled reassuringly, indicating for him to relax and follow his lead. Lord King, I shall begin, Subai said, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully. The king nodded, intrigued by what kind of humor Subai would present. Subai looked at the king and boldly declared, 1 + 1 = 2. The king's eyes widened in surprise before he burst into laughter. There is a tree. I did not bring my phone. The audience is the most handsome person in the world. Subai continued to recite several quips. The king laughed uproariously, rolling on the ground. You are called Subai, correct? Ha, splendid. You have passed the assessment. After a prolonged fit of laughter, the king finally calmed down. Son Wukong, is that even acceptable? He was left utterly bewildered. Lord King, I shall begin. Son Wukong clasped his hands together and bowed. With the king's nod of approval, Son Wukong followed suit. The quilt flew away. The silly cat fell asleep. As expected, the moment he finished, the king erupted into laughter once more, and Son Wukong successfully passed the assessment. Lord Kai, surely you can impart to us the method to defeat the Saiyans now. Son Wukong inquired with palpable eagerness. Huh, weren't you two here to learn how to tell jokes? Lord Kai was momentarily taken aback. Both Subai and Son Wukong nodded in unison. Had I known you two sought my expertise in combat, we could have saved so much time. Lord Kai's face flushed with embarrassment. Though Subai had anticipated Lord Kai's response, he chose to exercise caution, refraining from divulging their true intentions right away. Just moments ago, Son Wukong had nearly been dismissed for failing to elicit laughter. One could only imagine the chaos that would ensue from an absence of humor. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall impart to you a few techniques, Lord Kai declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, both Subai and Son Wukong could hardly conceal their joy. A slight smile graced Subai's lips. The Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb were indeed exceedingly potent techniques within the entire Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 14. The Commencement of Training, the Arrogant Girigiri. Both of you, stand in a line, the King of the Universe commanded, gesturing towards Subai and Son Wukong. Understood, they replied, enduring the immense gravitational force as they positioned themselves 2 meters apart. Since you are here to learn martial arts, let us see you exert your utmost effort and jump. The King of the Universe instructed. Very well, my lord. I shall go first, Son Wukong declared, taking his stance and leaping with all his might. With a whoosh, he soared several meters high on the planet with 10 times the normal gravity. The King of the Universe gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him. Son Wukong's performance far exceeded his expectations. To leap so high under such gravitational pressure was indeed remarkable. He had anticipated that Son Wukong would manage only 3 or 4 meters at most. After all, even King Yama had only managed to leap 2 to 3 meters. Wukong. Splendid, splendid. The King of the Universe exclaimed, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Today had truly proven to be a fortunate day. He believed that given time, Son Wukong would undoubtedly carve out a significant place for himself. Laughing quietly to himself, he envisioned boasting about this achievement in front of the other kings. Subai. It is your turn to jump now. The King of the Universe shifted his gaze to Subai. Nodding, Subai focused intently, channeling all his strength into his legs. And with a powerful leap, propelled himself into the air. In an instant, his body shot up like a cannonball, reaching over 30 meters in height. Moreover, a distinct footprint marred the ground, with cracks radiating outward from the impact. The King of the Universe and Son Wukong stared wide-eyed. Utterly stunned, the king rubbed his eyes vigorously, unwilling to accept what he was witnessing. Yet, no matter how he rubbed, the reality remained unchanged. Subai had indeed leaped over 30 meters on the King's planet. The King of the Universe was taken aback, his emotions tumultuous. To witness someone leap such a height under 10 times normal gravity was a first in his long existence. Even the esteemed disciple of the West King, known as the greatest fighter, could not achieve such heights. Brother, your strength is astonishing, Son Wukong exclaimed, overwhelmed by shock. Just 2 months prior, Subai's abilities paled in comparison to his own. In a mere 2 months, Subai had surpassed him by more than double. The speed of this advancement was simply unbelievable, like riding a rocket. Son Wukong gazed at Subai, who had landed gracefully, viewing him as the target of his aspirations. He silently vowed that one day he would surpass Subai. The King of the Universe fixed his gaze on Subai, taking a deep breath. He could already envision the envious and resentful expressions of the other kings when he brought Subai to meetings in different galaxies. The West King and his so-called best disciple will be nothing compared to Subai. The King of the Universe felt an overwhelming excitement at the prospect of showcasing Subai, especially to the West Galaxy. Previously, the West King had boasted of his exceptional disciple, but now, he would finally have the chance to reclaim his pride. Haraha. The King of the Universe chuckled to himself. My lord, what is the matter? Son Wukong inquired, puzzled, realizing he had let his thoughts slip. The King of the Universe's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, nothing, nothing. The more he observed Subai and Son Wukong, the more he appreciated them. Not only was Subai exceptionally gifted, but even Son Wukong's talent surpassed that of the best disciple. Initially, When the best disciple leaped on the West King's planet, he barely cleared 11 meters. The king of the universe resolved in his heart to dedicate himself to training Subai and son Wukong, imparting all his knowledge to them. Baburus, Girigiri, come over here. The king summoned casually. With a great leap, a large gorilla descended from a tree and approached swiftly. Simultaneously, a grasshopper flew in at remarkable speed. Subai, Wukong, I will now commence targeted training for both of you to enhance your abilities, the king of the universe announced, glancing at Baburus and Girigiri. A smile forming on his lips. Thank you, my lord. Subai and son Wukong beamed with excitement. Now, I must inform you that the strength of those two Saiyans has already surpassed mine. If you wish to defeat them, you must also exceed my power. The king of the universe advised earnestly. Those two have already surpassed the king. Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. Yet, instead of feeling fearful, he became even more invigorated. Do not worry, my lord. My brother and I will definitely defeat those two. Son Wukong declared with determination. Good. The king nodded. Now, I shall assign your training. Wukong, your task is to capture Baburus in the shortest time possible, the king instructed, pointing to the gorilla. Understood, my lord. Son Wukong nodded vigorously, filled with fighting spirit. Subai, your task is to capture Girigiri in the shortest time possible. The king then turned to Subai, indicating the small grasshopper. Subai regarded Girigiri, who hovered in midair, and nodded. It was evident that the king had high expectations for him, initiating his training by challenging him to capture Girigiri. In Subai's recollection, it had taken son Wukong several months to capture Baburus before he even began to pursue Girigiri. Let us begin, the king commanded, prompting Subai and son Wukong to spring into action. They raced in opposite directions, exerting every ounce of strength as they pursued their targets. While they ran, it felt as though they were barely moving. Under the influence of the planet's gravity, their feet felt as if they were weighed down with lead. Each step consumed tremendous energy. Subai fared slightly better, yet he was not far behind. Baburus, with a playful flick of his tail, taunted son Wukong, his silence brimming with mockery. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to chase after him. Girigiri, with a disdainful smile, flitted around Subai, making faces and circling him incessantly. The buzzing of his wings seemed to mock, "You think you can catch me, you worthless fool? Dream on." Subai reached out to intercept Girigiri, yet each attempt fell short. Often, before he could extend his hand, Girigiri had already darted to another location. Seeing this, Girigiri's arrogance swelled as he hovered above Subai's palm, continuously provoking him. Despite the taunts, Subai remained calm and focused, diligently attempting to seize Girigiri. Each step he took and every motion of his hands helped him adapt rapidly to the gravity of the King's planet. Unbeknownst to him, his body was undergoing a profound transformation. Thus, after 3 days of relentless pursuit, Subai had fully acclimated to the planet's gravity, moving as if on solid ground. Is this all you can do? You think you can catch me with such feeble skills? Train for another 100 years. Girigiri scoffed, perching effortlessly in Subai's palm as usual. Chapter 15. The bet Subai, I stand within the palm of your hand. Come and seize me. Gu-Ligali's expression was one of disdain as he beckoned with his finger. Listening to the derisive tones that reached his ears, Subai's lips curved into a slight smile. What is this, Subai? Are you too timid to even make a move today? Have you simply given up? He chuckled mockingly. You truly are a waste. I cannot fathom what Lord King of the Realm was thinking in allowing a useless being like you to attempt to capture me from the start. Gu-Ligali cast a scornful glance at Subai and continued, let me tell you, even Yama, who has been training here for quite some time, would not be able to touch a single hair on me. With a laugh filled with arrogance, he persistently provoked Subai, entirely dismissing him. He believed that Subai was akin to that Yama fellow. Not only could he not catch him, but he would never even be able to lay a finger on him. This entire scene unfolded under the watchful eyes of the King of the Realm, who observed with a slight smile, eager to see what method Subai would employ to address this situation. Subai stood still, gazing intently at the languid Gu-Ligali resting in his palm. You seem quite confident, believing so firmly that I cannot capture you? Upon hearing this, Gu-Ligali burst into laughter. You, with your pitiful abilities, think you can catch me? Such delusions. It's not that I look down on you, but at your current level, it would take you months just to grasp that buffoon Baburus. And you wish to capture me? Perhaps after another century of training. Gu-Ligali scoffed, continuing to taunt Subai by beckoning him again. Unfazed, Subai responded calmly, and if I do capture you, what then? Gu-Ligali erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world. You think you can catch me? Are you still asleep? Let me tell you. If you manage to catch me, I will kneel and bow to you 3 times, calling you father thrice. Gu Lightly spoke dismissively, completely discounting Subai. You said it yourself. Subai chuckled lightly. What of it? Do you truly believe you can be caught by me? Gu Lightly, you might want to fly out of my palm first, lest you find yourself caught and deny it later, Subai remarked coolly. Ha ha ha, Subai, have you been stimulated by something today? Catch me? Gu Lightly sneered. I'm lying here in your palm. If you can catch me, I will not go back on my word. Well, you said it yourself. Subai replied nonchalantly. Before Gu Lightly could retort, Subai suddenly clapped his hands together with a speed that was several times faster than before. Watching Subai's hands close at an astonishing velocity, Gu Lightly's expression shifted dramatically. Subai's speed had surpassed anything he had previously experienced. In a moment of panic, Gu Lightly attempted to flee at its utmost speed, desperate to escape Subai's rapidly closing palms. Yet, despite its swiftest effort, it was too late. With a resounding clap, Subai's palms met, ensnaring Gu Lightly within his grasp. And no, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu Lightly was aghast, nearly losing his composure. He could not accept the reality of being captured, unwilling to believe such a fate. However, whether he believed it or not, he could not alter the fact that he had indeed been caught by Subai. Inside the room, the king of the realm was taken aback at this turn of events. It has only been a few days, and he has captured him. Subai's speed in catching Gu Lightly far exceeded his expectations. In his plans, he had anticipated that even with great speed, Subai would require at least 2 months to capture Gu Lightly. Goodness! The king of the realm gasped, realizing he had severely underestimated Subai's talent. Meanwhile, Baburus, who had been toying with Sun Wukong, suddenly halted, his face a mask of disbelief as he turned towards Subai's direction. Sun Wukong, perplexed, followed Baburus's gaze. The next moment, he was utterly shocked. Brother, you caught that grasshopper? Subai slowly turned, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze, and nodded gently. Under the calm scrutiny of Subai, Sun Wukong could not help but swallow hard. Truly, you are remarkable, brother. With confirmation, a storm of emotion surged within him, leaving him in awe. He had witnessed how swift Gu Lightly was, at least several times faster than Baburus. He, who could barely touch a hair on Baburus, was astounded that Subai could capture Gu Lightly. It became clear to Sun Wukong that he needed to push himself further. If this continued, he would only fall further behind his brother, potentially never able to catch up. He silently vowed, brimming with determination, never to let himself lag too far behind. Gu Lightly, it is time for you to fulfill the bet we made. Subai gradually opened his palm, a playful smile gracing his lips. A bet? Sun Wukong perked up at these words, rushing over to ask, Brother, what bet? Baburus and the king of the realm soon joined them. The king of the realm, recalling Gu Lightly's disgruntled expression, remembered the wager between him and Subai and burst into laughter, holding his belly. Lord King, what is so amusing? Sun Wukong asked, intrigued by the sudden laughter. The king pointed at Gu Lightly, laughing so hard he could hardly speak. Gu Lightly, listening to the incessant laughter, found the sound grating. He glared at Subai, fist clenched tightly, teeth gritted, seething with indignation. He believed that had he been prepared, had he not been careless, there was no way Subai could have caught him. Meeting Gu Lightly's defiant gaze, Subai asked coolly, What is this? Are you planning to renege on the bet? Gu Lightly glared at Subai, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Fine, fine, I will fulfill the bet, Gu Lightly shouted, slowly descending to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he knelt before Subai and bowed 3 resounding times, calling him father as he did so. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong finally understood the nature of the wager between Subai and Gu Lightly and burst into laughter, holding his belly. Baburus and the king of the realm were even more exaggerated, rolling on the ground with laughter, tears streaming from their eyes. Brother, this bet is truly ruthless. You exerted no effort and yet gained a son. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Hee hee, Wukong, you too have gained a nephew, Subai replied with a slight smile. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and approached Gu Lightly, extending a greeting. Hello, nephew. It is a pleasure to meet you. Gu Lightly, upon hearing this, felt an inferno ignite within him, seething with rage. Ignoring Sun Wukong, he directed his furious gaze back at Subai, gritting his teeth. It was merely my oversight that allowed you, a waste, to catch me. Subai, do you dare to bet with me again? The loser will kneel and bow 100 times, calling the winner father 100 times. What say you? Do you still dare to wager with me? Chapter 16, Apology Nephew. How could you say that? How could you call your father a waste? Son Wukong frowned at the words spilling from Gregor's mouth. You. Gregor clenched his fists, his teeth grinding as he glared at Sun Wukong, unable to utter a single word. Am I wrong? He challenged. Lord Kai, Baburis, please adjudicate this matter for me. Am I in the wrong? Sun Wukong earnestly turned to Lord Kai and Baburis, genuinely seeking their judgment. Their laughter only grew louder in response, resonating throughout the King S planet. No. Wukong, you are absolutely right. Not a single error. Lord Kai laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground, unable to contain his mirth. Oh. Baburis joined in the raucous laughter, exclaiming as if to say, you are indeed correct. Gregor should not have spoken ill of his father. Gregor's face turned a deep shade of red, trembling with rage, his teeth nearly cracking from the pressure. He fixed a furious gaze on Subai and shouted, Subai, dare you to wager with me once more? Subai's lips curled into a subtle smile as he calmly regarded Gregor, deliberately replying, I've already gained an advantage. I shall not wager with you again. You. At these words, Gregor's body shook even more violently, his face turning crimson with fury. He pointed a trembling finger at Subai, his anger peaking. The fact that Subai gained the upper hand and chose not to continue infuriated Gregor to the brink of bloodshed. At that moment, he felt utterly cheated. Moreover, the most unbearable part was knowing that he had suffered a significant loss without any means of retaliation. This was the reality he found most intolerable. Subai, you. Gregor stuttered, pointing at Subai, a storm of frustration brewing within him. Yet he had no outlet for his anger. His glare could have pierced through stone. Had his gaze been lethal, Subai would have been reduced to mere fragments. In the face of Gregor's fierce glare, Subai remained unflinching, his emotions as calm as a still lake. Observing Subai's demeanor, Gregor's vision blurred, and he fainted on the spot from sheer rage. Lord Kai and Baburis, witnessing Gregor's fainting spell, laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Today was indeed the happiest day they had experienced in many years. After a moment, Gregor slowly regained consciousness. As he awoke, he heard Lord Kai's boisterous laughter. Following the sound, he beheld an unforgettable scene. Lord Kai had somehow recorded everything with his special abilities, and now he was replaying the video of Gregor's fainting episode. Lord Kai, Gregor's lips twitched as he quickly flew to Lord Kai's side, at a loss for words. Gregor, that performance of yours could be included in the comedic curriculum of the 4 great galaxies. Lord Kai chuckled, continuing, I intend to send this video to the great Lord Kai soon, so that it can be circulated among the galaxies, allowing everyone to witness the might of our northern galaxy. Lord Kai spoke with utmost sincerity. He truly intended to send the video to the great Lord Kai. Lord Kai, surely you needn't do that. Gregor stammered, his lips twitching as he spoke. Having lived alongside Lord Kai for so many years, he fully understood his character. If Lord Kai claimed he would send the video, he would undoubtedly follow through. Oh, come now. Why not? The treasures of our northern galaxy deserve to be shared with the other galaxies. Gregor, I assure you, once this video is sent out by the great Lord Kai, you will undoubtedly rise to fame across the 4 great galaxies, becoming a star. Do you not wish to be a sensation throughout the cosmos? Lord Kai laughed. Gregor could only think, a star? More like a laughingstock. He was certain that if the video were released, he would become the butt of jokes across the galaxies, eternally etched upon the pillar of shame. Lord Kai, truly, it's unnecessary. Perhaps you should keep it for yourself. Gregor urged desperately. He did not wish to be mocked for the rest of his life. Lord Kai shook his head. Gregor, can you truly bear to let your hard-earned comedic performance fade into obscurity? Even if you were willing, I would not allow it. This matter is settled. Prepare yourself for the fame that awaits. Regardless of Gregor's protests, Lord Kai was resolute in his decision to send the video to the great Lord Kai. Seeing that he could not sway Lord Kai, Gregor turned his gaze to Subai, who was engrossed in his training. He quickly approached, saying, Subai, considering how I have called you father several times, could you possibly assist me with something? With his head bowed, Gregor had lost all of his initial arrogance. His tone softened considerably. Subai gradually ceased his actions and turned to Gregor, inquiring, what is it? Gregor took a deep breath and said, could you perhaps persuade Lord Kai not to send the video of my fainting to the great Lord Kai? If that video circulates among the 4 great galaxies, I will be utterly finished. Gregor kept his head low, unable to meet Subai's gaze, his heart racing with uncertainty about whether Subai would indeed help him, especially after how he had treated him previously. Is that all? It's a small matter. Subai replied. You agree? Gregor's head shot up in disbelief. Subai nodded. Upon hearing Subai's affirmative response, Gregor was overwhelmed with joy, yet his emotions were a tangled mess. After a few moments of silence, Gregor bowed deeply to Subai and sincerely apologized. Subai, I am truly sorry. This was all my fault. Subai waved his hand dismissively. We are even now. As he spoke, Subai turned and walked towards Lord Kai. Gregor watched Subai's retreating figure, feeling an unfamiliar heaviness in his heart, more painful than ever before. Lord Kai, I wish to consult you about something. What is it, Subai? Well, suddenly, as Subai approached Lord Kai, he pretended to stumble and fell to the ground, deliberately collapsing onto the device that played the video. With a resounding crash, the video vanished into thin air. What? This. Lord Kai's eyes widened in shock, nearly on the verge of tears. My video, he lamented. His face contorted in despair. Gregor observed the scene, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. At last, his reputation was saved. He looked at Subai's figure, filled with gratitude. No, this cannot end like this. Gregor, come here. Quickly, reenact your apology to Subai, Lord Kai shouted. Subai. Gregor. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded on King's planet. Gregor repeatedly called out Daddy Subai, before fainting, cycling through the performance dozens of times. Alas, Gregor, you can no longer replicate your initial classic performance. Lord Kai shook his head in disappointment. Lord Kai, my apologies. It is all my fault. Subai said. No, it is not your fault. Such is fate. The despondent king of the realm slowly entered the room, 2 streams of tears cascading down his cheeks. The very capital I once boasted before those individuals has vanished. The king lamented inwardly. A week later, Subai was effortlessly able to capture the ancient Gregorii. Indeed, Gregorii found himself devoid of any chance of escape beneath Subai's grasp. He was seized the moment he attempted to take flight. Encouraged by Subai, son Wukong also succeeded in capturing Baburis. One bright morning, the king of the realm summoned Subai and son Wukong together. Today, he intended to impart to them the culmination of his lifelong knowledge. Chapter 17. The Kaioken. Lord Kao, Subai and son Wukong clasped their fists in greeting as the Kao approached. The Kao smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He surveyed Subai and son Wukong, a grin adorning his lips as he slowly remarked, to be honest, you two are the most extraordinarily gifted individuals I have encountered throughout my long life. Your rapid progress has not gone unnoticed, particularly yours, Subai. Your advancement has been so swift that I sometimes question whether I am dreaming. The KO's gaze lingered on Subai, his smile radiant. Subai scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise. Lord Ko, I merely have been fortunate, he replied modestly. Hearing this, the KO's smile widened even further. Subai, not only are you exceptionally talented and progressing rapidly, but your humility is also truly rare. The KO nodded in satisfaction. His attention then shifted to son Wukong. Wukong, although your growth has been slightly slower than Subai's, you are still an exceptional talent among many. Remember, you must not be impatient. Steady and diligent practice is essential. One day, you too will reach the heights of Subai. Lord Ko, I will strive to do so. One day, I shall catch up to my elder brother. Son Wukong declared resolutely, his determination shining through. During this time, he had truly witnessed what it meant to be a real genius. He had seen Subai's transformation from someone weaker than himself to someone who now surpassed him entirely. The speed of Subai's improvement was akin to that of a rocket. Moreover, Subai's diligence was particularly admirable, a quality that son Wukong respected immensely. Elder brother, you must be cautious. I might just surpass you when you least expect it. Son Wukong chuckled. Subai smiled slightly. Wukong, I await that day. Today, I will impart all that I have learned to you both. You must be diligent in your studies. Are you prepared? My ultimate techniques are incomprehensibly challenging. Can you handle it? The KO's voice resonated, his excitement surpassing even that of Subai and son Wukong. Upon hearing this, both Subai and son Wukong nodded in unison. Let us give it a try. With a smile playing on his lips, Subai was finally able to commence his formal training in the Kaioken. Having learned my ultimate technique, you must share a common ambition to become the greatest in the universe, both in body and spirit. Is that understood? We understand. Subai and son Wukong affirmed, their gazes resolute as they nodded earnestly. The Ko, witnessing their steadfast expressions, felt a surge of excitement within him. He firmly believed that Subai and son Wukong would master the Kaioken. Additionally, he intended to pass on the technique he himself had never mastered, the spirit bomb. Subai, The technique I am about to teach you is called the Kaioken. When employed in battle, it can instantaneously double your fighting power. The KO explained. It can double my combat strength instantly? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Such a technique was truly extraordinary. Indeed, the KO affirmed with a nod. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the Kaioken places a significant burden on the body. If your body cannot withstand the strain, it could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, you must remember, if you are not in a desperate situation, do not use the Kaioken. The KO spoke with a serious tone, emphasizing the gravity of his words. Understood. Subai and Sun Wukong replied in unison. Now, be attentive and listen closely. After the KO's admonition, he began to teach Subai and Sun Wukong the methods of employing the Kaioken. In a short time, both Subai and Sun Wukong committed everything to memory. Following their instruction in the Kaioken, the KO also imparted the spirit bomb to them. Originally, the KO had intended to teach them in 2 sessions. But upon reflecting on Subai's astonishing talent for training, he decided to convey everything at once. He believed Subai would soon master the Kaioken, thus preventing any wasted time. The Kaioken was indeed a formidable technique. Subai thought to himself, as even the method of executing the Kaioken felt extraordinary. Wukong, your body is currently insufficient to support the training of the Kaioken. You must be able to easily capture Baburis and Gurejli before you can officially begin your training. The KO warned Sun Wukong earnestly. Understood, Lord KO. Sun Wukong replied outwardly, though internally, he could hardly contain his eagerness. He planned to seek out a secluded spot shortly to commence his practice of the Kaioken. Wukong, you must remember my words. Do not begin training in the Kaioken too early. The KO reiterated. Yes, Lord KO, you need not worry. Sun Wukong assured him. Very well, the KO nodded. Then continue your training. Wukong, your next task is to capture Gurejli. Sun Wukong nodded, suppressing his desire to practice the Kaioken, and set off to pursue Gurejli. Dear nephew, I am coming to catch you. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a gentle smile. Already plotting to commence his Kaioken training once night fell and silence enveloped the world. Lord KO, I shall begin my training now, Subai announced. Bidding farewell to the KO before seeking a tranquil location to practice the Kaioken. He diligently followed the KO's teachings, training tirelessly until the night grew quiet. At long last, his efforts bore fruit, and Subai successfully mastered the Kaioken. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Subai wore a radiant smile. The Kaioken has finally been mastered. As he spoke, he glanced at his body, ready to test the power of the Kaioken. Without hesitation, Subai gathered his entire strength and began to unleash the Kaioken. Kaioken. As his voice rang out, a crimson aura enveloped Subai, unleashing tremendous power. In that instant, Subai distinctly felt the surge of his strength amplifying significantly. However, he also sensed that his body was being relentlessly countered by this overwhelming force. Immediately, Subai retracted the Kaioken, returning to his normal state. Huff, huff. Sweat beaded on Subai's brow as he gasped for breath. The burden of the Kaioken on the body was indeed substantial. Subai reflected, resolving to devote the coming days to enhancing his physical strength. At his current level of physical endurance, employing the Kaioken would leave him incapacitated before he could even engage in battle. Subai, you've mastered it so quickly? The commotion had awakened the slumbering KO, who approached Subai, astonished and incredulous. Before Subai could respond, a thunderous voice echoed in their ears. Kaioken. With a resounding boom, an immense force erupted. Yet, this power was fleeting, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's energy began to dissipate rapidly. Subai and the KO instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Sun Wukong had recklessly employed the Kaioken, and his body had succumbed to the backlash. Chapter 18. A reunion with Raditz. Alas, trouble has befallen Goku. Subai and King Kai furrowed their brows and hurriedly rushed towards the source of the commotion. Upon finding Son Goku, they were met with a grave sight. He was barely breathing, his body riddled with fractures, as if every bone had been shattered. Subai gasped at the horrifying state of Goku. Although the Kaioken technique could significantly enhance one's combat prowess in a short span, the toll it exacted on the body was indeed terrifying. If one's training was insufficient and one forced its use, it could lead to catastrophic physical collapse. Goku, why do you disregard my advice? I have implored you repeatedly to refrain from using the Kaioken for the time being. King Kai's face was etched with anxiety as he rushed to assess Goku's condition. Goku managed a weak smile. King Kai, I'm sorry. I just didn't want to fall too far behind my brother. Oh, Goku, how foolish you are. Training is a gradual process. There is no room for haste. King Kai sighed deeply, and after examining the injuries, his expression grew even more somber. The side effects of the Kaioken had ravaged Goku's body to an alarming degree. He was now teetering on the brink of death. Goku, do you realize that had we arrived, even a moment later, you would not have survived this day? King Kai swiftly employed his unique abilities to stabilize Goku's life force. I'm so sorry. King Kai, Goku managed to utter in a weak voice. Goku, do not speak. You must hold on. I will return to the blue planet immediately to fetch some senzu beans from Korin. Subai spoke urgently. Over the course of their time together, he and Goku had forged a profound friendship, becoming close allies. Witnessing Goku in such a dire state caused Subai immense distress. Subai, with your current speed, a round trip will take at least 10 days. In 10 days, Goku, King Kai sighed, his words trailing off. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Goku's condition could not endure for 10 days. King Kai, please use your sensing abilities to contact the god of the blue planet. Subai did not elaborate, opting instead to employ this method to locate the blue planet and utilize instant transmission. Very well. King Kai, though perplexed by Subai's intentions, agreed without hesitation. With a focused thought, King Kai's antennae emanated a mysterious energy, swiftly establishing contact with the god of the blue planet. Simultaneously, Subai could distinctly sense the goddess location. Without hesitation, he formed a sword-like gesture with his fingers, pressing it to his forehead, concentrating to capture the goddess aura. However, to his surprise, despite confirming the goddess location, he could not sense his aura. This is bad. The distance from King Kai's planet to the blue planet is too great. At my current strength, I cannot perceive the aura from that far. Subai's brow furrowed deeply as he glanced at Goku, lying on the ground, bloodied and increasingly faint. Subai, have you made any progress? Goku's condition is deteriorating. King Kai inquired anxiously. King Kai, the distance is too far. I cannot reach the blue planet directly. Please contact King Enma and ask him to summon several powerful beings from hell to unleash their full energy. Subai spoke rapidly. Understood. King Kai nodded and immediately reached out to King Enma. Upon learning that it was King Kai seeking him, King Enma promptly dispatched formidable fighters from hell, including Raditz. All of you, unleash your full power. At King Enma's command, Raditz and the others complied, channeling their energy to the maximum. Concurrently, King Enma elevated his own energy to its peak. I can feel it. On King Kai's planet, Subai utilized instant transmission, appearing in the underworld in an instant. This skill, King Kai marveled at the sight of Subai vanishing from his location. Such a technique, capable of transporting one across vast distances, was beyond even the most powerful of the Grand Kais. King Kai, please instruct the god of the blue planet to also elevate his energy to the maximum. Subai shouted from the underworld. Time was of the essence. Every second was precious. King Kai nodded and quickly contacted the god of the blue planet. As the god began to unleash his energy, Subai immediately sensed his presence. Phew! Subai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could sense the goddess aura from this distance. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Just as he prepared to head to the blue planet, a furious voice erupted. How dare you, you scoundrel! Raditz seethed, glaring at Subai with unbridled rage. He loathed Subai, believing that if not for him, he would not have met such a fate, nor would he have descended to hell and endured such inhumane torment. Upon seeing Raditz exposed before him, Subai smirked. I was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for my vengeance, and here you are. Haha. Today, I shall make you experience the agony of hell. Subai. If not for you, I would not have fallen to this pitiful state. Today, you will pay the blood price for your past actions. Raditz roared, his energy surging to its zenith. In an instant, a formidable pressure enveloped the area, causing weaker spirits to tremble and collapse to the ground, unable to withstand the might. Die, die, die. You will pay for this. Raditz bellowed, frantically charging at Subai with all his might, holding nothing back in his assault. Feeling the onslaught of murderous intent, Subai remained unflinching, his heart as calm as still water. In the past, he would have fled for his life. But now, things were different. The Raditz who once loomed like a mountain before him was now inconsequential. The trembling spirits watched in astonishment as Subai stood his ground, believing him to be paralyzed by fear at Raditz's overwhelming presence. This unfortunate soul had truly drawn the ire of a powerful adversary. It seemed inevitable that he would not survive this encounter. Subai, you shall perish. Raditz roared, appearing before Subai in an instant. He swung a fist with all his might, aiming to obliterate Subai's head into a bloody pulp. Raditz, do you wish to die again? Subai replied coolly, extending a single finger. With a resounding crack, Raditz's full-force strike seemed to be halted in midair, his fist unable to advance another inch. No matter how hard he tried. How? How is this possible? Raditz's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom that Subai had merely used a finger to block his most powerful attack. Chapter 19. The invasion of the Saiyans. The spirits present stood in a stupor, their expressions frozen in utter disbelief as they witnessed the astonishing scene before them. Their eyes widened in shock, momentarily convinced they were ensnared in a dream. The might of Raditz was well known to them. It was formidable. Even King Enma had exerted tremendous effort to subdue him. Yet now, Raditz's full-force strike was effortlessly halted by a mere finger. Such an occurrence was utterly unfathomable to them. King Enma, equally astounded, could hardly contain his shock. The pace at which Subai had advanced was nothing short of miraculous. He vividly recalled that just days prior, Subai had been nothing more than a weakling. How had he grown to such an extraordinary level in such a brief span of time? King Enma swallowed hard, understanding that Subai's current strength far surpassed his own. On King Kai's planet, witnessing the spectacle brought a smile to King Kai's lips. He thought to himself, truly, my disciple is remarkable. He had already resolved that once Subai and son Wukong dealt with the impending Saiyan invasion, he would take them to West Kai's planet to proudly showcase his exceptional pupil. He longed to see the envious and jealous expression on West Kai's face. Nothing could bring him greater joy. In the underworld, under the astonished gaze of King Enma and the other spirits, Subai exerted a slight force, sending Raditz crashing to the ground. Raditz, you are far too weak, Subai stated, his demeanor indifferent as he looked down upon Raditz from his elevated position. Enraged by these words, Raditz's fury ignited like wildfire. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Subai, his teeth clenched in rage. The disdainful look on Subai's face infuriated him to no end. Subai? I will kill you. Raditz bellowed, channeling all his energy into a wave of light that shot towards Subai with fierce intensity. Foolishness, Subai scoffed, his face betraying nothing but contempt. With a mere flick of his finger, Raditz's full-force energy dissipated into nothingness. This cannot be, Raditz exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features as he shook his head vigorously. Just days ago, Subai had been an ant beneath his heel. How could he have surpassed him in such a brief time? The truth was unbearable. In a desperate bid, Raditz unleashed a barrage of light waves towards Subai, attempting to overwhelm him. Yet, facing the onslaught with an expression as calm as still water, Subai remained unfazed. With a casual wave of his hand, an explosion erupted in the air, reducing Raditz's attacks to mere ashes. Raditz's eyes widened in horror, his face a tapestry of shock, indignation, and fear. In that moment, Subai's seemingly unassuming form loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, instilling a sense of despair and suffocation. Raditz, if you desire death once more, I shall oblige, Subai declared, materializing before Raditz in an instant. Without hesitation, and with Raditz's terrified gaze upon him, Subai brought his foot down with crushing force. Please. No. I was wrong. Raditz's plea was cut short as Subai's foot obliterated him, scattering his essence into the ether. With a resounding crash, a massive crater formed in the ground, fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. The spirits, including King Enma, looked on in utter shock at the overwhelming power Subai had just demonstrated, utterly eclipsing Raditz. In that instant, they comprehended the absurdity of their previous thoughts. King Enma, I shall require your assistance to elevate my energy once more, Subai requested, turning to King Enma after dispatching Raditz. Of course, King Enma replied, perspiration beading on his forehead as he quickly acquiesced. He understood clearly that if Subai wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as eating and drinking. Thank you, King Enma, Subai said with a slight smile before vanishing from the underworld. Once Subai departed, King Enma and the spirits felt a significant relief wash over them. King Enma exhaled deeply, his burden lightened. Throughout the encounter, despite Subai's lack of overt malice and his amiable demeanor, the pressure on King Enma had only intensified. Before he could savor the momentary ease, King Enma's nerves tensed once again as King Kai informed him it was time to elevate his energy anew. Taking a deep breath, King Enma steeled himself and promptly raised his energy to its peak once more. With a whoosh, Subai reappeared in the underworld. The spirits, still unsettled from his recent departure, tensed again at his return. They suppressed their fear, forcing smiles as they greeted him. Subai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. expressed his gratitude to King Enma, and departed once more. When he reappeared, he found himself on King Kai's planet. "Brother, you have returned." Son Wukong, whose life force was waning, managed a pained smile upon seeing Subai. Wukong quickly consumed the Sinza beans. Subai urged, retrieving the beans from his bag and feeding them to Son Wukong. The moment the beans were ingested, Son Wukong's life-threatening condition reversed and vitality surged back within him. Though he bore wounds, it was evident that he had fully recovered. Moreover, his energy had multiplied several times over. Realizing the magnitude of Son Wukong's newfound strength, Subai understood that the Saiyan trait had been triggered. The Saiyan race possessed a remarkable ability each time they faced death and returned. Their power would undergo a qualitative transformation. "Wukong, your energy!" King Kai exclaimed, astonished by Son Wukong's sudden surge in strength, filled with both wonder and confusion. Even Son Wukong himself was taken aback by the tumult of energy within him. Observing the bewilderment on Son Wukong and King Kai's faces, Subai smiled gently and remarked, "I had heard tales of Saiyans experiencing a qualitative leap in power after brushing against death. I see now that it is indeed true." Upon hearing this, both Son Wukong and King Kai grasped the reason behind the transformation. King Kai laughed heartily, his joy palpable as he realized he had gained 2 precious disciples. "Subai, why don't you see if you can catch Goldo now?" Subai suggested. "Absolutely." Son Wukong nodded in agreement, springing into action. Sure enough, he effortlessly captured Goldo. Overjoyed, Son Wukong thought he could resume his training in the Kaioken technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 months had passed. Throughout this period, Subai and Son Wukong engaged in frequent sparring sessions, training diligently. Both their strengths had undergone significant transformations, far beyond their initial capabilities. With a thunderous crash, 2 massive craters appeared on Blue Star, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Chapter 20, The Terrifying Nappa and Vegeta. The sudden appearance of 2 massive craters in the city drew the attention of many onlookers. In no time, a crowd gathered around the craters, all gazing curiously at the circular spaceship nestled within. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the hatch of the spaceship slowly opened. Nappa, the bald giant, and Vegeta gracefully emerged from the vessel, casting disdainful glances at the surrounding throng. The spectators were taken aback, their expressions a mix of awe and confusion. Who are they? No one seemed to know. Is this truly Blue Star? It appears rather unremarkable, Vegeta mused with contempt. Should we greet these astonished onlookers? Nappa inquired with a grin. Just don't be too harsh, Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. Nappa nodded, his fingers forming a blade-like gesture, abruptly thrusting them upward. With a thunderous roar, a powerful wave of energy obliterated the landscape within a radius of several hundred kilometers, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. The terrifying energy was palpable even from a distance. The commotion immediately captured the attention of Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, Krillin, and others. They exchanged glances, their faces paling, their hearts weighed down by an overwhelming sense of dread. The sheer destructive force was utterly despairing. As the clouds of dust began to settle, Nappa and Vegeta reappeared, floating above the vast pit. Vegeta shot a furious glare at Nappa. "I specifically told you not to go overboard," he admonished. "If this planet suffers too much damage, we want to be able to sell it for a good price." I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away with excitement and lost control," Nappa replied, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Vegeta's eyes. "Forget it, there's no point in lamenting now. Let us first locate the one who killed Raditz and compel him to hand over the Dragon Balls." As he spoke, Vegeta glared at Nappa once more. "If you've destroyed the Dragon Balls, our wishes will be dashed. I apologize. It's all my fault for being too enthusiastic and forgetting about it." Nappa hurriedly apologized. Vegeta shot him a sidelong glance. "Let us find the person first." Nappa nodded, activating the scouter on his head. Soon, he pinpointed the location of the strongest energy signature, and he and Vegeta sped off in that direction. From a distance, Piccolo and Gohan sensed the rapidly approaching energy, their expressions grave as they immediately assumed a combat stance. Suddenly, they felt an even more formidable presence racing toward them. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Could it be that Raditz's allies number more than 2? In an instant, despair flooded Piccolo's heart. "Subai, Goku, where are you? If you don't return soon, Blue Star is doomed," he thought anxiously. As the ominous energy drew nearer, Piccolo and Gohan's tension escalated. When they finally recognized Krillin approaching, they breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on Kame House, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and others learned of the Saiyan invasion of Blue Star through news broadcasts. They watched in horror as footage displayed cities reduced to rubble. The level of destruction was utterly terrifying. Chi-Chi, can you reach Goku and Subai? Bulma urgently asked. Chi-Chi shook her head. I can't get through. Goku has been out of contact since he left with Subai. It's been nearly a year since I last saw him. The expressions of Bulma and Master Roshi darkened further. They were acutely aware that without Goku and Subai's intervention, Blue Star would surely fall. Subai, Goku, where are you? Please come back soon. Bulma silently pleaded. On King Kai's planet, Goku learned of the Saiyans' arrival on Blue Star and was consumed with anxiety, pacing back and forth. King Kai, has my brother shown any signs of emerging from his training? Goku inquired urgently. A month prior, Subai had reached the pinnacle of human potential. Yet he found himself unable to make further progress, leading him to request a secluded space for intensive training. With his strength stagnated, he aimed to explore alternative methods to enhance his combat abilities. He sought to emulate Jiren, containing his energy within until the precise moment of combat, thus avoiding any waste. This method was perilous, as any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Consequently, before entering seclusion, he had emphatically instructed King Kai and Goku not to disturb him under any circumstances. No, Subai still shows no signs of emerging, King Kai replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Goku's heart sank. At that moment, he found himself torn between conflicting feelings. Subai had earnestly urged Goku to wait for him before returning to Blue Star. However, with the Saiyans already on the planet, the situation was dire, and time was of the essence. Goku's expression turned serious as he contemplated his options. Ultimately, he resolved to return to Blue Star without delay. King Kai, please inform my brother that I've gone ahead to Blue Star when he emerges. Goku declared as he set off along the serpentine path, hastening toward Blue Star. Goku, wait. Subai specifically instructed you to wait for him to return together. You mustn't act impulsively. King Kai called after him. King Kai, there is no time for that now. I must return to Blue Star. Goku insisted. I'll explain things to my brother later. With a swift motion, Goku vanished from sight. King Kai attempted to stop him, but was unable to keep pace. Alas, King Kai sighed heavily, glancing toward the location where Subai was meditating. He considered entering to inform Subai, but recalling Subai's previous instructions, he ultimately decided against it. Outside of King Kai's realm, Subai sat cross-legged, eyes closed within a space constructed by King Kai's unique abilities. Over the past month, he had attempted numerous times to harness his energy. Yet each attempt had ended in failure. Now, at this critical juncture, he felt distinctly that he was on the verge of success. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead as he concentrated, striving to guide the energy within him and secure it firmly. After half an hour, Subai finally achieved his goal. After enduring numerous failures, he successfully contained all of his energy within, preventing any leakage or waste. Phew. Subai exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes. I did it. A faint smile graced his lips, barely concealing the joy swelling within him. He could distinctly sense that while his power had not increased, the nature of his combat prowess had undergone a tremendous transformation. Chapter 21. Subai emerges from seclusion. This sensation. Although I am uncertain if my control over energy now rivals that of Jiren, I am confident that my current strength far surpasses that of a month ago. Subai mused as he felt the surging energy within him, completely locked away. In his recollection, Jiren's power was akin to that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Jiren's ability to dominate Goku and Vegeta stemmed from his mastery in utilizing every ounce of energy without waste. And now, Subai found himself in that very state. The month of arduous effort has finally borne fruit. With a thought, the system interface materialized in his mind. Host, Subai. Age, 20. Combat power, 530,000. Skills, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb. Talent, 1-to-1 replication of Frieza's talent. Bloodline, ordinary human. Warrior value, 0. Current task, eliminate 3 pure-blooded Saiyans. Task progress, 1-3. Gazing at the words on the system panel, Subai sighed softly, just as I suspected. In this world, the limit for humans is merely over 500,000 in combat power. Over the past year, he had honed his combat prowess to its zenith, with no further possibility of advancement. He had validated this when his power reached 530,000. To thrive in this world hinges on talent and bloodline, and that is irrefutable. It seems that to grow stronger, I must personally eliminate Nappa and Vegeta to acquire the basic Saiyan bloodline. Subai muttered to himself. A combat power of 530. 000 is woefully inadequate for me. This level of strength will increasingly prove insufficient, making it difficult to even safeguard my own life. What exactly are the conditions for acquiring warrior value? Subai pondered as he scrutinized the text on the system panel, feeling perplexed. Initially, he believed that simply growing stronger would yield corresponding warrior value. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. Well, I shall eventually discover the answers. For now, I shall emerge from seclusion, as the arrival of the Saiyans on Earth should be imminent. Stretching lazily, Subai gradually stepped out of the door. For him at this moment, acquiring the Saiyan bloodline was of utmost importance. In the world of Dragon Ball, where the strong congregate, lacking power would only lead to becoming cannon fodder. Subai had no intention of becoming fodder before even having the chance to savor his newfound strength. Subai, you have finally emerged. As Subai stepped out of the door, he heard the King Kai's booming voice. King Kai, what is it? Has something happened? Subai inquired. Subai, those two Saiyans have already arrived on Earth and are currently battling several of Earth's top fighters. Goku has returned ahead of time. I was just about to stop him when he vanished. The King Kai explained. What? Subai's expression changed dramatically as he quickly asked, King Kai, how long has Goku been gone? Has he reached Earth yet? Subai grew anxious. If Nappa were to be killed by Goku prematurely, it would be disastrous. No one knew whether resurrecting him with the Dragon Balls and then killing him again would count as completing the task. Such a gamble was too risky. This was why he had repeatedly urged Goku to wait for him to emerge before returning to Earth. Goku left about half an hour ago. He hasn't reached Earth yet. The King Kai replied. Hearing this, Subai secretly sighed in relief. As long as he hadn't reached Earth yet, he was safe. Thank you for your help during this time, King Kai. Now that the Saiyans have arrived, I must return. Subai expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the King Kai and prepared to utilize instant transmission to leave. Subai, those two Saiyans are formidable. You and Goku must proceed with caution. The King Kai admonished with a grave expression. Subai smiled slightly, responding, King Kai, you need not worry. Those two Saiyans are not a concern. With unwavering confidence, Subai dismissed the threat posed by Nappa and Vegeta. With a combat power of 530,000, defeating them would be as simple as a mere flick of his finger. Do not be careless. The King Kai reiterated earnestly. Subai nodded, smiling, rest assured, King Kai. Just await our good news. As he spoke, Subai swiftly sensed Goku's energy, and his body gradually vanished from the spot. The King Kai gazed at the direction Subai had disappeared, his face filled with concern, silently praying. After all, he had put in so much effort to train these two precious disciples, and he did not wish for anything to happen to them. On Earth, amidst the mountains, in an open area, Tien Shinhan unleashed his full power in a fierce battle against the formidable vegetable man with a combat power of 1-200. All television stations were broadcasting the spectacle live. However, due to their astonishing speed, even the cameras struggled to capture the action. Thus, for the viewers, very few could discern who held the upper hand. At the battle site, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu watched with tense expressions as the life and death struggle between Tien Shinhan and the vegetable man unfolded. In stark contrast, Vegeta and Nappa appeared remarkably composed, arms crossed, wearing amused smirks. For them, this confrontation was merely an appetizer in their conquest of Earth. Bang, bang, bang. The air reverberated with the sounds of impact as Tien Shinhan and the vegetable man's fists collided repeatedly. The battlefield was a chaotic whirlwind of dust and debris, vividly narrating the ferocity of their clash. After several exchanges, Tien seized an opening and launched a full-force attack. With a resounding crash, the vegetable man was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Phew. Tien Shinhan let out a long breath, glancing at the fallen vegetable man before gradually making his way towards Piccolo and the others. Seeing this, Piccolo and the others silently exhaled in relief. Although the battle had been intense, the outcome was favorable. Tien Shinhan had emerged victorious. Vegeta's expression darkened as he observed the fallen vegetable man. His mood soured. Watch out, Tien. Suddenly, Kaiatsu's anxious shout echoed across the battlefield. Tien furrowed his brow and immediately turned around. To his shock, the vegetable man was rising once again, charging at him with full force. Bang! Before the vegetable man could even move, his body was instantly obliterated by a beam of light, reduced to ashes. This unexpected turn of events stunned everyone present. Piccolo and the others turned their gaze toward Vegeta, who had just made his move, drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale with shock. They had witnessed the formidable strength of the vegetable man firsthand. Yet, Even so, he had been effortlessly dispatched by Vegeta in an instant. They gasped, unable to fathom the true extent of Vegeta's power. Even Nappa was taken aback, his voice trembling as he asked, Vegeta, why did you do that? Vegeta's expression was icy as he replied, continuing this fight is a waste of time. The enemy was doomed to lose. The vegetable man's downfall stemmed from his overconfidence. As he spoke, Vegeta's cold gaze swept over the remaining vegetable men. I mentioned earlier to give it your all. Under Vegeta's piercing gaze, the remaining vegetable men trembled, beads of sweat cascading down to the ground. That Saiyan is too ruthless, Krillin stammered. The somber expressions of Piccolo and the others confirmed their shared concern. The capacity for such cruelty towards one's own comrades is indeed terrifying. Who shall take the next turn? Vegeta's cold voice resonated. You go. Nappa gestured towards one of the vegetable beings and declared, You all understand now, don't you? It is imperative that you unleash your full strength against the enemy. The vegetable being, upon being pointed out, nodded vigorously. He certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as the previous vegetable warrior who was obliterated by Vegeta. Chapter 22. Despair. Klin took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he stepped forward. All right, it's my turn to take the stage. Wait, Klin. A voice interrupted his motion. Yamcha. Klin paused, bewildered by his intent. Klin, let me take over. I want them to know this game is over. Yamcha declared with unwavering confidence. But, Yamcha Klin, you've already been resurrected once with the Dragon Balls. If anything were to happen now, you wouldn't have that chance again. Leave this to me. I'll take down the remaining 5 vegetable warriors in one go. Yamcha's lips curled into a slight smile as he surveyed the 5 vegetable beings opposite him, resolute in his decision. Yamcha Klin hesitated. Ah, what a precious friendship. A voice sneered, signaling the vegetable warriors to attack. Come on. I want you to understand the consequences of underestimating us. Yamcha assumed a battle stance, instantly elevating his energy to its peak. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at him, smirking disdainfully, overconfident, finish him off. With that command, the battle erupted. The vegetable warrior lunged at Yamcha with ferocity. Yamcha's lips curled upwards, unafraid, as he met the charge head-on. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, echoing through the air. In an instant, their movements accelerated to a speed beyond the naked eye's capacity to perceive. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows. Piccolo, Gohan, Klin, and Tien watched intently, anxiety creeping into their hearts. The strength of the vegetable warriors was formidable, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yamcha's expression darkened as he executed a sweeping kick, knocking the vegetable warrior to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped up, claiming aerial dominance. With the upper hand, he swiftly gathered energy, his hands coming together with decisive intent. In an instant, a wave of light surged forth, aimed directly at the fallen vegetable warrior. Caught off guard, the warrior could not evade Yamcha's full-force attack. With a thunderous explosion, a large crater formed in the earth, dust and debris swirling chaotically. As the wind settled, Yamcha lay amidst the wreckage, gravely injured and motionless in the pit. Well done, Yamcha. The onlookers sighed in relief, smiles creeping onto their faces. Dabura, observing the fallen warrior, frowned. Another loss. Yamcha stood his ground, a hint of disdain on his lips. Humph, these monsters are not as formidable as I imagined. What did you say? Dabura seethed, glaring fiercely at Yamcha. Yamcha's dismissive expression ignited a sense of humiliation within him. He would not tolerate being belittled by what he considered an ant. Vegeta shot a glance at Dabura, who instantly quelled his wrath. I'll handle the remaining 4 vegetable warriors alone, Yamcha asserted confidently, a smile gracing his face. Humph. You're underestimating the vegetable warriors, Vegeta replied, crossing his arms and regarding Yamcha as if he were foolish. No sooner had the words left his lips than the fallen vegetable warrior sprang back to life, appearing behind Yamcha and seizing him tightly. Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically as he struggled against the warrior's grip, exerting all his strength to break free. But despite his efforts, he could not escape. Oh no. Piccolo's brow furrowed deeply. Bang! The air erupted with a loud crack as the vegetable warrior self-destructed without hesitation. A powerful force engulfed Yamcha. In an instant, debris flew. Dust billowed, and the earth was torn apart, forming a vast crater. As the thick smoke began to clear, Yamcha reappeared, lying in the pit. His body marred with horrifying wounds, curled in a lifeless position. Yamcha, Klin's pupils constricted at the sight, rushing frantically toward Yamcha's body. Oh no, Yamcha uncle died so tragically. Gohan's eyes widened in horror. On came House, Bulma and the others, watching through a live broadcast, turned pale at the sight. Yamcha gazed at Yamcha's still form, tears streaming down her face. We can't let this continue. Blue Star will be doomed. We must inform Brother Subai and Goku about what is happening here. Bulma realized the gravity of the situation. Those two Saiyans had yet to make their move. And Blue Star had already lost a powerful fighter. Things were dire indeed. But we have no idea where Goku and Subai are. Kame Senin's expression was grave. As a martial arts master, he understood that the likes of Piccolo and Klin alone could not prevail against their foes. Bulma, her face set with determination, stated, I'll go find the Supreme Kai. He might know where Brother Subai and Goku have gone. As she spoke, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, summoning a small aircraft instantly. She wasted no time, setting off towards the Supreme Kai's palace. Bulma, wait. There may yet be a chance. Kame Senin's voice suddenly rang out. Bulma turned her gaze back to the television, hope igniting within her. Just then, Klin, consumed by rage, roared, gathering a yellow energy wave in his hands. The wave, radiating immense destructive power, surged toward the remaining vegetable warriors. The warriors, sensing the overwhelming pressure, turned pale and fled in panic. Yet no matter how they attempted to escape, they could not evade their inevitable fate. The energy wave split into several beams, sweeping forcefully toward all the vegetable warriors and Vegeta. With a resounding explosion, 3 of the vegetable warriors were obliterated into mere mist. Vegeta and Dabura also felt the brunt of the attack. The earth trembled, fierce winds howled, and clouds of dust enveloped the area, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Klin succeeded. Tien exclaimed, exhilarated. Klin uncle is amazing. Gohan added. Klin, are you all right? Tien glanced at the panting Klin. Huff, huff, huff. Klin smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, but it's a pity I didn't hit the last one. No sooner had he spoken than the last remaining vegetable warrior charged at Gohan. Seeing this, Gohan froze, terror etched on his face. Just as the warrior was about to strike Gohan, a hand seized the warrior's arm with great force. It was Piccolo. Die. Piccolo punched through the vegetable warrior's heart, unleashing a beam of energy that instantly turned the warrior to ashes. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saving you. I'm merely warming up for the battle that's about to begin, Piccolo replied coldly. Humph. Let us hope your battle actually materializes. Just then, a cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. Unscathed, Vegeta and Dabura emerged slowly from the billowing smoke. How is this possible? The stunned onlookers gasped in disbelief as they witnessed the pair emerge unscathed from the energy blast. Humph, as you wished. It's time to end this game, Vegeta sneered, glancing at Dabura, signaling that it was time to strike. At long last, the moment has arrived. Nappa took a measured step forward, unleashing a tremendous aura. In an instant, the air was filled with swirling dust and stones, an overwhelming pressure enveloping everyone present. The crowd felt an immense weight bearing down upon them. Nappa cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze settling on Piccolo, and remarked with a smile, Let us start with you. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared before Piccolo in the blink of an eye, delivering a fierce kick that sent Piccolo flying. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan shouted anxiously. Wincing in pain, Piccolo gritted his teeth, staring at Nappa in disbelief. Nappa's speed was astonishing, too swift for him to even react. Nappa let out a hearty laugh, his violent aura radiating outward. The ground trembled, fissures appearing in its surface, creating a scene of terror. His strength far surpassed that of the previous foes they had faced. Let us attack together, Piccolo shouted, charging forward first. Tien, Gohan, Kaiatsu, and Krillin swiftly followed, converging on Nappa from all directions. Nappa laughed heartily, reveling in the excitement. Despite facing 5 opponents alone, he maintained a firm advantage, overpowering Piccolo and the others with sheer strength. Spare that Namekian. We need to extract information about the Dragon Balls from him, Vegeta instructed. Understood, Lord Vegeta. Nappa nodded in agreement. In the midst of their conversation, Nappa struck, severing Tien's arm with a single blow, then followed up with a kick that rendered Tien incapacitated. Tien! The others cried out in unison. With a malicious grin, Nappa pressed the attack against Krillin and the others. In less than a minute, all the elite warriors from Earth were severely injured. Nappa crushed them with overwhelming force. The fallen fighters gazed at the horrifying scene, their hearts filled with despair. Their power was utterly insufficient to contend with Nappa. Watching the live broadcast, the people of Earth turned pale, overwhelmed by hopelessness. They sank to the ground, as if they could already foresee their grim fate. Bulma observed the unfolding chaos in silence, quickly boarding a spacecraft to the sacred world of the Kais. She understood that Subai and Goku were the last hopes for Earth. If they did not return soon, all would be lost. Let me see who dies first. Nappa sneered, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally fixating on Gohan. You, little brat, it's your turn to perish. With a wave of his hand, a devastating wave of energy surged forth, enveloping Gohan. Gohan's eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, the destructive wave dissipated into thin air as two figures slowly emerged into view. Dad! Brother Subai! Gohan and Bulma, who had been anxiously watching, exclaimed in unison. Chapter 23, Unmatched Power. Subai, Goku, you two have finally arrived. Piccolo exclaimed, opening his arms and standing protectively in front of Gohan. Goku felt a profound sense of emotion. He understood that had that previous attack struck Piccolo, it could have resulted in his immediate demise. Goku, do not misunderstand. My intention was never to save your son. I merely wished to gauge the strength of that Saiyan. Piccolo spoke coldly, meeting Goku's gaze. Goku remained silent, merely observing Piccolo. Dad! Uncle Subai! Gohan cried, tears streaming down his face. Uncle Yamcha, he has been killed by those two Saiyans. Goku's heart sank, his brows furrowing in distress. He scanned the surroundings, taking in the sight of his fallen friends. Gravely injured, and his anger boiled within him. You two, are you the ones who conspired to murder that worthless Raditz, Subai and Kakarot? Nappa glared at them, cracking his knuckles. Kakarot, I shall give you one last chance. If you agree to join us, I will spare your life. Vegeta's voice cut through the tension. His cold gaze swept over Subai and Goku, dismissing them as mere insignificant insects. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Goku gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa let out a boisterous laugh and slowly donned a scouter. Let me see just how much battle power you possess, you impotent fool, he said, activating the device. Beep, beep, beep. As the scouter displayed its readings, Nappa's expression shifted dramatically. Kakarot, your battle power exceeds 10,000. Vegeta was taken aback, his face betraying his disbelief. No, that is impossible. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Nappa shook his head insistently, unable to accept what he had just learned. Vegeta nodded in agreement, convinced that the scouter was faulty. As the prince of the Saiyan race, he had trained for years and could only achieve a battle power of 18,000. There was no way Kakarot could have surpassed him in just 1 year. Humph. Nappa ripped the scouter off and smashed it to the ground, shattering it to pieces. What kind of incompetent fools produce such faulty devices? So, Kakarot, have you made your decision? If not, I wouldn't mind assisting you. Nappa chuckled excitedly, his blood boiling with anticipation. Vegeta stood beside him, an amused smile playing on his lips as he awaited Goku's response. Goku's expression darkened, and without a word, he ignored their taunts and prepared to fight. Goku, go tend to Krillin and the others, Subai interjected, raising his hand to stop Goku from advancing. Leave these two Saiyans to me. His tone was as calm as water, showing no sign of fear even in the presence of these formidable foes. Goku paused and nodded. Indeed, Krillin and the others, who were gravely injured, needed immediate attention. Big brother, I leave it to you. Goku quickly made his way towards Krillin and the others, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Seeing Goku's decisive retreat, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, his brows knitting tightly together. Goku, what are you doing? The strength of those two Saiyans is not something Subai can handle alone. He felt acutely aware that Subai's energy was significantly weaker, perhaps even diminished compared to a year ago. Go, Goku, don't worry about us. Just deal with those two Saiyans. Krillin, barely conscious, urged, his voice trembling. Subai stands no chance against them. Tien, missing an arm, shouted loudly, desperate to prevent Subai from facing certain death. Dad, isn't it too dangerous to leave Uncle Subai to confront those two alone? Even Gohan could not contain his concern. None of the elite fighters from Blue Star held any faith in Subai. They all believed that if he faced Nappa and Vegeta alone, it would surely lead to his demise. You needn't worry, Goku reassured them, quickly lifting Krillin and Tien and placing them on more stable ground. Krillin, Tien, Den, Piccolo. Gohan, wait for me. I'm going to fetch some senzu beans and will return shortly. With that, Goku dashed towards Karin's residence. Goku, wait Goku. Piccolo and the others watched, eyes wide in disbelief. As they saw Goku gradually disappear from view, despair washed over them. It was over. This time it was truly finished. Not only Subai, but all of them would perish here. In that moment, the thought echoed in the minds of all the elite fighters from Blue Star. Confusion clouded their faces as they struggled to comprehend Goku's actions. Haha, it seems your savior has been frightened away. Nappa laughed heartily. Piccolo and the others glared at Nappa and Vegeta, gritting their teeth in anger. Subai stepped back. We will hold them off. Piccolo shouted. Everyone, let us buy time until Goku returns. We still have hope. He moved forward, dragging his injured body. However, after just a few steps, he collapsed once more, his injuries too severe to bear. Piccolo, you all should rest. Leave this to me, Subai said nonchalantly, slowly walking towards Nappa. Subai, are you insane? Come back. You cannot possibly face them alone. Piccolo cried out in desperation. But no matter how loud he yelled, Subai remained resolute, advancing towards Nappa. Nappa looked at the approaching Subai with disdain. Let me see how much pathetic battle power you possess. You fool willingly walking to your death. As he spoke, Nappa donned a new scouter to measure Subai's strength. What is his battle power? Vegeta inquired. Haha, this Subai character only possesses a battle power of 5. Nappa roared with laughter, doubling over in amusement. A mere 5? And he dares to challenge me? Is this a joke? Nappa continued to laugh, utterly dismissing Subai. Ah, I thought he might be formidable. It turns out he is merely a weakling with a battle power of 5. Vegeta's interest waned, his disappointment palpable. Oh, is that so? Subai replied with a cold smirk, suddenly appearing before Nappa. In an instant, the scouter's readings fluctuated wildly before exploding with a loud bang. Chapter 24. The instant kill of Nappa. The scene before the gathered crowd was nothing short of astonishing as they witnessed the detonation of the detector. Gaping mouths and wide eyes were the only expressions among them, particularly on Nappa, who stood frozen, staring incredulously at Subai, barely 3 feet away. His eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Nappa, be careful, Vegeta shouted urgently, realizing the danger too late. With a thunderous explosion, Nappa's body was propelled backward at an alarming speed, crashing violently into several mountains. In an instant, the once arrogant Nappa lay battered and broken, his bones shattered. Overtaken by disbelief and fear as he gazed at Subai. Why you? Your battle power was only 5. How could you be this strong? Nappa's voice trembled with terror, struggling to reconcile the reality of his pain with the impossibility of the situation. Subai chuckled softly, reappearing before Nappa and delivering a powerful kick. A deafening roar echoed as a massive crater formed in the ground, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Under the tremendous, uncontestable force, Nappa was reduced to a mere mist of blood, his cries forever silenced as he vanished from existence. The onlookers stood in utter shock, their astonishment reaching its peak as they could only stare in disbelief at Subai. Not even Vegeta, who had always regarded the inhabitants of Blue Star as insignificant, could mask his astonishment at this moment. Silence enveloped the battlefield, a heavy stillness broken only by the howling wind. Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, and the others were so overwhelmed that words failed them. They watched in awe as Subai, with his flowing hair dancing in the breeze, stood effortlessly, their minds buzzing, completely devoid of rational thought. The realization struck them hard. The very Nappa who had so easily defeated them was annihilated in an instant by Subai, leaving no remnants behind. They struggled to fathom the extent of Subai's power, which had escalated to such extraordinary heights. Particularly affected was Piccolo, who felt the most profound shock. Just a year prior, Subai had been an ordinary fighter, and in such a short time, his strength had soared to unimaginable levels. At that moment, they comprehended the absurdity of their earlier doubts. Subai needed no concern from them. It was their adversaries who should be worried. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king himself was equally astounded. A radiant smile graced his face, dispelling all previous worries. Subai, truly my excellent disciple. Unleash your full potential and eliminate those 2 Saiyans. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with fervent excitement. Uncle Subai, your strength is incredible. With you here, Blue Star will surely survive this crisis. Gohan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. With you by our side, Blue Star is saved. Krillin, injured and lying on the ground, gazed at Vegeta, laughing joyfully. The cold-hearted Saiyan is doomed today. Tien and Kaiatsu stood frozen, swallowing nervously. His power is beyond anything we imagined, Tien remarked, astonished. Indeed. With him here, no Saiyan poses a threat, Kaiatsu added enthusiastically. Piccolo, lying on the ground, allowed a smirk to break through. Subai, I apologize for my earlier thoughts. You will not fall. It is that Saiyan who is doomed. He chuckled. The citizens of Blue Star, watching the live broadcast, felt a spark of hope ignite in their hearts. They fixed their eyes on Subai's silhouette, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. In that moment, he was their true savior. With a swift motion, Vegeta distanced himself from Subai, his expression grave as he scrutinized him, fully aware of the threat he posed. He activated his detector, seeking to ascertain Subai's true battle power. However, upon seeing the reading, Vegeta's teeth ground together in fury as he smashed the device to pieces. Only 5? This must be a joke. He seethed, realizing that the inhabitants of this planet defied all logic, each capable of altering their battle power at will. The wind howled as it whipped around Subai, his black jacket emblazoned with the words King Kai flapping violently. Calmly, he turned to face Vegeta, his expression serene. Vegeta, it is your turn now. Subai's voice was nonchalant, utterly dismissive of Vegeta. Krillin, Gohan, and the others felt their excitement swell further, convinced that Subai's composure signified his absolute confidence in defeating Vegeta. Vegeta, hearing Subai's words, seethed with rage, keenly aware of the disdain embedded in Subai's tone. This ignited an unprecedented sense of humiliation within him. The sight of Subai's unperturbed gaze drove him to the brink of fury. Subai, you have merely killed a worthless opponent. Do not let it inflate your ego. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans and will never be defeated by an ant like you. Vegeta bellowed, channeling his energy to its peak. You will pay for your arrogance, and I will kill you. With his dignity challenged, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his fury directed squarely at Subai. He would not permit anyone to undermine his honor or look down upon him. As Vegeta's furious roar echoed into the void, Subai merely cast a sidelong glance at him and beckoned him closer with a casual gesture. Vegeta, now consumed by rage, felt his teeth nearly crack under the pressure of his fury. Subai, do not underestimate me. I, Vegeta, will slay you. He howled, his eyes blazing red with wrath. Once again, Subai remained silent, beckoning Vegeta to approach with a simple flick of his fingers. Krillin, Tien, and the others erupted into laughter at the sight of the once mighty Vegeta being reduced to this state. The laughter pierced Vegeta's ears, infuriating him further. Subai, you will die, he screamed, launching himself from the ground with a force that shattered the earth beneath him. In that moment, he swore to himself that he would eliminate the arrogant Subai today. Chapter 25, the entire arena in shock, crushing Vegeta. Subai, do not underestimate him. His strength far surpasses that of the Saiyan you just vanquished. Piccolo shouted anxiously, feeling the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the surroundings. He is on an entirely different level. You must exercise caution and not let your guard down. Krillin echoed his concern. You must be careful, Subai. This is not the time for complacency. Though they both recognized Subai's formidable power, they remained deeply worried that he might suffer due to overconfidence. Fear not, he is but an insignificant insect. Subai replied, his expression serene as he slowly extended a single finger. Ah, Subai, do not look down on me. I will shatter you into a million pieces. Vegeta roared, infuriated by Subai's apparent dismissal. Upon witnessing Subai's arrogance, using merely a finger against him, Piccolo and the others turned pale, their anxiety intensifying. They understood that Vegeta's power was far superior to that of the previous Saiyan, and they feared that Subai's actions would lead to dire consequences. Vegeta, moving at an unparalleled speed, appeared before Subai in an instant, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Subai's face, intent on pulverizing him. Subai remained unperturbed, lifting a finger to meet the attack. Boom! The collision of fist and finger erupted in a deafening sound. A ferocious wave of energy radiated outward, stirring a tempest that filled the air with an oppressive weight. The terrifying aftershock spread from the epicenter of Subai and Vegeta, tearing the earth apart and creating massive fissures. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in chaos. Dust swirling ominously, obscuring the sun and creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. Bang! The violent shockwave swept through the area, hurling everyone present to the ground with great force. Cough! Piccolo and the others, already injured, were further afflicted, spitting blood as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Their heavy gazes were fixed on the center of the battlefield, anxiously awaiting the outcome. At that moment, every warrior from Blue Star wore expressions of grave concern. The battle between Subai and Vegeta had implications for the safety of their entire world, heightening their anxiety. Who has won? Krillin's voice trembled as he stared intently at the dust-covered battlefield. Is the proud Saiyan Prince's strength truly so insignificant? Just as the tension reached its peak, a calm voice broke through the noise. The howling wind swept away the dust, revealing Subai and Vegeta once more. To everyone's astonishment, Subai, with a tranquil demeanor, had effortlessly blocked Vegeta's full-force attack with just a single finger. Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien looked on in stunned silence. Subai's power was astonishing, far exceeding their wildest imaginations. Following their shock, exhilaration surged within them. Everyone erupted in excitement, their eyes fixed on Subai. Haha. Subai's power is truly immense, far beyond Vegeta's. Krillin exclaimed with gleeful laughter. Gohan, witnessing Subai block Vegeta's might with a mere finger, gasped, overwhelmed with emotion. Uncle Subai is incredible. His strength completely surpasses that Saiyan. Tien and Kaiatsu mirrored his excitement, recognizing Subai as the most powerful individual they had ever encountered. While Piccolo felt a wave of relief, he also realized that his previous concerns about Subai being careless were unfounded. It was not arrogance or overconfidence, but genuine assurance in his own abilities. Yet, the most astonished among them was Vegeta. He could not fathom that his most potent strike had been so effortlessly thwarted by Subai, and that merely a finger had been used. In that fleeting moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Vegeta: fear, shock, and disbelief. However, the most prominent feeling was humiliation, the disgrace of having his dignity trampled upon. As the proud Saiyan prince, how could he allow someone to so brazenly crush his honor? Vegeta roared, his fury boiling over as a tempestuous aura surged outward in all directions. The terrifying pressure shattered nearby buildings and reduced flora to ash in an instant. Subai. Vegeta bellowed, charging at Subai with a frenzied attack. His strikes rained down like a torrential storm, relentless and furious. Subai merely chuckled, unfazed, as he waved his finger to effortlessly deflect all of Vegeta's assaults. No matter the intensity of Vegeta's onslaught, he could not land a single blow on Subai. As the battle progressed, Subai casually placed both hands in his pockets, responding to Vegeta's fury with nothing but a single foot. Vegeta, incensed by Subai's disdain, was consumed by rage. Vegeta howled, unleashing a frenzied barrage against Subai. Yet, no matter his efforts, he could not even graze Subai's hair, let alone harm him. This was an insurmountable disparity in strength, a chasm that could never be crossed. Onlookers like Krillin initially felt anxious for Subai, but as the battle unfolded, radiant smiles spread across their faces. They recognized that Subai's power surpassed Vegeta's by a significant margin. They were not even in the same league. On King Kai's planet, the king watched in delight, unable to contain his smile. At that moment, he was no longer concerned for Subai or Goku's safety against Vegeta's might. The more he observed Subai, the more he appreciated his incredible talent. He felt fortunate to have such a remarkable disciple. West Kai, you think you're impressive just because you have a good student? Soon, I shall bring Subai and Goku to show you what true prowess looks like. King Kai mused, already planning how to tease West Kai. On Blue Star, the battle between Vegeta and Subai continued. Rather than a fierce confrontation, it resembled a one-sided performance where Subai toyed with Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth, consumed by rage. At that moment, all he desired was to teach Subai a lesson. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is harsh. No matter his efforts, he could not inflict harm upon Subai. Vegeta, if your power is merely this, then there is no need for this game to continue, Subai remarked, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. I had anticipated that your royal prowess would provide me with a decent warm-up, but alas, you lack even the ability to make me break a sweat. You. Vegeta trembled with fury upon hearing this. Vegeta shouted, Subai, I will kill you. Overcome with rage, Vegeta quickly distanced himself, preparing to transform into a great ape to confront Subai. Chapter 26. I shall make you pay. Subai discerned Vegeta's intentions with a mere glance, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. After allowing you to strike me so many times, it is now my turn, is it not? Before his words could fully dissipate, Subai's figure abruptly materialized before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his chin. Blood sprayed forth as Vegeta shrieked, propelled backward and crashing into several mountains before finally coming to a halt. Gasping, he coughed up blood, his mind ringing, and his breath shallow. An excruciating pain enveloped him. It felt as though his head might explode. Through gritted teeth, Vegeta forced himself to rise, fixating his gaze on Subai, bracing himself for the imminent confrontation. He understood that he must concentrate entirely on Subai. Failure to do so would surely result in his demise. Vegeta, where are your eyes wandering? Subai's voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Vegeta's heart raced in shock, cold sweat pouring down his brow. When had Subai appeared behind him? Bang! Before Vegeta could react, Subai unleashed a kick, sending him flying like a discarded ball, crashing heavily into the ground. The moment his body met the earth, the ground shattered, sending debris soaring into the air. Coughing violently, cough. Vegeta hit the ground hard, tasting blood in his throat and feeling his insides quaking, his bones nearly splintering. Subai, how could his power be so formidable? I possess no means of resistance. Vegeta's spirit trembled, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He stared at Subai, whose demeanor remained utterly unchanged, and a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Frieza. In confronting Subai, he felt as if he were facing Frieza himself. For a fleeting moment, he even perceived a convergence of Subai's presence with that of Frieza. Until now, he had never encountered anyone with such overwhelming strength, aside from Frieza. This thought sent a shiver through Vegeta's body. No, he is merely an ant from this inferior planet, Earth, and he could never hope to defeat me, the great Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head vigorously, enduring the searing pain as he rose once more. Boom. Before he could regain his balance, he was sent hurtling backward again, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Subai, as if stepping on refuse, kept Vegeta pinned down, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Casting a casual glance at Vegeta, Subai spoke slowly. Vegeta, if you possess any remaining abilities, you might as well unleash them all, lest you find regret in the afterlife. As he spoke, Subai nonchalantly kicked Vegeta aside. To him, Vegeta was already as good as dead. More accurately, a half-dead being. To fulfill his system's task and acquire the initial Saiyan bloodline, Subai needed to eliminate him. However, well-versed in the narrative, Subai did not truly wish to kill him. He intended to revive Vegeta using the Dragon Balls after completing his mission. After all, the absence of Vegeta would diminish much of the anticipated enjoyment. Subai also wished to engage with Vegeta and Gogeta. He was eager to witness the legendary invincibility of Vegeta and the might of the strongest Gogeta. Subai, you. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched, glaring furiously at Subai. Were his gaze capable of murder, Subai would have been obliterated by now. This was an affront that Vegeta could not bear. Subai, you are becoming too complacent. I shall make you pay dearly for your arrogance. Vegeta roared, gathering his energy in a Saiyan manner to rapidly create an artificial moon. He understood that with his current strength, he could never hope to conquer Subai. To defeat him, he must harness the power of the great ape transformation to augment his battle prowess tenfold. Subai swiftly dispatched him. Do not allow him to utilize that technique. Piccolo shouted, realizing Vegeta's intentions as the artificial moon ascended. Subai waved his hand dismissively, signaling Piccolo not to panic. Bulma, did you bring any food? I'm quite hungry, he inquired, having trained diligently for a prolonged period without a decent meal. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others were left aghast, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What sort of mindset was this, to pose such a question in the midst of a life-and-death struggle? They found it utterly incomprehensible. Moreover, witnessing Subai's earnest demeanor, it seemed he genuinely intended to dine before resuming his battle with Vegeta. Vegeta's teeth ground together in frustration upon hearing Subai's words. This was a clear indication of how little he regarded him as a worthy opponent. He glared intensely at Subai, vowing internally to teach him a lesson today. Soon enough, a transformation began to unfold upon Vegeta's body as he commenced his great ape transformation. In midair, Bulma, seated in her flying craft, gasped in horror at the sight of Vegeta's enlarging form, urgently shouting to Subai, Subai, you must kill that Saiyan quickly. His power will undergo a qualitative change once he transforms. Subai remained unfazed, continuing to inquire, Bulma, did you bring any food? I'm really hungry. Actually, I'm also quite hungry. At that moment, Goku's voice chimed in. Bulma, Piccolo, Krillin, could you not show a modicum of respect? Eating during a battle for survival? Bulma sighed deeply, retrieving 2 universal capsules. I brought some. As she spoke, Bulma tossed the capsules toward them. Upon receiving the capsules, Subai and Goku exchanged knowing glances, smiles gracing their faces. Thus, amid a crisis that even Piccolo and the entirety of Earth could not resolve, Subai and Goku feasted heartily. During their meal, Goku even remembered to toss some senzu beans to Piccolo and Krillin. Restored, Gohan gazed at the mountain of food, swallowing nervously before speaking. Dad, Uncle Subai, I'm a bit hungry too. Come quickly and eat, Gohan. You are at that age where you must nourish yourself, Subai chuckled. Vegeta, undergoing his rapid transformation, seethed in anger as he observed Subai and the others treating him with such disdain. Moments later, a powerful aura enveloped the area, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Subai, Kakarot, Gohan, you shall pay for your hubris. Chapter 27. A noble duel, a terrifying aura erupted, emanating from the transformed giant ape, Vegeta, and spreading in all directions, saturating the atmosphere with an overwhelming sense of oppression. The howling winds battered the surroundings, and the ground fractured under the immense pressure radiating from Vegeta. As far as the eye could see, the landscape lay in ruins, resembling an apocalyptic scene. This aura. Piccolo and Krillin, along with the others, felt the might of Vegeta's energy, their expressions shifting dramatically as they trembled uncontrollably. It was a power they had never encountered before. Overwhelmed by the oppressive force, despair crept into their hearts. It was an insurmountable strength. They quaked within, believing that even the combined forces of Subai and Son Goku might not be enough to defeat the giant ape Vegeta. Earlier, Subai had exhibited formidable strength, yet he had contained his energy within, preventing them from fully grasping its magnitude. However, Vegeta was different. Everyone present could feel the tremendous and oppressive energy radiating from him. Subai, I shall demonstrate the true prowess of the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta, in his giant ape form, clenched his fists tightly, glaring at those still indulging themselves. His face was a mask of rage, his eyes blood-red with fury. He would not permit anyone to trample upon his dignity. And you, Kakarot, the traitor of the Saiyans, shall pay dearly for your choices. Vegeta roared, exuding a chilling murderous intent. Subai, Goku, Gohan, stop eating and get away from him. Piccolo shouted urgently, sweat beading on his forehead. Everyone, unleash your full power. We must confront him together. Understood. Krillin, Tien, and the others nodded gravely, immediately channeling their energy to its peak. Holding a chicken leg in his left hand and a black chicken foot in his right, Subai cast a casual glance at the giant ape Vegeta and remarked coolly, is this truly all your strength, Vegeta? As he spoke, Subai shook his head gently, his face reflecting disappointment. He had anticipated that Vegeta in his giant ape form would possess enough power to entertain him. However, despite Vegeta's full exertion, he still fell short of expectations. Seeing the contempt in Subai's eyes, Vegeta's jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, consumed by rage. Such a gaze was deeply insulting, as if Subai had dismissed him entirely. Subai, do not underestimate me. Today shall be your demise. This planet also holds no further need to exist. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape Vegeta charged at Subai and the others, striking down with a colossal hand. In an instant, a ferocious gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a violent force. His speed was astounding, and he struck down in the blink of an eye. The ground shattered with a resounding boom, cracks spreading like a spider's web in all directions. The battlefield was engulfed in swirling dust and debris. Subai, Goku, Bulma and Krillin watched in horror, their pupils constricting as they shouted anxiously. Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu's faces turned pale, their eyes wide with fear. Fixated on the center of the battlefield, filled with trepidation. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, the shattered ground came into view. Piccolo and the others stared intently, eager to ascertain the fate of Subai and the others. Did they disappear? Upon realizing the truth, Piccolo and the others sighed in relief, though anxiety still gripped their hearts. They quickly scanned their surroundings in search of Subai, Goku, and Gohan. However, despite searching every corner, they found no trace of them. For a moment, Piccolo and Krillin felt their tension rise again. Could it be that Subai and the others had been reduced to pulp? Vegeta, do you realize you nearly destroyed the food Bulma prepared for us? Just as everyone was drenched in cold sweat, a chilling voice pierced the air. To their astonishment, they turned towards the direction of the voice, their spirits lifted. They're fine. They're right there. Krillin exclaimed joyfully, pointing behind the giant ape Vegeta. In that crucial moment when Vegeta's hand descended, Subai, Goku, and Gohan had teleported away, evading the attack unscathed. The reason Piccolo and the others had not seen them was that they were shielded from view by the giant ape Vegeta. As the shout reached Vegeta's ears, he quickly pinpointed the trio's location. Subai, Kakarot, this time I shall see how you escape, Vegeta roared, unleashing a destructive energy wave from his maw that surged forth at incredible speed. With a swift motion, Subai, along with Goku and Gohan, dodged the attack, reappearing beside Piccolo and the others. After finishing the black chicken foot, Subai rose slowly, gazing coolly at the giant ape Vegeta. To be honest, Vegeta, your strength disappoints me. If this is all you have, then this game should come to an end. With that, Subai took a step toward Vegeta, preparing to strike him down. Wait. Suddenly, Goku's voice rang out. Subai turned to glance at him. What is it, Goku? Taking a deep breath, Goku replied, "Brother, may I take him on?" Feeling the immense power radiating from the giant ape Vegeta, Goku's blood surged with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Subai nodded. "Very well. You may test your strength. But after 3 minutes, if you have not defeated him, I shall intervene." Upon hearing this, Goku was filled with excitement, swiftly removing his weighted clothing. "Thank you, brother. I'm on it." With a glint of determination in his eyes, Goku strode confidently toward the giant ape Vegeta. The spectators gasped in shock. "Subai, Goku, don't just play around. Let us join forces to defeat him," Piccolo shouted urgently, ignoring Piccolo's plea. Subai and Goku continued on their path. The onlookers felt their hearts sink. "Brother, is this too reckless?" Bulma's face was grave, her words trailing off. "You need not worry, Bulma. If Goku has not resolved this in 3 minutes, I will step in," Subai reassured her with a confident smile. "You too." The giant ape Vegeta roared, feeling deeply insulted. Goku slowly ascended, locking eyes with the giant ape Vegeta, casually tossing a senzu bean. "You've exhausted too much energy. Even if I were to defeat you now, it would be an empty victory. Consume this senzu bean, and let us engage in a fair contest." Chapter 28. The Great Battle. "Son Wukong, have you lost your mind?" Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. Krillin, Tien, Bulma, and the others were equally astonished. Giving Vegeta a senzu bean was akin to willingly placing oneself in a more perilous situation. In contrast to their shock, Subai remained remarkably composed. He had anticipated Son Wukong's decision. "Piccolo, you need not say more." Son Wukong slowly raised his hand to silence them. "Ha ha ha, Kakarot, you shall regret your foolishness." Vegeta cackled. He glanced at the senzu bean in his hand and unhesitatingly swallowed it. In an instant, a mysterious power surged through the giant ape-formed Vegeta, instantly replenishing all his vitality. In the blink of an eye, all his injuries were healed, and his stamina returned to its peak. With a loud roar, a ferocious aura erupted. The giant ape Vegeta's energy skyrocketed, surpassing previous levels. Initially, Vegeta, having expended most of his energy, had a combat power of around 70,000. Now, with his stamina restored, his combat power soared to 180,000, more than double his previous strength. "Ha ha ha, this feeling is simply exquisite." The giant ape Vegeta laughed maniacally. With a swift motion, his gaze fell upon Son Wukong and Subai, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. "Kakarot, Subai, are you two overconfident fools prepared to meet your end?" Piccolo and the others felt the overwhelming aura wash over them, their expressions grave. They gritted their teeth, utterly baffled by Son Wukong's seemingly foolish decision. "This is bad. His power is far greater than before." Krillin clenched his teeth. "Subai, that Saiyans' strength is formidable. Perhaps you should intervene and eliminate him with Wukong." Bulma's anxious gaze turned towards Subai. "Bulma, fret not. If Wukong falters, I shall step in," Subai replied with a calm smile. "Let us maintain our distance and allow Wukong the space to unleash his full potential." As he spoke, Subai firmly pulled Bulma away towards a safer distance. Being an ordinary person, remaining close would be perilous for her, as she could easily be caught in the aftermath of the fierce battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta. Piccolo and Krillin, witnessing Subai's resolute decision, took a deep breath and followed suit. In such dire circumstances, they had no choice but to place their trust in Subai and Son Wukong. "Subai, trying to flee? Do you think such an opportunity exists in this world?" The giant ape Vegeta pursued Subai with fervor. He had sworn deep within that he would kill Subai today, ensuring he did not escape. "Vegeta, your opponent is me." Son Wukong swiftly appeared before the giant ape Vegeta, blocking his path, his expression resolute and eyes gleaming with excitement. "Kakarot, do you truly believe this lowly warrior can obstruct the path of Prince Vegeta?" The giant ape Vegeta scoffed, his disdain evident. From the very beginning, he had never regarded Son Wukong as a worthy adversary. He had always believed his true opponent to be Subai. Son Wukong met Vegeta's gaze, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "I believe you have misunderstood. I do not intend to obstruct you. Rather, my goal is to defeat you within 3 minutes." "Ha ha ha, Kakarot, are you still asleep?" The giant ape Vegeta erupted into laughter, derisively replying, "Do you really think this lowly Saiyan can defeat the mighty Prince Vegeta? How laughable." Son Wukong's smile widened as he rapidly elevated his energy to its peak. In an instant, a torrent of white energy enveloped him, radiating immense power. "I am not merely a Saiyan. I am here to defeat you, an inhabitant of Blue Star," Son Wukong shouted, charging towards the giant ape Vegeta with unparalleled speed. The giant ape Vegeta's gaze darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Kakarot, Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall first eliminate you before I shatter Subai into pieces. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape Vegeta swung his fist towards the swiftly approaching Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong deftly evaded the colossal fist of Vegeta, leveraging his smaller stature and speed to dart behind him. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong unleashed all his strength. Wukong landed a hit. Krillin and the others, fixated on the battlefield, felt a surge of excitement. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze in disbelief. Despite landing a full-force blow on the giant ape Vegeta, Sun Wukong's attack caused no discernible damage. Kakarot, are you merely tickling me? The giant ape Vegeta regarded him with contempt, casually shaking off the impact. Instantly, a colossal force erupted, sending Sun Wukong hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the ground. Cough, cough. Sun Wukong struggled to suppress the discomfort surging through his body, quickly regaining his footing and charging once more at Vegeta. With relentless ferocity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches upon the giant ape Vegeta. Yet, even with all his might, each strike landed perfectly but failed to inflict any damage. Although Sun Wukong's combat power had surged to 40,000, it paled in comparison to the giant ape Vegeta's 180,000. Kakarot, this farce must come to an end. The giant ape Vegeta laughed heartily, delivering a resounding blow to Sun Wukong. In an instant, overwhelming power erupted, sending Sun Wukong flying and shattering the ground beneath him. Puff! Sun Wukong coughed, blood spilling from his mouth. Before he could recover, the giant ape Vegeta leaped high, aiming to stomp down on Sun Wukong. Feeling the ferocious aura approaching, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and hastily raised his hands in defense. Boom! The moment the massive foot collided with Sun Wukong's hands, a tremendous explosion erupted in the center of the battlefield, shrouding it in thick smoke. Wukong! The onlookers gasped, their hearts racing with anxiety. The giant ape Vegeta wore a smirk of disdain. Kakarot, while your strength surpasses that of the worthless Bardock and Raditz, before me, Prince Vegeta, you remain nothing but trash. Vegeta laughed uproariously. Triple Kaioken. Just as Vegeta was about to seal Sun Wukong's fate, a crimson aura exploded forth. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's power surged dramatically. With a powerful punch, Sun Wukong struck Vegeta squarely on the chin, sending him crashing to the ground. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly feel the sudden surge in Sun Wukong's strength. Wukong, there is 1 minute left, Subai's calm voice resonated. Got it, brother. Sun Wukong swiftly created distance, taking a deep breath as his veins bulged. Quadruple Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong's energy skyrocketed. Piccolo and the others watched in astonishment, acutely aware that Sun Wukong's power had nearly matched that of the giant ape Vegeta. Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed, channeling his energy into his gaping maw. In an instant, a formidable sense of oppression enveloped the air, and a crimson wave of energy erupted fiercely towards Son Goku. Upon witnessing this, Goku's expression darkened, and he decisively clasped his hands together, hastily gathering his own energy. Kamehameha. Boom. In that fleeting moment, the blue-white energy wave collided with the red one, resulting in a deafening explosion. The earth trembled incessantly, as if a cataclysm were unfolding. Cracks emerged, spreading like a spider's web in all directions, rendering the scene akin to the apocalypse. Piccolo and the others held their breath, their eyes fixed on the heart of the battlefield, filled with anxiety. Subai observed the clash at the center of the battlefield and glanced at the time, murmuring, "If this continues, Goku will surely prevail." However, achieving victory within the allotted time seems impossible. As he spoke, Subai slowly rose and soared towards the epicenter of the fierce confrontation. Subai, where are you going? Subai, come back quickly. It's too dangerous over there. Bulma and the others watched in shock as Subai suddenly flew towards the heart of the battle. Chapter 29. The Savior, the Saiyan Bloodline. With remarkable swiftness, Subai found himself at the heart of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. He did not pause, but continued to soar towards the epicenter of the Kamehameha wave. Brother, do not approach. It is far too perilous here, Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, his expression changing drastically as he shouted anxiously. Distracted, the already formidable attack of Vegeta surged forth, rapidly consuming the Kamehameha wave and hurtling towards Sun Wukong with reckless abandon. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong summoned all his strength to counter Vegeta's assault. Brother, come back. It is too dangerous there, Bulma cried out in a tone laced with urgency. Subai, you are our sole hope of defeating Vegeta. Do not confront him head-on. Return quickly, Piccolo shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Subai, if you sustain injuries, Blue Star will be doomed. Krillin echoed, his expression one of anxiety. Everyone present urged Subai to retreat, imploring him to avoid the center of the battlefield at such a critical moment. Ignoring the echoes of their pleas, Subai's calm gaze settled on son Wukong. Wukong. 3 minutes have elapsed, Subai stated softly. Brother, I know, but now is not the time for this. You must evade. I can hardly hold on any longer. Son Wukong grunted, drenched in sweat, straining with all his might. Yet, he was acutely aware of his current limitations, realizing that he could not endure much longer. In no more than 2.5 seconds, he would be overwhelmed by Vegeta's full force strike. Escape? Ha! I tell you, it is too late. Vegeta, in his great ape form, laughed maniacally, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast towards Subai. In an instant, the terrifyingly destructive energy sphere surged forward at an alarming speed, poised to engulf him. Die, die, all of you shall perish. Vegeta cackled, envisioning the gruesome demise of Subai and son Wukong beneath his onslaught. Feeling the overwhelming pressure approaching, Subai turned to son Wukong without a glance back and calmly declared, Wukong, leave the rest to me. Boom. As his words faded, Subai casually waved his hand, shattering the 2 energy blasts from the great ape Vegeta into fragments. In an instant, the menacing force that had enveloped the area dissipated entirely. The onlookers, transfixed by the spectacle, stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock. The sight of Subai effortlessly dismantling Vegeta's full force attack was an overwhelming shock to them, bordering on the absurd. How could this be possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he struggled to grasp the reality before him. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He raged, shaking his head frantically, his voice a howl of frustration. Vegeta, this game has come to an end, Subai stated calmly, turning to face the frenzied Saiyan. Son Wukong watched Subai's silhouette, waves of tumultuous emotion surging within him. In that fleeting moment when Subai made his move, he felt a tremendous power erupting, one that obliterated Vegeta's full force assault in an ephemeral flash. Brother, your strength seems to have grown even greater since a month ago. Can I truly keep pace with you? Son Wukong pondered aloud, awestruck as he hovered in the air. No, I will surely catch up to my brother. I will surpass him. Son Wukong resolved, his fists clenching tightly, determination burning in his eyes. Subai, do not underestimate me. Vegeta bellowed, his rage intensifying. I am Prince Vegeta, a Saiyan. It is utterly impossible for me to be defeated by the likes of you, a mere insect from a garbage planet. Die. You shall perish. Vegeta roared, charging madly towards Subai, his nerves frayed beyond repair, teetering on the brink of insanity. As the rampaging great ape Vegeta bore down upon him, Subai remained unperturbed, a calm stillness enveloping him. Subai. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta reached Subai, fist clasped tightly, unleashing all his might in a devastating blow aimed at Subai's head. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted, with winds howling and chaos reigning. As the atmosphere thickened with raw energy, Vegeta, your power is far too feeble now to pique my interest, Subai remarked, shaking his head gently as he tightened his own fists, preparing to meet the attack. Bang! The ground trembled as the cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward, sending debris flying as if the world were ending. In the face of the gargantuan great ape Vegeta, Subai's seemingly frail figure appeared diminutive. Yet, it was this unassuming body that unleashed an extraordinary force. With a thunderous sound resonating through the void, the colossal form of great ape Vegeta was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the earth. Coughing up blood, the now wounded Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and staring blankly, his mind clouded, struggling to comprehend the events that had unfolded. He could not accept this reality, nor could he fathom it. However, the searing pain radiating from his shattered arm forced him to confront the truth, compelling him to accept it. Vegeta, I hope that when we next meet, you will not disappoint me too greatly. Subai teleported above the fallen great ape Vegeta and delivered a decisive blow that shattered his heart. Ah! Vegeta's anguished scream echoed through the void. As the sound of his wail faded, the great ape form of Vegeta gradually reverted to normal, his life extinguished. In his final moments, he fixated on Subai, his gaze a tumultuous mix of humiliation and defiance. Subai has triumphed. That evil Saiyan has been vanquished. From a distance, Bulma beamed with joy, leaping with delight as a radiant smile graced her face. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and others were equally exhilarated, all giving Subai a thumbs up in admiration. The king of the world soared with glee as he witnessed Subai's overwhelming victory over Vegeta, exclaiming, "Well done. Well done." Across Blue Star, the inhabitants watching the live broadcast erupted in jubilation, celebrating the resolution of their crisis. They hailed Subai as their savior, their voices echoing in unison. Standing amidst the aftermath, Subai surveyed Vegeta's lifeless body, a gentle smile playing on his lips, finally having personally vanquished 3 pure-blooded Saiyans. Though the battle prowess of the great ape Vegeta soared to 180,000, it paled in comparison to Subai's immense power of 530,000, who had mastered the art of sealing all his energy within. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task and receiving the reward, Bloodline of a Beginner Saiyan. Chapter 30, Breaking the Shackles, Merging the Saiyan Bloodline. As Subai gazed upon the task rewards displayed on the system panel, a smile graced his lips. He had finally acquired the Saiyan bloodline. Ding! Does the host choose to merge with the basic Saiyan bloodline? The system's voice echoed in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Subai resolved to find a secluded spot before proceeding with the merger. The crowd around him was far too dense, and he was uncertain of the commotion that merging the Saiyan bloodline might provoke. It would be rather inappropriate to create a ruckus in front of so many witnesses. Can I delay the merging of the Saiyan bloodline? Subai pondered internally. Yes, but it must be completed within 1 day. The system promptly responded. Very well, I shall merge later, Subai affirmed. As his voice faded, the system panel in his mind gradually dissipated. Brother Subai, you're truly remarkable. You vanquished that malevolent Saiyan. Bulma exclaimed, piloting her aircraft to his side, her eyes sparkling with joy. Observing Bulma's radiant smile, Subai felt a gentle lift at the corners of his mouth. It must be said, the youthful Bulma was undeniably beautiful. Soon after, Piccolo, Krillin, and others arrived, encircling Subai and Son Goku. Each of their faces beamed with exuberance, filled with excitement and delight. Subai, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, Blue Star would have truly faced catastrophe. Krillin remarked. Indeed, indeed. If it weren't for you, Brother Subai, we would have all perished here today. Kaiatsu chimed in, smiling. Piccolo scrutinized Subai intently, focusing on his aura. He had noticed during the fierce battle that Subai could unleash tremendous power in an instant. Subai, your strength has grown immensely compared to a year ago, Piccolo stated. Even now, he found it hard to fathom what experiences Subai had undergone over the past year that had led to such remarkable growth. Upon hearing this, Subai smiled slightly and replied, You all have improved as well. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and the others exchanged awkward smiles. Before their arrival, each had been brimming with confidence, believing that their training over the past year would suffice to tackle the invading Saiyans. However, faced with the reality of battle, they realized their once proud achievements paled in comparison to the 2 Saiyans. Ahem. Let us first use the Dragon Balls to resurrect those fallen humans, Krillin suggested, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. The group nodded in agreement. Krillin, have you gathered the Dragon Balls? Son Goku inquired. Before Krillin could respond, Bulma interjected. The Dragon Balls have long been collected and are stored with the old turtle. Hearing this, Son Goku chuckled lightly. Then let us head to Master Roshi's island. Wukong, you all go ahead. I have something to attend to, Subai stated. Brother, Son Goku hesitated. Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for secrecy between brothers, Subai encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Son Goku said, Brother, may I resurrect Vegeta as well? I want to defeat him with my own hands. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Tien's expressions shifted dramatically. To them, Vegeta was a ruthless Saiyan, and having just defeated him, resurrecting him would render their hard-fought victory meaningless. Goku, you. Krillin began, but was interrupted by Subai's voice. Goku, pursue whatever you desire. You need not seek my approval. After a pause, Subai continued, We are brothers, and I shall always support you. Thank you, brother, Son Goku exclaimed, filled with joy as he sped off towards Master Roshi's island. Seeing Subai's stance, Krillin and Tien felt disinclined to voice any further objections. They exchanged farewells with Subai and followed suit. Once the group departed, Subai found a secluded area and opened the system panel, merging with the Saiyan bloodline. Received host command, initiating the merger with the basic Saiyan bloodline. As the mechanical voice of the system resounded, Subai's body began to undergo rapid transformation. He distinctly felt a tail sprouting swiftly from his form. With a flash of golden light, his bloodline was completely replaced with that of a Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations, host successfully merged with the basic Saiyan bloodline. Upon hearing this, a brilliant smile spread across Subai's face. Simultaneously, he realized that the shackles that had long bound him had been shattered. He chuckled, "From here on, my strength shall not stagnate at 530,000. The mere thought of surpassing the Super Saiyan threshold and battling formidable foes across the universe sent his blood racing with exhilaration. On Master Roshi's island, after Son Goku wished for the resurrection of Vegeta and all those they had slain, a grave issue arose. Yamcha had been killed by the vegetable beings and could not be revived. At that moment, Krillin and the others wore expressions of utmost distress. The Dragon Balls could not be used again for another year. But there was a dire flaw. The Dragon Balls could not resurrect anyone who had been dead for over a year. As the group found themselves in despair, Piccolo arrived on Master Roshi's island. Chapter 31. The Celestial Spaceship. As Piccolo suddenly appeared on Kame House, Krillin and the others furrowed their brows, preparing for a confrontation. In stark contrast, Son Goku greeted Piccolo with a smile. Ignoring Goku, Piccolo cast a cold glance at the group and strode directly toward Bulma. Bulma, taken aback, shouted, "Piccolo, what do you intend to do? If you dare to harm me, my brother Subai will not spare you." Krillin quickly positioned himself in front of Bulma, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo, ready to act at any moment. "Don't be afraid, Bulma. I will protect you." Master Roshi approached with a mischievous grin, reaching out to grope Bulma. Frowning, Bulma swiftly punched him in the face. "Ah!" Master Roshi cried out, collapsing to the ground with a nosebleed. "You lecherous old man. Do you wish for death?" Master Roshi waved his hands in defense. "Bulma, you misunderstand. I intended to protect you, not take advantage of you." "Piccolo, are you here for something specific?" Goku stepped forward to inquire. With a piercing glance, Piccolo replied, "I am here to ask Miss Bulma for a favor." "A favor?" Bulma's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily covered herself, firmly rejecting, "Absolutely not. Give up on that thought, Piccolo." "Miss Bulma, I believe there has been a misunderstanding," Piccolo said, shaking his head in exasperation. "Huh, a misunderstanding?" Bulma awkwardly questioned, unable to fathom how she could assist the renowned Piccolo. "What exactly do you need Bulma's help for?" Goku asked, puzzled. "I would like to request Miss Bulma's assistance in constructing a spaceship to travel to Namek. I need to discover my origins." "Namek? Searching for origins?" The others were left bewildered by his words. Suddenly, Krillin recalled something Vegeta had mentioned during battle, shouting, "Goku, there may still be hope for Yamcha." Vegeta once said that Piccolo is a Namekian, and that Namek possesses Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes. "We can use the Dragon Balls on Namek to revive Yamcha." Krillin felt immense guilt, knowing that Yamcha had perished in his place. The prospect of resurrecting him filled Krillin with excitement. "Piccolo, is what Krillin said true?" Goku asked urgently, sensing the possibility of saving Yamcha. Meeting their gazes, Piccolo slowly stated, "I cannot be certain whether Namek has Dragon Balls, but I believe there is a high probability that it does." Hearing of this potential hope, Krillin quickly asked, "Piccolo, can I accompany you?" At this, Piccolo turned his gaze toward Bulma, saying, "That depends on whether Miss Bulma is willing to assist us. If she refuses to help us construct the spaceship, none of us can go." Piccolo sighed, uncertain of Bulma's willingness to aid him. For years, he had longed to confirm his origins, and now that he had a lead, he yearned to visit Namek. "Bulma, please help us. Whether or not Yamcha can be revived depends on you," Goku urged. "Indeed, Bulma. We all recognize your brilliance in this area. Please assist us in building a spaceship." Krillin chimed in. Bulma looked at Piccolo with curiosity, asking, "Why don't you simply use one of the 2 Saiyan spaceships to go to Namek instead of seeking me out?" Piccolo sighed, replying, "The remaining spaceship was destroyed by the resurrected Vegeta. After the battle, he visited the Elder Kai to confirm that he was not an Earthling, and promptly went to the place where the Saiyans landed. Yet, even with all his effort, he arrived too late. Vegeta, after being revived and leaving Earth, destroyed the spaceship of Nappa." Bulma sighed in response, "If that is the case, with Earth's current technological level, we absolutely cannot reach Namek. Not only do we lack knowledge of Namek's location, but even if we did, the fastest spaceship we could produce would be incapable of making the journey." Her words cast a pall over the group. "Is there truly no way?" Krillin asked, unwilling to relinquish the hope of reviving Yamcha. All eyes turned to Bulma, awaiting her answer. Bulma shook her head, stating, "With our current technological capabilities, it is utterly impossible to traverse the cosmos." Piccolo's expression darkened to the extreme, as this meant his quest to uncover his origins was doomed. Just as despair began to envelop them, Mr. Popo entered Kame House. "Piccolo, the Elder Kai has sent me to tell you that if you wish to go to Namek, There may be something that can aid you. What is it? Piccolo inquired urgently. In an instant, the gazes of Goku, Krillin, and the others were also fixed on Mr. Popo. The former home of the Elder Kai, Mr. Popo explained. The Elder Kai indicated that his previous abode might very well be a spaceship. Where is it? Take me there, Piccolo urged. Mr. Popo nodded, signaling for Piccolo to follow. Seeing them depart, Goku, Krillin, and the others followed suit, including Bulma, eager to witness the extent of technology capable of traversing the universe. Before long, they arrived at a valley where a peculiar, moss-covered small house came into view. Bulma gazed at the small structure, exclaiming, Mr. Popo is right. This is indeed a spaceship. Upon hearing this, the group erupted with excitement, realizing they could finally journey to Namek. Bulma, please check if this spaceship is damaged and still operational, Goku urged. Bulma nodded and entered the spaceship with Mr. Popo. After a thorough inspection, she smiled, saying, it's not damaged, it's still functional. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room eased significantly. However, Bulma added, we will need some time to modify it for use. Currently, it can only be controlled in Namekian, which is quite cumbersome. How long will it take? Piccolo asked. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma replied, approximately 1 day. As soon as she finished speaking, Subai suddenly appeared within the spaceship. Chapter 32, Embarking on the Journey to Namek. As Subai gazed upon the spacecraft, a gentle smile graced his lips. This represented a splendid opportunity for him to enhance his strength. The mere thought of Frieza hastening towards Namek sent a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Ever since he had assimilated the Saiyan bloodline, an insatiable desire to battle formidable foes had resonated within him. Brother Subai, you've arrived, greeted the gathered friends, their faces beaming with joy at his unexpected appearance. Bulma, where are you all headed? Subai inquired, feigning ignorance. Before Bulma could respond, Goku interjected, brother, we're preparing to visit Piccolo's homeland, Namek. Due to my blunder, Yamcha was not resurrected by the Dragon Balls of Earth. We intend to use the Dragon Balls of Namek to bring him back. Would you like to join us for some fun? Goku chuckled, continuing, who knows? We might encounter some incredibly strong opponents on Namek. He understood Subai's character well, knowing he relished the thrill of combat against powerful adversaries. Beep. Detected that the host is aboard the Namek spacecraft. New mission issued. Embrace a Namekian native. Mission reward. Power doubling card. Note. The power doubling card is only usable before breaking through the Super Saiyan level. Does the host choose to accept the mission? Upon hearing the sudden announcement from the system, Subai's smile widened. He had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events. He had already intended to journey to Namek, and now, the system had bestowed upon him such an uncomplicated task, an absolute boon. Finding a Namekian to embrace posed no challenge at all. Most importantly, the reward was remarkably unpretentious, a card that would instantly double his combat power. I accept. Subai declared without a moment's hesitation, decisively opting to undertake the mission. Beep. Congratulations, host. Mission accepted successfully. Current progress, 01. Brother, are you coming with us? Goku asked, noticing Subai lost in thought. Indeed, I'll accompany you, replied Subai. Haha, that is splendid. The journey will be far more enjoyable, Goku exclaimed. Krillin felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Subai by their side, their safety was significantly enhanced. After all, none could predict the challenges they might face on their journey or upon arrival at Namek. Brother Subai, are you going too? Then I want to come along. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Bulma, perhaps you should reconsider. You're just a girl and lack combat prowess. Goku began. Though his implication was unmistakably clear, he was worried Bulma might be a hindrance. Son Goku. Bulma seethed, turning to glare at him, her fist clenched tightly. What do you mean by that? Are you worried I'll slow you down? Goku, taken aback by Bulma's fury, instantly thought of the irate Chi-Chi and quickly waved his hands. No. That is not what I meant, Bulma. How could you possibly slow us down? Bulma shot him a piercing look. Son Goku, if you don't take me along, what will you do if something goes wrong with the spaceship? Can you repair it? Can you even pilot this spacecraft? Bulma spoke rapidly, leaving Goku speechless and unable to refute her points. Okay, you're right, Bulma. We can't go to Namek without you. You must come. Goku capitulated quickly. That is more like it. Bulma shot Goku a sidelong glance before turning to Subai, taking his hand gently. Brother Subai, please let me join you on this journey to Namek. I'm not useless, you know. Hearing Bulma's soft words, Goku felt a pang of inadequacy. Why was there such a stark contrast in her demeanor? Why did she treat him like a fierce tiger while being so gentle with his brother? Subai nodded. Very well, Bulma. You may accompany us to Namek. Just remember to stay behind us if we encounter danger. Bulma nodded vigorously, feeling warmth in her heart. By the way, Bulma, could I trouble you to add a few gravity chambers to this spacecraft? Subai requested. Yes, please help us with that, Bulma. Goku echoed eagerly. Absolutely. Leave it to me. Bulma replied with a confident smile. Adding a few gravity chambers was a trivial task for her. After finalizing the list of those who would travel to Namek, Bulma piloted the spacecraft back to West City. Modifying the ship would require time. And West City was Bulma's territory, where everything was readily available. In a lavish villa, Subai, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin gathered around a table laden with a feast of delectable dishes. Without hesitation, they began to indulge heartily. Among them, Subai, Goku, and Gohan devoured their meals with the greatest fervor. Before long, their bowls resembled small mountains. Piccolo and Krillin exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment at the trio's insatiable appetites. After devouring a chicken foot, Subai turned to Goku. Goku, Gohan is a fine candidate. Why not let him be my disciple? A smile played on Subai's lips. It was said that Gohan was neglecting his studies, leaving even Goku to grieve. He was eager to see how far Gohan could ascend through rigorous training. Piccolo's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. He quickly averted his gaze, pretending to look elsewhere while intently eavesdropping. Brother, are you suggesting that Gohan should become your disciple? Goku exclaimed. Subai nodded affirmatively. Great. Goku responded enthusiastically. Turning to Gohan, Gohan, hurry and pay your respects to your master. Gohan, seated in his chair, wore a conflicted expression, clearly unsure of how to respond. Piccolo peeked at him, feeling a surge of joy. What is the matter, Gohan? Are you reluctant? Goku inquired. Gohan shook his head. It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just worried that Mom won't approve Piccolo? Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sadness washed over him, shattering his heart into fragments. Subai chuckled. Gohan, don't worry. I will speak to your mother about it. Really? Gohan's eyes brightened. Of course, Subai assured him. Thank you, master. Gohan suddenly knelt before Subai, bowing deeply. Pfft. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? Gohan rushed to inquire. Piccolo waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, just perhaps not fully recovered yet. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bulma finally completed the modifications to the spacecraft. She excitedly rushed to Subai to share the good news. Subai gathered everyone together, and they set forth on their journey to Namek. With a swift whoosh, the spacecraft vanished from sight, reappearing in the cosmos as it accelerated rapidly towards Namek. Chapter 33. Subai's assurance as the group prepared to launch their spacecraft towards Namek. Bulma's voice echoed through the cabin. Goku, it's Chi-Chi on the line. Upon hearing this, both Goku and Gohan's expressions soured significantly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. To them, Chi-Chi was far more fearsome than any formidable adversary. Goku. Gohan, Chi-Chi must be calling for you, Bulma remarked. What do we do? Goku stammered, pacing anxiously within the spacecraft, drenched in sweat and utterly at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Gohan and said, Gohan, why don't you take the call? Gohan's complexion paled, and he stuttered. But, Dad, how am I supposed to talk to Mom? This question left Goku utterly perplexed. No solution came to mind, until Subai's gentle voice cut through the tension. Gohan, just speak honestly with your mother. Subai offered a reassuring glance. Gohan nodded. Okay, master. He stepped forward to take the phone from Bulma. Hello, Bulma. Is Goku and Gohan with you? Chi-Chi's voice came through the line as soon as it connected. Mom. This is Gohan, he managed to say, suppressing his fear as best as he could. Gohan. Chi-Chi paused briefly, then inquired urgently, where are you now? Where's Goku? Dad. Dad, as Gohan began, but noticed Goku frantically gesturing for him to stop. However, recalling Subai's advice to be truthful, he pressed on. Mom. Dad and I are together, aboard the spaceship heading to Namek. What? Gohan, what did you just say? Chi-Chi shouted, her voice laced with panic. Mom, we're on the spaceship to Namek. We're going to Uncle Piccolo's homeland to find the Dragon Balls and revive Uncle Yamcha, Gohan divulged, omitting nothing. You're not allowed to go. Get back home right now. You've been following Goku around instead of studying. Chi-Chi roared. Mom, but no buts. You need to come home immediately. You're not going to follow Goku on this reckless adventure. Chi-Chi bellowed. Gohan, pale and feeling helpless, looked to Subai and Goku for support. Goku, with a helpless expression, had no response. "Gohan, give me the phone," Subai said, extending his hand. "Hello, sister-in-law. This is Subai." "Subai?" Chi-Chi recalled the man who had vanquished Vegeta and saved Blue Star. "Rest assured, Gohan will be safe with me. I will protect him," Subai assured her. "I understand your concerns. You don't want Gohan to face danger. But I promise, no harm will come to him while he is with me. Furthermore, this journey to Namek will greatly broaden his horizons and will be beneficial for his studies. Such opportunities are rare." Subai spoke softly, reassuring Chi-Chi that Gohan would be unharmed. He understood her perspective. No mother wishes to see her son embroiled in perilous situations. Her desire for Gohan to abandon martial pursuits stemmed from a wish to shield him from danger. She only wished for him to live a peaceful life, having endured enough chaos alongside Goku. "But Gohan is still so young. Do not worry, sister-in-law. He will be perfectly safe with me. Moreover, evading danger will not ensure peace. True security arises from strength." Subai spoke earnestly. After a few moments of silence, Chi-Chi replied, "Then I entrust you with him. Please take good care of Gohan." She then hung up. At her words, Goku and Gohan leaped with joy. "Brother, you really did it." Goku praised Subai, giving him a thumbs up. "If I had taken that call, Chi-Chi would have scolded me mercilessly." Subai chuckled, shaking his head. "Goku, your combat intellect is unparalleled, but in other matters, you can be rather simplistic. You must consider your wife's feelings. She doesn't oppose Gohan training. She merely wishes for him not to lead the same life you have." Goku nodded, somewhat understanding. "Let us get going." Subai smiled. Watching Subai's considerate nature, Bulma mused silently. How fortunate it would be to marry Subai. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but his demeanor is also so gentle and thoughtful, truly remarkable. Just thinking about it filled her with warmth. As the spacecraft launched and swiftly pierced through the cosmos, racing towards Namek, Subai and the others gathered around the table to enjoy a hearty meal. Throughout the meal, Bulma tenderly poured drinks and served food to Subai. After surveying the group, Subai declared, "Once we finish this meal, we must all train diligently in the gravity chamber. I have a foreboding sense that our journey to Namek will present unprecedented challenges far beyond even Vegeta's strength." Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan exchanged serious glances, realizing the gravity of Subai's words. Having witnessed his formidable prowess, they understood that this expedition would be perilous indeed. In contrast to their solemnity, Goku was visibly excited, eager to face the unknown adversaries. "Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan, train together until you've fully adapted to the 10-fold gravity. Then increase it to 20-fold, Subai instructed, pointing to one of the gravity chambers. "Goku, you can start at 20-fold. After a brief pause, he added, "Remember, do not push yourselves too hard." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Brother, what about you? Can I train with you?" Goku asked. Subai smiled and shook his head. "Goku, with your current strength, you cannot withstand 100-fold gravity." 100-fold. The room fell silent, shock evident on their faces. Piccolo and the others could hardly believe their ears. Subai intended to train under 100-fold gravity from the start. After the initial shock, Goku silently vowed to reach a level capable of enduring 100-fold gravity as quickly as possible, so he could train alongside Subai. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Under the relentless dedication of their training, their strength surged dramatically. Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan had fully adjusted to the 10-fold gravity and had increased it to 20-fold. Under the inspiration of Subai's ambitious goal, Sun Wukong has completely acclimatized to a gravity 100 times that of Earth. With a sigh of relief, he finally overcame the formidable 100-fold gravity. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply, contemplating that he could now practice alongside his elder brother. As he spoke, he stepped out of his gravity chamber and pushed open the door to Subai's chamber. The moment he entered, he was met with an overwhelming force that instantly crushed him to the ground, fracturing every bone in his body and causing blood to splatter everywhere. Chapter 34, Arrival at Namek. With a sudden thud, Son Goku was overwhelmed by an immense gravitational force, collapsing to the ground as his bones cracked under the strain. Agonizing pain surged through him, and the gravity chamber resonated with his heart-wrenching screams that lingered in the air. His face turned pale, contorted in extreme agony. In that moment, he experienced an indescribable level of suffering. Cold sweat poured down his face like raindrops, and he lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to even move a finger. Hearing the sudden cries echoing in his ears, Subai, who was performing push-ups with a single finger, furrowed his brow, and promptly deactivated the gravity in the chamber. As the oppressive weight vanished, Goku instantly felt the crushing pressure lift, granting him a sense of relief. "Goku, how did you get in here? Are you all right?" Subai inquired, observing Goku, whose mouth was bleeding profusely and whose life force was rapidly fading. Goku mustered all his strength to smile weakly and shook his head. "Big brother, I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy." Before he could finish his sentence, he fainted on the spot. Noticing this, Subai quickly retrieved a magical bean from his pocket and fed it to Goku. This was one of the few they had left from their return from King Kai's planet, having already used one on Goku, leaving 3 remaining. As the bean dissolved in Goku's mouth, a mysterious energy surged through his meridians, restoring all his injuries and revitalizing his strength to its peak. Subai could distinctly sense that Goku had emerged from the brink of death, his aura now significantly more potent than before. Gasping for breath, Goku felt his heart race as he recalled the harrowing experience. He was certain that had Subai not intervened, he would not have survived the ordeal. "Goku, you must not act so recklessly in the future. If I hadn't noticed in time, it would have been the end for you," Subai said, his expression serious. Goku nodded. "I understand, big brother." Reflecting on his previous state, he felt certain he would have perished that day. What was the gravity set to in this chamber? I had completely adapted to 100 times the weight, yet my body was still crushed in an instant. 200 times, Subai replied calmly. "What? 200 times gravity? Are you joking? In such a short time, you fully adapted to 200 times the weight," Goku exclaimed, overwhelmed with shock. Subai smiled slightly. "Why would I deceive you about such things?" Goku gasped in disbelief, his astonishment lingering. He had thought that after tirelessly training, he could finally practice alongside his brother after adapting to 100 times gravity. Little did he know, Subai had already fully acclimated to 200 times gravity. "Big brother, you truly are remarkable." Goku couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Goku, it won't be long before you, too, can withstand 200 times gravity," Subai said with a gentle smile. "Haha, big brother, one day, I will surely surpass you," Goku declared with unwavering determination. He had long regarded Subai as his ultimate goal, vowing to exceed him. "Goku, let us see you try 200 times gravity again." Subai chuckled lightly as he approached the control panel for gravity adjustment. "Wait, big brother, maybe it's best not to." Goku hurriedly blocked Subai's path. "I think I should start from 100 times gravity again." He definitely did not want to experience the crushing weight of 200 times gravity once more. Subai smiled knowingly. "Goku, perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but you can already barely endure 200 times gravity." As he spoke, Subai suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, his finger was poised over the gravity adjustment button. In an instant, the gravity chamber shifted to 200 times gravity. At that moment, Goku felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. However, unlike before, he did not shatter under the weight, but managed to hold on for several seconds before being forced to the ground by the immense pressure. Watching Subai remain unfazed, as if untouched by the crushing gravity, Goku was left in awe. Indeed, Subai had already adapted to 200 times gravity. Otherwise, he would not appear so effortlessly composed. After enduring for more than 10 seconds, Goku reached his limit, prompting Subai to deactivate the gravity. Once the oppressive force lifted, Goku felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Goku, you should head back now. Try to fully acclimate to 200 times gravity before we reach Namek," Subai instructed. Goku nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, big brother, I will make it happen." Before departing, Goku looked back at Subai and suddenly asked, "Big brother, may I spar with you just once?" Subai smiled and nodded. "Of course. Then you better be ready. I'm coming," Goku declared, vanishing from sight and appearing behind Subai, launching a whip kick. Subai, unfazed, effortlessly raised his right hand to block the attack. "Goku, there is no need for testing between brothers. Unleash your full power." "All right, then I want to hold back," Goku replied as he leaped back, bringing his hands together to gather energy. In an instant, the gravity chamber was engulfed in a blue and white light. Kamehameha wave. With a resounding explosion, a wave of destructive energy shot forth, aimed directly at Subai. Facing this terrifying blow capable of annihilating entire planets, Subai remained calm and collected. He transformed his fist into a palm and effortlessly crushed Goku's full-power Kamehameha wave. Goku took a deep breath and admitted, "Big brother, I concede." Subai approached and gently patted Goku on the shoulder, smiling. "Goku, keep up the hard work." Goku nodded resolutely and exited Subai's gravity chamber. As soon as Goku left, Subai unhesitatingly set the gravity to 300 times. In that moment, even he felt the strain, pushing himself to endure the training. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship sped through the cosmos for another 18 days, until a colossal green planet appeared before them. During this time, the ship nearly landed on a planet inhabited by the cruel and brutish, but Subai had intervened just in time. Bulma, gazing at the enormous green planet ahead, excitedly picked up the intercom to notify those still training in the gravity chamber. Everyone, we have arrived at the true Namek. Chapter 35, The Great Battle Approaches. Bulma's voice reverberated throughout every gravity chamber of the spaceship. Hearing her words, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan swiftly opened the doors to the gravity room. A glimmer of anticipation flickered across Piccolo's usually stoic face. They had finally arrived at the true Namek. Krillin's expression was filled with excitement. Yamcha was saved at last. Among them, aside from Krillin who felt a bit hesitant, both Piccolo and Gohan had completely mastered the 50 times gravity over the past month, their strength far surpassing what it had been before. Thank you for your guidance during this time, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said respectfully, bowing slightly. During this period, Piccolo had devoted himself to imparting combat techniques to Gohan without reservation. Do not misunderstand, Piccolo retorted coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Gohan. I merely wish to ensure you do not hold us back. I assure you, Uncle Piccolo, I will not become a burden. Gohan replied earnestly. Let us hope so. Piccolo scoffed, then turned his gaze to Bulma and asked, Miss Bulma, have Subai and Goku not emerged yet? Bulma nodded, saying, they are still in the gravity chamber. Could it be that Goku and Subai are in trouble? Krillin spoke with a tone of urgency. Before he could finish, one of the gravity chamber doors slowly opened. Hello everyone. How has your training been? Goku greeted the group with a smile. Seeing Goku unharmed, Krillin's worries dissipated. Goku, you scared me. I thought something had happened to you. Goku chuckled. How could anything happen to me? Goku, how have your training results been? I must tell you. The three of us have adapted to 50 times gravity. Krillin boasted with a grin. 50 times, you say? Goku calculated with his fingers. Then my training results should be 4 times yours. I have completely adapted to 200 times gravity. Upon hearing this, the room fell into stunned silence. What? You have fully adapted to 200 times gravity? Krillin and Piccolo exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Goku smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to the other gravity chamber door, which remained closed. They waited for over 10 minutes, yet the door did not open. Bulma's brow furrowed, an uneasy thought crossing her mind. Could it be that Subai has encountered an accident? Krillin and Gohan's expressions darkened as well. After all, they had agreed that once the spaceship arrived at Namek, they would immediately cease their training. Now, nearly 20 minutes had passed since the notification. I must go in and check, Bulma declared, rushing towards the gravity chamber. Goku, alarmed, swiftly grabbed her arm. Bulma, you cannot approach that gravity chamber. He recalled the dire situation he had encountered when he rushed into Subai's gravity chamber. If Bulma were to charge in like that, it could be life-threatening. But Goku. Do not worry, Bulma. Brother will be fine. He may simply be delayed for some reason. Let us wait a little longer. Before Bulma could respond, Goku's voice interrupted her. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued to wait, and after half an hour, the gravity chamber door finally creaked open. Dressed in a black tracksuit, with flowing long hair and striking features, Subai appeared before them. Apologies, everyone. I was held up by a minor issue. Subai smiled apologetically. Due to his rapid ascension in power, he had to spend additional time ensuring that his energy was contained within. Having successfully adapted to 300 times gravity, Subai's combat power had reached an astonishing 8 million. Subai, I thought you. Bulma exclaimed, rushing to embrace him, tears welling in her eyes. This. Subai found himself at a loss, unsure how to respond. Subai, how could anything have happened to me? Please do not cry, he gently consoled her. Indeed, Bulma, how could my brother ever be in trouble? Please, cease your tears. It is quite noisy. Son Goku. Bulma shot a glare at Goku, who clearly lacked any sense of tact. Embarrassed by Goku's comment, Bulma quickly released her embrace of Subai, her cheeks flushed like ripe peaches, as if a mere poke would cause her to burst. Brother, shall we head directly to Namek now? Subai nodded lightly, saying, let us proceed. With a slight smile, Bulma piloted the spaceship toward Namek. Brother, how has your training been during this time? Goku inquired. As the question lingered in the air, an expectant silence enveloped the spaceship. Everyone's gaze fixated on Subai, eager to hear of his progress. Goku had voiced their collective curiosity. They were all keen to learn just how much Subai's strength had improved. Well, it has been passable, Just a few days ago, I fully adapted to 300 times gravity, Subai admitted with a hint of regret. Originally, he had intended to completely conquer 350 times gravity within this 30-day period. Despite his diligent efforts, he found himself barely able to navigate 300 times gravity with ease. What? You have actually mastered 300 times gravity. Piccolo and Krillin gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. At that moment, the shock in their hearts was beyond words. It was simply outrageous. They had thought it remarkable to fully adapt to 50 times gravity in a month. Yet here they were, each exceeding the previous one in incredibility. Piccolo and Krillin silently lowered their energies to the bare minimum, feeling utterly dwarfed in the presence of Goku and Subai, two unparalleled prodigies. Wow! Goku gasped in awe, exclaiming, "As expected of you, brother. You are truly formidable." "Master, how long must I train to fully adapt to 300 times gravity?" Gohan lamented, unable to contain his admiration. "Haha, as expected of Subai, you are remarkable." Bulma chimed in cheerfully. Subai smiled slightly, saying, "It is not as significant as you think." As they spoke, the spaceship gradually descended upon Namek. Bulma intended to measure the air quality of Namek to ensure it was breathable, but Subai and Goku had already disembarked from the ship. Bulma, with no other choice, followed suit. As they stepped off the spaceship, they noticed a circular spaceship plummeting swiftly from the sky. "That spaceship looks just like the one Vegeta is piloting," Krillin exclaimed. Simultaneously, they sensed a fierce battle erupting not far from their location. Chapter 36, The Wrath of Piccolo Over There. Piccolo furrowed his brow, a profound sense of unease welling up within him. He could distinctly sense the fierce battles raging in several directions. Moreover, waves of energy were vanishing at an alarming rate. "Subai, you all go search for the Dragon Balls. I will investigate that area first." With that, Piccolo cast a determined glance before resolutely heading towards the site of the most intense conflict. "Wait a moment, Piccolo." Subai grasped Piccolo, who was poised to rush into the fray. "Is there something you need, Subai?" Piccolo inquired, perplexed. "If we're going, let us go together," Subai replied. "Indeed. My brother is right." Son Wukong chimed in with a grin. "Since we all came to Namek together, we are comrades. There is no reason for you to go alone. Uncle Piccolo will accompany you," Son Wufan echoed. As Piccolo absorbed the voices surrounding him, an indescribable feeling blossomed in his heart. The notion of comrades had seemed so distant to him in the past, yet now it felt different. "Subai, you all." Piccolo opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. Subai smiled gently. "Wukong is correct. Since we hail from the same place, we are indeed comrades. There is no reason for you to venture forth alone." As he spoke, Subai's hand rested softly on Piccolo's shoulder, filling him with an unprecedented warmth. "Wukong, Wufan, let us go?" Subai beamed at everyone, signaling for them to join him as he prepared to use instant transmission. "All right." They all nodded in unison, gathering around him. "Are you all ready for our journey to Namek?" Subai asked with a slight smile. Son Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others eagerly responded. "We've been ready for a long time." Hearing this, a smile graced Subai's lips as he utilized instant transmission, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. In a certain area of Namek, a large group of Frieza's army mercilessly slaughtered the Namekians. Today, the battle-ready Namekians were all away, leaving behind the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. Thus, they stood no chance against Frieza's forces, utterly unable to resist. The ground was littered with the corpses of Namekians, a testament to the one-sided massacre unfolding before them. "Heh, you foolish Namekians, do you now comprehend our might? I advise you to hand over the Dragon Balls quickly, otherwise you shall all perish today." One soldier from Frieza's army sneered as he surveyed the remaining Namekians with disdain. "Dragon Balls? We have no idea what that is." A Namekian retorted. "Heh, still defiant, are we?" The leader of the squad chuckled darkly, slowly raising his finger. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth, piercing through the heart of the Namekian who had just spoken. The poor soul barely had time to react before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Since your mouths are so stubborn, I shall make you speak." With a swift motion, several more beams erupted, claiming the lives of several Namekians. In less than 10 minutes, the Namekians residing in this village were reduced to 2 elderly individuals and 4 children. "I shall ask you one last time, where are the Dragon Balls?" A furious voice boomed, pressing down heavily upon the remaining Namekians. The 2 elders exchanged glances, casting worried looks at the 4 children they guarded closely. Their hearts were filled with turmoil. Ultimately, the elders chose to relent, unwilling to witness the vibrant lives of the children extinguished. I can tell you the location of the Dragon Balls, but you must promise me not to harm these children, one elder declared. Upon uttering those words, his spirit seemed to drain away, leaving him utterly despondent. Very well. As long as you reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, we shall show mercy and spare the lives of the little ones. The leader of Frieza's squad chuckled. Taking a deep breath, the elder continued. The Dragon Balls are not in our village. They are located in. Grandpa, don't tell these villains where the Dragon Balls are. One of the children interjected. The Dragon Balls are a sacred gift meant for the bravest, and these villains do not deserve them. Before the elder could finish his sentence, the child's words interrupted him. The squad leader's expression darkened dangerously. You insolent little brat, you talk too much. Before he finished speaking, a beam imbued with terrifying destructive power shot forth, aimed directly at the child. The overwhelming energy spread, sending the other children into a panic. The two elders felt a wave of despair wash over them. How dare you? Just then, a furious voice thundered, and the beam aimed at the child shattered instantaneously. The assailant was none other than Piccolo, who had just arrived with Subai through instant transmission. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo surveyed the ground strewn with the bodies of his kin, his fury reaching a boiling point. You cruel fiends. How dare you spare neither the elderly nor the children? Another Namekian comes to meet his demise. How foolish. Boom. Before the leader of the squad could finish his taunt, his body exploded into a mist of blood. This shocking scene left the members of Frieza's army dumbfounded. With their strongest captain eliminated in an instant, they dared not linger any longer, fleeing in every direction. Trying to escape? Piccolo's expression darkened as he swiftly took action. In an instant, wave after wave of energy beams erupted, obliterating every remaining member of Frieza's army. Are you all right? After dispatching the Frieza soldiers, Piccolo quickly turned to the two elders and the four children, his voice filled with concern. Just moments ago, he had been apprehensive about whether Namek was truly his homeland. Yet, upon seeing the Namekians who resembled him so closely, he confirmed that this was indeed his home. In response to Piccolo's concern, the two elders instinctively shielded the four children behind them, their faces filled with apprehension. I am a Namekian who was sent to Blue Star many years ago by my parents. Rest assured, we will not harm you. As Piccolo spoke, the Namekians began to feel a sense of relief wash over them. Uncle Piccolo, you must avenge us. Our parents, they were all killed by those villains. The four children's eyes brimmed with tears, their voices trembling. Do not worry, I shall avenge you. I will eradicate every last one of them. Piccolo's expression darkened, his resolve fierce. You are brave young boys. You mustn't cry. Subai gently crouched down, lifting one child into his arms and tenderly wiping away his tears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, double power card. A voice echoed in Subai's mind, and a card radiating a mysterious energy materialized in his consciousness. Surprised, Subai realized that this task had been completed due to his heartfelt response. Subai, could you please keep an eye on them for a moment? I need to deal with enemies in other areas. Piccolo's gaze swept across several distant locations. He could distinctly sense that several locations were currently enduring a massacre. Piccolo, those deceased Namekians could be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. It is imperative that we reclaim the Dragon Balls that have been stolen from us. Subai's voice resonated as his gaze turned towards the horizon. It was palpable that several formidable energies were racing towards them. Subai was indeed correct. Several Dragon Balls had already fallen into the hands of those individuals. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar and pointed in a specific direction. Meanwhile, the rapidly moving Frieza and his cohorts came to a halt, utilizing their detectors. They discovered the presence of Subai and his companions. On another front, Vegeta, who had recently arrived on Namek, also sensed the energy of Goku and the others. Vegeta's expression darkened. These terrifying energies felt so familiar. Could it be? Could it possibly be those individuals? Chapter 37, The Polite Frieza. Impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Those individuals could not have trained to such a terrifying level in such a short span of time. Vegeta shook his head vigorously and rushed toward the distant village with utmost speed. He was determined to acquire the Dragon Balls by any means necessary. Only by wishing for eternal life with the Dragon Balls could he gain sufficient time to grow even stronger and ultimately avenge his race by slaying Frieza, the destroyer of planet Vegeta. Throughout the years, despite serving under Frieza, Vegeta had never forgotten his singular mission, to exact revenge for his father. He had long known that Frieza was responsible for the annihilation of the Saiyan homeworld, yet his own lack of power had prevented him from confronting that truth openly. For all this time, his thoughts had been consumed with the desire to kill Frieza. Now, he finally glimpsed hope, the Dragon Balls. Only through the fulfillment of his wish could he avenge his father. Thus, he was resolute in acquiring all 7 Dragon Balls, no matter the cost. Subai Frieza. Await the day when I achieve eternal life with the Dragon Balls, for it shall be your doom. Vegeta gritted his teeth and sped onward. He had to secure that Dragon Ball before Frieza and his cohorts arrived. On the opposite end of Namek, Frieza and his entourage, carrying 4 Dragon Balls and heading toward the next village to collect more, suddenly halted. Their gazes converged in unison on a singular direction. Lord Frieza, over there. Several individuals with formidable battle powers have suddenly appeared. Chioi exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The scouter indicated that the average battle power of those individuals exceeded 20,000. Frieza's lips curled into a sinister smile. Oh ho ho ho. It appears that Namek harbors quite a few hidden strongmen. What shall we do next, Lord Frieza? Asked Salbu, standing nearby. Hee, do not concern yourselves with them. Let us proceed and gather all the Dragon Balls first, Frieza replied with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He could hardly wait to use the Dragon Balls to realize his desires. As long as he attained immortality, he would reign supreme over the universe. Understood. Chioi Salbu. And Dodoria nodded in agreement and continued toward the direction indicated by the scouter. Dodoria remarked, could it be that our scouters are malfunctioning? The sudden appearance of 4 individuals with battle powers over 20,000 defies logic. Chioi nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is highly illogical. It must be that the scouter is broken. You too, if you are curious about what is happening over there. Why not adjust the scouter to view the footage it detected? Salbu suggested. If I recall correctly, we have allies in that vicinity. Upon hearing this, Chioi and Dodoria quickly realized the situation and activated their scouters to investigate. However, before they could begin their inquiry, Subai and his group of 6 suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. Where do you intend to go? Subai's calm voice resonated, his gaze steady upon Frieza and his companions. As he regarded Frieza, a faint smile graced Subai's lips, and his blood surged with anticipation. He had longed for a confrontation with Frieza. In response to Subai's composed demeanor, Frieza remained unperturbed, his heart as tranquil as still waters. To him, these individuals blocking their path were merely insignificant ants, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Do you seek death by daring to obstruct the path of Lord Frieza? Chioi thundered. Simultaneously, Dodoria and Salbu spread out from 2 directions, encircling Subai and his companions. Bulma, glancing at the grotesque figures of Chioi and the others, turned pale and instinctively moved closer to Subai, who provided her with a sense of security. Piccolo's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the basketball-sized Dragon Balls they held. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, you killed those Namekians, didn't you? Are you their subordinates? Indeed, we are the ones who eliminated those worthless beings. Chioi scoffed. What? Do you, a Namekian, wish to challenge us now? Furious at this taunt, Piccolo erupted, vanishing in an instant to strike Chioi with a powerful blow. A resounding crack echoed through the air as Chioi, with a battle power of 18,000, had no time to react before his body disintegrated into a cloud of blood, vanishing from existence. Simultaneously, Dodoria and Salbu's scouters exploded. Salbu and Dodoria stood aghast, their eyes wide as saucers, drenched in sweat and utterly shocked. They had never anticipated that Chioi, with a battle power of 18,000, could be obliterated with a single punch by this newly emerged Namekian. Exchanging glances, they hastily distanced themselves from Subai and his companions, their expressions grave. Suddenly, they realized that their scouters were not malfunctioning. These individuals seemed to be the powerful life forms their scouter had detected moments ago. Frieza cast a glance at the blood mist where Chioi had been, a slight smirk forming on his lips. How intriguing. You shall all perish here today, Piccolo bellowed, glaring fiercely at Frieza and his entourage. The thought of the countless corpses of his kin ignited a burning fury within him. Salbu and Dodoria's faces paled at this declaration. They fixed their gaze upon Subai and his companions, their minds racing to formulate a plan. They understood all too well that with their combined strength, they stood no chance against the formidable group before them. They had no hope of calling upon Frieza for assistance. Moreover, they knew they could not flee. Even if they attempted to escape, Frieza would never allow it. Oh ho ho ho. Just as Salbu and Dodoria were left in a state of confusion, a light chuckle rang out. Frieza slowly approached Subai and his companions, standing before them with an air of command. If I am not mistaken, you must be the Blue Planet warriors who have slain Raditz and his ilk? He had gathered information about the events on Blue Planet through his scouter. Otherwise, he would not have known about the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. I am astonished by the remarkable increase in your powers within merely a month. Frieza's face bore a subtle smile, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers of Subai's group. As he spoke, Frieza's gaze settled on Subai. If I am not mistaken, you must be Mr. Subai? Subai maintained his composure, responding coolly, Indeed, I am Subai. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Subai, you are indeed a sight to behold, Frieza continued. You stand in our way and have unjustly slain one of my subordinates. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you intend to seize the Dragon Balls we are gathering? Frieza's tone remained calm, a faint smile still playing upon his lips. Chapter 38, The Ginyu Force. No, Frieza. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Subai waved his hand and chuckled. Our purpose in blocking your path is not solely to seize the Dragon Balls you have collected, but also to eliminate you. A hearty laugh erupted from Frieza as he replied, How amusing. It has been quite some time since I encountered such impolite individuals as yourselves. Frieza, I demand you pay for the lives of those fallen Namekians. Piccolo roared, instantly elevating his energy to its pinnacle. In an instant, a white aura enveloped him, radiating an overwhelming pressure that spread in all directions. Before his words could settle, Piccolo vanished from sight, charging towards Frieza with astonishing speed. How audacious! Do you even comprehend to whom you are speaking? Frieza scoffed. The being before you is none other than the Galactic Emperor, King Frieza. Zarbon and Dodoria, witnessing this, shouted defiantly as they braced themselves to confront Piccolo. Despite their awareness of their inevitable defeat, they feigned bravery, for Frieza was present. Failing to act would only hasten their demise. They believed that engaging Piccolo might afford them a glimmer of hope. Yet, incurring Frieza's wrath would undoubtedly seal their fates. With a resounding crash, Piccolo's fist collided with Dodoria's and Zarbon's, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that stirred violent winds. The ground shattered, and the sea boiled, creating a scene of utter devastation. In that moment, Dodoria and Zarbon's expressions shifted drastically as they felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickly distanced themselves from Piccolo, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their alarm. Just one exchange had made the vast gulf between their powers abundantly clear. Even now, their arms trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if their bones might shatter. Humph! You two insignificant fish believe you can impede my path? Piccolo scoffed, charging towards Dodoria and Zarbon once more. In response, Dodoria and Zarbon hastily gathered their energy, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Piccolo. The air was thick with countless energy spheres, descending like rain, intent on overwhelming him. Yet, unfazed by the onslaught of destructive energy, Piccolo danced through the chaos as gracefully as a butterfly, evading each blast with ease. In the blink of an eye, he reached Dodoria and Zarbon. I have stated it before. You two lack the merit to be my opponents. With a thunderous impact, both Dodoria and Zarbon were struck simultaneously in the abdomen. They gasped, blood spilling from their mouths as their bodies plummeted to the ground like cannonballs. Upon their impact, the earth fractured like fragile tofu, creating deep fissures. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the scene. Cough, cough. Dodoria and Zarbon clutched their stomachs, once again spewing forth blood. Perish! Piccolo bellowed from his suspended position, a brilliant light erupting from his hand, exuding a destructive aura. With a resounding blast, two beams of light shot forth at an alarming velocity towards Dodoria and Zarbon. Ah! They exclaimed, eyes wide with terror as they desperately fled. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the relentless pursuit of the beams. With a deafening crash, one beam struck Dodoria, its overwhelming force tearing his body apart. He did not even have time to scream before he was reduced to dust. Simultaneously, another beam of immense power struck Zarbon, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. A fierce wind howled, gradually dispersing the thick smoke that enveloped the area. One must admit, your combat prowess far surpasses that of the other Namekians. Zarbon, covered in wounds, slowly emerged from the haze. At that moment, he appeared drastically transformed, almost as if he were an entirely different person. His appearance had changed, and his energy surged to new heights. Phew, that was truly perilous. Zarbon wiped the blood from his lips. Is this truly all your strength? Piccolo glanced dismissively at the transformed Zarbon. Hiss, that fellow Zarbon is truly grotesque, resembling a toad. Bulma exclaimed, her stomach turning at the sight of him. Subai nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, he is quite unsightly. Amidst the ruins, Zarbon fumed at Bulma and Subai's exchange, his veins bulging and his face twitching. a naturally vain individual. He had refrained from using his more powerful form for fear of his own appearance. Yet, the more he tried to mask it, the more intolerable he found the mockery of his looks. You too. I shall slay you both, Zarbon roared, charging at Subai and Bulma in a frenzy. In that moment, they were the only ones on his mind, consumed by a singular thought: to obliterate them. Oh no. That creature, even uglier than a toad, is coming for us. Bulma screamed, her skin crawling as she hurriedly hid behind Subai. Zarbon, fueled by rage, nearly choked on his own fury at her words. You, I will kill you. Ah! Zarbon screamed, his frenzied energy erupting, sweeping across the landscape for miles. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to a mere 3 meters from Bulma and Subai. As he prepared to unleash his full power upon them, Goku, Gohan, and Krillin suddenly stepped in front of them. All three extended their hands at lightning speed, channeling their destructive energy into powerful beams. With a resounding explosion, the earth trembled, and the sea surged as 3 formidable beams shot forth, obliterating the transformed Zarbon into mere particles. He did not even have time to comprehend what had transpired before he was sent to the afterlife. Simultaneously, Frieza's entire entourage was annihilated by Piccolo in an instant. Bulma, are you unharmed? Goku inquired. Bulma shook her head, releasing a sigh of relief. Goku, I am grateful you dispatched that creature even uglier than a toad. Had he approached me, I would have surely vomited. All of this was witnessed by Vegeta, who had stealthily arrived not long ago. His astonishment was beyond words, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He could scarcely believe that Piccolo and the others had evolved to such a terrifying degree in such a short span of time. Frieza surveyed the scene, noting that all of his minions had been slain, and could not help but applaud. Mr. Subai, your team's strength is truly remarkable. Frieza, the time has come for you to face judgment, Piccolo declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon Frieza. You and your minions have slaughtered countless Namekians. It is time to pay the price for their lives. Oh ho ho ho. So, Mr. Piccolo, are you implying that you wish to kill me? Frieza laughed heartily. Humph. I am indeed curious to witness what the so-called Cosmic Emperor truly possesses. Before Bit could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of 5 formidable presences. HMR Raikum, Hachi Ibutta, Haji Eyes, Ho-Oh Guldo, Uho Ginyu. Everyone gather. The Ginyu Force. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, 5 immensely powerful individuals struck an indescribably awkward pose in midair. Chapter 39. Which of you wishes to perish first? The exaggerated entrance of the Ginyu Force captured the attention of everyone present. Subai, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others gazed at the 5 individuals suspended in midair, striking exceedingly awkward poses, their lips twitching involuntarily. The Ginyu Force's antics were so cringeworthy that one could almost envision an entire suite being conjured up in the void. Even Frieza, who usually maintained an air of composure, found himself blushing and perspiring coldly at the sight. These individuals. Their poses are far too embarrassing. Bulma couldn't help but scoff, her lips curling in disdain. Subai and Piccolo nodded in agreement, echoing Bulma's sentiments. It was indeed painfully awkward. Goku, observing the Ginyu Force from a distance, turned to Bulma and remarked, Actually, I think it's not so bad, it's quite unique. Gohan, upon hearing this, vigorously nodded and added with a grin, I think so too. His gaze towards the Ginyu Force seemed to shift, tinged with a hint of admiration. Subai, Piccolo, Bulma, looking at Goku and Gohan, smacked her forehead in disbelief, retorting, Goku, Gohan, your taste is incredibly low. How can you possibly consider this acceptable? She struggled to comprehend what could be going on in their minds, utterly baffled. Aunt Bulma, I must respectfully disagree. I actually think they are quite cool, Gohan stated. Cool? Upon hearing that word, Bulma hastily approached, touching Gohan's forehead with concern, and said earnestly, Gohan, are you feeling unwell? She harbored serious doubts that Gohan's faculties were intact, believing that he might have a fever to think the Ginyu Force's entrance was cool. Gohan was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in explanation. Aunt Bulma, I'm not sick. I'm perfectly lucid. Bulma's expression morphed into one of exasperation, her mouth agape, unsure of what to say next. Subai glanced at Gohan, shaking his head in dismay. This is completely askew. Indeed. Gohan's youthful aesthetic sense has been severely influenced by the Ginyu Force. If the Ginyu Force were aware of the subsequent events, would they feel an overwhelming sense of joy, believing themselves to be the true victors? Lord Frieza, do you have any instructions for us? Ginyu respectfully inquired. After striking their poses, the Ginyu Force stood in unison before Frieza. He cast a brief glance at the five of them and began, Ginyu, next time you make an entrance, could you possibly? Lord Frieza, do you mean to suggest that we should extend the duration of our entrance poses next time? Ginyu interrupted, his face beaming with delight. Frieza had not completed his sentence when Ginyu, brimming with joy, interjected. I knew you would love our meticulously choreographed entrance. Rest assured, we will certainly prolong it next time. Jinyu's grin was radiant, barely able to contain his elation. Frieza, enough, let us discuss this another time. He couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth. If they prolonged it any further, it would surely be a matter of life and death. Thank you, Lord Frieza, for your recognition. Ginyu and his team nodded earnestly, taking this matter to heart. Observing the jubilant group, Frieza was tempted to advise them against performing such embarrassing entrance routines in the future, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing it. Lord Frieza, do you have a mission for us? Ginyu asked once more. Frieza replied, originally, I intended to summon you to retrieve that traitor Vegeta, but I have changed my mind. First, take care of them. He gestured towards Subai and the others. Rest assured, we will eliminate them swiftly and then retrieve that traitor Vegeta. Ginyu and his team vowed, slowly turning to face Subai and his companions. Ginyu, be cautious. Their combat prowess is quite formidable, Frieza cautioned. At this, Ginyu and his team felt a warm surge of confidence. You can count on us, Lord Frieza. We will not disappoint your expectations. They chorused in unison. They activated their latest model of scouter, focusing on Subai and Goku. As they observed the readings on the device, Ginyu and his team smirked, a hint of disdain crossing their faces. They clearly saw that the strongest among their adversaries, the Namekian, possessed a combat power of merely 28,000. The most ludicrous was the young man clad in black sportswear and the woman standing on the aircraft, one with a meager power level of just 5, and the other a mere 1. Oh, there's someone hiding over there. The Ginyu Force's gaze shifted to a nearby hill. Vegeta, concealed behind the hill, frowned deeply, his heart sinking. He realized that he had been detected by their scouter. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted away with all his might. Vegeta understood all too well that, in his current state, he was no match for the Ginyu Force. Though the Ginyu Force was perpetually embarrassing, their strength was undeniable. Across the cosmos, their prowess was formidable. Particularly the leader, Ginyu, who was renowned as the second strongest in the universe, second only to Frieza. Oh, that traitor Vegeta is hiding here? Frieza observed Vegeta fleeing in a panic, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Thinking of escaping? Umph. A voice of disdain resonated from the Ginyu Force. The towering Berta stepped forward from the group, glancing into the distance before propelling himself like a cannonball. In no time, he returned, holding the battered and nearly lifeless Vegeta as if he were a mere chick, and unceremoniously tossed him to the ground. Lord Frieza, it seems we have completed the task you assigned us ahead of schedule, Berta said with a slight smile, his tone respectful. Heh, it appears to be so. Berta, you have done well, Frieza commended. Thank you for your praise, Lord Frieza. Berta quickly bowed with delight, reclining on the ground, battered and bruised. Vegeta glared up at Frieza and the others in the air, his teeth clenched in frustration, filled with bitter resentment. Is this how I meet my end? Vegeta ground his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to rise, but his injuries were too severe. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand. In that moment, he felt utterly humiliated, loathing his own weakness. If only his strength were greater, this would not have happened. Ginyu cast a dismissive glance at Vegeta before shifting his focus back to Subai and the others. Speak. Which of you wishes to die first? Ginyu inquired calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 40, The Time Stop Technique. Ginyu stood in midair, arms crossed. A look of disdain etched across his features, completely disregarding Subai and his companions. Humph, how audacious to boast without fear. Piccolo snorted softly and took a deliberate step forward. Let me handle this. It will serve as a warm-up before we confront Frieza, Subai said with a faint smile. His voice calm. Perhaps it was due to the infusion of Saiyan blood, but he felt an insatiable itch within him. Absolutely not. If you step in, we won't have any fun left. Goku interjected hastily, waving his hands. Goku is right. Since we've come this far, we should contribute as well. If you take action, brother Bai, then we. Krillin added. Master, could you wait a moment before intervening? I also wish to practice against them. Gohan chimed in. In an instant, Goku and the others began to voice their objections, preventing Subai from taking action. Subai sighed. Is it really so difficult for me to merely stretch my limbs? The members of the Ginyu Force, listening to the ongoing dialogue, felt their faces darken with rage. They realized that this group of so-called ants had no regard for them whatsoever. The earlier comments about their appearances had already incensed them. Now, this blatant disrespect only fueled their anger further. The more Ginyu, Raikum, and the others pondered, the more their teeth clenched in fury. How could the Ginyu Force, a name that struck fear across the universe, be so utterly belittled today? Then came an even more infuriating spectacle. Right beneath their noses, Subai, Goku, Gohan, and the others formed a circle and began to play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would face off first. Witnessing this scene, Ginyu, Raikum, and Berta erupted in furious rage, their anger beyond verbal description. Seeking death, you are all courting disaster. Ginyu bellowed, veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn it, these fools hold us in such contempt. Berta roared. The entire Ginyu Force was incensed. Come, let us also play and decide who will eliminate those worthless fools. Ginyu glared at Raikum and the others, eager to return the humiliation they had suffered. Very well. Jeez and the others nodded in unison. As they spoke, they too began to play rock, paper, scissors, mirroring Subai's group. Rock, paper, scissors. The sounds of their game echoed around them, as both sides eagerly made their guesses. Soon, the results were in. Krillin emerged victorious on Subai's side, while Guldo won for the Ginyu Force. Both Krillin and Guldo wore bright smiles, eager to engage in battle. Goku sighed deeply, lamenting his choice of scissors. If only he had chosen paper, he would have been the one to fight. Krillin, you've got this, Goku encouraged, his spirits somewhat diminished. Krillin, you're up first. Bulma smiled. Don't worry, I won't embarrass myself. Krillin replied confidently. Subai nodded slightly, guiding Bulma back to the ground to clear the battlefield. Goku and Piccolo followed closely, all descending to earth. Uncle Krillin, you must do your best. Gohan shouted. Rest assured. Gohan. Krillin replied, his gaze slowly shifting to Guldo. He had long wished to test the results of his training, but opportunities had been scarce. Humph. You think you can fight me, trash? Guldo sneered, glancing at the scouter that showed Krillin's power level to be a mere 3,000. Be careful. If you can't even defeat someone like me, it would be quite the embarrassment. Krillin cracked his knuckles, a playful smirk on his face. Guldo, eliminate that bald-headed fool. Ginyu commanded sharply. Understood, Captain. At Ginyu's command, Guldo immediately turned, fist clenched, rushing towards Krillin. Unfazed, Krillin met him head-on, fist ready. Humph. A mere fighter with a power level of just a few thousand dares to challenge me. Guldo scoffed, swinging a powerful punch at Krillin's face. But before his fist could connect, he felt a heavy blow to his stomach. Uffed. Krillin's punch struck with tremendous force, causing Guldo to spit blood. With a resounding crash, Guldo was sent hurtling away, crashing into a mountain, debris flying everywhere. This is impossible. His power level has surged above 20,000. Guldo trembled as he gazed at the scouter, disbelief written all over his face. Not only he, but the entire Ginyu Force was taken aback at that moment. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly frail bald man was harboring such immense strength. Frieza shot a glance at Ginyu and remarked, I had already warned you to proceed with caution. Ginyu, realizing the implications of Frieza's earlier words, instinctively wanted to rush to Guldo's aid, but ultimately refrained. After all, he was Ginyu, the second strongest in the universe. Rushing to help would only invite mockery. Guldo, use every ounce of your strength to take him down. Ginyu shouted. Captain, Guldo stammered, his resolve wavering as he saw his power level nearing 29,000. Where are you looking? Krillin suddenly appeared right in front of Guldo and delivered a swift kick. Bang! Before Guldo could react, he was sent soaring like a marionette with cut strings, crashing uncontrollably into the ocean. With a splash, waves surged up to 30 meters high. Lying in the water, Guldo's face turned pale, feeling as though his lungs were about to explode. It's over, Krillin sneered, quickly gathering energy. In an instant, a powerful wave of light erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Guldo at breakneck speed. Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan, witnessing this scene, prepared to select another fighter. They believed Guldo would undoubtedly perish under Krillin's strike. Yet, in the next moment, an unforeseen event unfolded. The deadly energy beam hurtling towards Guldo suddenly halted in midair, ceasing its advance. Everyone present, save for Subai and Frieza, felt as if time had come to a standstill. They remained conscious, but their bodies were rendered immobile. It seems this ability holds no power over me, Subai mused inwardly. Is this a power that can halt time? Goku and Piccolo simultaneously thought. Boom. A massive explosion erupted on the battlefield, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. However, Goldo was unharmed. He had escaped to another location during the time freeze. What is happening? Krillin was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, that peculiar sensation surged again, and Krillin felt time freeze once more. Bang! As a devastating wave of energy struck Krillin, time resumed its flow. Yes, Goldo, eliminate that bald-headed fool in this manner. Ginyu laughed heartily. Krillin, be careful. He possesses the ability to stop time. Goku shouted. Krillin nodded, his gaze darkening as he unleashed a barrage of light waves directed towards Gerudo. In that fleeting moment of launching the light waves, his body surged forward, racing towards the anticipated location where Gerudo might evade. As predicted, upon the release of the light waves, Gerudo once again held his breath, employing his extraordinary ability to halt time. Only after retreating to a secure location did he dare to exhale. A tremendous explosion erupted upon the earth, and Gerudo gasped for air. However, before he could catch his breath, Krillin materialized behind him, delivering a fierce punch. The impact sent Gerudo careening through the air, several of his ribs fracturing upon collision. Seizing this opportunity, Krillin denied Gerudo any chance to utilize his powers, relentlessly pursuing him. He unleashed his full potential, his combat strength soaring to an astounding 37,000 points. Faced with such a vast disparity in power, after several exchanges, Gerudo ultimately met his demise at Krillin's hands. Witnessing this, Jinyu's expression soured, and he bellowed, Riku, go and eliminate that bald head. Riku nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly advanced towards Krillin, overwhelming him with an undeniable advantage. In just a matter of rounds, Krillin found himself grievously injured. How dare you ambush Krillin? Son Goku roared in fury. Chapter 41, The Saiyans. Raikum, stop playing around and finish off that bald-headed one. Ginyu shouted. Understood, Captain. Raikum chuckled, gathering all his strength and striking fiercely at Krillin's head. In an instant, the force of his punch surged forward, akin to a cannonball speeding towards its target. Just as his fist was about to collide with Krillin's head, Goku suddenly appeared and caught Raikum's fist with one hand. How is this possible? Raikum's expression changed dramatically. He could hardly believe that his full-force strike had been so effortlessly intercepted. Most alarming was that he could not break free from the grip, no matter how hard he tried. Ginyu and the others watched in astonishment, their brows knitted tightly together, as a sense of foreboding quickly enveloped them. They could feel that the true combat prowess of these individuals from Blue Star was far beyond what the scanners had indicated. Vegeta, severely injured, widened his eyes in shock. He could not comprehend how Goku's strength had surged to such heights in such a short time. Just a month ago, Goku, a lowly warrior, had been weaker than himself. What on earth had they accomplished in that month? Vegeta's mind buzzed as he observed Goku and the others. It was evident that whether it was Piccolo, Goku, Krillin, or Gohan, their powers had dramatically increased within this brief span of time. Krillin, are you all right? Goku asked, gripping Raikum's fist tightly while casting a grave look at Krillin behind him. With a sudden cough, Krillin spat out a mouthful of blood and fell weakly to the ground, gasping for breath. Gee, Goku, don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm sorry. I've embarrassed you. Enduring the discomfort coursing through his body, Krillin managed a weak smile. Goku's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply. With a swift motion, he crushed Raikum's fist with a loud crack. Ah! A piercing pain engulfed Raikum, who screamed in agony, his features contorted in suffering. How can this be? That person, his power has soared to 80,000. Bart and Geese gasped, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. In the eye of the storm, Raikum trembled, engulfed by an overwhelming dread as he sensed the encroaching specter of death. You promised a one-on-one duel. Yet you dared to ambush Krillin and leave him in this state. This is unforgivable. Seething with rage, Goku gritted his teeth and delivered a punishing blow to Raikum's jaw. In an instant, immense power surged forth, concentrated at a single point, erupting violently. Blood splattered, and Raikum's head shattered like fragile tofu, scattering into pieces. Goku stood there, cold and unyielding, resembling a merciless deity of death. Bart and Geese trembled at the sight of Goku's icy demeanor, feeling as though they had plunged into a frigid abyss. Watching Goku's current state, Subai couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, Goku held Krillin in high regard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Goku gently lifted the injured Krillin and made his way towards Subai. Brother, do you still have any senzu beans? Goku asked anxiously. Subai nodded. I have 3 left. As he spoke, Subai produced a senzu bean and handed it over. Goku took the bean and hurriedly fed it to Krillin. As the mysterious energy of the senzu bean took effect, Krillin's injuries mended swiftly, restoring him to peak condition. Krillin rubbed the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and looked at Subai. I'm sorry, Brother Bai. I've let you down. Subai smiled and shook his head. Krillin, you did very well. Krillin forced a smile, feeling a pang of guilt for holding Subai back and wasting a Senzabine. Krillin, you should rest now. The next part is up to us, Subai gently reassured him. Krillin nodded and stood beside Bulma. Brother, can I have another Senzabine? Goku's voice rang out once more. Piccolo and the others exchanged confused glances, unsure of Goku's intentions. Without further inquiry, Subai retrieved another Senzabine and handed it to Goku. Thank you, brother. Goku took the bean and soared over to Vegeta. Humph, Kakarot. Are you here to mock me? Vegeta turned his head, refusing to look at Goku. Vegeta, eat the Senzabine. I haven't defeated you yet, Goku said slowly. At these words, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shocked by Goku's unexpected gesture. Kakarot, are you feeling pity for me? Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling his pride being trampled upon like never before. Goku remained silent, extending the Senzabine towards him. Vegeta trembled, a tumult of humiliation and fury swirling within him. Despite his reluctance to accept the Senzabine, he was compelled to endure the indignity, knowing that Frieza still posed a threat. Piccolo and Krillin observed the scene, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. After consuming the Senzabine, Vegeta's body quickly recovered. Amidst the tempest of rage and humiliation, his power soared to 110,000. Ginyu, Bart, and the others were taken aback, stunned by Vegeta's sudden surge in power. As Vegeta felt the immense energy swelling within him, he was elated. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that Saiyans experience a significant boost in power after recovering from the brink of death? The more he pondered, the more plausible this possibility became. Frieza, observing Vegeta's newfound strength, felt his gaze grow icy. A distant legend surfaced in his mind, the Super Saiyan. The thought darkened Frieza's expression further. Ginyu, eliminate Vegeta, he commanded coldly. He could not permit anyone to threaten his dominion, even if it was an elusive legend. The primary reason he had obliterated the Saiyan planet was precisely due to this fear. Over the years, he had spared Vegeta and Nappa merely out of convenience. Now, he distinctly sensed a threat emanating from Vegeta. As you command, Lord Frieza, Ginyu replied, his expression serious as he darted towards Vegeta. Bart and Geese followed closely, united in their objective to eliminate the strongest opponent, Vegeta. You'll have to face me, Goku bellowed, instantly amplifying his energy to its zenith. In an instant, the readings on Ginyu and the other scanners skyrocketed, finally stabilizing at 180,000. How can his power be 180,000? Ginyu and his companions were horrified, trembling uncontrollably. And Piccolo and Gohan also reached their peak power in that moment. The combat power of the Namekian warrior reached 67,000, and the young boy's power soared to 90,000. As Ginyu and the others stared at the readings on their scanners, they were utterly paralyzed. The strength of Goku and his allies far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Frieza fixed his gaze upon the formidable Son Goku, whose battle power soared to 180,000, his brow furrowing ever deeper. The legend of the Super Saiyan reverberated ceaselessly in his mind. Eliminate them, Frieza bellowed for the first time. Upon hearing this command, Ginyu, Berta, and Geese felt a jolt of alarm and shifted their attention towards Subai and Bulma, intending to eliminate these two, whose power levels were a mere 5 and 1. As Subai observed Ginyu and the others advancing menacingly towards him, a subtle smile graced his lips. So they wish to prey on the unsuspecting, do they? With a slight release of his energy, the scouters worn by Ginyu and his companions exploded instantaneously. At that moment, a tail emerged into view. Saiyan. Chapter 42. The legendary Super Saiyan. The moment Subai's battle power and tail were revealed, all present were struck with astonishment. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo gazed incredulously at Subai's tail, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had always believed Subai to be an Earthling, never suspecting that he was, in fact, a Saiyan. Ginyu, Guys, and Butter were horrified, desperately retreating, drenched in sweat. Only when they reached Frieza's side did their expressions soften slightly, yet they remained exceedingly grim. The latest model of the Scouter had seen significant enhancements in all its functionalities, with the upper limit for detecting battle power increased to 300,000. However, the Scouter still exploded, unable to withstand Subai's battle metrics. In that instant, Ginyu and his comrades comprehended that Subai's power had surpassed 300,000. This was an astronomical figure beyond their reach. Thus, the moment the scouter detonated, their fear became palpable. That tail, it couldn't be mistaken as Saiyan, he is truly a Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened, filled with shock. Suddenly, an uncontrollable thought surged through his mind, the Super Saiyan. At that moment, he believed Subai to be the legendary Super Saiyan. Brother, you are also a Saiyan. Goku exclaimed, and with that, the doubts that had lingered in his heart were resolved. No wonder Subai's progress had been so rapid. It turned out he was a Saiyan as well. Everything made perfect sense. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were rendered speechless, the impact of this revelation overwhelming. They had thought that after spending so much time with Subai, they understood him well. Yet, now they realized how foolish their previous assumptions had been. They not only lacked a deep understanding of Subai, but they had barely scratched the surface of comprehension. Frieza, what should we do now? That Saiyan named Subai's strength has far surpassed ours. Ginyu stammered, his face pale and trembling. Frieza ignored Ginyu, his gaze fixed intently on Subai. In that moment, the legends of the Super Saiyan echoed in his mind, growing louder and more overwhelming, nearly numbing his senses. Legends spoke of the Super Saiyan possessing the might to dominate the universe, capable of obliterating anything in their path. Frieza's expression darkened. If Subai truly was a Super Saiyan, his position as the Emperor of the universe would be in jeopardy. No, he could not possibly be a Super Saiyan. Such tales of the Super Saiyan were mere fabrications, all falsehoods. Frieza shook his head violently, losing his composure and shouting. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Bulma, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards Subai. Brother, are you a Super Saiyan? What is a Super Saiyan? Goku asked, filled with confusion. Observing Frieza's apprehensive demeanor, they understood that the Super Saiyan must be an incredibly formidable being. Before Subai could respond, Vegeta's voice rang out. He fixed his gaze on Subai. And although he was reluctant to accept it, he could not deny that Subai was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. The power Subai exhibited was far beyond what an ordinary Saiyan could attain. Even he, who prided himself as a combat genius among Saiyans, felt the vast chasm of difference. Such a disparity could only be explained by one reason. Subai was the legendary Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan is the mightiest being in the universe. Piccolo and the others were engulfed in tumultuous emotions, utterly astonished. No wonder Subai effortlessly overpowered every formidable adversary he encountered. This was the reason. Ha ha ha. Frieza, it seems today marks your demise. Vegeta laughed heartily, declaring, stop deceiving your trembling soul. Admit it, Subai is the legendary Super Saiyan, a being capable of effortlessly annihilating you. Standing tall, Vegeta continued to laugh. Although he was also an adversary of Subai, the thought of Frieza meeting his end on Namek brought him immense joy. Frieza, it is time to reckon with your vengeance for the destruction of planet Vegeta. Even if I do not strike you down, you shall perish at the hands of my kindred, the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's laughter echoed through the air, incessantly taunting Frieza. Frieza gritted his teeth, his gaze seething with rage directed at Vegeta and the others. What nonsense! The so-called legendary Super Saiyan is merely a collection of baseless rumors. Frieza, who typically exuded an air of gentility, could no longer contain his fury. Rumors? Ha ha ha, Vegeta laughed, pointing at Subai. Frieza, open your eyes wide and behold. The legendary Super Saiyan stands before you. What's wrong? Aren't you considered invincible in the universe? Are you afraid now? Vegeta smirked, delighting in Frieza's predicament. As Frieza listened to the relentless laughter, his gaze was fixed on Subai, brimming with murderous intent. He silently vowed that regardless of whether Subai was truly the legendary Super Saiyan, he must die today. He would not allow anyone who threatened his status to continue existing. Kill them. Kill them all. Frieza bellowed. Upon hearing this command, Ginyu and his team, usually compliant with orders, stood frozen, their pale faces betraying their fear. Frieza, my lord, they have the legendary Super Saiyan on their side. We cannot defeat them, Ginyu said, lowering his head, unable to meet Frieza's gaze, his voice trembling. Frieza, perhaps we should retreat. Buddha suggested. The Super Saiyan is the strongest being in the universe. We cannot win. Frieza's expression darkened further at their words. What did you just say? Are you implying that we will surely lose? His icy glare swept over Ginyu and Buddha, causing cold sweat to bead on their foreheads. They understood that Frieza was genuinely enraged. No, my lord Frieza, we didn't mean it that way. Ginyu and Buddha hastily waved their hands, attempting to explain, their hearts quaking. Oh, not that way? Frieza's gaze darkened, and in an instant, Buddha exploded. Blood splattered, and the air was thick with the stench of fresh blood. Seeing this, Ginyu hurriedly knelt before Frieza, pleading, "My Lord Frieza, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will go and kill them." Frieza coldly glanced at him, his voice devoid of warmth. "Ginyu, this is your final chance." Ginyu nodded vigorously, rallying guys as they steeled themselves to confront Goku and his allies. "Ginyu, you shall perish." Vegeta let out a mighty roar, the first to charge forward. Simultaneously, Goku and Gohan sprang into action, encircling Ginyu and Gs from various directions, and the battle commenced. Chaos erupted, the area thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, saturated with an overwhelming sense of dread. Frieza fixed his gaze intently upon Subai. Rising slowly to his feet, a subtle smile graced Subai's lips as he stepped lightly through the air, gradually approaching Frieza. Chapter 43. The Great Battle Approaches. Krillin. "Take Bulma and retreat to a safe distance," Subai said softly. "Understood, Brother Bai, you take care." Krillin nodded, leading Bulma away. "Brother Subai, please be careful," Bulma shouted, her heart inexplicably tightening with anxiety. For some reason, she could not shake off a foreboding feeling. "Bulma, do not worry about me. Just take care of yourselves," Subai reassured, his gaze gradually settling on Frieza. The two stood 3 meters apart, locked in a fierce stare. "Subai, had you not been a Saiyan, I might have spared your life. Alas, you are a Saiyan, and today you must die." Frieza's eyes glinted with chill, his murderous intent palpable. The moment he learned of Subai's heritage, he had resolved to end his life today. "Heh, Frieza, I hope your abilities are as formidable as your reputation," Subai replied with a slight smile. The mere act of confronting Frieza sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. He had longed for a spectacular battle with him. "Subai, I advise you not to be overly confident. I, Frieza, am the Emperor of the Universe," Frieza bellowed. "Oh, is that so?" Before he could finish speaking, Subai's figure suddenly vanished. "Huh?" Frieza furrowed his brow, hastily scanning the surroundings in search of Subai. "Frieza, where are your eyes looking?" Subai chuckled softly, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's back. With a resounding crash, an explosion of force sent Frieza hurtling to the ground, where he collided heavily, creating a massive shockwave that shattered the earth like fragile tofu, sending billowing clouds of dust into the air. Giant fissures erupted, resembling a spider's web as they rapidly spread in all directions, creating a scene of utter devastation. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Ginyu, and others instinctively halted, gazing at the ravaged ground and the disheveled Frieza, their astonishment palpable. Particularly for Vegeta and Ginyu, the shock was indescribable. They could hardly believe that the supreme ruler of the universe could appear so battered. After recovering from the shock, Vegeta burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Ginyu, did you see that? The one with blood at his lips is your master." Ginyu and Gs, hearing the mocking laughter, felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts. Observing Frieza's pitiful state, their fear intensified, enveloping their minds in an instant. "Son Wukong, can we surrender? We can help you fight Frieza." Ginyu, utterly devoid of hope, turned to Son Wukong with pleading eyes. "Son Wukong, we can assist you in ruling the universe. Just spare us." Gs quickly added, "Surrender? Ha, that is utterly impossible. You too must die today." Before Son Wukong could respond, Vegeta's ruthless voice rang out. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward with all his might. "Vegeta is right. You two are doomed," Piccolo declared, his gaze icy. "I will avenge the fallen Namekians." Boom, boom, boom. Piccolo and Vegeta joined forces, relentlessly attacking Ginyu and Gs. In mere moments, they exchanged dozens of blows, each strike filled with lethal intent. For a time, the four battled fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. "Uncle Piccolo, I'm coming to help," Son Gohan shouted as he rushed in. "Gohan." Son Wukong grasped Son Gohan's arm, saying, "Let them settle their own grievances." Through the recent skirmish, Son Wukong had fully grasped Ginyu and G's strength. To him, they were too weak, no longer piquing his interest. Moreover, he disliked the idea of many ganging up on a few, hence his decision to hold back Gohan. "Gohan, Brother Wukong is right. Let us resolve this ourselves," Piccolo affirmed. "Heh, little boy, I, Vegeta, am a proud Saiyan prince. I need no assistance from you. And you, Namekian, step aside. I shall handle them alone." Vegeta laughed heartily. With his power soaring to 110,000, he exuded confidence, utterly dismissing Ginyu and Gs. Piccolo shot a sidelong glance at Vegeta but chose to ignore him. At that moment, he was acutely aware that if he joined in, Vegeta would undoubtedly be outmatched by Ginyu and Gs. He had no desire to waste the last of his sins of beans on Vegeta. Vegeta, your words are quite bold. Ginyu scoffed. With Son Wukong and Son Gohan refraining from intervening, the pressure on them significantly diminished. Humph, I am Prince Vegeta, a Saiyan. Vegeta sneered, pointing his thumb at himself. Just as he finished this gesture, Ginyu appeared before him, kicking him away and slamming him into the ground. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta gathered his energy and soared back into the fray, charging at Ginyu and Jeez once more. Thus, the four became entwined in combat again, withdrawn from the battlefield. Son Wukong and Son Gohan focused intently on the clash between Subai and Frieza. Son Wukong observed Frieza slowly rising from the rubble, instinctively sensing his formidable nature. Frieza stood atop a fragment of stone, gingerly touching the blood at his lip, his expression darkening ominously. He gradually raised his gaze to Subai, an aura of malice surrounding him. It has been ages since I have tasted my own blood. Before he could finish, his energy surged dramatically. In an instant, a violent aura erupted, unleashing a terrifying gale that swept in all directions. An overwhelmingly powerful presence radiated from him, causing the very planet Namek to tremble. The ongoing battle between Vegeta, Ginyu, and the others felt the weight of this energy, causing them to gasp in shock. This power was immense, far beyond their imagination. Son Wukong furrowed his brow tightly. Frieza's current energy was terrifying. Krillin, do you think, can Brother Subai win? Bulma asked anxiously, standing upon the trembling earth. Bulma, have faith. Brother Bai will surely triumph. He is a Super Saiyan. Krillin replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. As they spoke, their gazes returned to the epicenter of the battle. Subai, your strength is indeed impressive, Frieza stated, his full power now unleashed. However, I assure you, I, Frieza, am stronger. My battle power is a staggering 530,000. 530,000. Son Wukong, Piccolo, Vegeta, and the others were taken aback, their expression shifting to one of shock. Their minds swirling with tumultuous waves. Ginyu and Jeez, learning of Frieza's total combat power for the first time, could not help but exclaim, this power was utterly terrifying. Chapter 44. Subai, you have successfully provoked me. Frieza was enveloped in a pink aura, exuding an overwhelming power. The violent energy fluctuations surged wildly, sweeping across hundreds of miles, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Subai, suspended in midair. Subai, today I shall let you witness the might of the Cosmic Emperor. With a thunderous roar, Frieza vanished from sight, dashing towards Subai at an astonishing speed that surpassed the limits of human perception. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others could only feel an immense force approaching as Frieza closed in on Subai. Brother, Master, be careful, Son Wukong and Son Gohan shouted, sensing the overwhelming aura. In that moment, everyone present focused intently on the unfolding scene. Subai, that Namekian planet shall be your grave. Frieza clenched his fists and swung a powerful punch at Subai's face. Oh, is that so? Unfazed by the violent energy wave rushing toward him, Subai slowly extended a finger. Bang! The instant Frieza's fist collided with Subai's finger, a deafening sound echoed through the air. A terrifying energy wave erupted, expanding rapidly for thousands of miles. The aftermath of the clash caused massive explosions, transforming the surroundings into a desolate wasteland devoid of life. In that instant, the scene resembled an apocalyptic nightmare. Not far from Frieza and Subai, Son Wukong, Piccolo, and Vegeta were thrown to the ground by the energy wave generated from their clash, landing clumsily. They paid no heed to their injuries, their eyes fixed intently on the battlefield center. At that moment, the tension in everyone's hearts escalated. They were eager to learn the outcome. The fate of their lives and the survival of Namek rested on the outcome of the battle between Subai and Frieza. And each person felt the weight of that significance. Guldo and Jeez were on edge, their hearts racing. Their survival hinged on the result of this fierce confrontation. Frieza, you must crush that Subai. They silently prayed, their eyes glued to the center of the battlefield shrouded in thick smoke. The fierce winds howled as a calm yet mocking voice emerged from the swirling dust. Oh, is the power of the Cosmic Emperor truly so insignificant? As the dust began to clear, Frieza and Subai reappeared before the astonished crowd. Subai, with an expression of tranquility, had effortlessly blocked Frieza's full force strike with just a single finger. The entire arena fell into stunned silence. What? This? Guldo and Jeez gasped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, their faces drained of color. They could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them vigorously. Yet no amount of rubbing could alter the undeniable reality. In an instant, the flickering hope in their hearts was extinguished, plunging them into despair. Guldo and Jeez sat on the ground, trembling, their bodies shaking with fear. It's over. Utterly over. This thought echoed simultaneously in their minds. Subai's ability to block Frieza's full-force attack with just a finger was a clear indication of his superior strength. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo were equally astounded by the spectacle. They could scarcely comprehend the extent of Subai's power, capable of so effortlessly deflecting Frieza's full force, which boasted a combat power of 530,000. After the shock subsided, smiles spread across their faces. It appeared that all their previous concerns had been unfounded. They need not worry about Subai. The one who should truly be worried was Frieza. Frieza gritted his teeth, unleashing every ounce of his power. Yet, it was futile. His fist could not penetrate. As he gazed into Subai's placid eyes, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Sometimes, a calm, indifferent gaze can be more degrading than a torrent of insults. Subai, how dare you look down upon me? Frieza's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in fury, his rage reaching its zenith. Die, 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 he screamed, launching a relentless barrage of punches towards Subai. Each strike was imbued with the destructive power capable of annihilating stars. Subai remained unperturbed, continuing to meet Frieza's relentless assault with just a finger. No matter how swift Frieza's attacks were or how forceful his punches, Subai effortlessly absorbed them, not yielding even an inch. Vegeta and the others watched in exhilaration. This was an absolute display of dominance. Meanwhile, Guldo and Geese wore expressions of utter despair, looking as deflated as withered vegetables, overwhelmed by a sense of hopelessness. Even a cursory glance made it clear that Subai was a terrifying force, far surpassing Frieza. Frieza's countenance grew increasingly grim with each failed strike against Subai, as if he had swallowed something foul. To unleash his full power only to be thwarted by a mere finger was an immense humiliation, utterly unforgivable. Why you? Even though his attacks were futile, Frieza continued to unleash his fury. Subai cast a casual glance at him and remarked, Frieza, you've attacked long enough. It's my turn now, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. No sooner had the words left Subai's lips than he slowly brought his finger together, closing the gap, in a manner so swift that Frieza could not react. Subai flicked his finger against Frieza's forehead. With a resounding thud, Frieza's body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Frieza coughed up blood, a large bump instantly forming on his forehead. He clutched his head, feeling as if his skull might burst. Guldo and Geese, witnessing this scene, stared blankly, as though they had accepted their inevitable demise. Son Wukong and the others were taken aback. It was utterly absurd that a mere flick had sent the 530,000 combat power Frieza flying. Master's strength is truly incredible. Son Gohan exclaimed in awe. Son Wukong and Piccolo nodded in agreement. Subai's power had reached unimaginable heights. Haha. Vegeta laughed heartily at the sight of Frieza nursing a swollen forehead, his mood elevated to euphoria. Frieza, now you understand. This is the legendary power of the Super Saiyan. Killing you is as effortless as squashing an ant. In the distance, Bulma was jumping for joy at the spectacle. Brother Subai is simply amazing and so handsome. Krillin inhaled deeply, unable to quell the shock reverberating within him. Buried beneath the rubble, Frieza listened to Vegeta's laughter and observed Subai's calm demeanor. Veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding in fury. Subai, you have successfully enraged me, Frieza bellowed, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that skyrocketed beyond his previous levels. Simultaneously, his appearance began to change at an alarming rate. Chapter 45. The bewilderment of Ginyu and Ji's. With an overwhelming surge of energy erupting, Frieza's form rapidly expanded, completing his second transformation. Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta felt the terrifying and malevolent aura, their brows furrowed tightly. It was unmistakable that Frieza's power had more than doubled since before. This guy, truly formidable. Goku, sensing the turbulent energy permeating the atmosphere, couldn't help but murmur softly. He gazed at the significantly enlarged Frieza, his blood boiling with an intense desire to engage him in battle. For a fleeting moment, he nearly suggested that Subai take a brief respite while he faced Frieza himself. Piccolo, Gohan, let us withdraw for now and create a sufficiently vast battlefield for my brother. Goku called out, scanning the group. He understood that if they remained in that spot, they would merely be a burden to Subai. If Frieza were to become desperate and use them as hostages, the situation would turn dire. Although he believed it was improbable for him to become Frieza's hostage, Piccolo and Gohan were different. They would stand no chance against Frieza in this state. Piccolo hesitated momentarily before nodding. He had considered Goku's concerns and thought even more comprehensively. Kaka wrote, if you wish to leave, then go ahead, but I will never retreat. I must personally eliminate Ginyu and Gi's and witness Frieza's demise here. Vegeta declared resolutely, his gaze fixed on Ginyu and the others without turning back. Goku, let us depart from this place. If that fellow wishes to die, let him meet his end here, Piccolo said, grabbing Gohan's hand and hastening away. Among those present, he was most worried about Gohan's safety. He knew that Gohan's current strength far exceeded his own, yet he lacked experience in facing an adversary of Frieza's caliber. This was a fatal flaw. Goku stood rooted in place, his expression conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted towards Vegeta, Vegeta, there will be ample opportunities to slay them. There is no need to rush. Come with us. Vegeta shot a glance at Goku, coldly retorting, Kakarot, my affairs are none of your concern. If you wish to leave, then hurry and do so. He had already resolved in his heart that he would personally slay Ginyu. Even if he were to leave, it would only be after Ginyu and Gi's had been vanquished by his hand. Vegeta, if you insist on remaining here, you will undoubtedly perish. You have witnessed Frieza's strength. He can easily eliminate you, Goku warned. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's face darkened, glaring fiercely at Goku, and retorted angrily, Kakarot, are you implying that you can contend with Frieza? He felt a surge of indignation. As a proud Saiyan prince, it was intolerable to be reprimanded by a mere lower-class warrior. Indeed, I possess the means to defeat Frieza, but you do not. Do not hesitate. Join me in leaving. Goku stated candidly, believing that with the enhancement of the Kaioken, he could indeed defeat Frieza. However, to Vegeta, this truth was painfully jarring. Kakarot, cease your boastful claims. If you wish to leave, then hurry and be gone. Vegeta roared, his teeth clenched as he glared at Goku. Goku met Vegeta's gaze steadily, letting out a gentle sigh. Vegeta, if that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Kakarot, are you intending to challenge me? Vegeta sneered, perfect, I shall eliminate you alongside them. Goku glanced at him, choosing to ignore his provocation. Suddenly, a harrowing scream pierced the air. Ginyu, who had been watching the unfolding drama, was utterly bewildered, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. With a violent cough, he spat out blood, his mind reeling. How could he comprehend that the one being attacked was not Vegeta, but himself? Ginyu, I hope you can be a better person in your next life, Goku softly uttered as he delivered a punch that pierced Jinyu's heart. Before Ginyu could react, his life was extinguished. Gi's, witnessing Jinyu's instantaneous demise at Goku's hands, stared wide-eyed, retreating in terror. Why? Why did the one to fall not be Vegeta? Gi's trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Without offering an explanation, Goku raised his hand and unleashed a devastating energy wave. With a resounding explosion, Gi's was obliterated, vanishing completely from existence. From the moment he acted until the defeat of Ginyu and Gi's, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. After dispatching Ginyu and Gi's, Goku swiftly departed, creating space for the impending clash between Subai and Frieza. Vegeta, observing the swift elimination of Ginyu and Gi's, widened his eyes in shock, his heart racing. He had long suspected that Goku's strength had increased significantly, but he had not anticipated it to this extent. Goku had effortlessly dispatched the 120,000 power level Captain Ginyu. As the acrid scent of blood filled the air, veins bulged on Vegeta's forehead, his teeth grinding in fury. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, growling lowly, his eyes bloodshot. It was one thing for Subai's strength to surpass his own, but to discover another Saiyan whose power far exceeded his was difficult for him to accept. I will make you all bow before me, Vegeta thought, casting a glance at Subai, who was confronting Frieza, and then at the departing Goku, ultimately deciding to leave. He was acutely aware that remaining would likely expose him to the dangers of the battle between Subai and Frieza, risking his own life. In the distance, Goku sensed Vegeta's rapid retreat and a faint smile curved his lips. Soon, he reunited with Piccolo and Bulma. Piccolo, puzzled, inquired, Goku, why do you concern yourself with that guy? Bulma and Krillin shared similar bewilderment, questioning why Goku felt compelled to assist the ruthless Vegeta. Goku shook his head, responding, I do not know why myself. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others fell silent. Had it not been for Goku's marriage and the fact that he had a child, they might have seriously doubted whether Goku had developed feelings for Vegeta. After all, why else would he use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him and employ precious resources to heal him? Suddenly, they heard Gohan's voice. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, look, Master and Frieza's battle has begun. At this, Bulma, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin immediately turned their attention to the center of the battlefield. Indeed, Frieza, his power doubled, was slowly ascending with a sinister smile, approaching Subai. Come on, brother. You must win. Bulma thought anxiously, silently praying. Chapter 46. Did you not want me to pay a price? Ah, Subai, let us continue. I wish to see just how formidable you, the legendary Super Saiyan, truly are. Frieza, in his second form, laughed heartily as he stood across from Subai. One could easily perceive the overwhelming confidence radiating from Frieza, whose power had doubled. Frieza, your strength is rather insufficient, Subai remarked with a subtle smile. Subai. Frieza's fury ignited upon hearing this, and he bellowed. I will make you pay for your arrogance. Oh, you wish for me to pay a price? Just as Frieza prepared to unleash his attack, Subai instantaneously appeared behind him, gently resting a hand on his shoulder. What? When did you arrive? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. Completely unable to comprehend Subai's swift movement, he felt Subai's presence vanish, only to reappear beside him. Frieza. I genuinely wish to see what kind of price you intend for me to pay, Subai whispered softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. His voice, though quiet, struck Frieza like a thunderclap, deafening in its intensity. Ah! As the words fell, a piercing scream echoed through the void. With a mere flick, Subai sent Frieza hurtling uncontrollably, crashing into and shattering several mountains before he could regain his footing. Coughed. Frieza, buried beneath rubble, coughed violently, spewing forth blood. Kneeling on the ground, he felt as though his very insides were quaking in agony. From a distance, Bulma, Goku, Piccolo, and others, who had been intently observing the battlefield, were taken aback by the spectacle. They had first-hand experience of Frieza's immense power, yet he was being utterly crushed by Subai. Their gazes were fixed on Subai, struggling to fathom the extent of his strength. Subai's power appeared limitless. No matter how formidable Frieza's combat prowess seemed, it was rendered insignificant. Bulma, witnessing Subai's effortless domination over Frieza, felt her worries dissipate, elatedly jumping in place. Subai is so handsome. Defeat that wicked Frieza. On another front, Vegeta chuckled at Frieza's inability to contend with Subai. He reveled in Frieza's downfall, astonished by the sheer might of the so-called legendary Super Saiyan. He silently vowed to become a legendary Super Saiyan himself. Frieza, once I attain the status of a legendary Super Saiyan, I will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you and then personally deliver your demise. Vegeta gritted his teeth, speaking to himself. Although watching his lifelong rival being beaten was immensely satisfying, he yearned to be the one to exact vengeance on Frieza for his father's sake. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted at the heart of the battlefield, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring. Subai, with a hand casually tucked in his pocket, effortlessly unleashed a wave of energy towards Frieza. With a combat power exceeding 8 million, Subai's casual strike was catastrophic for Frieza, whose power in his second form was barely over 1 million, insufficient to withstand the assault. After being struck by the energy wave, Frieza lay battered and bruised, far from the calm demeanor he once possessed. Subai, how can your strength be so overwhelming? Frieza stared incredulously at the composed Subai. Disbelief etched across his face. Few in the universe had the privilege of witnessing his second form, let alone someone who could utterly dominate it. As he gazed at Subai, who stood effortlessly in the air with his hand in his pocket, a terrifying thought began to take root in Frieza's mind. Could it be? Could Subai truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? This notion grew stronger, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The legend of the Super Saiyan had always been Frieza's deepest fear, which was why he had ruthlessly obliterated planet Vegeta. Now, witnessing such an extraordinary Saiyan firsthand compelled him to recall that horrifying legend. Frieza, what are you daydreaming about? Subai's voice suddenly broke through Frieza's thoughts. By the time he regained his senses, he was once again sent flying, crashing violently into the sea and generating towering waves. Before Frieza could stabilize himself, Subai's figure appeared like a phantom. Frieza, do you know that losing focus on the battlefield is one of the most fatal mistakes you can make? Calmly standing before Frieza with his hands in his pockets, a smile gracing his lips, Subai continued to provoke him, hoping to elicit Frieza's true power. With only one Saibamen remaining, Subai sought to exploit the Saiyan bug to enhance his own strength. After all, this glitch would vanish upon transcending into a Super Saiyan, and he was determined not to miss this rare opportunity for rapid growth. Moreover, as it stood, only Frieza possessed the capability to push Subai to the brink of death. Since Subai had firmly locked away all his energy, those weaker than him could no longer inflict harm. Even if he, like others, voluntarily reduced his power to its lowest, those lesser in strength could not wound him. Thus, Frieza was the sole individual capable of enabling Subai to exploit this Saiyan bug. Subai, are you trying to teach me a lesson? Frieza roared in fury. He had always been the one to instruct others. When had it become his turn to be schooled? Die! Frieza shouted, summoning all his might as he charged at Subai. Instantly, his fist rained down like a tempest, fierce and devastating. Facing Frieza's full-on assault, Subai remained unfazed, not even withdrawing his hands from his pockets, engaging him solely with his legs. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of their exchanges escalated to a point where their movements were imperceptible to the naked eye. The air crackled with explosive sounds, reminiscent of firecrackers. The terrifying shockwaves spread forth, leaving desolation in their wake, as if heralding the end of days. The ground trembled, fissures sprawling like a spider's web in every direction. A scene most horrifying. Frieza, even when given the chance, you are utterly useless. Your hands are still so pathetic, truly a novice. Subai raised his foot and forcefully slammed Frieza into the ground. Frieza, did you not want me to pay a price? Subai asserted, stepping on Frieza's head. A triumphant expression etched upon his face. Chapter 47. The true power of Frieza. With his head forcefully pressed into the ground by Subai, Frieza clenched his jaw, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of humiliation and fury. As the illustrious emperor of the universe, he had always been the one to trample others underfoot. He had never before endured such disgrace. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, his entire body trembling violently with rage. Subai, Frieza, pinned to the ground, clenched his fists and roared in fury. With a thunderous explosion, a terrifying aura erupted, and Frieza's form began to shift once more. His physique rapidly diminished, and his head grotesquely contorted into an unsightly visage. Yet, alongside this transformation, his power surged severalfold. The once unyielding earth crumbled under the weight of his fearsome energy, shattering like mere tofu with a gentle squeeze. The ground trembled, and a tempestuous aura enveloped the surrounding area, instilling an oppressive weight that extended for thousands of miles. Even those far away could sense this malevolent presence. Frieza. He had transformed again. From a distant vantage point, Krillin sensed this overwhelming power, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead as his body involuntarily quaked. The intensity of this energy was unfathomable, and before it, he felt insignificant, like a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean. In the face of such might, any thought of resistance was utterly extinguished. Bulma, Piccolo, Goku, and Gohan's expressions shifted to one of grave concern. They had not anticipated that Frieza harbored such formidable strength. Dad. Master. He won't be in danger, will he? Gohan stammered, swallowing hard. The magnitude of Frieza's unleashed energy was indeed alarming. Goku. Can Subai brother defeat Frieza? Bulma's heart raced, her anxiety palpable as she glanced at the solemn faces around her. Goku's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield center, his expression grave. If Frieza's power were merely at this level, he would not be a match for my brother. But it seems Frieza's strength exceeds this. He continued to observe Frieza, still struggling under Subai's foot. Piccolo, silent yet equally apprehensive, shared Goku's foreboding intuition that Frieza had not yet revealed his full potential. What? Bulma's face paled as realization dawned. This, could it mean Subai brother might be in peril? She cast a worried glance towards the center of the battlefield, her heart racing. Just then, Frieza, still pressed into the ground, underwent yet another rapid transformation. Simultaneously, his power skyrocketed, multiplying several times in mere moments. Even as it surged, it showed no signs of abating. Subai, I Frieza. Swear to rend you to pieces. Frieza's eyes burned crimson as he howled in madness. A torrent of dreadful energy erupted forth, sweeping in all directions, quickly saturating every corner of Namek with an overwhelming aura. The very planet trembled, the air thick with a pressure that sent shivers down spines. With a resounding boom, the ground collapsed, fissures tearing open, leading straight to the Earth's core. Terrifying magma surged forth like a river, heralding the apocalypse. As Subai observed Frieza's final transformation beneath his foot, he set aside his playful demeanor and prepared for battle. Sensing the oncoming, ferocious waves of energy, Subai's expression hardened. He understood that the true confrontation was about to commence. With a deafening, frantic roar echoing through the heavens, Frieza completed his metamorphosis into his ultimate form. Subai, recognizing this, stomped down with immense force, unleashing a powerful blast that struck Frieza. A colossal explosion ensued, creating a vast crater with a diameter spanning thousands of miles. Had Goku and the others not reacted swiftly, they would have plunged directly into this abyss. Krillin, soaring above, gasped at the immense pit below, his heart racing. What kind of destructive power could cause such devastation? He realized that if Subai's previous strike had landed on Earth, It would have shattered the planet into cosmic dust. Is Frieza still alive? Krillin's gaze shifted from the crater to the smoke-filled battlefield, anxiety gripping him. Bulma, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta all focused intently on the center of the conflict, each sharing Vegeta's desire to know the outcome. Subai, are you merely tickling me? A voice emerged from the billowing smoke, reverberating through the void, lingering in the air. Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned. They quickly realized that Subai's recent onslaught had not inflicted any substantive harm on Frieza. As the fierce winds howled, they gradually cleared the battlefield of smoke and dust. Subai and Frieza re-emerged into view, accompanied by an indescribable, dreadful energy. Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from Frieza. On the other side, Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's true form and sensing the overwhelming energy, widened his eyes in shock, trembling in fear. Is this truly Frieza's authentic power? Vegeta gasped, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. The atmosphere was thick with a dread so palpable that it instilled despair within him. He gazed intently at Frieza's ultimate form, his body quaking uncontrollably. In that moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. Could Subai truly be Frieza's equal in this state? Vegeta's earlier confidence evaporated, leaving him in a state of deep trepidation. This notion grew stronger. He could not shake the feeling that Subai could not possibly overcome Frieza in this form. In the heart of the battlefield, Subai and Frieza stood opposed, suspended in the air. Faced with Frieza's genuine power, Subai dared not underestimate him, his demeanor serious. He understood that Frieza, in this state, could unleash a terrifying combat power of 120 million. Meanwhile, his own strength was a mere 8 million. One misstep could lead to his demise. He merely intended to exploit Frieza's weaknesses and enhance his own power, not to court death. Subai, you are the first to have driven me to this extent in many years. Very well, let us continue. A sinister smile graced Frieza's lips as he slowly advanced towards Subai. Chapter 48. The Tenfold King's Fist. Subai, do you understand why I did not employ this form from the outset? Frieza inched closer to Subai, slowly raising a finger. A purple radiance blossomed at its tip, emanating a terrifying aura. One could distinctly perceive the cataclysmic destructive power contained within that violet glow. Subai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Frieza, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. He had long been prepared for an exhilarating battle with Frieza. As he observed Frieza approaching in his true form, Subai felt his blood boiling with anticipation. He had awaited this moment for far too long. This was a clash of titans. Haha, Subai, to be candid. The reason I seldom utilize this form is that its power is overwhelmingly potent, so much so that even I struggle to maintain control. Today, it shall be your honor to perish beneath my mightiest form. For countless years, you are the first in this universe to witness this transformation and will also be the first to fall to it. This is indeed a privilege. Frieza bellowed with laughter, unleashing the horrific destructive energy from his fingertip as purple beams shot forth at astonishing speed towards Subai. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with a heavy aura of lethal intent, the winds and clouds swirling ominously. In his most formidable form, Frieza merely had to twitch a finger to unleash a power that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Son Goku and the others, positioned at a distance, could acutely feel the terrifying pressure emanating from this encounter. Such an attack possessed the capability to effortlessly obliterate entire stars. The beams, radiating with destructive force, raced towards Subai in the blink of an eye. His expression hardened. He dodged at his utmost speed. As the beams sliced past him, he felt their scorching heat envelop him. For those with lesser combat prowess, such a level of assault would have crushed them before they even approached. Even Subai dared not confront it directly and chose to evade instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of terrifying beams whizzed past Subai, striking the ground in the distance and resulting in cataclysmic explosions that sent debris flying and stirred up clouds of dust. Bulma, Son Goku, Piccolo, and the others watched this scene with expressions of utmost seriousness, their hearts racing with anxiety. They understood that Subai, when faced with adversaries, detested retreating above all else, typically opting to shatter every attack with sheer force. Now, his choice to evade was a testament to Frieza's overwhelming might, proving that even he could not simply crush the onslaught. This realization deepened their worries, leaving them in a state of unease. Bulma's eyes were glued to the battlefield, her tension palpable. She could not discern Subai's movements, but could only see the terrifying beams raining down, heightening her concern for Subai's safety against Frieza. Goku, we must assist Brother Subai, she urged earnestly, activating her spacecraft to head towards the battlefield. With a grave expression, Son Goku raised a hand to halt her, saying, Bulma, if we go now, we will only be a burden to him. Rest assured, he will be fine. He understood that Subai had yet to reveal all his trump cards. But brother Subai Bulma's voice trembled as she witnessed him being kicked away by Frieza, crashing violently into the ground. Trust in him, Bulma. He will not simply be overpowered by Frieza. Goku reassured her. Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin turned their gazes towards Goku, intrigued by the secrets Subai might still be concealing. At this moment, Subai was continuously on the defensive against Frieza. Father, does Master still have hidden cards? Perhaps we should go help him. Gohan inquired. Goku shook his head, replying, let us wait a bit longer. With that, their focus returned to the heart of the battlefield. Frieza and Subai engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, each collision unleashing terrifying aftershocks, the fierce winds swirling like a hurricane in all directions. Even from a considerable distance, the tempest generated by their clash enveloped the surroundings. Namek itself trembled as if it were on the brink of apocalypse, fraught with danger. The speed of Frieza and Subai escalated, and among all present, only Son Goku could barely keep up with their movements. The others could not perceive them at all. Were it not for the oppressive pressure that lingered in the air and the continuous explosions at the battlefield's core, they might have believed it was deserted. Though Vegeta could not discern the battle between Subai and Frieza, his gaze remained fixated on the center of the battlefield, not daring to blink. He felt the chaotic energy sweeping through the area, and sweat poured down his back. In this moment, his fist clenched tightly, his heart in his throat, filled with anxiety. Subai, you must prevail, he roared. Throughout the years, Subai was the only one he had ever seen capable of standing against Frieza. Despite their enmity, he did not wish for Subai's defeat. With a thunderous explosion, the battlefield erupted in a blinding blast. A terrifying wave of energy engulfed the area for miles around. Cracks resembling deep chasms spread like a spider's web from the center of the battlefield, spewing forth torrents of molten rock, creating a scene akin to the end of the world. In the eyes of the onlookers, Subai crashed heavily to the ground. Brother Subai, Master, Bulma and the others cried out, panic-stricken. Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged glances, a dreadful thought surfacing in their minds. Could Subai truly have been defeated? Their faces paled, mouths agape, trembling in silence. In that moment, they dared not fathom the extent of Frieza's power, which could overwhelm even the formidable Subai. Ha ha ha! A piercing laugh echoed from the battlefield's center. Frieza stood with arms crossed, hovering in midair, a disdainful expression on his face, a wicked smile curling his lips as he gazed down upon the fallen Subai. Ha ha! So this is the legendary Super Saiyan? Your strength is hardly remarkable. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen. Frieza's voice reverberated through the void, laced with derision and arrogance. Indeed, Frieza, your power is formidable. Subai pushed himself up with one hand, slowly rising, a smile gracing his lips as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Frieza's strike had been overwhelmingly heavy, and he still felt pain radiating through him. Haha, Subai, I am quite curious to see how long you can maintain that smile. The grin on Subai's face irked Frieza, prompting him to launch another attack. Taking a deep breath, Subai's expression hardened as he concentrated, gathering his energy in a uniquely extraordinary manner throughout his meridians. Tenfold, King of the World Fist. Chapter 49, The Wrath of Frieza. Boom. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted, radiating from Subai's core in all directions, causing the very earth to tremble. The sturdy rocks disintegrated into nothingness before the might of this powerful energy wave, leaving not even a trace behind. In that instant, the surroundings transformed into a veritable vacuum. Subai was enveloped in crimson flames, a manifestation of the ferocious energy emanating from within him. This strength was so formidable it swept across the entire Namek planet like a tsunami. All inhabitants of Namek could sense the terrifying force. In the distance, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and others were astounded by the sheer power erupting from Subai. At that moment, Piccolo and the others finally comprehended the meaning behind Wukong's words regarding Subai's hidden reserves. They distinctly felt Subai's energy multiply several times over, surpassing even Frieza's own formidable aura. As Frieza charged towards Subai, he was taken aback by the violent energy pulsating through the atmosphere. He never anticipated that Subai harbored such tremendous strength within him. With a resounding crash, Subai appeared before Frieza, delivering a crushing blow to his cheek. In an instant, a torrent of tempestuous power surged forth, rapidly radiating from a single point throughout Frieza's entire being. The explosive force sent Frieza hurtling into the molten lava below. With a splatter, the lava erupted, consuming vast amounts of matter. Coughing amidst the blistering lava, Frieza, enveloped in a violet aura, spat blood from the corner of his mouth. Subai's punch had been unbearably heavy, causing his cheek to throb painfully. Shaking his head lightly, the pain subsided somewhat. After wiping away the blood, Frieza's fury ignited. In his eyes, it was an immense insult for someone he deemed inferior to strike him in his final form. Subai. Unforgivable! 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 Frieza roared, unleashing an even more potent force as a violet aura surged skyward. With a thunderous boom, the lava exploded, and Frieza shot forth, barreling straight towards Subai. Unfazed, Subai radiated a fierce red aura, no longer retreating as he had before, but instead meeting Frieza head-on. Frieza, allow me to witness the true prowess of the universe's emperor. Subai bellowed, raising his fist to strike. His fist, shrouded in red flames, exuded a razor-sharp aura, brimming with destructive potential. The force of his punch was so immense that the very fabric of the surroundings could not endure. Earth and lava alike were obliterated beneath the onslaught of this furious power. Subai, foolish monkey, I shall show you who is the true ruler of the universe. Frieza clenched his fist and swung with ferocity. Boom. The collision of Subai and Frieza's fist was akin to a meteor colliding with a planet, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. The intertwining crimson and violet auras heralded a clash of monumental strength. In that moment, the atmosphere was saturated with a chaotic energy, the devastating aftermath radiating outward from their clash, annihilating countless materials in an instant. Boom. The epicenter of the battlefield erupted, the ground tearing apart like fragile foam, revealing a gaping chasm of unfathomable depth. Dust and debris were sent spiraling into the air, shrouding the sky. In the distance, onlookers watched in sheer awe. The destruction was unimaginable, a display of overwhelming power. The heavens and earth shifted, the winds howled, and the tempest swept toward them. The spectators, sensing the grave danger, immediately summoned their energy to its peak, bracing against the gale that surged forth from the distant battlefield. Bang! Krillin, straining against the fierce winds, was flung backward, crashing into several mountains and spitting blood. Son Wukong rushed to protect Bulma, hurrying to assess Krillin's injuries. Buried beneath the rubble, Krillin struggled, his vitality surging as he fought through the pain. He quickly turned his gaze back to the battlefield, transfixed by the ongoing clash between Subai and Frieza. Feeling the oncoming tempestuous energy, he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of their power. Amidst the intense pain in his chest, Krillin felt grateful for having distanced himself from the battlefield center. Had he remained, the consequences would have been dire. He could have perished in an instant beneath the onslaught of that ferocious energy. Vegeta, exerting all his strength to withstand the backlash of Subai and Frieza's clash, gritted his teeth. Kakarot, he muttered, realizing that had Son Wukong not forced him away, he would likely have been reduced to mere fragments by the terrifying aftermath. Subai, Frieza, is this truly your strength? Vegeta's expression darkened to its utmost depths. Faced with such unfathomable power, he felt utterly bereft of any inclination to resist. The chasm of disparity in strength was akin to an insurmountable divide, rendering him insignificantly small, perhaps even less than an ant. In that moment, he comprehended that had he not encountered Subai first, he would undoubtedly face death today. Gazing at Subai, who remained locked in conflict with Frieza, Vegeta silently prayed, Subai, for the honor of the Saiyans, you must triumph. At the heart of the battlefield, Subai and Frieza's fists collided as they fervently summoned their inner energy, neither willing to yield an inch. Oh! Subai's veins bulged as he roared, the crimson aura swelling around him. In that moment, he concentrated all his strength into his fist. This was the culmination of his recent training in energy control. Frieza. With this mighty shout, an overwhelming force erupted, crashing toward Frieza like an unstoppable tide, intent on submerging him. With a deafening roar, the heavens reverberated. Frieza's body was launched like a cannonball, crashing into the seething lava once more. Empowered by the Kaioken tenfold, Subai pressed the advantage, teleporting behind Frieza and delivering a soaring kick. Bang! Frieza plummeted into the lava, sending towering waves soaring into the air. Seizing the hard-won opportunity, Subai pursued Frieza as he struggled to regain his footing, plunging into the lava enveloped in energy, carving a path of safety through the molten river. In the blink of an eye, Subai reappeared before Frieza, delivering a knee strike to his head. Then, grasping Frieza's tail, he spun violently, unleashing a torrent of power that stirred the depths of the lava into a colossal whirlpool. With a resounding crash, Frieza was hurled skyward, dazed and disoriented. Subai executed a swift teleportation to Frieza's apex, bringing both fists down upon his back with tremendous force. With another earth-shattering boom, Frieza, barely ascending, was once again smashed into the ground. Huff, huff, huff. After this relentless series of attacks, Subai found himself winded, gasping for breath. Frieza, having been forcefully embedded into the earth, gradually rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he fixed a furious glare upon Subai hovering above. The pain radiating from his body incessantly provoked his nerves, pushing him to the brink of fury. Subai? Frieza let out a desperate roar, his aura surging once more. In but an instant, his power eclipsed that of Subai, who possessed an astounding combat strength of 80 million. Chapter 50, The Legendary Super Saiyan. Nothing more than a fable this overwhelming energy. Krillin and Piccolo stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to articulate even a single coherent sentence. The ferocity of Frieza's aura far exceeded their wildest imaginations. Before him, they felt insignificantly small, akin to mere ants. Vegeta's legs turned to jelly, his body trembling in fear. On the battlefield, Subai faced the tempestuous and relentless energy that swept toward him like a tidal wave. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body from utilizing the Kaioken technique at 10 times its normal strength, he propelled his power to its zenith once more. He could distinctly sense that Frieza's energy had surpassed him by a substantial margin. His fighting power was likely nearing 100 million. Yet, paradoxically, the greater the threat. The more his blood surged, the more exhilarated he became, devoid of any trace of fear. Perhaps influenced by his Saiyan lineage at this moment. All he could think of was engaging Frieza in a fierce and exhilarating battle. Subai, today, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces. You will experience true despair. Frieza roared. To kill me, you must first prove your capability. Subai's gaze hardened, his fist clenched. With a thunderous sound, he vanished from his position, charging toward Frieza with unprecedented speed. Subai gathered all his strength and delivered a thunderous punch to Frieza's cheek. Boom. An explosive force erupted. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, indiscriminately consuming everything around it, the scene utterly horrific. Thick smoke enveloped Subai and Frieza, leaving onlookers in the dark about the situation. Subai, did you skip your meal today? From within the billowing smoke, Frieza, his head slightly tilted from Subai's punch, coldly mocked. As he spoke, Frieza's head slowly returned to its original position against Subai's fist. Subai furrowed his brow. Despite expending all his might, he could not halt Frieza's movements. Frieza's hand gradually pushed his fist aside. Subai, could you muster a bit more strength? Your punches feel like mere tickles to me. Frieza smirked, his expression dripping with disdain as he fixed his gaze upon Subai. Tickles? Then let me ensure you enjoy every moment. Subai's face darkened as he launched into a frenzied assault against Frieza. In an instant, a tempest of strikes rained down upon Frieza, each blow infused with his utmost strength. Bang, bang, bang. The air exploded around them, each impact resonating like a cacophony of firecrackers, deafening in its intensity. Frieza remained stationary, unyielding to the barrage of attacks. Throughout it all, his face betrayed no discomfort, exuding calmness, as if Subai's full-force strikes were nothing more than playful scratches. Boom. Subai executed a whip kick that landed squarely on Frieza's face. Yet, similar to his previous assaults, it failed to inflict any tangible harm. Ha ha ha. Subai, has your prowess stagnated to this extent? Frieza laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with contempt, his arrogance palpable. With each blow that landed upon him, Frieza's smile grew wider. In that moment, his fear of the legendary Super Saiyan evaporated, feeling it was nothing but a trivial tale. From a distance, the spectators watched in horror. Except for Goku, everyone else was drenched in cold sweat. Even a cursory glance revealed that Frieza's strength was vastly superior to Subai's. Otherwise, Subai's attacks would not have been rendered ineffective. Such a situation could stem from only one reason. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Vegeta watched in dismay as his heart sank. Could it be that Frieza's strength had become so formidable that even the legendary Super Saiyan was no match for him? He desperately wished to reject this truth, but reality forced him to confront it. Clenching his fist tightly, he glared at Subai, who was relentlessly attacking Frieza, gritting his teeth and growling, Subai, keep going. You must defeat Frieza. On the battlefield, Subai continued his relentless assault on Frieza, his brow furrowing deeper. Watching Frieza remain unscathed despite his fervent efforts, he inwardly cursed. Damn it, this guy's defense is truly monstrous. No wonder he could endure Broly's rampage for an entire hour without faltering. Have you finished playing, Subai? Frieza's voice sliced through the air, his piercing gaze locking onto Subai. Sensing the impending danger, Subai hastily retreated, attempting to create distance between them. However, before he could fully escape, Frieza's grip tightened around his fist. You think you can hit me and run away? Such a delightful notion. Frieza chuckled darkly, his expression shifting to one of malice, his smile turning increasingly sinister. Is this all the legendary Super Saiyan can muster? with a cold sneer. Frieza delivered a crushing blow to Subai's abdomen. The impact resonated with a deafening roar, unleashing a violent force that surged through Subai's body, sweeping outward with reckless abandon. In an instant, countless fragments of stone vanished into thin air, leaving not a trace of dust behind. Puff! Subai's pupils dilated as he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Agonizing pain radiated from his abdomen, swiftly engulfing his entire being, a pain beyond description. At that moment, he felt as if his very organs were on the verge of being shattered by Frieza's strike. The weight of that punch was staggering, nearly costing Subai his life. Had it not been for his rigorous training and the fortitude of his physique, it might have pierced through him entirely. Crimson blood splattered across Frieza's face, and inhaling the scent of blood only heightened his exhilaration. Subai, how do you feel? Frieza inquired with a smirk. Enduring the excruciating pain. Subai forced out a smile and replied, Frieza, your punches are nothing special. I feel absolutely nothing. Upon hearing this, Frieza's fury ignited, his countenance darkening ominously. Very well. Then I'll ensure you feel something. Frieza bellowed, raising his fist to strike Subai once more. Instantly, a torrential downpour of punches rained down upon Subai. The fierce winds ravaged the surroundings, consuming everything in their path. In mere moments, the area had been utterly devastated. Subai's condition deteriorated dramatically. Despite his best efforts to defend himself, the chasm in their powers rendered him helpless. In a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, he had coughed up blood multiple times, his state growing increasingly dire. How about now? Do you feel anything? Frieza snarled, each word dripping with venom. Hey, Frieza, are you merely tickling me? Subai's face was pale, yet he maintained a semblance of a smile. With those words, Frieza's rage reached its zenith. Subai, I am eager to discover whether your resolve is stronger than my fists. With a thunderous crash, Frieza brought his fists down mercilessly upon Subai's back. In an instant, Subai's body soared uncontrollably like a kite severed from its string, hurtling toward the ground. Subai coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his breath instantly becoming feeble. Having endured a tremendous assault, he could no longer maintain the Kaioken technique, reverting to his normal state. Brother Subai, Big Brother, Master, Bulma, Son Goku, and the others cried out upon witnessing this scene. They could no longer restrain themselves and rushed towards him at the utmost speed. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, but then bolted towards the heart of the battlefield with all his might. For him, Subai represented the sole hope of vanquishing Frieza. He could not afford to perish. Chapter 51. The brutal assault on Frieza. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the group witnessed Subai's severe injuries, prompting them to rush towards him at their utmost speed. In an instant, the powerful aura they exuded enveloped the surrounding hundreds of miles. However, despite their formidable presence, it paled in comparison to Frieza's, resembling little more than the insignificant scurrying of ants. Frieza gazed disdainfully at the approaching figures, a smirk etched on his face, dismissing them entirely. To him, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were merely trash that he could dispose of with a flick of his wrist. Ha ha ha. Mr. Subai, do you see? Your friends are rushing in to meet their demise, Frieza jeered, his eyes fixed on Subai, who lay battered and bruised on the ground, his body marred by horrific wounds, some inflicted by Frieza, others a consequence of the Kaioken technique. The injuries from the Kaioken were far more severe than those caused by Frieza. At that moment, Subai was engulfed in excruciating pain, feeling as if his bones might shatter. While the Kaioken could drastically enhance one's combat power in a short time, its side effects were notably grave. With great difficulty, he managed to rise, turning to the rapidly approaching allies and bellowing, Stop. Do not come any closer. His voice boomed across the expanse. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated but did not halt, continuing their frantic rush towards him. Subai furrowed his brow and shouted once more, Stay back. Seeing his resolute demeanor, they finally came to a standstill. But, Son Wukong began, struggling to find the words. Bulma, tears streaming down her face, was consumed by worry. Wukong, Frieza's power is far too great. If you come now, you will only be a burden to me, Subai stated bluntly. He spoke the truth. Frieza was nearly at full power, boasting a combat strength of at least 100 million. Such a level of power was terrifying for Son Wukong and the others. Most importantly, Frieza was still capable of fighting. Though severely injured, Subai was not yet at the brink of death. Son Wukong and Piccolo exchanged glances, their expressions grave. As they acknowledged the veracity of Subai's words, they understood that joining him now would indeed make them a liability. I can continue to fight. You need not worry about me. Subai's gaze shifted from Son Wukong to Frieza. In response, Frieza erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Mr. Subai, your friendships are truly touching. Rest assured, once I have killed you, I shall send your friends to hell to join you. None shall be spared. With the upper hand firmly in his grasp, Frieza reverted to his usual gentlemanly demeanor. In his eyes, Subai was already a corpse. At that moment, he felt no fear of the legendary Super Saiyan he had long dreaded. Is that so, Frieza? Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy today? Subai replied with a subtle smile. Ha ha, Mr. Subai. Unleash your full power and let me witness the true prowess of the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza gestured mockingly, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. Ignoring Frieza's taunts, Subai focused inward, channeling the dwindling energy within him in an extraordinarily unique manner. 20 times. Kaioken, he roared, a ferocious aura erupting once more. Instantly, the area was saturated with an overwhelming pressure. The air around him rapidly evaporating to create a vacuum. Subai was enveloped in a crimson blaze, his power eclipsing Frieza's. His tattered shirt could no longer withstand the might of his energy, shredding to reveal muscles chiseled like marble. Due to his injuries and fatigue, Subai's combat power was not at its peak, resting at around 130 million. Nonetheless, his energy still surpassed Frieza's significantly, as his aura surged. Subai endured an unprecedented agony. The strain of the 20-fold Kaioken was exponentially greater than that of the 10-fold. He sensed that his body could not sustain this state for long. He needed to end the battle quickly, at least before his body could no longer hold up. He must severely injure Frieza. In the distance, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were awestruck by this surge of energy. Subai's ability to unleash such formidable power exceeded their wildest imaginations. Vegeta felt a spark of hope reignite within him. Perhaps Subai could indeed vanquish Frieza. In midair, Frieza's previously nonchalant expression morphed into one of shock, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Subai. He could hardly fathom that the severely wounded Subai could unleash such tremendous strength. Gritting his teeth, Frieza dared not underestimate his opponent any longer. He gathered his energy with utmost urgency, aiming to unleash all the hidden power within him. However, before he could make a move, Subai was suddenly before him. So swift was Subai that Frieza could only see a fleeting shadow. Without giving Frieza a moment to react, Subai delivered a powerful slap across Frieza's cheek. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, causing the very void to tremble. Frieza's body was sent hurtling backward, like a marionette with severed strings, crashing violently into the ground. Coughing violently, Frieza clutched his face, blood spilling forth. He glared at Subai, his cheek ablaze with pain, his mind reeling from the blow. Subai! Frieza screamed in a frenzy of rage. This slap had pushed him to the brink of fury. How could the mighty Emperor of the universe endure such humiliation? Had Subai struck him with a fist, he might have been less incensed. But to be struck with an open hand was an affront he could not bear. I will slaughter your entire family. I will destroy everyone associated with you, Frieza bellowed. With a sharp crack, another crisp sound echoed through the air, and the other side of Frieza's face met yet another slap. Boom. Frieza was sent spiraling away, blood splattering as he crashed into the water below. The burning pain on his cheek drove Frieza into a frenzy, his rage exploding forth. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a violent wave of energy, sending a torrent of water cascading around him. Meanwhile, his muscles swelled rapidly, and his power grew even more terrifying. Filled with unbridled fury, Frieza released the full extent of his strength, preparing to showcase his true power. He intended to make Subai pay dearly for his insolence. Chapter 52. A sudden shift in the situation. Subai gazed at Frieza, whose muscles were rapidly expanding, and his expression darkened. He understood that Frieza was preparing to unleash his full power. Humph! Subai coldly snorted and instantly appeared before Frieza. With a resounding thud, he struck Frieza's abdomen with a powerful punch. Gushing blood erupted from Frieza's mouth, his features contorted in pain. The force of Subai's blow was immense, unforgiving, and executed with all his might. Before Frieza could recover, Subai's fist landed once more on Frieza's back. In an instant, Frieza's body crashed into the shattered earth, raising a massive cloud of dust. Subai! Blood dripped from the corner of Frieza's mouth as he knelt on the ground, his face a mask of rage. The relentless barrage of Subai's attacks left him infuriated. His energy continued to surge, his eyes locked onto Subai with a murderous intent, as if he wished to tear Subai apart on the spot. Subai's expression remained grim as he looked down at Frieza from above, resembling an emotionless deity of death. In the face of Subai's gaze, Frieza gritted his teeth in humiliation. It was a degradation he had never experienced before, as he was accustomed to looking down upon others. Subai! Frieza roared in a frenzy, his rage exploding violently. With a thunderous boom, An explosion erupted, enveloped by a swirling, lethal purple aura that quickly engulfed the area. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Sensing the impending danger, Subai's expression darkened as he raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy waves toward Frieza. Boom! The waves, carrying catastrophic destructive force, struck Frieza in an instant, overwhelming him like a tsunami. Amidst the billowing smoke, a scream pierced the air. Despite Frieza's formidable resilience, he was on the verge of collapsing under the intensity of the relentless assault. After a series of strikes, Subai closed in on Frieza once more, engaging him in close combat. Subai's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens of punches upon Frieza, each one landing with brutal precision. Under such relentless pressure, even Frieza, who had summoned all his strength and boasted a battle power of 120 million, could not withstand the onslaught and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Frieza's brows furrowed deeply, his expression twisted in desperation as he fought to defend himself. Yet, even in this state, he found himself utterly dominated by Subai, unable to retaliate. Within a mere 3 seconds, he endured at least 100 crushing blows, each one heavier than the last. Pooh! Blood spewed from Frieza's mouth, his body marred with bruises and injuries. His face twisted in agony, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Despite giving everything he had, he found himself completely suppressed. No. It was more like being crushed. He had no chance to fight back. It was reminiscent of how Subai had once dealt with him using the Kaioken technique at 10 times its normal strength. In that moment, the legend of the Super Saiyan echoed in his mind, haunting him. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his body, fear began to creep back into his heart. Could it really be that I am to perish at Subai's hands today? A thought suddenly flashed through Frieza's mind. No. Frieza violently shook his head, rejecting such a notion. I am the true ruler of the universe. How could I possibly be defeated by a mere wild monkey? Frieza roared, swinging his fist towards Subai. Subai did not evade. Instead, he reached out and seized Frieza's fists. Frieza's expression changed dramatically, his brows knitting tightly. He realized that no matter how hard he pulled, he could not free his fists from Subai's grasp. The strength of Subai was overwhelming, leaving him no room for resistance. Though Frieza boasted a battle power of 120 million, it was not far from Subai's 130 million, however. The difference was a staggering 10 million. Frieza, where is that arrogant demeanor you once held? Subai mocked, observing Frieza's ashen face. Listening to the taunt, Frieza clenched his teeth in fury, shaking with rage. Subai, this power you wield does not truly belong to you. I shall see just how long you can maintain this arrogance. Veins bulged on Frieza's forehead as he spat each word through gritted teeth. Hee. It seems I have been too lenient. I have yet to turn you into a fool. Subai chuckled, raising his knee to strike Frieza's abdomen. With the force of a landslide, Frieza was sent reeling, spewing blood. Subai did not stop there. He delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's chin. This kick bore even greater weight, as Subai summoned all his strength. Frieza let out a terrible scream. Blood splattering as teeth shattered and fell to the ground. Buzz! Frieza's head spun, nearly losing consciousness. He looked at the teeth scattering on the ground, his eyes bloodshot with rage. In that moment, he resembled a frenzied bull, fixated on Subai, roaring in madness. He yearned to unleash a devastating assault on Subai. But dreams were beautiful while reality was harsh. His hands were firmly grasped by Subai, rendering him powerless to escape. Cosmic Emperor Frieza, your strength is hardly impressive. Subai sneered, relentlessly delivering these strikes to Frieza's abdomen. Pooh! As Frieza endured the relentless onslaught, he coughed blood, his body battered and bruised. In just a matter of seconds, Frieza, having unleashed all his power, was left in a pitiful state, with several broken ribs, and his energy significantly diminished. Subai mocked, swiftly delivering a series of sharp slaps to Frieza's cheek. Smack! 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 With each crisp sound, a deafening explosion followed. Frieza's body was forcefully propelled into the molten lava, creating a tumultuous splash that consumed rocks and earth alike. Cough, cough, cough. Buried beneath the rubble, Frieza, severely injured, coughed blood, his complexion pale. His eyes burned with a fury directed at Subai. If looks could kill, Subai would have been shattered into pieces. At that moment, Frieza's rage was beyond words. In all his life, he had never been reduced to such a wretched state by another. In the distance, watching the battle, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others felt their worries dissipate, replaced by excitement and joy. Subai, brother, I knew you would never lose to that ugly monster. Bulma could hardly contain her elation, filled with exuberance. Though she couldn't clearly see the actions between Subai and Frieza, she witnessed the outcome. At that moment, the heavy stone that had rested upon her heart finally fell. By G, so powerful, Krillin exclaimed, astounded, struggling to find his words. Piccolo nodded, adding, Subai is likely the strongest being in the universe. The others nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Piccolo's sentiment. Even the renowned cosmic emperor, Frieza, was utterly overwhelmed by Subai, leaving everyone in disbelief as they pondered who could possibly surpass his strength. Just as the crowd was filled with excitement, an unforeseen event transpired. In an instant, the Subai, who had been mercilessly assaulting Frieza, suddenly weakened, plummeting from the air as if in free fall. Simultaneously, the unparalleled aura he had been emanating swiftly dissipated. Chapter 53, The Shattering of the Divine Beings, the shattering of hope as everyone gazed at Subai's plummeting form. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Sun Wukong immediately comprehended that Subai had exceeded the limits of his body through excessive use of the Kaioken technique. Elder brother, Subai? Brother Bai. Sun Wukong and the others shouted in unison, hastening towards the center of the battlefield. Lying amidst the rubble, gravely injured and gasping for breath, Frieza witnessed the scene with uncontainable delight, his eyes gleaming with glee. Ha! At last, I have waited for this moment. He cackled, fixating on the descending Subai, whose body was marred with cracks. In the end, I have triumphed. Subai? Frieza's grin stretched from ear to ear, elated by the thought that with Subai's defeat, no one on Namek could thwart him any longer. Throughout the confrontation, he had never regarded Sun Wukong and the others as a threat. With a thud, Subai's body crashed heavily to the ground, his life force rapidly dwindling. Frieza, observing Subai's bloodied face from a short distance, could not suppress his triumphant laughter. I told you, today is your demise, he exclaimed, struggling to rise. However, his injuries were too severe. Standing was an insurmountable challenge. As Sun Wukong and the others drew near, Frieza relinquished his desire to crawl over and finish Subai, opting instead to lie still and regain his strength. Despite his confidence that even in his weakened state, Sun Wukong and the others could not defeat him, he was unwilling to endure the sensation of being relentlessly beaten again, a feeling he had already tasted in his recent battle with Subai. Moments later, Sun Wukong, Bulma, Piccolo, Krillin, and Vegeta arrived at the scene, ignoring Frieza entirely. They rushed to Subai's side to assess his condition. Bulma, tears streaming like rain, was overwhelmed with sorrow at the sight of Subai's cracked body. Vegeta, however, approached the injured Frieza with a smirk. He gazed down at Frieza and burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with excitement. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament, Frieza? He taunted, standing before him with a victorious grin. At this moment, he was elated, finally able to deliver the fatal blow to Frieza himself. He had thought that Frieza would never be defeated by his hand, yet fate had circled back, allowing him to be the one to end Frieza's life. Vegeta crouched beside Frieza, observing him as one might a corpse. Frieza, our Saiyan race has remained loyal to you from the very beginning, conquering countless planets and resolving innumerable issues at your behest. For years, we have dutifully executed your orders. Even if we have not earned merit, we have certainly endured hardships. Yet, you not only showed no intention of rewarding us, but also destroyed our planet. Today, I shall avenge all the fallen Saiyans and my father. Vegeta roared, a destructive wave of energy coalescing in his hand. No. To kill you so easily would be too merciful, he declared with malevolent glee. I intend to torment you until you wish for death. Laughter erupted from Vegeta as the energy in his palm began to dissipate. He then raised his arm, attempting to mimic Subai's earlier audacity in striking Frieza. However, before his hand could connect with Frieza's cheek, it was seized by a powerful grip. Vegeta, what are you, to dare think you can torment me, Frieza? Frieza's expression darkened as he glared at Vegeta. Vegeta's face paled, desperately trying to wrench his hand free, but to no avail. How? How can this be possible? You were on the verge of death at Subai's hands. He stammered, unable to fathom Frieza's unexpected strength. Who said I was close to being defeated by that wild monkey, Subai? Frieza scoffed, mirroring Subai's earlier treatment of him, unleashing a barrage of punches on Vegeta. Blood sprayed as Vegeta was struck repeatedly, unable to mount a defense against the onslaught due to the vast disparity in their powers. Frieza, relishing the sight of Vegeta's pale, pained face, wore a radiant smile. It was exhilarating to strike in such a manner. After delivering several dozen blows, Frieza's grin widened further. Today, I shall let you truly experience despair. As he spoke, Frieza emulated Subai's earlier kick, landing a devastating blow to Vegeta's chin. Blood erupted, and excruciating pain coursed through him, overwhelming his senses. In that moment, Vegeta realized a harsh truth. Even in Frieza's weakened state, he was no match for him. Had you not betrayed me, Vegeta, I might have allowed you to live a few more years. But you chose the wrong path. Opposing me leads to but one outcome, death. Frieza smiled subtly before delivering a crushing punch to Vegeta's chest, shattering several of his ribs. Vegeta coughed violently, blood spilling forth, as the ground beneath him became stained crimson, mingling with the earth and releasing a nauseating scent. Frieza, reveling in Vegeta's suffering, scoffed. What are you, to think you could torment me, Frieza? With a disdainful huff, Frieza slapped Vegeta, leaving his cheek burning and his skull nearly fracturing. Kakarot. Frieza is too powerful. We must unite to defeat him. Vegeta gasped through the agony, his voice faltering. At that moment, Sun Wukong, consumed with the urgency to save Subai, paid no heed to Vegeta's words. Focused solely on finding a way to rescue his friend. He and Bulma searched desperately for the last remaining divine being, the only hope for Subai's survival. Suddenly, Bulma exclaimed in joy, I found it. Without hesitation, she swiftly placed the divine being to Subai's lips. Observing this, Frieza furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Though he was unaware of the significance of the divine being, he understood that they must not be allowed to feed Subai anything. With a swift motion, a violet beam shot forth, shattering the divine being instantly. What? Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others gasped in horror, their faces draining of color as they trembled violently. The loss of the divine being equated to the loss of Subai's life. Chapter 54. What's wrong with enjoying? In a dire state, the severely injured Subai watched helplessly as the sacred being disintegrated, his pupils contracting sharply. Despite all his calculations, he had overlooked this crucial detail. He never anticipated that at long last, when the opportunity to exploit the Saiyans' flaw arose, the most vital item would be destroyed. What was worse? His life was hanging by a thread, nearing its end. Although he knew that even if he perished now, Sun Wukong and the others would undoubtedly use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him, there remained an unsettling uncertainty. Would the system still be intact upon his resurrection? The system was of utmost importance to him at this moment. Frieza. Realizing the situation, Sun Wukong was consumed by rage. His energy surging to its peak as he unleashed his most formidable strength against Frieza. Boom. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and, in an instant, appeared before Frieza, launching a fierce punch aimed directly at his face. Unfazed by Sun Wukong's fury, Frieza merely smirked disdainfully, effortlessly catching Sun Wukong's fist with his other hand. Just as he had done when seizing Vegeta's punch, Sun Wukong found his arm immobilized in that fleeting moment. Observing this, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Krillin rushed forward, channeling their full power against Frieza. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. With merely a burst of energy, Frieza sent them all flying, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Among them, the weakest, Krillin, was struck so hard by the force that he spat blood on the spot. Ha ha ha. You think you mere fish can contend with me? Frieza mocked, his expression dripping with contempt. Throughout the encounter, the only individual he truly feared was Subai. The others were of no concern to him whatsoever. Two foolish monkeys, I shall send you on your way. Casting a dismissive glance at Piccolo and the others, Frieza's gaze returned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Compared to Subai, you two are utterly weak, failing to pique my interest in the slightest. Frieza's eyes brimmed with disdain. As he spoke, he began to exert pressure on Sun Wukong and Vegeta's hands. The moment he applied force, Vegeta cried out in pain, feeling his bones slowly shatter. In contrast to Vegeta's agonized cries, Sun Wukong appeared somewhat more resolute, veins bulging on his forehead as he fixed a deadly glare on Frieza, his murderous intent palpable. Huh. Frieza glanced at the enraged Sun Wukong, intensifying his grip. With a sickening crunch, Vegeta's fist shattered, and the force began to radiate throughout his body, threatening to crush every bone within him. Oh, your body's resilience is rather impressive, monkey. Frieza observed Sun Wukong, who remained unharmed, feeling slightly surprised. However, this was where it would end. Frieza chuckled softly and increased his strength once more. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his fists tightening further. Frieza, you dare destroy the sacred being my brother needed to heal. Ah, Sun Wukong roared, his energy surging abruptly. Tenfold. Kaioken. With a thunderous explosion, a potent aura erupted from Sun Wukong, enveloping him in a radiant crimson glow. In that fleeting moment, his combat power skyrocketed from 180,000 to an astounding 1,800,000. Ya. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong gathered all his strength into his fist. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, his brows furrowing tightly. You can also perform this technique. As the overwhelming power surged, Frieza realized he could no longer hold onto Sun Wukong's fist. Had he been at full strength, such power would have posed no threat. Yet, the reality was different now. He had been grievously injured by Subai and lacked considerable energy. Sun Wukong bellowed, the power amassed in his fist erupting with ferocity. In that instant, he broke free from Frieza's grasp, his fist crashing into Frieza's cheek. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong's fist struck Frieza's face with full force. The sheer power sent Frieza hurtling back, shattering boulders in his wake. Furious, Sun Wukong did not relent, pursuing Frieza at breakneck speed. In a flurry akin to a tempest, he unleashed relentless blows upon Frieza, each strike fueled by unbridled fury. Frieza, severely injured, struggled to defend himself but found himself at a disadvantage. He had exhausted too much energy battling Subai, his strength waning to a mere fraction of its former self. Sun Wukong, Frieza roared, his eyes bloodshot, consumed by rage. Being pummeled by Subai was one thing. Now he was being mercilessly beaten by someone he dismissed as inferior. This was a reality Frieza could not accept, inciting further fury within him. Before he could voice his thoughts, another kick from Sun Wukong landed squarely on his face, blood splattering. Frieza was sent reeling, crashing through more boulders. He glared at Sun Wukong, his eyes filled with a predatory malice. As Sun Wukong charged at him once more, seemingly frenzied, Frieza retreated at high speed. He quickly assessed the situation and resolved to endure the humiliation for now, planning to teach Sun Wukong a lesson once his strength was restored. Thus, Sun Wukong relentlessly pursued while Frieza continuously fled. Frieza's expression was one of utter discontent. He loathed the necessity of retreating. Yet he had no choice but to flee, avoiding a direct confrontation with Sun Wukong. Piccolo, Krillin, and Son Gohan, witnessing the unfolding events, swiftly regrouped, preparing to assist Sun Wukong in a united front against Frieza. They understood that Sun Wukong could not maintain the Kaioken state for long. They had to conclude the battle swiftly. Just as they were about to rush forward, Vegeta's weak voice echoed out. Covered in sweat, he looked at them, gasping, "Wait. I have a way to save Subai." Upon hearing this, everyone halted. "Quickly, what is your plan to save Brother Subai?" Bulma exclaimed, rushing toward Vegeta and shaking him vigorously. Vegeta cried out in agony, his already injured body suffering further from the violent shaking, every bone feeling as if it were about to dislocate. Yet, Bulma showed no sign of stopping, shaking him with relentless fervor. Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, had no choice but to endure the excruciating pain and speak quickly. "I know where Frieza's temporary base on Namek is located. They have specialized equipment for healing." Vegeta spoke rapidly, fearing that if he took too long, Bulma might shake him to death. "Where's the base? Hurry and take us there," Bulma urged anxiously. Vegeta nodded, signaling for one of them to assist him as he led the way. Without hesitation, Son Gohan and Krillin stepped forward. Gently, Son Gohan hoisted Subai onto his back, while Krillin carried Vegeta with one hand. "Uncle Piccolo, we leave this place in your care for now. We will be back soon." With a whoosh, Bulma and the others, carrying Subai, sped off in the direction indicated by Vegeta. Soon, they indeed spotted Frieza's temporary base on Namek. After dispatching a few of Frieza's minions, the group promptly placed Subai in the healing device. The moment Subai's body was submerged in the apparatus, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and his injuries began to heal rapidly. As his consciousness gradually returned, Subai silently sighed in relief. Today, he had come perilously close to disaster. After ensuring Subai was settled, Sun Wukong placed Vegeta into the healing device. He and Krillin then hastened back to the battlefield, while Bulma chose to remain behind to care for Subai. After some time, observing Subai's recovery, Bulma pondered, would Subai feel uncomfortable just soaking in there? After circling the healing device, she quickly grasped its principles. Without hesitation, she utilized her scientific acumen to modify the device in a short span of time. Now, it could heal without requiring Subai's entire body to be fully immersed in the special liquid. "Bulma, you've worked hard." Indeed, Subai instantly felt much better. "It's no trouble at all," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she noticed Subai waking up. "Subai, it's a bit dangerous here. Let us move into that room." As she spoke, she wheeled the modified healing device into the adjacent room and locked the door, leaving Vegeta alone outside in confusion. Inside the room, an eerie silence enveloped them. The presence of a lone man and woman in such close quarters evoked an indescribable tension. Bulma turned her head away. Yet the image of Subai's bare torso lingered in her mind. The thought of Subai in that state made her cheeks flush like a ripe peach. As if a gentle poke would make her blush even deeper, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. Subai gazed at Bulma's back, clad in form-fitting jeans, and found his thoughts wandering. Which passionate young man could maintain composure in such circumstances, unless he were of the ilk of a nefarious figure like Wei Zhongxian? Subai closed his eyes, striving to dismiss other thoughts. Suddenly, he felt a warm breath against him. Then, a voice, gentle enough to make one's bones feel weak, emerged. Subai, are you feeling better? Would you like me to give you a massage? Subai's eyes shot open, and he quickly shook his head. His expression earnest as he replied, Bulma, that wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Bulma chuckled. Subai, what is inappropriate about it? You've been protecting Earth and battling the evil Emperor Frieza for quite some time. You must be exhausted. What is wrong with enjoying a little comfort? Chapter 55, The Unprecedented Battle. Brother Subai, what are you doing? I'll be gentler. It hurts. A heavy breathing echoed within the room. The vigorous Subai, provoked by Bulma's relentless taunts, launched an offensive. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Under Subai's full-powered assault, Bulma eventually found herself at a disadvantage. Yet, being a formidable woman herself, she refused to back down, exerting all her strength to contend with Subai, determined to force him into submission. Outside, Vegeta, submerged in the healing apparatus, gradually regained consciousness. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he breathed a sigh of relief within the device. Finally, he was alive. Suddenly, a series of indescribable sounds reached his ears, startling him. Turning towards the source, he realized the noises emanated from the room. Was there a battle unfolding inside? Where is Subai? Vegeta noticed the empty floor beside him, his brow furrowing. He distinctly remembered Subai was in the adjacent healing device. Bulma, you have successfully angered me. Today, you shall truly experience my might. A familiar voice rang in Vegeta's ears. He confirmed that the individuals in the room were indeed Subai and Bulma. Come on, who is afraid of whom? I am not the least bit intimidated, brother Subai. Who knows who will prevail? Before Vegeta could ponder further, Bulma's voice chimed in again. Listening to their exchange, Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly. Were they engaged in combat? That Bulma appeared to be an ordinary person. Why did she not fear Subai, who could easily overpower Frieza? Could it be? Could that woman named Bulma actually be an extraordinary powerhouse? A sudden thought surged in Vegeta's mind. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could Bulma dare to challenge Subai? Earth truly was a place teeming with hidden talents, concealing such formidable individuals. Vegeta murmured to himself, secretly vowing to train diligently, aspiring to surpass Subai and the others one day. An hour later, the room fell silent. Vegeta surmised that the fierce battle between Subai and Bulma had concluded. He was immensely curious about the outcome. Brother Subai, your strength is indeed formidable. I concede. Bulma gasped, thoroughly defeated by Subai. Her legs weakened, she collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. Moreover, she was in considerable pain. Bulma, now you know my prowess, don't you? Come at me again. Subai, brimming with battle spirit, smirked, still bursting with energy. Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly waved her hands in refusal, saying, No more, no more. This is where I draw the line. I truly cannot withstand your relentless onslaught. She weakly lifted her gaze to Subai, her complexion slightly pale from the overwhelming experience. Now that you understand my strength, refrain from provoking me in the future, Subai declared. Bulma replied, I merely lost this time. Next time, the outcome may be different. The battle had been intense, tumultuous, and disorienting, leaving the room in disarray. Subai glanced at the modified healing pod stained with crimson and then at the utterly bare Bulma, feeling as though he had dreamt the entire ordeal. He was not a careless man. Now that matters had escalated to this point, he could not evade responsibility. Subai silently vowed to protect Bulma henceforth, ensuring she would never suffer harm. Bulma lowered her head, unable to meet Subai's gaze. After the frenzy, the reality set in, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. As she sensed the pain emanating from a certain area, her face flushed crimson, vibrant and alluring. Silence enveloped the room for a moment. After approximately 2.5 minutes, Bulma's voice broke the stillness. Subai, brother. Are your injuries feeling any better? Subai smiled in response. Yes, all my injuries have healed completely. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented clarity and vigor. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that his energy had increased at least threefold. Upon checking his system panel, he was astounded to see his battle power had surged to over 29 million. Surprised by this substantial increase in such a short time, he realized that if he continued utilizing this method to exploit the Saiyan advantages, his regular battle power could potentially exceed 100 million. However, Subai had no intention of relying on this method for power enhancement again. He had narrowly escaped a precarious situation today and did not wish to endure that feeling once more. Such fortune could not be expected every time. Brother Subai, let us hurry to assist Goku. He is still battling Frieza. Bulma trembled as she rose, her legs still shaking. Subai nodded and swiftly exited the modified healing apparatus. Brother Subai, do you think Goku and the others have already fallen to Frieza? Bulma voiced her concern. Subai shook his head with a smile. They are fine, and they have grown even stronger. He could clearly feel that except for Krillin, everyone else's energy had multiplied significantly since an hour ago. Additionally, he sensed a strange energy from the battlefield. Though weak, it was well protected by Goku and his companions. Could this energy belong to Dandi? Subai pondered. If it were not Dandi, Goku and Gohan would not have been able to elevate their battle power so dramatically in such a short period. Dandi possessed a unique ability to restore others' stamina and injuries almost instantaneously. Furthermore, Piccolo's energy had also increased substantially, indicating that he had merged with Nail. Bulma, let us depart, Subai gently urged. As they spoke, the two made their way out of the room. Vegeta, observing the seemingly injured Bulma, silently concluded, indeed, she is also a super powerhouse. On the battlefield, Frieza faced 3 opponents, yet still held his ground. Within that hour, he had recovered some stamina, though not fully restored. He was no longer being utterly dominated by Goku and the others. Boom! Frieza punched Piccolo away and swiftly flew toward Dandi. Upon learning that Dandi could heal injuries in an instant, he had set his sights on him. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Krillin, who had been protecting Dandi, turned pale with fear and desperately attacked Frieza with everything he had. However, his efforts were utterly futile. Frieza merely waved his hand, sending Krillin crashing to the ground. Ha! Finally caught you. Frieza cackled, lifting Dandi with one hand. Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan exchanged worried glances. Goku, I warn you all not to approach. Otherwise, this little one will lose his life. Frieza threatened, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he held Dandi aloft. Upon the utterance of these words, Sun Wukong and his companions stood frozen in place, hesitant to approach Frieza. With a fleeting glance at them, Frieza's gaze gradually descended upon Dandi, and he chuckled, Little fellow, restore my strength and heal my injuries at once. Dandi fervently shook his head. Frieza's expression darkened as he seized Dandi by the neck, gradually tightening his grip. In that instant, Dandi felt the air escape his lungs, teetering on the precipice of asphyxiation. Understand this, little one, I am not negotiating. Frieza growled menacingly. Dandi continued to shake his head resolutely, refusing to mend Frieza's wounds or restore his vitality. You are courting death, Frieza hissed, increasing the pressure. Instantly, Dandi's face contorted in agony. Frieza, release him, Sun Wukong bellowed. If you wish for me to let him go. It is quite simple. He must agree to heal my injuries. Frieza retorted. Dandi, you must comply, otherwise, you shall perish. Sun Wukong cried out desperately. Yet Dandi remained steadfast, shaking his head in defiance. Dandi, only by living can you harbor hope. Heal him. Sun Wukong implored once more. Gritting his teeth, Dandi ultimately acquiesced. Observing this, Frieza erupted in laughter, carelessly tossing Dandi to the ground. Dandi clenched his jaw tightly, gradually harnessing his powers to restore Frieza's injuries and strength. Ha. Frieza reveled in the sensation of regaining his peak, his spirits soaring. Little one, your abilities pose too great a threat to me. Thus, it would be best if you cease to exist in this world. Frieza once again clutched Dandi's throat. Frieza, you are untrustworthy. Sun Wukong's face darkened with fury. Frieza, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Trust? What is that? Before he could finish, Subai, still grasping Dandi's neck, suddenly appeared before Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the water. Bang! Bang! Piccolo and Gohan, caught off guard, were also thrown back, sustaining grave injuries. As they felt the searing pain coursing through their bodies, Sun Wukong and the others' expression shifted dramatically. Frieza, having regained his formidable strength, was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Gazing at the fallen and beleaguered group, Frieza cackled, let the slaughter commence with this little fellow. Ha. Chapter 56. Subai returns to the battlefield, the furious Frieza's son Goku. I am eager to witness how you will contend with me if this little one meets his demise. Frieza cackled, tightening his grip around Dandi's neck. Instantly, Dandy's complexion turned ashen, his expression contorted in agony as he felt the suffocating grip tighten. Frieza, release Dandy! Son Goku roared in fury. Dandy! Son Gohan exclaimed. His face etched with concern, his fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Worry not, Son Goku. For soon you will join this little one in the abyss, Frieza sneered, his lips curling into a sinister smile, his gaze growing increasingly malevolent. Boom. Just as Frieza was poised to end Dandy's life, Subai's figure suddenly appeared, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's jaw. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, engulfing Frieza's entire being before exploding outward. Even Frieza, having regained his peak strength, was momentarily caught off guard by the blow, hurtling backward as blood splattered. Brother, Master, by Go, Son Goku and the others looked upon the familiar figure with exhilaration. Moments ago, as they witnessed Frieza's resurgence to his former glory, despair had nearly consumed them. Now, with Subai's arrival, hope rekindled within their hearts, salvation was at hand. Brother, you're healed, Son Goku exclaimed, flying towards Subai. Followed closely by Son Gohan and Krillin, their faces radiant with joy. With Subai back, they felt no fear of Frieza. Subai, grasping Bulma with one hand and Dandy with the other, nodded gently, indeed, I have returned to my peak. He cast a glance at the injured companions and remarked, You have all endured much during my absence. Master, we are not weary. Your recovery is what matters, Son Gohan replied. Upon hearing this, Piccolo could not help but shift his gaze to Son Gohan. For reasons unknown, witnessing Son Gohan's elation stirred an indescribable sensation within him. Indeed, brother. In comparison to your trials, ours are insignificant. Son Goku chuckled. You must have suffered greatly while recuperating at Frieza's base, but now you are well. At this, a faint blush crept across Bulma's cheeks. Subai chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. You all should rest for now. I will handle things from here. Be cautious. Brother, Frieza has regained his full strength, Son Goku said earnestly. With a slight smile, Subai said no more, signaling for them to rest. Knowing they were no match for Frieza, Son Goku and Piccolo willingly withdrew from the battlefield, taking Bulma and Dandy with them. As Dandy observed this, he hastily interjected, Mr. Goku, Frieza's power is formidable. You should join forces against him. He was deeply concerned that Subai might not be able to withstand Frieza's might. Upon hearing this, Son Goku and Son Gohan exchanged knowing chuckles. Dandy, perplexed by their laughter, could not fathom why they found his concerns amusing. Rest assured, Dandy, my master possesses immense strength. He will surely vanquish Frieza, Son Gohan assured him. Indeed, Dandy, Son Goku added with a smile, Frieza's injuries were inflicted by my brother. Dandy was astonished. The young man named Subai appeared unremarkable, yet he was so powerful. Dandy, you need not worry. Once Baigu unleashes his full power, Frieza will be but a mere trifle. Krillin laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. For some reason, the moment he laid eyes on Subai, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if all the world's challenges paled in comparison to Subai's presence. Subai, please take care. I await your good news, Bulma urged. Rest easy, Bulma. Frieza is but a trivial opponent, Subai assured her with a reassuring glance. A smile graced his lips. Being called brother by a beautiful woman several years his senior was a feeling that was difficult to articulate. As the group withdrew from the central battlefield, Frieza slowly pushed aside the rubble that had pinned him down, gritting his teeth as he rose to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fixing a deadly glare upon Subai, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. The sight of Subai's calm demeanor intensified Frieza's fury. As if Subai believed his strength could effortlessly crush him, Frieza's anger surged, distorting his features into a grotesque mask of rage. Subai, he bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura that quickly filled every corner of Namek. The inhabitants of Namek felt the oppressive, malevolent energy suffusing the atmosphere. Namek trembled violently, fissures tearing through the landscape, threatening to shatter the planet under the weight of Frieza's wrath. From a cosmic perspective, the once serene Namek now resembled a hellish realm on the brink of collapse. Dandy's face paled as he witnessed this chaos. It seemed that Namek was nearing its breaking point. Subai, today you shall pay the price. If I do not slay you, I, Frieza, vow to forsake my humanity. Frieza screamed in a frenzy. Before the echoes of his words faded, he vanished, appearing behind Subai, delivering a vicious kick aimed at the back of Subai's head. He understood that he must eliminate Subai before he could harness that mysterious power. If Subai were to gain the opportunity to wield that power, defeat would be inevitable. A mere parlor trick. Subai scoffed, having anticipated Frieza's sudden attack. The instant he sensed Frieza's movement, Subai deftly evaded, sidestepping several meters away. Frieza, seething with rage over the failed ambush, lunged at Subai with reckless abandon, denying him any chance to catch his breath or utilize the Kaioken technique. Their speeds were so rapid that the onlookers could scarcely perceive their movements, only witnessing the earth tremble beneath them and the explosions erupting in succession. "Subai, perish!" Frieza shouted, unleashing a flurry of strikes. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Frieza seized the moment, channeling a colossal force capable of obliterating entire stars, and swung his fist downward towards Subai's head. This blow was unavoidable. Should it connect, Subai would surely face grave injury or worse. Frieza's fist descended with blinding speed, and he cackled maniacally, envisioning Subai being reduced to a pulpy mass beneath his might. "Frieza, you may be celebrating prematurely." Just as Frieza's fist was about to collide with Subai's head, Subai resolutely activated the tenfold Kaioken. In an instant, his power surged, radiating an overwhelmingly formidable aura, and his combat strength soared to an astonishing 290 million. Chapter 57. Frieza's Grand Gift. Bulma's Demise. A thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens and the earth as a terrifying crimson aura surged forth, enveloping every corner of the realm for thousands of miles. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere was saturated with the vibrant red energy emanating from Subai. Before Frieza's fist could even graze Subai's hair, he was sent flying by the ferocious energy, crashing violently into the tumultuous waters. Gasp! Frieza spat blood, his complexion turning pale as parchment, every inch of his body ablaze with pain. Subai's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, inflicting grave injury upon Frieza without even lifting a finger. The disparity in their combat strength was staggering, an entire 170 million. In this moment, Subai was unequivocally dominating Frieza. Before Subai, who wielded the power of the tenfold Kaioken, Frieza was no more than an insignificant insect. In the distance, the onlookers were utterly astonished, acutely aware that Subai's energy surpassed Frieza's by more than double. The once insurmountable aura of Frieza now appeared minuscule, utterly impotent before Subai. Brother by his strength has grown even greater. Krillin gasped, the terrifying speed of such advancement leaving him in shock. Piccolo's eyes widened, his breath heavy. The magnitude of this energy fluctuation was simply unfathomable. Gohan was brimming with excitement, daydreaming of one day possessing such formidable power. Having spent time with Subai, he had unknowingly begun to mirror his character. Goku, gazing upon Subai standing invincibly on the battlefield, was overwhelmed with awe and exhilaration. Truly, his elder brother had refined his strength to such heights. It seemed he would need to redouble his training efforts, lest he be left far behind. Dandi stared at Subai, who appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens, his astonishment beyond the bounds of words. Initially, he had harbored grave concerns about whether Subai could truly contend with Frieza. After all, although Frieza had been severely injured, Subai's own condition had also been precarious. However, at this very moment, he comprehended a profound truth. His previous worries seemed utterly absurd. Subai's power exceeded Frieza's by an insurmountable margin, elevating him to a realm far beyond that of his foe. As the potent energy swirled around them and the sky and earth were tinged crimson, Dandi could no longer contain his elation. Hope was rekindled. The fate of planet Namek was now in sight. "Mr. Subai, I implore you, vanquish that demon Frieza," Dandi fervently wished within his heart. In the center of the battlefield, Subai hovered in midair, radiating a terrifying aura of red energy. From his elevated position, he looked down upon Frieza, his emotions unwavering. To him, slaying Frieza was merely a matter of lifting a finger. The so-called Emperor of the Universe posed no threat to him whatsoever. Frieza, enduring the excruciating agony coursing through his body, clawed his way out of the surging waters. He gazed up at Subai, who emanated tremendous energy, gritting his teeth as his fist clenched tightly. Consumed by unwillingness and fear, he felt a creeping dread enveloping him, understanding all too well that this power was far beyond his capacity to counter. "Subai!" Frieza roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. In an overwhelming surge of defiance, unwilling to succumb to death so easily, he relinquished the dignity of the cosmic ruler and fled into the distance. The seeds of hatred had long been sown deep within him, now sprouting in this moment, with every ounce of strength devoted to his escape. He silently vowed to one day force Subai to kneel before him and beg for mercy. Thinking to flee? Subai chuckled softly, pursuing him. With his drastically enhanced power, Subai's speed reached its zenith, far surpassing Frieza's capabilities. In the blink of an eye, Subai caught up to the desperately fleeing Frieza. Smack! Before Frieza could even react, Subai delivered a resounding slap to his face. The force was unstoppable, crashing Frieza down into the fractured earth below. Instantly, dust and debris flew, engulfing the sky in a thick haze. Gasped. Frieza coughed up a copious amount of blood, his teeth scattered across the ground. A fiery red imprint of a hand appearing on his face. The weight of that slap was unbearable, making his head feel as if it would explode. For all his years of dominance over the universe, this was the first time Frieza had endured such a crushing blow. A mere casual strike from Subai rendered Frieza utterly defenseless. A profound despair welled up within him, impossible to dispel. Frieza, is your strength at its limit? Subai's voice echoed in Frieza's ears. Frieza's pupils dilated in terror. Just as he contemplated fleeing once more, he felt an immense weight pinning his head to the ground. With a thunderous crash, overwhelming power erupted, and Frieza was unable to resist, crashing heavily into the earth, shattering a vast expanse of ruins. Cough. A torrent of blood erupted from him. As Frieza's complexion turned ghastly, his energy rapidly dissipating. With just 2 casual moves, Subai had inflicted severe injuries upon Frieza. This was the absolute disparity in strength. Frieza lay on the ground, desperately summoning every ounce of power within him, his molars ground to dust. Yet he could not escape the seemingly nonchalant foot of Subai. Frieza howled in frustration. He could not accept being treated like refuse, trampled beneath someone else's foot. Yet, no matter how he struggled, Subai's foot remained steadfast, akin to the immovable 5-finger mountain, offering him no glimmer of hope for escape. Bulma, Gohan, and the others watched this scene with exhilaration. Subai's casual dominance over the cosmic tyrant Frieza was indelibly etched into Bulma's mind, unparalleled in its grandeur. In that moment, she believed Subai to be the most handsome man in the world, incomparable. If Subai could perceive her thoughts, he would undoubtedly refute her, deeming her perspective short-sighted. Handsome? Could he possibly rival the multitude of readers out there? If he possessed even a fraction of their charm, he would be eternally grateful. Upon recovering from his injuries, Vegeta arrived on the scene, trembling with emotion. His excitement was palpable, yet mingled with a profound respect and trepidation towards Subai's exhibited power. Suddenly, a thought pierced through his prideful mind. Would he ever have the chance to surpass Subai in this lifetime? He had once believed that his near-death revival had brought him closer to Subai's level. But now, witnessing the reality, he realized how utterly foolish that thought was. Closer? The gap was insurmountable. Frieza, planet Namek is a splendid place. Let it be your grave. Subai murmured softly, preparing to end Frieza's reign. He was eager to discover whether slaying Frieza would grant him the coveted power points. Previously, the system had indicated that such points could be earned through defeating opponents. However, despite having eliminated Raditz and Nappa, he had gained none. This led him to believe that he must grow stronger to attain the power of the strong. However, the reality seemed otherwise. The power of the strong held significant value for him, and he had long harbored intentions towards Frieza. As Frieza lay immobilized on the ground, he felt Subai's foot becoming increasingly heavy. His expression changed drastically. He understood that Subai intended to bring his demise. Subai, no. Mr. Subai, please don't kill me. Spare me, I beg you. In deep-seated fear, Frieza pleaded for his life. Subai let out a cold snicker. Even the mighty emperor of the universe has such a side? Knowing Frieza's character, Subai would not be as naively merciful as Goku. Mr. Subai, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I promise I will be a good person from now on and will never commit any misdeeds again. Frieza continued to plead. You might as well save those words for the King of Hell. Subai shot Frieza a disdainful glance and raised his foot to deliver a crushing blow to Frieza's head. Just as his foot was about to shatter Frieza's skull, the situation took a sudden turn. Cracks suddenly appeared all over Subai's body, blood oozing forth. Simultaneously, his energy began to plummet rapidly. Feeling the intense pain that struck him unexpectedly, Subai instantly realized that his body was on the verge of collapsing under the strain of the tenfold Kaioken. Due to the Saiyans' unique advantage, his power had surged too quickly, leaving his physical strength lagging behind, making the burden of the tenfold Kaioken far greater than before. Furrowing his brow, Subai gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and exerted his foot downwards with tremendous force. Boom! The ground fractured, revealing a bottomless chasm. A truly terrifying sight. Yet, Subai clearly felt that he had not struck Frieza. Frieza had seized the moment of his hesitation to flee. Gasping for air, Frieza, having narrowly evaded the lethal blow, was drenched in sweat. He looked at Subai, whose body was riddled with cracks and whose energy had significantly diminished. Feeling a deep sense of trepidation, Initially, he contemplated taking advantage of Subai's injury to deliver a fatal blow. However, upon recalling Subai's earlier use of the tenfold Kaioken, he dismissed that thought. Subai, we shall meet again. Next time, I will personally take your life. Frieza hurled a barrage of dense energy waves at Subai before turning to fly towards Goku and the others. He intended to leave Namek with a grand farewell gift for Subai. As the waves of energy surged towards him, Subai swiftly dodged. In that moment of evasion, Frieza had already reached Goku and his companions. Due to Goku's absence of the Kaioken, he could not withstand Frieza's might. In but a fleeting encounter, Goku was sent flying by Frieza. Subsequently, Frieza seized Bulma by the throat. As she struggled to breathe, Bulma's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by agony. Bulma. Subai's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this scene amidst the barrage of energy waves. With all his attention focused on Bulma, he was struck by several devastating energy waves, compounding his distress. Frieza, cease this at once, Subai bellowed. Ha 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 ha, Subai, it seems this woman cares for you greatly. And you for her as well. Today, I merely collect a small interest. One day, I shall personally take the life of this filthy monkey. Frieza laughed maniacally, channeling a surge of energy into Bulma. With a thunderous explosion, Bulma's body erupted into a mist of blood, vanishing completely from existence. Bulma. Subai's pupils constricted sharply, his entire being trembling as he reached an apex of fury. Chapter 58, The Super Saiyan. Despite the overwhelming waves of light bombarding Subai's body, he remained seemingly unperturbed. At Frieza's temporary base, Subai had silently vowed to protect Bulma from any harm. Yet now, within the span of less than 3 minutes, Bulma lay lifeless before him. An unbearable reality to accept. Bulma. Subai clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes radiating a terrifying fury. Memories of the past resurfaced, replaying relentlessly in his mind. He recalled her words, and the flames of rage within him became indescribable. Hello, Subai, handsome. You are the most handsome person I have ever seen. Brother Subai, you must be careful. Bulma's voice echoed incessantly in his thoughts, as if she had never departed. Bulma. Subai's countenance darkened to an extreme, his terror palpable as he repeated her name over and over. His body trembled violently, his gaze fixed intently on Frieza, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Frieza, you dared to kill Bulma. Subai's anguished roar erupted, the murderous energy radiating from him manifesting as a tangible force that saturated the very air. With a thunderous explosion, the overwhelming fury within Subai erupted, rapidly spreading in all directions. In that moment, every ounce of energy he possessed was unleashed without reservation. The earth quaked, fissures opening up like a spider web, spreading terrifyingly outward, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Frieza, sensing the oncoming tempest of fury and witnessing Subai's wrath, wore a gleaming smile. Oh ho ho ho. Subai, it seems I was not mistaken. You truly care for that woman. How do you like this grand gift I bestowed upon you? Ha ha. His laughter reverberated throughout the realm, an excruciating sound to hear. At that moment, Frieza felt that the most correct decision he had ever made in his life was to kill Bulma. The sight of Subai's despair brought him immense delight, a feeling he had never before experienced in his lengthy existence. The more enraged Subai became, the happier Frieza felt. Unforgivable! 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 Subai clenched his fists tightly, his voice a thunderous roar that resonated through the atmosphere, lingering in the air. Ha ha ha, Subai, is this your day of reckoning? Frieza laughed heartily. Rest assured, one day, I will eliminate everyone you cherish. Frieza's gaze grew increasingly malevolent as he resolved in his heart to ensure Subai endured unimaginable suffering. He suddenly realized that simply killing Subai would be too merciful. There were far more delightful tortures to inflict. How exquisite this feeling is. Frieza smirked wickedly, casting a long look at the infuriated Subai. Mr. Subai, just wait. I assure you, that day will not be far off. With that, Frieza chuckled a few times before preparing to depart the Namek star. Frieza. Subai let out a piercing scream, and his energy erupted once again. This time, it was even more formidable than before. With a deafening crash, the ground shattered, sending dust billowing into the air. Massive boulders, weighing several tons, began to rise and then exploded. A tempest raged, sand and stone flying, as the very color of the sky transformed dramatically in that instant. Boom. Lightning struck in rapid succession, filling the air with a sense of impending doom. The destructive aura spread swiftly, enveloping the entire Namek star. Every inhabitant of Namek could feel this overwhelming destructive energy, trembling in fear. Frieza sensed the terrifying energy and furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing back. He beheld Subai, standing motionless in a sea of wrathful lightning, exuding an aura that was deeply unsettling. How can this guy's power be? Frieza thought, anxiety swelling within him. With a thunderous boom, the air exploded, and Frieza's speed surged. His ominous premonitions intensified. He felt that remaining here would spell disaster. Frieza, stop right there. Tenfold King's Fist. Sun Wukong roared, dragging his weary body as he invoked the Tenfold King's Fist once more, pursuing Frieza. He could not allow Frieza to escape after killing Bulma. However, his strength had diminished significantly, even with the Tenfold King's Fist. He could not catch up to the fleeing Frieza. Krillin, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Vegeta all pursued as well. Only Subai remained, standing still, trembling violently without any other movement. At that moment, Subai's mind was a blank slate, consumed solely by an unrelenting fury. Boom. The lightning from above grew increasingly dense, its aura becoming ever more terrifying. Frieza! Ah! Subai's ferocious roar intensified, his aura becoming even more formidable. An unfathomable rage surged forth, eclipsing even his Tenfold King's Fist. Ah! Subai's cries reverberated through the void, drowning out the thunderous roars of the storm. His energy swelled, saturating every corner of Namek, instilling a profound sense of dread. Even at a great distance, Frieza could still feel the terrifying energy fluctuations. As he sensed the ominous aura enveloping the land, Frieza's unease grew. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized every means at his disposal to speed away, racing toward his spaceship. At that moment, leaving Namek was his only path to peace. Meanwhile, Subai remained rooted in place, his energy exponentially more terrifying than before. His long, dark hair stood on end amidst the raging energy, subtly glowing with a golden hue. Ado! Subai's veins bulged as he roared in fury, his energy surging once more. As his maddened cries filled the heavens, his pupils began to disappear. Ding! Ding! Detected that the host has unused items. Would you like to use them immediately? The system's voice echoed in Subai's mind. However, in his extreme rage, he was oblivious to these words. Ding! If the host does not respond within 1 second, the item, power doubling card will be automatically used. The system's voice sounded again. But Subai remained unresponsive. 1 second later, the system defaulted to using the power doubling card for Subai. At that moment, the energy enveloping him transformed into a brilliant gold. Ado! With that fierce roar, his once dark hair erupted into a golden blaze. The vanished pupils slowly reappeared, now shifting from black to green. The wind howled as Subai stood expressionless, his golden hair billowing in the gusts, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. A tempestuous aura engulfed the surroundings, nearly annihilating the entirety of Namek in that fleeting moment. Subai, enveloped in a terrifying golden essence, gazed indifferently in the direction of Frieza's retreat. Frieza! Subai's expression darkened as he gradually pressed his finger to his brow, employing instant transmission to vanish from his position. Chapter 59. Frieza, gripped by fear. Frieza, where do you intend to flee? As he raced away in desperation, a voice, cold and devoid of emotion, pierced through the air. A massive hand, enveloped in a golden aura, descended upon his shoulder, gripping him as if he were a mere chick. Overcome by an overwhelming force, Frieza's countenance shifted dramatically, beads of sweat cascading down his body as tremors overtook him. He spun around abruptly, his gaze locking onto Subai, whose golden hair danced in the wind. Terror etched across his face, he stammered. You were Subai. Frieza's pallor was ghastly, words failing to escape his lips coherently. Subai's eyes were icy and devoid of emotion, his visage radiating a singular intent, kill. Under Subai's frigid gaze, Frieza trembled even more violently, his heart gripped by an unparalleled dread. The oppressive aura enveloping him was insurmountable, vast as an abyss. Frieza felt as insignificant as an ant before this imposing presence, utterly inconsequential. Faced with such terrifying power, he found not even a glimmer of resistance within himself. As he beheld Subai, whose golden hair stood erect and whose entire being shimmered with a golden light, 5 words surged into his mind. Super Saiyan. Big Brother. Master. By Subai. Goku, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Vegeta, witnessing Subai's transformation, were utterly astonished. The unfathomable terror radiating from Subai left them dumbfounded, momentarily stripping them of their capacity for thought, as they grappled with the reality of the situation. They could scarcely fathom what had transpired to elevate Subai's strength to such formidable heights in such a brief span of time. Subai's power dwarfed his previous might, surpassing even the peak of his 20-fold Kaioken. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as the words escaped his lips. Super Saiyan. Goku and the others were taken aback, their gazes converging upon Subai. Could this truly be the legendary Super Saiyan? With Vegeta's revelation, Frieza's heart quaked. The very event he dreaded the most had come to pass. Deep down, he had long suspected that the Subai before him, in this state, was the true embodiment of the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, he had clung to denial. Now, with Vegeta's words shattering his illusions, Frieza was compelled to confront this truth. To accept the reality before him. As this realization settled in, Frieza's fear intensified, his body trembling uncontrollably. Frieza, on this day next year, shall be your day of reckoning, echoed Subai's indifferent voice. Upon hearing those words, Frieza's pupils contracted sharply. Summoning every ounce of strength, he desperately sought to free himself from Subai's grasp and flee. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the seemingly casual grip that held him firmly. Subai's hand possessed an unyielding strength, pinning Frieza down completely. Sensing the pervasive aura of death in the air, Frieza fought against his fate. He did not wish to perish here. However, all his efforts were in vain, utterly futile. With a dismissive glance, Subai slowly released his grip, as if granting Frieza a fleeting chance to escape. The moment his hand loosened, Frieza felt an unprecedented lightness. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolted away. Yet, before he could even take a single step, a resounding slap struck his face. With a crack, a tremendous force erupted, sending Frieza hurtling backward, crashing to the earth like an atomic bomb. Boom! The ground erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending dust soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun. A scene of sheer terror. Gasp! Frieza expelled a copious amount of blood. The bones in his face lay shattered. A searing pain enveloped him, relentlessly tormenting his nerves, distorting his features in agony. This was a suffering he had never known, the most severe injury he had endured in all his years. Before he could regain his composure, Subai reappeared before him. With another swift motion, Subai delivered another devastating slap. Gasp! Blood sprayed forth as a crimson mark blossomed on Frieza's face, his skull fracturing further. Had it not been for Frieza's extraordinary vitality and his desperate attempt to stabilize his shattered skull, these two slaps alone would have claimed his life. Subai cast a casual glance at the tormented Frieza, slowly raising his right hand. A golden energy enveloped him, drawing the half-kneeling Frieza closer. Slap! Slap! The merciless Subai unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Frieza's face, each blow echoing like thunder. Ah! Frieza's anguished cries reverberated through the air, lingering long after. In the blink of an eye, he had endured at least 100 slaps, so thoroughly beaten that even his own father would scarcely recognize him. Goku, Vegeta, and the others stood in awe, witnessing Subai's overwhelming dominance over Frieza. Subai's strength was far beyond their expectations, a one-sided annihilation of Frieza. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Vegeta, transfixed by the scene, felt his eyes bulge in astonishment. The legendary Super Saiyan's power was terrifying. Even the exalted Frieza was reduced to mere trash, mercilessly pummeled. As Subai enveloped Frieza in energy while relentlessly striking him, Frieza found himself bereft of even the chance to plead for mercy, merely spewing blood in desperation. In that moment, he bore no semblance of the cosmic emperor he once was, reduced to a wretched creature. Slap! Slap! In Frieza's eyes, filled with despair, the relentless slaps continued to rain down upon his face, an onslaught from which he could not defend himself. At this moment, regret consumed him. He lamented his decision to kill Bulma, wishing he could turn back time. Had he not succumbed to madness and taken her life, perhaps he would have long escaped planet Namek and avoided this torment. With a resounding thud, Subai, tiring of the slaps, drew back his hand and delivered a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. The moment his fist struck, it pierced through Frieza as though it were tofu, leaving him bloodied and gasping. Ah! Frieza howled, his energy plummeting to an abysmal low. Subai, I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly understand now. Spare me, I beg you. Frieza, enduring excruciating pain, seized the rare opportunity to plead for mercy, his words tumbling forth in haste. Subai smirked coldly. Frieza, rest assured, I shall never allow you to die so easily. As he spoke, a golden sword of energy materialized in Subai's hand, shimmering with lethal intent. Chapter 60. The overwhelming force of absolute power and torment. Subai, what are you going to do? Frieza stammered, his eyes wide with fear as he beheld the sword radiating golden light, retreating incessantly. The menacing aura emanating from the blade made it abundantly clear that it could easily extinguish his life. Subai's gaze was icy, his expression indifferent. As he advanced slowly towards the quaking Frieza, The tyrant was engulfed in terror, swallowing hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Subai, I truly realize my mistakes. Please spare me. Frieza implored, desperation in his voice. I beg you for another chance. Let me go. With no options left, Frieza continued to plead for mercy. Cold sweat pouring down his brow. Humph. Subai scoffed and instantly appeared before Frieza. The sound of a sword unsheathing echoed, and in a flash, Frieza's tail was severed in two. Before he could process what had happened, the severed tail erupted with dozens of energy beams. With a thunderous crash, it shattered into tiny pieces, disintegrating into nothingness. Frieza, witnessing the destruction, could no longer ignore the excruciating pain coursing through his body. He gasped for breath. The image of his obliterated tail haunting his mind as he envisioned his own impending demise. Subai, I implore you, spare me. If you let me go, I will proclaim you the Emperor of the universe. All my subordinates will obey your command. Frieza's forehead glistened with sweat as the imminent specter of death loomed over him, an indescribable terror gripping his heart. Upon hearing this, Subai let out a disdainful laugh. I never imagined the mighty Emperor Frieza harbors such cowardice. Now that you understand fear, it is too late. The moment you took Bulma's life, your fate was sealed. Subai's voice was frigid, sending chills through Frieza's very core. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with regret, a profound sorrow for his actions that led him to kill Bulma, of all people. Had he chosen to eliminate someone like Krillin instead, perhaps his fate would not have spiraled to such depths. Vegeta, observing Frieza's submissive demeanor, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. It was surreal, as if he were witnessing a dream. The once mighty Frieza, now reduced to a pitiful figure, was begging for his life. Who could have anticipated that the haughty emperor would find himself in such a position, pleading for mercy? In Vegeta's memories, it had always been others begging Frieza for leniency. Today, the tables had turned. After this moment of reflection, Vegeta turned his gaze to Subai, urgently calling out, Subai, and Frieza now. The longer this drags on, the more precarious the situation becomes. Only by eliminating Frieza could they ensure everything would settle. At this, Subai coldly glanced at Vegeta and retorted, Are you instructing me on what to do? Confronted by Subai's icy stare, Vegeta felt a tremor of dread course through him, his body trembling involuntarily. He understood that any further words could lead to his own demise, mirroring Frieza's fate. Taking a deep breath, he bowed his head in resignation, silenced. Subai then shifted his attention back to Frieza, who instinctively recoiled in terror. In his eyes, Subai had become a veritable demon, one intent on claiming his life. Frieza's chest heaved as he struggled to suppress his fear, attempting to maintain his composure. He realized that there was no hope for mercy today. He could only rely on his own cunning to survive. But how could he achieve that against such overwhelming power? No, there has to be a way. I must find a way to continue living. Frieza gritted his teeth, summoning the last remnants of courage within himself. Suddenly, the golden blade surged forth once more, slicing through his arms. As with his tail, the moment his arms fell, a flurry of energy beams erupted, reducing them to a pulpy mass, vanishing into thin air. Ah! Frieza screamed, his face drained of color. Beads of sweat mingling with blood, staining the ground crimson, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. Enough! Subai shouted, delivering a vicious kick that shattered Frieza's jaw, blood spilling profusely. The searing pain enveloped Frieza, rendering him unable to utter a sound, his visage contorted in agony. The onlookers, including Goku, felt their hearts race, shocked by Subai's ruthlessness. In mere moments, Frieza had been reduced to a pitiful state. Yet, none intervened. They understood that Frieza was the true embodiment of evil. With a faint smile curling at his lips, Subai watched Frieza writhe in pain. The more Frieza suffered, the more satisfaction Subai derived from it. With a resounding clash, Subai once again swung his sword, this time targeting Frieza's legs. Frieza could no longer endure it. If this continued, he would soon be erased from existence. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered the last vestiges of his energy and unleashed a violent wave of energy towards Subai. This was his ultimate attack, fueled by desperation. As the energy wave shot forth, Frieza's battered form fled in a frenzy, eager to escape the horror of the moment. Subai, observing the approach of Frieza's attack, wore an expression of disdain. Weak, too weak. He raised his left hand and effortlessly redirected the energy wave back towards Frieza. With a resounding boom, Frieza was struck by his own attack, plummeting to the ground with a crash. Subai's cold gaze swept over the injured Frieza, and he spoke slowly. Frieza, it is time to end this. With a final clash, the golden light soared upwards, piercing through the heavens. Chapter 61. Vegeta's cunning thoughts stop. No, please. Frieza screamed in terror. However, Subai showed him no mercy. With a radiant golden lightsaber in hand, he swung it fiercely. In an instant, a fierce aura enveloped Frieza. The piercing golden sword energy, upon making contact with Frieza's body, effortlessly sliced through his flesh as if it were mere foam. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's body was reduced to mere chunks of meat. Boom! Subai unleashed another wave of energy, obliterating the remnants into dust. By the end, Frieza had left no trace in this world, not even a final scream. The onlookers gasped in shock. Such a method of execution was truly chilling. Vegeta, witnessing Subai enveloped in a golden aura, recalled his past actions on Earth and instinctively took a few steps back. Although he had already died at Subai's hands once before, the sight of Subai's treatment of Frieza filled him with dread. Thankfully, he had not been foolish enough to attempt to kill Bulma before his demise. Otherwise, he too would have experienced such a fate. After thoroughly annihilating Frieza, Subai swiftly approached Dandy. Dandy was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As Subai, is there something you need? He stammered. Feeling the immense pressure from Subai, who had just brutally dispatched Frieza. Do you have the Dragon Balls? Subai inquired. Dandy nodded. I brought them. However, with the 5 gathered by Frieza, we only have 6 in total. 1 Dragon Ball is missing. His voice grew increasingly quiet as he spoke, feeling as if a mountain were pressing down on his heart. Goku, you all go retrieve those 6 Dragon Balls, Subai instructed, looking towards Goku and Piccolo. Upon hearing the mention of Dragon Balls, their somber expressions lightened considerably, and Goku exclaimed, Right. We can use the Dragon Balls to wish for Bulma's revival. Brother, wait. I'll go get the Dragon Balls right now, Goku declared as he flew off towards their hiding place. Gohan, Piccolo, and the others followed suit. Soon, the 6 Dragon Balls, significantly larger than those from Earth, were gathered and placed on a relatively intact patch of ground. Vegeta gazed at the 6 Dragon Balls spread before him, and a thought suddenly struck him. If he wished for immortality using the Dragon Balls, he would no longer have to fear Subai. The thought took root and grew uncontrollably. He became increasingly convinced of its feasibility, especially since he had hidden another Dragon Ball. If he timed it right and collected all the Dragon Balls, everything would fall into place. Brother, the Dragon Radar was destroyed along with Bulma by that scoundrel Frieza. And we don't know where the last Dragon Ball is. Krillin's voice trailed off as he glanced at the 6 Dragon Balls on the ground. The vastness of Namek made it exceedingly difficult to locate any Dragon Balls. Furthermore, the landscape of Namek had changed drastically due to the aftermath of the battle, making the search even more challenging. Don't worry, I know where the last Dragon Ball is hidden, Subai replied casually. Upon hearing this, smiles broke out on Goku and Krillin's previously gloomy faces. This was indeed good news. Vegeta's expression shifted to one of shock, but he quickly regained his composure. That Dragon Ball was hidden by him alone. No one else knew its location. With this thought, Vegeta felt a surge of relief. However, before he could savor his good fortune, the golden-haired Subai strode toward him. Vegeta, where's the Dragon Ball? Subai fixed his gaze on Vegeta. Goku and the others turned their attention to Vegeta, pondering whether he had hidden the Dragon Ball. Under Subai's indifferent gaze, Vegeta felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. For a fleeting moment, he nearly divulged everything. Yet, he ultimately held back, fully aware that any hint about the Dragon Ball could mean he would never surpass Subai. Vegeta took a deep breath, feigning ignorance. Dragon Ball? What Dragon Ball? I don't know where it is. You don't know? Subai scoffed. Subai, I truly do not know where that Dragon Ball is. If I did, I would have retrieved it by now. Vegeta hurriedly replied, his acting rivaling that of a seasoned performer. Smack. Before he could finish, Vegeta received a devastating slap, sending him crashing into the ground. Coughing up blood, his body lay buried beneath rubble, his energy significantly diminished and severely injured. Subai had restrained himself. Otherwise, that slap could have easily claimed Vegeta's life. Where is the Dragon Ball? Subai appeared before Vegeta once more, demanding an answer, with blood staining his lips. Vegeta shook his head. Subai, I genuinely do not know. Before he could finish, Subai's foot pressed down upon his chest, causing him to spew another mouthful of blood. Had Subai not been aware that Vegeta was concealing the Dragon Ball, he might have fallen for Vegeta's theatrical performance. Goku and the others moved in closer, their eyes fixed on Vegeta. They had complete faith in Subai. If Subai claimed that Vegeta knew the Dragon Ball's location, it had to be true. Vegeta, reveal the location of the Dragon Ball. Goku seized Vegeta by the collar, his expression darkening. His bond with Bulma was strong, and he was eager to revive her. Smack. Krillin stepped forward, delivering a powerful slap without a word. Vegeta, Who gave you the audacity to deceive us? And you wouldn't even call him brother? Krillin shouted angrily. You, bald fool. Vegeta seethed with rage. Being struck by Subai was one thing, but now he was being attacked by someone he considered weak. Nevertheless, he dared not speak out further, feeling incredibly frustrated. Had it not been for Subai's presence, he would have exploded with fury. Vegeta, I will give you one last chance. In 3 seconds, if you do not speak. You will join Frieza in hell, Subai said slowly, raising his right hand, a terrifying energy wave coalescing in his palm. Subai. I truly do not know where the Dragon Ball is. Vegeta shook his head vigorously. 3. Subai did not wish to waste words. 2. At the mention of the number, Vegeta swallowed hard. Feeling the encroaching aura of terror, he understood that Subai was not joking. He would indeed kill him. At the very moment the word was about to escape, Vegeta hurriedly exclaimed, I say, brother Bai, I say. Chapter 62, The Ambush. As the voice resonated, the terrifying aura that had locked on to Vegeta gradually dissipated. Vegeta gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, feeling as if he were on the brink of death at the hands of Subai once more. You should have done that sooner. You made my brother waste energy. Krillin shot a disapproving glare at Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his desire to eliminate Krillin surging. But he suppressed the impulse due to Subai's presence. Taking a deep breath, he ignored Krillin and turned his attention to Subai, quickly revealing the location of the Dragon Balls. Goku, and he should retrieve the Dragon Balls, Subai instructed softly. Understood, big brother. Goku nodded and turned to Vegeta, saying, Let's go, Vegeta. Observing the seemingly naive Goku, a devious thought struck Vegeta. Perhaps, after we leave this place, I could eliminate this fool and sneak away from Namek with the Dragon Balls. The more he contemplated, the more feasible the plan appeared, solidifying his resolve in silence. Once they were far from Subai, he would kill Goku and abscond with the Dragon Balls. Having just emerged from a near-death experience, Vegeta felt confident in his strength, believing he could easily dispatch Goku. Although this course of action bore significant risk, the potential rewards were staggering. Fortune favors the bold, which was why Vegeta silently committed to this choice. Goku, pick up the pace. Ensure you retrieve the Dragon Balls in the shortest time possible. Subai's voice echoed. Don't worry, big brother. We'll be back in no time. Goku replied with a smile, casting a glance at Vegeta. Let's set off. Vegeta shot Goku a cold look, remaining silent, then swiftly ascended into the air, racing towards the hidden location of the Dragon Balls, with Goku closely following. Once they departed, Krillin turned to Subai, asking, Brother Bai, do you think Goku and he will be in any danger? That Vegeta is truly wicked to the core. Subai smiled and shook his head. Krillin, do not overthink it. Goku is far stronger than Vegeta. Indeed, even if Vegeta intended to attack Goku, he could never hope to match him. Krillin felt much more at ease. Having flown far into the remote wilderness, Vegeta could no longer sense Subai's aura. Stealing a glance at the unsuspecting Goku, a sinister smile crept across his lips. This was an opportune moment, the perfect chance to eliminate Goku. Vegeta, you certainly excel at hiding things. This place is incredibly concealed, Goku remarked, surveying the surrounding terrain. He felt that if he were to hide the Dragon Balls, he would never find such a secretive spot. No, he would never hide them. He would simply leave them in a random location. Kakarot. Do you find this place appealing? Vegeta scoffed. Goku continued to observe the landscape, not looking at Vegeta, and nodded. Indeed, it is a great spot for hiding things. Do you think if one were to hide a corpse here, it would be discovered? Vegeta quietly gathered his power, inching closer to Goku. After pondering the question seriously, Goku replied, if one were to hide a corpse here, it would indeed be very difficult for anyone to find it. Vegeta's smile widened as he watched Goku remain oblivious. He scrutinized Goku and earnestly asked, Kakarot, would you be willing to become my subordinate? This was his final opportunity for Goku. Should Goku utter even the slightest refusal, Vegeta would not hesitate to strike him down. Become your subordinate? Goku turned to Vegeta, shaking his head with a smile. Vegeta, I would gladly be your friend. However, I have no interest in being a subordinate. Friend? Haha. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down his face. In his mind, no one in the world was worthy of being his friend. Friends were a mere illusion. Only his own strength was real. Is it truly that amusing, Vegeta? Goku inquired. Kakarot, you wish to be my friend? Haha. Vegeta continued to laugh uncontrollably. Goku furrowed his brow, perplexed by what was so funny. He had always placed great value on friendship. willing to face any peril for his friends. That was no exaggeration. Kakarot, you are merely a lowly Saiyan warrior. What qualifies you to befriend a Saiyan prince such as myself? Do you believe you are worthy? Vegeta roared, pointing at Goku, mercilessly mocking him. Completely dismissing Goku as beneath his notice. Goku listened to Vegeta's incessant taunts, his brow furrowing further, increasingly convinced of Vegeta's irrationality. What was so special about being a Saiyan prince? To him, Vegeta was just another person, nothing to be proud of. Kakarot, since you refuse to be my subordinate, you shall remain here forever. Vegeta bellowed, launching himself at Goku with incredible speed. With a resounding crash, a beam of terrifying energy erupted forth, aimed directly at Goku's chest. This strike was fueled by Vegeta's full strength, determined to take Goku's life. He was supremely confident that at such close range, Goku would never evade his attack. As the energy wave shot forth, Vegeta's grin widened, envisioning Goku's demise as his attack pierced through his chest. Goku, feeling the sudden surge of violent energy, Goku's brow furrowed deeply. He had never anticipated that Vegeta would launch an attack against him. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind Vegeta's earlier words. Just as Vegeta had surmised, Goku, completely unprepared, had no chance of evading the oncoming assault. Kakarot, die. Vegeta cackled madly. Chapter 63, The Fateful Duel. As the energy wave loomed over him, Sun Wukong had no time for contemplation and quickly raised his hand to defend himself. He understood all too well that evasion was not an option. His only recourse was to endure the blow. Boom. The moment the energy wave collided with Sun Wukong, a violent force erupted, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. In an instant, a tremendous explosion tore through the void, stirring tempestuous winds. Bang! Sun Wukong's body was hurled by this overwhelming power, crashing down and shattering several mountaintops, raising thick clouds of dust. From a distance, the area was enveloped in billowing smoke, obscuring the sky. Ha, Kakarot, how does it feel to taste defeat? Vegeta, surrounded by a formidable white aura exuding an aura of terror, laughed heartily and continued, Kakarot, I assure you, today you will not only savor the flavor of failure, but will remain here forever. The winds howled, and the choking smoke gradually dissipated. Sun Wukong was buried beneath the rubble, appearing somewhat disheveled. He slowly emerged from the debris, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. The pain radiating through his body was a testament to the severity of the blow he had endured. If not for Sun Wukong's quick reflexes and the implementation of an optimal strategy, his injuries would have been far worse. Perhaps he might have even suffered a fatal blow to the heart from Vegeta. Unlike Subai, Sun Wukong had not mastered the art of sealing his energy within. Thus, in an unguarded moment, his body was exceedingly vulnerable. If he could barely withstand such a formidable attack, it was questionable whether he could endure even the most powerful laser guns in the universe. Kakarot, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit to me and become my subordinate, and I shall spare your life. Vegeta proclaimed from above, arms crossed, embodying the essence of a sovereign capable of extinguishing Sun Wukong's life at any moment. Vegeta, grant yourself a chance. Should you persist in your obstinacy? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Sun Wukong's form gradually ascended, disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would resort to such treacherous tactics. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Are you implying you could kill me at any moment? Vegeta's fury ignited, incensed by Sun Wukong's words. At that moment, Sun Wukong's gaze mirrored that of Subai, evoking memories of his most loathed rival. With Frieza's demise, Subai had naturally assumed the position of Vegeta's most despised adversary. He could never forget how Subai had ruthlessly trampled upon his cherished dignity. He could never erase from his memory the image of himself, groveling before Subai. Kakarot, I have made my decision. I shall no longer grant you any chances. Today, you must die. Vegeta seethed, his anger palpable. In an instant, a tempestuous energy erupted, creating a violent gale that radiated outward from him, wreaking havoc across the terrain. Vegeta, if that is the case, I shall have to teach you a proper lesson. Sun Wukong sighed, his energy surging as he basked in the formidable white aura, his expression serene. He had initially wished to provide Vegeta an opportunity to face him in an honorable duel once he had truly matured. However, it appeared that time was no longer on his side. Kakarot, Vegeta roared, instantly channeling all his power into his fist and launching himself at Sun Wukong. He intended to leave no room for Sun Wukong to retaliate, unleashing his full strength from the outset. His aim was to vanquish Sun Wukong in the shortest time possible, to affirm his status as the true Saiyan warrior. Boom. The air exploded as Vegeta's speed was unparalleled, igniting streaks of fire in the void. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Sun Wukong, unleashing a devastating punch aimed squarely at his face. This time, however, Sun Wukong was no longer the passive participant he had been before. He stood his ground, extending his palm to intercept Vegeta's fist. Boom! The collision unleashed a terrifying force, sending shockwaves that shattered the land for hundreds of kilometers, reducing it to ruins. This. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Sun Wukong effortlessly absorb his full-force attack. It seemed that Sun Wukong had significantly advanced in strength, perhaps even surpassing him. No. Impossible. I am the Prince of Saiyans. How could I be surpassed by a mere lower-class warrior? Vegeta shook his head violently, attempting to dispel the thought, yet the truth remained unaltered. Kakarot, I will kill you. Vegeta's self-esteem, deeply wounded, erupted in a furious roar. In an instant, his energy surged, greater than before. Die. Vegeta, now empowered, raged like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Sun Wukong. In stark contrast to Vegeta's frenzy, Sun Wukong appeared remarkably composed. He remained unfazed, skillfully deflecting Vegeta's punches and kicks. No matter how Vegeta attacked or from which angle he struck, Sun Wukong effortlessly parried every blow. The more effortlessly Sun Wukong handled the onslaught, the more incensed Vegeta became. He perceived Sun Wukong's calm demeanor as a humiliation, akin to Subai trampling upon his dignity. Kakarot, do not revel in your triumph. I, Vegeta, am the Prince of Saiyans. Vegeta roared once more, launching into another fervent assault. Observing Vegeta, blinded by rage, Sun Wukong felt a pang of disappointment. As Vegeta's fist charged towards him, Sun Wukong's expression hardened. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Vegeta, delivering a swift kick. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's body plummeted uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. This was Sun Wukong's first counterattack, and it left Vegeta grievously wounded. Adu. Vegeta's eyes turned crimson with fury as he bellowed, Kakarot, I will never lose to you. I am the proud Prince of Saiyans. With a fierce explosion, Vegeta's energy erupted, coalescing into a multitude of energy spheres that surged towards Sun Wukong like a tempest unleashed. Chapter 64. The last Dragon Ball. Faced with the onslaught of countless energy blasts, Sun Wukong remained unperturbed. Such an intensity of attack posed no real threat to him. Though Vegeta had undergone significant enhancement after several brushes with death, so too had Sun Wukong. He had not remained stagnant during the time Subai was recuperating. He too had faced multiple near-death experiences in his battle against Frieza. Kakarot, you shall perish. Vegeta's furious shout echoed as an increasing number of energy blasts surged towards Sun Wukong. Vegeta, you claim to be the proud Prince of the Saiyans, yet you resort to a sneak attack. Is this truly your pride? Today, I shall enlighten you. As he spoke, Sun Wukong casually waved his hand, shattering a multitude of energy blasts. His aura surged, gradually enveloping him in crimson flames. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta's body trembled, yet he pressed on, relentlessly propelling energy blasts at Sun Wukong. Kaioken. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupted, instantly obliterating all incoming energy blasts. Sun Wukong was bathed in red flames, exuding an overwhelming energy. Vegeta, sensing this formidable power, furrowed his brow deeply. He acutely felt that since Sun Wukong unleashed the Kaioken, his energy far surpassed his own. Reluctantly accepting this truth was a bitter pill to swallow. Vegeta, it ends here. Sun Wukong's voice was calm and steady. Before the words even settled, he had already appeared before Vegeta. With a resounding thud, he landed a punch squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Under the weight of the blow, Vegeta spat blood, racked with pain. Without pausing, Sun Wukong struck again, targeting the same spot. Ugh! Cough, cough. Vegeta coughed up blood once more, the amount far exceeding the last. Following this, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's cheek. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing to the ground. In mere moments, 2 punches and a kick had utterly stripped Vegeta of his combat capability. As he lay on the ground, his energy plummeted, leaving him gasping for breath. Coughing violently, Vegeta lay there, blood spilling from his lips, his gaze fixed with disbelief on the approaching Sun Wukong, his mind a chaotic whirlwind, shaking his head in despair. Why? I am the true Prince of the Saiyans. Why do I repeatedly fall to the hands of other Saiyans? Why? Why is this happening? Vegeta's anguished roar echoed in the air. Defeated by Subai, he could somewhat accept, for Subai was a legendary Saiyan, a being capable of easily obliterating Frieza. However, being bested by Sun Wukong was a bitter pill he could never swallow. Sun Wukong was merely a lowly Saiyan warrior, while he was a noble prince. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with rage, fixated on Sun Wukong. His heart burned with fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. In a fit of helplessness, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, pounding the ground like a madman, sending dirt and stones flying, cracks spreading beneath him. In that moment, his pride was profoundly wounded. He had believed his current strength would allow him to easily eliminate Sun Wukong. Instead, even with his enhanced power, he was still no match for Sun Wukong. Not only had he failed to defeat him, but he had been ruthlessly crushed. Vegeta, reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong's voice resonated calmly. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta felt a powerful hand grasping his hair. The pain radiating from his scalp rendered him indifferent to everything else. This action further aggravated his already wounded pride, a humiliation of the highest order. Kakarot. Vegeta growled through gritted teeth. Vegeta, tell me where the Dragon Balls are. Sun Wukong repeated his demand, his tone now considerably colder. He had friends like Bulma and Yamcha waiting for the Dragon Balls to save them, and he had no desire to continue this futile exchange with Vegeta. In his mind, Vegeta had already ceased to be a worthy opponent the moment he resorted to underhanded tactics. What's this, Kakarot? Are you resorting to Subai's methods to threaten me? The beleaguered Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression was stern, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion as he stated, Vegeta, the Namekian planet may be vast, but we will find the Dragon Balls. Your time is running out. Even if I do not kill you, my brother will not show you mercy. Sun Wukong's voice was remarkably calm, yet it carried an icy undertone. At the mention of Subai, Vegeta's heart jolted, his mind conjuring Subai's imposing figure, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed a deep-seated fear of Subai. Well, Vegeta, have you made your decision? Sun Wukong observed the helpless Vegeta, whose pride had been thoroughly crushed. Reflecting on Subai's brutal methods and disdainful gaze, Vegeta let out a long sigh, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Very well, Kakarot. I shall take you to the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's voice had lost its former pride, now imbued with resignation. The pressure Subai exerted far surpassed that of Frieza. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong casually released Vegeta, allowing him to descend to the ground as he gradually reverted from the Kaioken state to his normal form. Vegeta cast a glance at Sun Wukong, his spirit dampened, and leapt towards the location of the hidden Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong followed closely behind, now wary of Vegeta's intentions. Before long, Vegeta procured the Dragon Ball and returned to the location where Subai awaited. Although he felt a deep reluctance, having failed in his plans, he dared not defy the situation. Brother Bai, this is the final Dragon Ball. Under the threat of impending doom, Vegeta lowered his proud head, respectfully bowing as he presented the Dragon Ball before Subai. Chapter 65. Subai's third wish. Subai cast a sidelong glance at the disheveled Vegeta, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As he had surmised, Vegeta had certainly concocted some schemes upon his arrival. Krillin stepped forward, snatching the Dragon Ball, and with a mocking glance at Vegeta, remarked, how is it that the proud Saiyan Prince Vegeta has ended up in such a pitiful state? Resembling a beggar on the streets? Due to Yamcha's untimely demise, Krillin had always harbored disdain for Vegeta. Seizing this opportunity, he was quick to launch his verbal jibe. Although Vegeta outwardly maintained his composure, inwardly he was fervently cursing Krillin's ancestors. Piccolo and Gohan, observing Vegeta's tattered appearance, instantly deduced that he had engaged in a battle with Goku. Dad, are you all right? Gohan asked with deep concern. Goku shook his head and smiled gently. Gohan, I'm fine. Nothing to worry about. Worrying that Goku had sustained injuries without informing him, Gohan circled around his father. Upon seeing that Goku's attire bore no damage whatsoever, he finally felt at ease. Dad, you scared me. Seeing Vegeta in such a state made me think you were hurt too. Thankfully, you're completely unscathed. Gohan exclaimed with relief. Vegeta, bowing respectfully before Subai, felt a pang in his heart upon hearing those words. It was a cruel blow, akin to being directly accused of worthlessness. Subai chuckled softly, signaling Krillin to hand over the Dragon Ball to Dandy. Krillin nodded, not forgetting to taunt Vegeta with a remark, Thank you, proud Saiyan Prince. Vegeta's face flushed with rage, his veins bulging as he clenched his jaw. Vowing in his heart that one day, he would make them all pay, Dandy took the Dragon Ball and swiftly arranged it alongside the others. Once this was accomplished, he looked to Subai and asked, Mr. Subai, shall I begin? After spending some time together, Dandy had realized that Subai was not as fearsome as he had initially imagined, nor was he a heartless demon. Subai nodded, let's begin. With Dandy receiving the confirmation, he turned to face the arranged Dragon Balls and shouted in Namekian, Purunga, appear quickly. What are you waiting for? As the words echoed, the Dragon Balls blazed with radiance. In an instant, The skies darkened, and a golden light surged upward, revealing the massive form of Porunga before them. Goku, Krillin, and the others gazed at Porunga in astonishment. The Namekian dragon was utterly distinct from the dragon of Earth. Speak your wishes. I can grant you 3 desires. Porunga declared in Namekian. Dandy turned to Subai and Goku, inquiring what they wished for. Krillin gasped. The Namekian dragon can grant 3 wishes. Goku and the others were equally surprised. This was entirely unforeseen. Dandy, have Porunga revive Bulma and Yamcha first, Subai instructed. Dandy nodded and promptly addressed Porunga and Namekian. Porunga, our first wish is to revive Ms. Bulma and Mr. Yamcha. I'm sorry, but I can only revive one person at a time, Porunga replied. Dandy paused, quickly explaining to Subai, Mr. Subai, Porunga can only revive one person at a time, so that counts as 2 wishes. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances. Realizing that the capabilities of the Namekian dragon differed significantly from those of the Earth dragon, which imposed no such limitations and could revive multiple individuals simultaneously. Dandy, have Porunga revive Bulma first, and then Yamcha, Subai stated calmly, fully aware of Porunga's limitations. Understood, Mr. Subai? Dandy promptly turned to Porunga with the specified wishes. Upon receiving the wishes, Porunga's eyes glowed red, and a mysterious force enveloped the area. In an instant, Bulma, who had been slain by Frieza, reappeared before them. I've been revived? Bulma initially stood in shock, then joyously rushed towards Subai. Brother Subai, I thought I would never see you again. Bulma embraced Subai tightly, tears streaming down her face. Subai gently wiped her tears, smiling, Don't cry, Bulma, everything is all right now. Seeing Bulma cling to Subai, Krillin smirked. Hee, Bulma, are you and my brother White hiding something from us? With tear-filled eyes, Bulma turned to Krillin and unabashedly declared, Indeed, I am Brother Subai's woman. Despite being a seasoned player in the game of life, Subai felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. Bulma's bold proclamation in front of so many, especially in front of Vegeta, felt rather peculiar. Krillin and Piccolo were taken aback by Subai's reaction, astonished at how rapidly Bulma and Subai's relationship had developed. Huh? Bulma, did you just say you were my brother's woman? Could it be? Are you truly my brother's child? Goku exclaimed, utterly shocked at the revelation. Subai, Bulma, Krillin, Piccolo, the 4 fell into momentary silence. At times, they genuinely questioned whether Goku had suffered a head injury as a child, rendering him somewhat dim-witted. Goku, what are you saying? I am your brother's wife. You must call me sister-in-law from now on. Bulma shouted. Oh, so that's what you meant. Goku said, scratching his head awkwardly. Laughter erupted among the group. Even Vegeta couldn't suppress a smirk. It seemed he hadn't entirely lost to Goku after all. At least his intellect surpassed Goku's. With this thought, Vegeta's expression darkened once again. Did this imply that he couldn't even best a Saiyan who was somewhat dull-witted? After Dandy articulated the second wish, Yamcha was successfully revived. Mr. Subai, what is your 3rd wish? Dandy inquired. Subai pondered briefly before stating, My 3rd wish is to grant 3 more wishes. Chapter 66. Porunga, I am utterly baffled. My 3rd wish is to grant 3 additional wishes. Upon uttering these words, all present were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with astonishment. This wish was one they had never anticipated. Prior to this, they had never even contemplated the possibility of such a request. After the initial shock, Sun Wukong's voice reverberated through the air. He fixed his gaze on Subai, as if he had discovered a new continent, exclaiming, Brother, you truly are remarkable. How come we never thought of such a wish before? Krillin couldn't help but give Subai a thumbs up. This meant they could effectively obtain several wishes without any cost. However, Piccolo furrowed his brow, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Could such a wish truly be fulfilled? After all, as far as he knew, the dragon's powers were limited, just like the dragon of Earth, which could only grant 1 wish, after which it would enter a year-long silence to recharge its energy. Dandy, upon hearing this wish, was also momentarily taken aback. It was evident that, like Sun Wukong and the others, he had not expected Subai's 3rd wish to be this. Taking a deep breath, Dandy felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if Porunga would indeed grant such a wish. Nevertheless, he resolutely used the Namekian language to articulate the wish to Porunga. The previously confident Porunga turned pale upon hearing this request, his lips twitching violently. After countless years, he had never encountered someone making such a request. A 3rd wish to grant 3 more wishes? This was truly disruptive, completely deviating from the norm. Subai, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo clearly noted Porunga's changing expressions. It was apparent that Porunga was both furious and conflicted. He glared fiercely at Subai, his eyes practically capable of killing. Subai, however, appeared remarkably composed, ignoring Palunga's fierce gaze as if he were oblivious to it. Dandy, can Palunga fulfill this wish? Subai inquired with a slight smile. Dandy turned to Subai and replied, Mr. Subai, Palunga has yet to respond. Provoke him a bit more, compel him to grant my wish. Subai gently urged, his smile unwavering. Observing Palunga's reaction, he was now 90% certain that Palunga could indeed fulfill this bug-exploiting wish. Very well, Mr. Subai. Please hold on a moment while I prompt Palunga, Dandy responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Dandy faced Palunga once again and shouted in Namekian, Palunga, my third wish is to grant 3 additional wishes. Upon hearing this, Palunga's expression grew even more grim, his body trembling with rage. In all his years, he had never encountered such a shameless individual. He ground his teeth and glared at Subai. If it weren't for the special rules constraining him, he would have genuinely wished to turn Subai into a child who would never grow up. Palunga remained silent. Subai smiled slightly and turned to Dandy, saying, Dandy, please reiterate my words in Namekian for Palunga. Dandy nodded. Mr. Subai, please go ahead. Clearing his throat, Subai glanced at Palunga and slowly began, Palunga, are you not the one who claims to fulfill all our wishes? What's wrong? Have you suddenly lost your ability? If not, just say so. I will forego my third wish. If you cannot, then admit it quickly and do not waste our time standing here. Also, if others summon you in the future, please refrain from making grandiose claims. It would be wise to say you can only grant minor wishes, and that your capabilities are quite limited. Do not deceive others with false promises. As Subai spoke, he emphasized the need for Palunga to concede his limitations. Dandy translated every word into Namekian. The more Palunga listened, the more his face contorted with displeasure, nearly reaching the point of explosive rage. Was this not an affront to a dragon? How could a male dragon admit to being incapable? If word spread, how would he maintain his standing among the dragons? Wouldn't that be an utter disgrace? He simply could not fathom how Subai's lips could utter such chilling words. Gasping for breath, Palunga's chest heaved violently, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. After several minutes of struggling to suppress his fury, Palunga managed to quell the flames of rage within himself. He shot Subai a furious glare and begrudgingly declared, just this once, just this once. Although he was loath to grant such a shameless wish, knowing that doing so would extend his silence period to at least 2 years, he felt compelled to comply. Subai's words were too forceful, practically driving him into a corner. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others, though unable to comprehend Palunga's words, could clearly ascertain that he was extremely irate yet utterly helpless. Dandy, what did Palunga just say? Sun Wukong inquired rapidly, curiosity piqued. Piccolo, Krillin, and Vegeta all turned their gazes toward Dandy, eager to learn the specifics. Dandy replied excitedly, Mr. Wukong, Mr. Subai, Palunga has agreed. We can yet make 3 more wishes. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were taken aback. Could it truly be played this way? Subai, however, maintained his calm demeanor, having anticipated this outcome all along. You little rascals, quickly express your wishes. Palunga's impatient voice rang out. Mr. Subai, what is your next wish? Dandy asked. Subai surveyed the ravaged Namek, then stated, Dandy, please ask Palunga to restore Namek to its original state. After all, it was my battle with Frieza that led to Namek's devastation, and I feel a certain responsibility for its plight. Dandy, ecstatic upon hearing this wish, promptly expressed his gratitude to Subai. After this wish was granted, Palunga's demeanor softened considerably. At least this rogue possessed a semblance of conscience. With a surge of mysterious energy, the ravaged Namek, littered with ruins, was instantaneously restored to its former glory. State your second wish. Palunga's tone had significantly mellowed. Subai pondered briefly before declaring, Palunga, my second wish is for the readers to achieve academic success, enjoy good health, and for their parents to be well. This wish was indeed simple. A gleam of red light flickered in Palunga's eyes as he swiftly granted Subai's request. You have one final wish remaining, Palunga stated. Subai smiled faintly and made a request that took everyone by surprise. Bring Frieza back to life. Frieza had met his demise far too easily. Moreover, my good brother Sun Wukong had yet to reap any benefits. Chapter 67, The Resurrection of Frieza. What? Subai, are you truly intending to resurrect Frieza? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend his ears. Indeed, Subai had mercilessly decimated Frieza. Nevertheless, the terror that Frieza instilled still echoed in Piccolo's heart. He was deeply concerned that if Subai continued to toy with this idea, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Should anything further occur, there would be no Dragon Balls left to utilize. Vegeta was equally taken aback. He simply could not fathom why Subai would wish to resurrect that malevolent being, Frieza. Both he and Piccolo reacted vehemently, entirely opposed to Subai's decision. In stark contrast, Son Goku and Krillin were quite enthusiastic. Goku chuckled, "Big brother, let me deal with Frieza this time." "Yes, yes. Let me have a proper go at Frieza too," Krillin exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the thought of confronting the once mighty Cosmic Emperor. He believed that with Subai, the invincible warrior, present, Frieza would pose no significant threat. Dondi summoned Porunga to bring Frieza back to life. "He dared to kill me, and I must teach him a lesson." Bulma's voice rang out, her fist clenched, eager for revenge. "No, Dondi, Subai, Frieza is far too dangerous. We absolutely cannot resurrect him." Piccolo interjected urgently. His expression serious, he continued, "If we revive Frieza, the uncontrollable factors are simply too numerous. If Frieza goes on a rampage and destroys Namek, it would spell disaster." Piccolo hastily enumerated all possible catastrophes, intent on thwarting the resurrection of Frieza. "Oh, come on, Piccolo. What is there to fear? With Big Brother here, do we really need to be afraid of a mere Frieza? You're overthinking it," Krillin replied dismissively. Showing no trace of fear towards Frieza, he believed that as long as Subai was present, Frieza was inconsequential. "Piccolo, Krillin is right. With Big Brother here, there is no way anything could go wrong. We can use this opportunity to hone our skills." Goku's face was alight with excitement, eager to engage Frieza once more. "Exactly, Piccolo. You're just being overly cautious. Frieza is nothing to be afraid of." Krillin laughed. Listening to the ongoing chatter, Subai couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, most people, when riding the wave of fortune, could hardly contain their restless hearts, yearning for a good fight. This reminded him of his previous life during the reign of the great King of Glory, where teammates were often advised not to rush to finish, but to enjoy tormenting the opponents a little longer. As he pondered, Subai glanced at Vegeta. Throughout this exchange, Vegeta had remained silent. However, Subai understood that this silence was not due to his composure. Rather, Vegeta was also a thrill-seeker, merely lacking the strength at this moment. Had he been more powerful, he would have been just as reckless. Dondi, caught in the tumult of arguments between Piccolo and Goku, appeared quite conflicted about what to do. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Subai. With a gentle smile, Subai instructed, "Dondi, let us proceed as I have said, resurrect Frieza." Taking a deep breath, Dondi reluctantly chose to convey this wish to Porunga. With a mysterious surge of energy, the shattered Frieza was once again present before them, standing upon the soil of Namek. Simultaneously, Porunga's form rapidly dissipated, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls that scattered in all directions. Piccolo and Vegeta, upon witnessing the resurrected Frieza, involuntarily tensed, bracing themselves for what could transpire. In contrast, Goku and Krillin remained remarkably relaxed, unconcerned about any chaos Frieza might unleash. Gohan, too, was eager to harness Frieza's strength to sharpen his own abilities. I was in hell, wasn't I? How am I back on Namek? Is this all an illusion?" Frieza exclaimed in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. Upon catching sight of Subai, he instinctively recoiled a few steps, trembling in fear. In his mind, Subai had become an indelible shadow, a quintessential embodiment of evil. Krillin and the others chuckled at Frieza's reaction. "See, Piccolo? I told you there was no need for concern. Frieza has already been frightened out of his wits by Big Brother," Krillin remarked, seeing Frieza's apparent fear. Piccolo felt a slight sense of relief. Frieza, seething with resentment at Krillin's words, felt his rage simmering beneath the surface. Yet, even within this illusion, he dared not act recklessly, for he remained acutely aware of Subai's overwhelming power. He could never forget the torment Subai had inflicted upon him. It had been utterly merciless. "Big Brother, please allow me to have a proper fight with Frieza," Goku implored, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he sought permission. "Big Brother, grant me a chance as well. I wish to test my strength," Krillin added. "Master, I too wish to spar with Frieza." Gohan raised his hand, eager to join the fray. "Hold on just a moment. Let Bulma have her turn to teach him a lesson first," Subai said with a slight smile. Casting a glance at Bulma, earlier, she had indeed expressed a desire to confront Frieza. However, when faced with him directly, she could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. "Bulma, you needn't fear. I have my methods to ensure Frieza remains right there for you to hit," Subai reassured her. Hearing this, Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her. Not far off, Frieza's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening with indignation. This was intolerable. Once a supreme cosmic emperor, he felt utterly disrespected, as though everyone was treating him as inconsequential. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Roaring in fury, it was bad enough to be bullied by that Subai while I was alive, but now to suffer humiliation in this illusion, unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed his full power, charging at the group. Suddenly, a far more potent aura erupted, instantly eclipsing Frieza's presence. Subai transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant, effortlessly subduing Frieza with a mere flourish of energy. Frieza, I believe it would be too merciful to let you die that easily, which is why I chose to resurrect you, Subai stated calmly. Hearing these words, Frieza's pupils dilated in terror, dread creeping into his heart. Was he to endure yet another round of torment? With a casual glance, Subai tightened his grip on Frieza's energy, binding him completely and rendering him immobile. Bulma, go and give him a proper lesson. Chapter 68. Is there any justice left? All right, Brother Subai. Bulma glared at the immobilized Frieza and strode towards him. It was abundantly clear that she was genuinely furious. Frieza, today I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Upon reaching Frieza, she fixed him with a fierce stare, resembling a fierce tigress. What do you intend to do? Frieza, the once mighty emperor of the universe, felt a tightening in his chest under Bulma's ferocious gaze. With a resounding slap, the air crackled with the sound of Bulma's hand meeting Frieza's face. In response to his question, Bulma delivered a forceful slap that she executed with all her might. You! Frieza seethed with rage. Although Bulma's slap inflicted no tangible harm, it was a profound insult. In all his years, he had never before been struck by a woman. What do you mean? What? Bulma shouted, raising her hand to deliver several more stinging slaps across Frieza's cheek, each one fueled by her pent-up fury. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to shatter Frieza's skull. You will regret this. Frieza howled in a frenzy. A woman, seemingly powerless, was relentlessly striking him. And this unprecedented humiliation far surpassed any affront he had suffered from Subai. Regret? I'll make you regret it right now. Bulma shouted defiantly, continuing to unleash her slaps upon Frieza's face. The sound of each slap echoed in the air, marking her relentless assault. Frieza roared, struggling violently. Yet, no matter how he fought, he could not escape Subai's grasp. Bulma, without holding back, delivered a barrage of slaps, exhausting herself in the process. Her palms burned with pain. Bulma looked at Frieza, who was thoroughly humiliated, and furrowed her brows. To her surprise, this ugly creature was quite resilient. She realized that her attacks were futile against Frieza's tough exterior. This simply wouldn't do. Quickly scanning her surroundings, her gaze fixed upon a suitable stone. Without hesitation, she seized it and hurled it at Frieza's face with unrelenting force. Thud, thud, thud. Bulma swung the stone repeatedly, striking Frieza's face again and again. On the 8th strike, the stone shattered into pieces upon contact with Frieza's cheek. Yet, even that failed to inflict any real damage, only inciting Frieza's fury. Just wait. Woman, one day, I will make you wish you were never born. Frieza bellowed, glaring at Bulma with unbridled rage. If looks could kill, Bulma would have perished hundreds of times over. Bulma, fueled by her anger at being unable to harm Frieza despite her efforts, retaliated. You hideous monster. Enough of your noise. She forcefully stuffed the remaining shards of stone into Frieza's mouth. Frieza shook his head violently, attempting to dislodge the stones, but they remained firmly in place. His eyes were bloodshot with fury as he glared at Bulma, yearning to dismantle her piece by piece. Seeing his distress, a wicked smile crept across Bulma's face. Oh, you seem eager to spit out those stones, huh? Very well, I shall assist you. She quickly gathered more stones of various sizes and shoved them into Frieza's mouth. Frieza, feeling the incessant pressure of the stones, was consumed by anger but utterly helpless. He had never imagined he would endure such humiliation. In a fit of rage, Frieza bit down on the stones, crushing them with his teeth and swallowing them whole. Fearing Bulma would continue her antics, he prudently shut his mouth tight. Bulma, observing Frieza's tightly sealed lips, frowned. This was problematic. Her only means of inflicting humiliation upon him was now thwarted. Frustrated, she resumed her relentless slapping of Frieza's face. However, the more she struck, the more disheartened she became. It was infuriating to give her all, yet see no effect on her opponent. Frieza, witnessing Bulma's furrowed brow, found amusement in her plight and laughed heartily. He realized that her inability to harm him only fueled her anger further. The more furious she became, the more he reveled in it. Come now, woman, keep going. My face could use some scratching. He taunted, laughing boisterously. Bulma, agitated by his laughter, retorted, You grotesque fiend. You shall perish. She picked up a stone and aimed a hard blow at Frieza's head. Ha ha. Woman, have you not eaten? Is that all the strength you possess? Frieza continued to chuckle, unfazed. Bulma stood firm, fists clenched, trembling with rage. Nearby, Vegeta observed the scene, his brow furrowed in confusion. It appeared that Bulma was not the formidable warrior he had envisioned. What, then, had she and Subai been doing in Frieza's temporary base? Bulma, unable to retaliate effectively, turned to Subai with urgency. Brother Subai, this ugly monster is bullying me. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. You're incessantly slapping my face and throwing stones at me, and you dare claim I am the one bullying you? Is there any sense of justice left in the world? Chapter 69. A frightening revelation. Upon hearing those words, Son Wukong, Piccolo, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Son Wukong remarked, Bulma, it seems, it has always been you who has been tormenting Frieza, hasn't it? Bulma immediately became furious, pointing at Son Wukong and shouting, Son Wukong, silence yourself. Right now? Immediately. Seeing her reaction, Son Wukong quickly covered his mouth with both hands. The scene reminded him of his wife, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan. Trembling in fear, was drenched in cold sweat. It was terrifying. Piccolo had intended to say something as well, but out of prudence, he decided to remain silent and not intervene. Brother Subai, Bulma's tone softened significantly as she looked at Subai, adopting a cute, vulnerable demeanor that was undeniably endearing. Everyone else was taken aback by the abrupt change in her attitude, which was swifter than the turning of a page. Even Subai, who had faced countless trials and tribulations in his previous life, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He then smiled and approached Bulma, saying, It's all right, teach him a lesson. Subai gently took Bulma's hand, transferring some of his energy to her. Frieza, witnessing this, trembled uncontrollably. His eyes widened in horror as he gasped, Subai, what are you planning to do? After being humiliated by Subai once, Frieza had developed a deep-seated fear. The slightest movement from Subai would send waves of terror coursing through him. The agony of being sliced apart and watching his flesh being obliterated was an indescribable torment. What am I going to do? I'm not doing anything. Subai replied with a benign smile directed at Frieza. The sight of that smile sent chills down Frieza's spine. He felt as though he was destined for ruin once more. Subai cast a satisfied glance at Bulma, enveloped in a golden aura, and smiled gently, saying, Go ahead. Bulma, do everything you wish to do. Bulma nodded vigorously. At that moment, she felt a surge of power coursing through her, as if she could effortlessly shatter a mountain. Her instincts were not mistaken. With Subai's energy empowering her, Bulma could not only crush a mountain, but could obliterate a star. Frieza, don't you enjoy my little tickles? As you wish, I shall continue, Bulma said, a smile gracing her lips as she approached Frieza. Frieza gulped nervously, a wave of dread washing over him. Although he could not sense energy, he could unmistakably tell that Bulma was entirely different from before. Suddenly, Bulma's figure vanished from Frieza's sight. His foreboding sense of dread intensified. In an instant, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat, panic surging through him. At that moment, a voice, hauntingly melodic, reached his ears. Ugly creature, where are your eyes wandering? Frieza followed the sound, only to be met with a resounding slap. With a tremendous crash, a violent energy erupted, violently striking Frieza's cheek. Boom. Frieza's body was sent hurtling away, crashing violently into a mountain. Coughing up blood, a crimson handprint appeared on his face. The weight of that slap was both familiar and overwhelming. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought he had been struck by Subai. The searing pain on his face unearthed buried memories of his past fears. In that moment, he felt as if he was once again ensnared by the terror of Subai. Son Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Although everyone present understood that Bulma had harnessed Subai's strength to send Frieza flying, the sheer impact of Bulma's action was staggering. More importantly, this demonstrated that Subai's power far surpassed Frieza's, reaching levels beyond Frieza's comprehension. Bulma gazed at Frieza, who had been sent sprawling by her slap, a radiant smile gracing her face. She incredulously examined her hands before striding purposefully towards Frieza. Frieza's pupils constricted in terror. He desperately struggled to escape, but his body was completely ensnared by Subai's energy, leaving him with no chance of escape. Please, don't come near. Frieza's face was a mask of fear. It was Bulma he truly feared, but the memories that haunted him. Those memories always reminded him of the time he had been utterly dominated by Subai. Ugly creature, only now do you realize the gravity of your fear? It's too late. Bulma charged forward, quickly reaching Frieza. With one hand, she seized Frieza and delivered another resounding slap. With a crack, Frieza's face was struck again, this time losing several teeth. Bulma's assault continued unabated, raining down slaps upon Frieza. The heavens echoed with Frieza's agonized screams, lingering in the air. In the blink of an eye, Frieza's cheeks were adorned with numerous fiery handprints, a testament to Bulma's wrath. After delivering over 100 slaps, Bulma, feeling unsatisfied, seized Frieza's tail and began to slam him against the ground. Boom! Frieza's body repeatedly collided with the earth, shattering the ground, sending stones and dust flying. Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others gasped in astonishment. Is this what an angry woman is capable of? Terrifying. Son Wukong and Son Gohan silently vowed never to provoke Chi-Chi again. They certainly did not wish to endure such a beating as Frieza had. Compared to Bulma, Chi-Chi was even more formidable. Boom! Bulma, with all her might, slammed Frieza's tail into the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled and collapsed, revealing a bottomless chasm. Frieza, battered and bruised, lay in the chasm like a drowned rat, utterly despondent. At that moment, he regretted his choices profoundly. How foolish he had been to provoke these two individuals. One was Subai, the other Bulma. Neither was someone to be trifled with. Brother Subai, please lift that ugly creature up, Bulma shouted. Her voice reached Frieza's ears, and he couldn't help but feel a jolt of terror. He knew that his nightmare was about to recur. As expected, the moment her words left her mouth, his body was uncontrollably lifted and placed before Bulma. Bulma looked at the battered Frieza, a wicked smile flashing across her lips. Frieza, upon seeing that smile, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Ugly creature, don't be afraid. Relax a little. I'm not as cruel as you. I want to take your life. Bulma smiled sweetly, gathering all her strength to deliver a crushing kick. Frieza, feeling the excruciating pain that felt like a devastating explosion, could not help but let out a wail. In that moment, the entire world was filled with the echoes of his agonizing cries. Bulma gazed upon Frieza, whose features contorted in agony and whose body convulsed as he clutched at Kuin. A satisfied smile graced her lips. Slowly, she turned to face Goku and Krillin, exclaiming, Goku, Krillin, do you not wish to exchange a few blows with Frieza? The time has come for you. Radiating joy, Bulma bounced towards Subai, her spirits soaring to an indescribable height. Meanwhile, Frieza, racked with pain, was left in utter disbelief at her words. More? Chapter 70. Son Wukong's decision finally. It is our turn. Son Wukong let out a hearty laugh, his face brimming with excitement. He had long been eager for a vigorous battle with Frieza. Krillin chuckled, equally exhilarated. The mere thought of being able to pummel the cosmic tyrant Frieza like Bulma did send shivers of anticipation through him. Such an opportunity is rare indeed. Vegeta observed the enthusiasm radiating from Son Wukong and Krillin, feeling a stirring within. He too yearned to unleash his fury upon Frieza. Frieza, on the other hand, looked at the eager faces around him, his facial muscles twitching in despair. This was indeed a case of a dragon swimming in shallow waters being toyed with by shrimp. A tiger falling into the plains being bullied by dogs. Krillin, noticing Frieza's expression as if he had just consumed a dead rat, became even more excited. Big brother, I am ready. You can release Frieza now. Son Wukong stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, brimming with enthusiasm. However, this statement left others in shock. Wasn't the plan to thrash a drowning dog? Why release Frieza? Not only were Krillin and the others taken aback, but even Frieza himself was momentarily stunned. He could not fathom that Son Wukong would ask Subai to let him go. Krillin reacted vehemently, interrupting Son Wukong, exclaiming, Brother Bai, don't release Frieza just yet. He shot a glare at Son Wukong and yelled, Wukong, have you lost your mind? You know Frieza's strength well. If Brother Bai lets him go, we stand no chance against him. His words had barely left his mouth when Piccolo's anxious voice rang out. Son Wukong, Frieza's power is formidable, far surpassing ours. We cannot afford to toy with him any longer. Even if you wish to play, you must not let Subai free him. We should just have our fun. Piccolo was acutely aware that Frieza was merely weak compared to Subai, yet for them, he remained an insurmountable mountain. Listening to the chorus of objections, Son Wukong shook his head gently, his expression resolute. Brother, let Frieza go. I want to fight him fairly. Even if it costs me my life, it matters not. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others turned pale. Vegeta stared at Son Wukong, his face a portrait of confusion. He could not comprehend why Son Wukong would act so foolishly. He had the opportunity to humiliate Frieza effortlessly, but chose a path fraught with danger. Wukong, have you lost your senses? Piccolo shouted angrily. Don't you hear what we're saying? You cannot possibly stand against Frieza. If you insist on engaging him, you will be killed. Piccolo's voice boomed, and everyone present heard him clearly. In that moment, Frieza seethed with hatred towards Piccolo and Krillin. Why all this talk? Son Wukong wished to fight him fairly. Why not grant him that opportunity? He fervently prayed within, hoping Son Wukong would not change his mind. Only if Subai released him did he have a chance to turn the tide and escape Namek. Wukong, have you considered this? Subai's calm voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Frieza felt a surge of anxiety. His chance at freedom, at escaping Namek, hinged entirely on Son Wukong's answer. Frieza's gaze fixated on Son Wukong, silently praying, Wukong, you must not change your mind. In an instant, the attention of Piccolo and the others focused on Son Wukong, their tension palpable. They understood that Son Wukong's decision would dictate Subai's actions. Whether or not Subai would release Frieza depended on this very answer. Wukong, we cannot let brother Bai free Frieza. Let us just have our fun beating him. Krillin urged. Wukong, Krillin is right. We cannot let him go. Piccolo added. Son Wukong glanced at the two, shaking his head once more. With utmost seriousness, he declared. It is precisely because Frieza's strength far exceeds mine that I choose to have my brother release him. Only by continually battling formidable foes can we improve our own abilities. Otherwise, we shall remain stagnant, forever treading in place. Son Wukong's gaze was steadfast. He had made up his mind. In truth, he harbored an unspoken thought that he did not wish to fall too far behind Subai. If he could not even defeat Frieza, whom Subai could easily subdue with a mere gesture, how could he aspire to match Subai's prowess? Thus, today he must act. Only by possessing the strength to personally vanquish Frieza could he hope to keep pace with Subai. Failure to achieve this would mean he could never hope to catch up to Subai. Brother, please release Frieza. I am ready. I implore you. Son Wukong's voice resonated, filled with determination. Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others sighed deeply. They knew that no matter how much they argued, Son Wukong would not waver. Krillin was surprised yet unsurprised by this answer. Son Wukong's character had always been thus. Once he made a decision, he would not retreat, no matter the obstacles, even if it meant risking his life. This had been true in the past, true now, and would remain true in the future. Wukong, since you have made your decision, I shall release Frieza, Subai replied with a light chuckle, affirming his faith in Son Wukong. It was precisely this determination that allowed him to create miracle after miracle. Son Wukong nodded heavily in agreement. Subai smiled faintly, dissipating the energy restraining Frieza. As he withdrew his power, the immobilized Frieza regained his freedom. Feeling his body come alive once more, Frieza beamed with a radiant smile. What a delightful sensation it was to control his own body again. He gazed at Son Wukong, his grin stretching from ear to ear, and said, Thank you, Mr. Son Wukong. Without you, I would not have this opportunity. Son Wukong's expression darkened slightly, and he chuckled, Rest assured, Frieza, I will personally send you back to hell. As he spoke, he turned to Subai and said, Brother, do not intervene in this battle. I wish to defeat Frieza with my own strength. Son Wukong understood that only by severing all retreat paths could he continuously surpass himself and carve a bloody trail out of adversity. Chapter 71 What's the matter? Are you already unable to hold on? Subai observed the unwavering gaze of Son Wukong and slowly nodded. He could perceive the thoughts swirling within Son Wukong's mind. The latter was determined to leave no escape route for himself, seeking to unleash his full potential in this decisive battle. Suddenly, a wave of tension surged through Piccolo, Krillin, and the others. Subai's decision to refrain from intervening in the fight meant that Son Wukong would have to face this challenge alone. As Krillin witnessed the now unrestrained Frieza, he abandoned the thought of teaching the villain a lesson. It would be foolish to confront a fully powered Frieza, like searching for a lantern in a toilet. It would be tantamount to courting death. Such a reckless endeavor was far from Krillin's intentions. To put it bluntly, Frieza could easily crush him with a mere pinky finger. Their power levels were simply not on the same scale. Frieza, noticing Subai's reluctant nod, wore an increasingly triumphant smile. This indicated that he could finally exact revenge for the earlier humiliation. As long as Subai remained uninvolved, he feared no adversary. Mr. Subai, you promised not to interfere in the duel between me and Mr. Son Wukong. As the unparalleled powerhouse of the universe, I am sure you value your commitments above all else. Frieza, wary of any sudden intervention from Subai, deliberately proclaimed this in front of everyone, attempting to elevate Subai's stature to keep him anchored. Fear not, Frieza. My elder brother is a man of his word and will not interfere in our duel. Sun Wukong interjected before Subai could respond. Upon hearing this, Frieza's heart surged with joy. Sun Wukong was indeed a master at providing support. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixed on Subai, as if to say, Mr. Subai, your brother has spoken. Surely, you wouldn't forsake your dignity by intervening to aid Sun Wukong? Understanding Frieza's intent, Subai smirked coldly and replied, Rest assured, Frieza, since Wukong has stated this, I shall indeed refrain from meddling in your duel. He emphasized the term interfere with particular weight. Frieza erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ahaha, Mr. Subai, you truly live up to Mr. Sun Wukong's words. Your promises are of utmost importance. Observing Frieza's grin stretching from ear to ear, Subai could not help but internally scoff. Indeed, he had declared not to intervene, but he had never stated he wouldn't make an entrance. Moreover, this duel need not require his direct involvement. Sun Wukong was more than capable of resolving it himself. Eagerly, Subai anticipated the expression on Frieza's face upon witnessing the emergence of the second Super Saiyan. Frieza, shall we begin? Sun Wukong's expression darkened as he instantly heightened his energy to its zenith. Without hesitation, he bellowed, 20 times. Kaioken. A thunderous explosion erupted as a searing wave of energy radiated throughout the atmosphere, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sun Wukong held nothing back, unleashing his full strength from the outset. If anyone were to possess a device capable of detecting Sun Wukong's power at this moment, they would be left utterly astonished by his battle strength exceeding 90 million. Piccolo, Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan felt the formidable aura emanating from Sun Wukong and were left in awe. They could distinctly sense that Sun Wukong's power had indeed surged beyond its previous limits. Perhaps Sun Wukong could truly defeat Frieza with his own might. This thought echoed simultaneously in their minds. Vegeta, feeling the overwhelming energy wash over him, clenched his teeth in frustration. The gap between him and Sun Wukong was still far too vast, and that realization was profoundly unsettling. Ahaha, Mr. Sun Wukong, you never cease to amaze. Your strength seems to have increased significantly. Frieza laughed heartily. Frieza, unleash your full power, or you shall lose your chance, Sun Wukong declared. Ha ha ha. Mr. Sun Wukong, you are quite the jester. Frieza continued to laugh. In his view, despite Sun Wukong's newfound strength, he remained far from being a worthy opponent. Across the entire universe, he feared only Subai, the legendary Super Saiyan. Am I jesting? You shall find out. Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile as his figure vanished from sight. With a resounding crash, when he reappeared, Frieza felt a sharp kick to his back, sending him crashing to the ground. The moment Frieza's body met the earth, the ground shattered violently, sending clouds of dust into the air. He had landed a hit. Krillin and the others were instantly electrified by this sight. Perhaps their predictions were not unfounded. Sun Wukong truly possessed the potential to defeat Frieza with his own strength. The fierce winds howled, rapidly dispersing the ominous clouds of dust. Frieza's figure reemerged, appearing unscathed, causing the group's anxiety to resurface. Frieza was indeed not so easily vanquished. Dad, go for it. You must defeat Frieza. Gohan clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the battlefield. Mr. Sun Wukong, is this truly the extent of your power? Frieza inquired with a slight smile, exuding calm confidence. Just as he had suspected, Sun Wukong's strength had indeed risen significantly. Yet, if this was all he had to offer, it was still far from sufficient. Without Subai's looming threat, Frieza's confidence soared. That invincible sensation of dominating the universe returned. Mr. Sun Wukong, come, let us continue. Frieza beckoned, his finger curling invitingly. Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Frieza clearly regarded him with disdain. In a flash, Sun Wukong's figure vanished once more. Frieza's senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of Sun Wukong's position. Suddenly, he felt a rapid evaporation of air in his left front, instantly pinpointing Sun Wukong's chosen location. Without hesitation, he summoned all his power and unleashed a strike. Bang! Frieza's fist collided with Sun Wukong's, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted, and violent shockwaves swept across the area, creating a terrifying spectacle. Ah! Sun Wukong roared, pouring even more energy into his punch. Frieza, undeterred, matched Sun Wukong's fervor, channeling his own strength into the clash. Their powers collided, enveloping a vast radius in a terrifying aura. With a thunderous boom, Frieza's body was sent flying, crashing into a small mountain. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong pursued him. However, this time, it was Sun Wukong who was sent sprawling. Thus, the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza raged on, evenly matched, each resisting the other. Both warriors summoned their strength for another fierce exchange. This time, they were both forced back several meters. Huff huff huff. Sun Wukong gasped for breath. The strain of the 20 times Kaioken was immense, and his stamina was depleting rapidly. Frieza burst into laughter. Mr. Sun Wukong, what is the matter? Are you already unable to hold on? I have yet to unleash my full power. As the sound of his voice reverberated, Frieza's muscles began to swell rapidly, and his aura grew increasingly terrifying. Chapter 72. The eruption of Son Gohan. As Son Goku gazed upon the ever-increasing aura of Frieza, a slight furrow creased his brow. His expression gravely serious. He understood that this power had surpassed his own. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled and the skies darkened. In the wake of a flash of purple light, Frieza, in his full power form, emerged into the sight of the gathered crowd. All present, save for Subai, felt the tension rise on their faces. Even from a considerable distance, they could sense the terrifying energy approaching them. They could scarcely fathom the immense pressure that Son Goku, at the epicenter of the battlefield, was enduring. Goku, hang in there. You must defeat Frieza. Krillin grit his teeth, silently cheering him on. Son Gohan and Piccolo's expressions turned grave as they recognized the true terror of Frieza unleashing his full strength. In that moment, regret washed over Piccolo. He lamented his earlier hesitation. If only he had seized the moment to eliminate Frieza. Krillin, Piccolo, and the others remained fixated on the central battlefield, their anxiety palpable. In the midst of the chaos, Frieza, muscles bulging and radiating power, fixed his gaze on the solemn Son Goku, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Mr. Goku, this game is nearing its conclusion. Although you are about to perish at my hands, I must extend my gratitude. Without your relentless struggle, I would never have regained my freedom. Alas, it is regrettable that you must die today. Frieza laughed heartily, advancing slowly towards Son Goku with unwavering confidence. Certain he could easily crush him. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Frieza, even if you have unleashed your full potential, I refuse to concede defeat, Son Goku declared. His demeanor resolute as he launched himself at Frieza. In a mere blink, he closed the distance, raising his fist to strike directly at Frieza's face. At the moment his fist swung, a violent explosion echoed, and the air crackled with energy. In the face of Son Goku's powerful punch, Frieza remained unfazed, maintaining his smirk as he casually extended his palm. Boom. At the instant their forces collided, a terrifying shockwave erupted. In a heartbeat, the ground fractured, debris flew, and everything in the wake of their clash lay in utter ruin. Goku's brow knitted tightly as he was filled with horror. Frieza's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. He had poured all his energy into that punch, yet he had not even managed to budge Frieza by a step. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Goku. Is this truly the extent of your power? Frieza mocked with a sneer. Do not celebrate prematurely, Son Goku shouted, launching a frenzied assault on Frieza. In an instant, a relentless barrage of strikes rained down upon Frieza from all directions, a tempest of fury. Frieza remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting each attack with a single hand. No matter how swift Goku's strikes or how cunning his angles, Frieza countered with ease. It was evident to all observers that their power levels were not even remotely comparable. The more Goku fought, the deeper his frown became, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him. He realized that if this continued, he would have no hope of overcoming Frieza today. No, if this persists, I am destined to lose, Goku thought, vanishing behind Frieza to deliver a fierce kick. Bang! As anticipated, Frieza merely raised a hand to block the strike, scarcely even glancing in Goku's direction. Seeing this, Goku swiftly retreated to create distance. Close combat proved ineffective. It was time for a ranged attack. Steadying himself, Goku wasted no time, rapidly condensing energy waves and unleashing them towards Frieza. Boom! In mere moments, dozens of energy waves struck Frieza, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The deafening roar echoed as thick smoke enveloped the air. From a distance, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others felt an intense wave of anxiety. They were desperate to know whether Goku's attack had inflicted any damage on Frieza. If it hadn't, the situation would be dire. Goku's gaze remained fixated on the swirling smoke, equally eager to discern the impact of his assault. A fierce wind howled, swiftly dispersing the smoke, revealing Frieza and Scathe before the crowd. Piccolo and the others were taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. It's bad. Goku's attack had no effect on Frieza at all. Krillin's eyes widened, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Piccolo and Son Gohan shared his grim realization. This indicated that Frieza's strength vastly surpassed Son Goku's, leaving them with no chance of victory. Frieza wore a mocking grin, casting a disdainful glance at Son Goku before casually cracking his neck. The warm-up is complete. Now we shall proceed to the main event. Before his words faded, Frieza vanished from Goku's sight. An instant later, Goku's senses heightened, scanning frantically for Frieza's whereabouts. Yet, he searched in vain. Frieza seemed to have vanished into thin air. Cold sweat dripped down Goku's brow as he felt an eerie stillness. "Goku, what are you looking for?" Suddenly, a playful voice echoed from above. Goku jolted, instinctively attempting to dodge. But before he could react, Frieza's attack struck him. With a thunderous crash, a tremendous force surged forth, shaking the very fabric of reality. Goku's body plummeted uncontrollably, crashing violently to the ground. The earth shattered beneath him, fissures spreading like a spider's web across a vast area. Coughing up blood, Goku stained the broken ground red. Frieza's blow was far heavier than he had anticipated. Bang! Before Goku could regain his composure, Frieza's attack struck him once more, even more brutally than the last. Puff! Goku spewed blood, his energy waning, unable to sustain even the Kaioken technique. "Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Goku. It seems that without Mr. Subai's assistance, you are nothing but a pitiful bunch," Frieza taunted, his foot pressing down on Goku's head. Goku struggled with all his might, yet it was futile. He remained trapped beneath Frieza's foot. As Frieza applied pressure, Goku felt an unbearable pain, screaming in agony. In that moment, he felt as if his head might explode. From afar, the spectators watched in horror, gritting their teeth. "Frieza, do not harm my father," Son Gohan cried out in fury, his energy surging as he charged forward at breakneck speed. Chapter 73, The Demise of Krillin. Upon witnessing the grave situation, Piccolo and Krillin exchanged a determined glance and unhesitatingly surged forward. All three warriors swiftly reached their peak energy levels, propelling themselves at breakneck speed towards the heart of the battlefield. Notably, Gohan, fixated solely on Goku, emanated a power that momentarily eclipsed that of both Piccolo and Krillin. Sensing the formidable energy radiating from Gohan, Subai's lips curled into a subtle smile. The boy's potential was indeed astonishing. "Subai, are you truly not going to intervene?" Bulma inquired anxiously. Subai replied with a gentle smile, "Fear not, Bulma. Goku will undoubtedly emerge unscathed. Furthermore, he stands to gain immense benefits from this battle." Upon hearing this, Bulma's anxiety eased significantly, as she firmly believed in Subai's assurance that Goku would be safe. Nearby, Vegeta's expression was a portrait of confusion. Benefits? Kakarot was to receive immense benefits? He was utterly perplexed. How could Goku, who was being crushed by Frieza, possibly gain anything? Despite his burning curiosity and desire to investigate the situation, he remained rooted in place, unwilling to move without Subai's consent. Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin soared through the void, creating tumultuous waves and thunderous sounds. In the midst of the battlefield, Frieza was startled by the sudden cacophony, his pupils constricting in fear. Believing Subai had made his move, he quickly turned to see Gohan and the others approaching. Upon realizing they were merely Gohan and Piccolo, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't Subai, otherwise his fate would be sealed. As he observed the approaching trio, Frieza's resolve to escape Namek intensified. Although Subai showed no intent to intervene, the looming threat was palpable. Frieza's mind raced with the knowledge that if Subai chose to act, his demise was inevitable. He could no longer endure the sensation of his life hanging by a thread. He had to devise a plan to escape Namek as swiftly as possible. Gazing down at Goku, Frieza's expression darkened as he resolved to unleash his wrath upon him. Since he could not defeat Subai directly, he would ensure Goku suffered instead. With a resounding crash, Frieza forcefully stomped down on Goku's head. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy erupted, crashing down upon Goku. The excruciating pain surged through Goku, sending shockwaves through his nerves. His agonized screams echoed across the expanse, clearly indicating the unbearable torment he was enduring. Hearing his father's cries, Gohan's eyes blazed with rage, trembling uncontrollably. "Frieza, do not harm my father," Gohan roared, his energy surging once more. The air exploded with force, propelling him forward at least several times faster. He left Piccolo and Krillin far behind, charging directly at Frieza. In the blink of an eye, Gohan reached Frieza, consumed by fury. With unyielding determination, he swung his fist towards Frieza's face. Frieza, however, regarded Gohan's furious strike with disdain, dismissing it entirely. He casually extended a finger, intending to suppress Gohan's attack. Yet, to Frieza's astonishment, Gohan's punch possessed an overwhelming force that could not be resisted. Bang! When Gohan's fist collided with Frieza's finger, an explosive surge of power erupted, sending Frieza's finger flying aside and crashing into his face. With a thunderous roar, Frieza was sent sprawling backwards, crashing into mountains with tremendous force. Gohan, now blinded by rage, relentlessly pursued him. Bang! 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 Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing with tremendous weight. In that moment, Frieza, who had previously dominated Goku with 20 times the power of the Kaioken, found himself on the defensive. Subai observed this spectacle with a slight smile, increasingly intrigued by Gohan's potential. He resolved to mentor this precious disciple diligently, determined not to let his talent go to waste. Such remarkable aptitude, if squandered, would be an immense tragedy. Gohan cried out in fury, continuing his relentless assault on Frieza. Within mere moments, Frieza endured over 100 punishing blows, each one striking with formidable intensity. Boom! Frieza was once again sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the water, causing towering waves to surge. Coughing violently, Frieza's mouth bled as he endured Gohan's tempestuous onslaught. Wiping the blood from his lips, he seethed with rage, unable to accept that he had been injured by such a lowly opponent. Frieza roared, fixing his gaze on Gohan. "You have thoroughly enraged me, little brat." With a thunderous crack, Frieza vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Gohan was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground and spitting blood. The excruciating pain from the blow rekindled Gohan's sense of reason, causing his energy to plummet. Bang! Before Gohan could recover, he was struck hard in the stomach. Puff! Gohan's complexion turned pale as he spewed blood once more. "You will die, brat," Frieza bellowed, preparing to extinguish Gohan's life. "Frieza, release Krillin," Gohan shouted desperately. Energy wave slash. Spirit bomb. Krillin and Piccolo, who had caught up, unleashed their most powerful techniques almost simultaneously. In an instant, two attacks brimming with terrifying energy surged toward Frieza. Frieza furrowed his brow, forced to abandon his intention to kill Gohan and evade the incoming assault. However, while he managed to dodge the spirit bomb, he could not escape the energy wave slash. With a whoosh, Frieza's tail was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Simultaneously, Goku, enduring intense pain, activated the 20-fold Kaioken once more and charged at Frieza. Frieza, seeing his severed tail on the ground, gritted his teeth in fury. With a booming sound, he unleashed his energy, racing towards Krillin with blinding speed. "You dare to injure me, bald one," Frieza exclaimed, leaving Goku far behind as he reached Krillin, seizing him by the throat. Krillin screamed, gasping for breath. "Frieza, let Krillin go," Goku shouted in a frenzy, racing towards them at full speed. "Die, die, die," Frieza roared, consumed by rage, disregarding Goku entirely as he tightened his grip. "Wukong, save me." Bang! As Krillin's voice faded, his body erupted violently, transforming into a mist of blood. Krillin, upon witnessing this scene, Son Wukong's pupils dilated in shock, leaving him frozen in place, his entire being trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 74, Frieza's utter despair. Krillin. 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 Goku stood frozen, his body trembling violently as he repeatedly uttered Krillin's name. In a fleeting moment, memories of their shared trials and tribulations flooded his mind. From childhood to adulthood, they had been the best of friends, unwavering in their bond. Now, witnessing Krillin's lifeless form before him ignited a furious rage within Goku. "Frieza, you dare to kill Krillin. Unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable." Goku roared in madness, his pupils gradually fading, an immense aura radiating from him in that instant. Frieza, witnessing this transformation, felt his pupils constrict in shock. A wave of dread crashing over him. A sense of foreboding surged, causing Frieza's body to tremble uncontrollably. This scene was all too familiar. Jigoku, he cannot be transforming into a Super Saiyan, can he? Frieza's lips quivered uncontrollably, his heart sinking to the depths of despair. The more he observed Goku's current state, the more he feared that this possibility was indeed real. Run. At that moment, Frieza's mind was consumed by this singular thought. He dared not linger for even a moment, frantically sprinting away into the distance. The terror of the Super Saiyan was etched into his very bones. Now, with another Saiyan on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan, his fear escalated to unimaginable heights. Vegeta watched Frieza's frantic escape, then glanced at Goku, who stood motionless, yet whose aura continued to surge. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Could it be that even Kakarot is on the brink of becoming a Super Saiyan? Vegeta thought bitterly, unable to accept that a mere lower-class warrior could soon surpass him. Goku, he is about to become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had believed the legendary Super Saiyan to be solely Subai, never anticipating that Goku would also reach that realm. Goku, consumed by rage, roared, his pupils vanishing completely. A colossal explosion of energy erupted, radiating outward in all directions. The white aura enveloping Goku expanded dramatically, swiftly transforming into a brilliant gold. At that moment, as the white energy morphed into gold, Goku's power surged exponentially, surpassing his previous strength several times over. Concurrently, his once black hair began to change, gradually turning golden. Boom! The overwhelming energy soared skyward, altering the very fabric of the atmosphere. Bolts of lightning cascaded down, dense and exuding a terrifying destructive aura. Massive boulders levitated around Goku, shattering into dust. The entire Namekian planet trembled. With a thunderous roar, the golden energy, pulsating with horrific power, surged towards the heavens, and in that instant, Goku's hair transformed entirely to gold. His vanished pupils slowly reappeared, now a deep, cold green. Super Saiyan. Piccolo and Vegeta gasped in astonishment, their hearts struck by profound shock. The realization that Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan was beyond their wildest imaginations. Father Gohan, gravely injured, gazed at the stern-faced Goku, his mouth agape in astonishment. Goku, sensing Frieza's rapidly retreating energy, wore a dark, icy expression. With a thunderous sound, the air erupted with explosive force as Goku's speed reached its zenith, becoming a streak of light in pursuit. Frieza, in a desperate flight, heard the deafening blast from afar. Chilling him to the bone, fear etched across his face. He understood that his assumptions were correct. Goku had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan, just like Subai. The thought only deepened Frieza's dread. Not long ago, he had been engulfed by the terror inflicted by Subai. That feeling was one he would never forget. Now, with another Super Saiyan emerging, despair consumed him entirely, extinguishing any desire to resist. At this moment, his mind was singularly focused on one thought: escape. Frieza, like a headless fly, raced without direction, desperately trying to increase his speed. Frieza, having slain my friend, thinks he can simply flee? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. A figure radiating golden light appeared before Frieza's eyes, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. You are Goku, Frieza stammered, trembling in fear as he beheld the transformed Super Saiyan. Frieza, you have killed Krillin. Now you shall pay the price. Goku's gaze was frigid as he approached Frieza with a chilling calm. No. Goku, don't come any closer. Frieza quivered, retreating in terror. Faced with the Super Saiyan Goku, he had completely lost the will to fight. Had it been his first encounter with a Super Saiyan, he might have fought with all his might. However, the shadow of Subai loomed over him, draining him of any courage to resist. Goku cast a cold glance at Frieza, his form vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, a deafening sound filled the void. With a powerful punch, Goku struck Frieza's abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Frieza cried out in agony, curling up in midair, his features contorted in pain. Frieza, your strength is but this. Goku looked down upon Frieza, a cold smile gracing his lips. Cough, cough. Frieza coughed violently, expelling another mouthful of blood. Gazing into Goku's indifferent eyes, he saw his fate laid bare before him. Frieza, is it due to exhaustion that your power has waned so? As he spoke, Goku swung his hand back, delivering a resounding slap to Frieza's face. Boom. The tremendous force erupted, sending Frieza's body careening like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently into the ground. Vegeta, rushing from afar, clenched his jaw, his entire body trembling with fury. The realization that a lower-class warrior like Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan struck him with a profound blow, one that rendered him speechless. Kakarot. Vegeta's gaze was fixed upon Goku, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. With a swift motion, Goku appeared before the fallen Frieza. It was unmistakable. Frieza's energy was plummeting, on the brink of collapse. He glared at Goku, his heart filled with bitterness. Having been mercilessly beaten by Subai was one thing, but now he was being crushed by Goku as well. Frieza, do you feel discontent? Goku's cold laughter echoed as he observed Frieza's expression. He cannot possibly think that if he were at his peak, he could defeat me, can he? As he spoke, Goku slowly extended his right hand, channeling energy into Frieza. He aims to make Frieza aware that, even at the height of his power, he could never be his equal. Furthermore, it is also to seek a more fitting vengeance for Krillin. The act of murdering Krillin is something he can never forgive. Chapter 75, A New Mission. Abundant rewards. As a golden aura gradually permeated Frieza's being, he felt his strength restored to its zenith. However, instead of eliciting joy, this revival ignited an overwhelming fury within him. The fact that Son Goku utilized his energy to elevate Frieza back to his peak was a profound humiliation. This level of disgrace was far more intense than being physically overpowered by Goku. Veins bulged across Frieza's body, his expression twisted in rage. Son Goku had utterly disregarded him. Once a ruler of the cosmos, Frieza now found himself subjected to such indignity. It was a torment greater than death itself. Son Goku. Frieza's glare was fixed on Goku, his fists clenched tightly, muscles twitching with fury. What is the matter, Frieza? Aren't you feeling resentful? I'm offering you an opportunity. Goku taunted, standing before Frieza with a look of disdain, casually beckoning him with a finger. This gesture seemed to mock Frieza, as if to say, come on. You worthless trash, take your chance. The sight of Goku's finger beckoning him sent Frieza into a frenzy. Son Goku, I will kill you. With that furious roar, Frieza lunged at Goku with frenzied determination. In an instant, a brilliant purple light erupted, accompanied by a tempest of chaotic energy, crashing towards Goku. Unfazed by the approaching onslaught, Goku stood his ground, extending a single finger. Boom. The moment Frieza's fist collided with Goku's finger, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted. In an instant, dust and debris were flung about, as the very earth trembled and smoke billowed. Amidst the swirling smoke, Frieza's face turned a sickly shade of pale, more grotesque than if he had ingested poison. In that moment, he realized that his power was vastly inferior to that of the Super Saiyan Son Goku. With merely a finger, Goku rendered him utterly powerless. Frieza, is this truly the extent of your strength at your peak? Goku cast a cold, disdainful glance at Frieza. With a thunderous explosion, blinding golden light erupted from the thick smoke, instantly dispersing it. Simultaneously, Frieza was sent hurtling through the air, a fiery handprint adorning his cheek. Coughing violently, Frieza crashed into several mountains, clutching his stinging face, his complexion ashen. The searing pain coursing through him made one thing abundantly clear. He could never match Son Goku. Bang! Before he could regain his composure, Goku closed in again, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Gah! Frieza spat blood once more. This strike was immensely heavy, disorienting him completely. Frieza, come on. Weren't you going to kill me? Goku chuckled coldly. You. Frieza gritted his teeth in furious indignation. Yet, despite his rage, his body instinctively retreated, attempting to create distance from Goku. Observing Frieza's hasty retreat, Goku scoffed. Frieza, if that's how it is, then I'll ensure you truly experience pain. With a swift whoosh, Goku vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Frieza had already endured a barrage of punches. Frieza's anguished cries echoed throughout the realm. Lingering in the air, Goku continued his relentless assault, the battle entirely one-sided. Frieza had no means of resistance. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Gohan observed Goku's overwhelming dominance over Frieza, each experiencing a spectrum of emotions. Gohan was elated. Piccolo felt the stark disparity in strength, while Vegeta's feelings were tumultuous, a mix of rage, resentment, and despair. Subai smirked, relishing the visceral spectacle before him. Beep! Suddenly, A voice resonated in his mind. Detected the presence of a second Super Saiyan. Host has unlocked a hidden mission. Lead everyone to seek the Grand Elder for potential development. Mission reward, external incarnation. Note, the external incarnation possesses 80% of the host's original power. Mission reward, fusion technique. Note, while the fusion technique significantly enhances combat power, it has a time limit and will automatically disband after 1 day. Subai's eyes sparkled at the mission and its rewards displayed on the system panel. This trip to Namek was truly fortuitous. This hidden mission was remarkably simple for him at present. Most importantly, the rewards were exceedingly generous, each one immensely beneficial. Did this not imply that he could fuse with himself to augment his strength in the future? Gazing at the words external incarnation on the system panel, a bold idea flashed through Subai's mind. If he were to use this technique against Bulma in the future, wouldn't it be? He. Does the host accept the mission? The system's voice echoed again. Accepted, he. Subai silently chuckled in response. Beep. Congratulations. Host has successfully accepted the mission. The host must complete the mission within today, otherwise all rewards will be forfeited. As this voice faded, the system panel in Subai's mind gradually vanished. Subai, have you discovered something amusing? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued by his beaming smile. Meeting Bulma's inquisitive gaze, Subai replied with a subtle smile. You'll find out when we return to Blue Star. I promise it will astonish you. Bulma's curiosity only intensified at his words. Nevertheless, regardless of her inquiries, Subai remained tight-lipped, teasing her further. Stretching lazily, Subai's gaze returned to the battlefield as he called out, Goku. Stop toying around and finish him. Upon hearing this, Goku nodded, delivering a swift kick that sent Frieza flying before gathering his energy, which surged within him. Kamehameha. With a powerful shout, a wave of blue and white energy, radiating terrifying power, shot forth. Frieza had no means to evade. With a final shriek, his body was utterly reduced to ash. After dispatching Frieza, Goku reverted to his normal state and flew over to Subai and the others. A look of guilt etched on his face. Though he had vanquished Frieza, Krillin was still lost to them. Observing Goku's troubled expression, Subai reassured him, Goku, there's no need for you to feel guilty. We can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Krillin. But Krillin has already been revived once. Goku protested. Subai smiled gently. Just because he has been revived once doesn't mean he can't be resurrected a second time. We'll simply find someone to modify the Dragon Balls on Blue Star if necessary. If all else fails, we can return to Namek a year later. Yes, Goku, you shouldn't blame yourself. Just think of Krillin as taking a vacation in the afterlife, Bulma added comfortingly. Listening to Subai and Bulma's words of consolation, Goku's spirits gradually lifted. Subai's attention shifted to Dandy, smiling as he asked, Dandy, do you have any food over there? I find myself quite hungry. I share this sentiment. Son Wukong interjected. And I as well. Son Wufan quietly raised his hand. Dandy chuckled. Indeed. Please, indulge yourselves without reservation. As it happens, the Elder wishes to meet with you as well. Chapter 76. The Elder's Request on Planet Namek. In a quaint village, a throng of Namekians bustled about, fervently preparing food for Subai and his companions. In their eyes, Subai and Son Wukong were the saviors of Namek, for they understood that without these few individuals, their beloved planet would inevitably fall victim to Frieza's destructive ambitions. Thus, they greeted Subai and his companions with utmost warmth and hospitality. Mr. Subai, Mr. Wukong, shall we take this opportunity to meet with the Elder before the meal is served? Dandy respectfully suggested, his gaze fixed on Subai. Subai nodded gently. Dandy's proposal aligned perfectly with his intentions. His suggestion to dine here was, in truth, a guise to fulfill his system task by meeting the Elder. Thank you, Mr. Subai? Dandy exclaimed, visibly elated. Please, follow me. With excitement, Dandy led the way, his spirits high. Wukong, Gohan, Piccolo, Bulma, come along, Subai called, his eyes finally resting on the still figure of Vegeta, who stood a short distance away. You should join us as well. Vegeta, standing upright like a sentinel, felt no hesitation upon hearing Subai's words and promptly made his way towards them. He had resolved to temporarily feign compliance with Subai's commands in order to survive. He believed that only by living could he seize the opportunity to strengthen himself and one day exact his vengeance. Dandy noticed Vegeta's participation and opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. He thought that since Subai had requested it, there must be a valid reason behind it. Soon, guided by Dandy. Subai and his companions entered the Elder's chamber. A towering Namekian loomed before them, his frail form suggesting that his time was drawing to a close. Flickering like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Elder, Mr. Subai and the others have arrived, Dandy announced, stepping forward to bow respectfully. His expression was grim, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, fully aware of the Elder's impending fate. Dandy, you have worked hard. The Elder managed to lift his eyelids, gazing affectionately at Dandy before shifting his attention to Subai and the others. Despite this being their first meeting, he recognized Subai amidst the crowd. You are Mr. Subai, are you not? Truly extraordinary, the Elder remarked, struggling to smile. Your words are too kind, Elder, Subai replied, bowing slightly, not allowing his prowess to inflate his pride. The Elder felt comforted by Subai's demeanor, realizing that he had not erred in his judgment. It seems I have glimpsed a future where you ascend to heights never before attained, the Elder mused, his words leaving Dandy profoundly astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed such high praise from the Elder directed towards another. Subai merely smiled, refraining from any excessive display of emotion. The Elder's compliment elevated his regard for the old sage, indicating that the Elder possessed keen discernment. Elder, may I inquire as to why you summoned us? Subai asked. The Elder replied, it was not merely a summons, it was an invitation. Mr. Subai, your presence in my chamber is a tremendous honor. Elder, you are too gracious. Subai said with a smile, shaking his head. Though he had evaded the clutches of the 9-year obligation, it did not diminish his respect for elders. Mr. Subai, my time is short, the Elder continued with a slow, deliberate tone. As my life nears its end, I wish to leave a legacy for Namek. Mr. Subai, I have a humble request that I hope you will consider, the Elder stated. Speak freely, Elder. As long as your request does not contravene my principles, I shall not hesitate to assist you, Subai replied. Namekians have always cherished peace, yet the universe is vast and filled with myriad beings, many of whom harbor malevolent intentions. Mr. Subai, I implore you, after my passing, to intervene 3 times on behalf of Namek to prevent its annihilation. The Elder's voice trembled with desperation, for he truly wished to avert doom for his planet. Very well, Subai replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding in agreement. This was a simple task for him, one that posed no difficulty. Granting the Elder this favor would aid in fulfilling his system task, and declining would jeopardize the mission. Upon hearing Subai's response, the Elder visibly relaxed, relief washing over him. Thank you, Mr. Subai. It was apparent that Subai's agreement had lightened the Elder's burden. As a token of my gratitude for your generosity, I wish to present you all with a gift. The Elder smiled. Please, step forward. A gift? Subai feigned confusion, though he had already surmised the Elder's intentions. The Elder nodded, chuckling lightly. In addition to creating Dragon Balls, I possess a unique ability to unlock potential and enhance strength. Unlock potential? Enhance strength? Wukong and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. In their years of existence, they had never encountered anyone with such a remarkable ability. The Elder affirmed, indeed, what I am about to do is unlock your potential. Step forward, everyone. Thank you, Elder. Subai beamed, as everything seemed to flow seamlessly. As the group moved closer to the Elder, Vegeta remained rooted in place, understanding that he was not a member of Subai's team and thus would not be afforded this opportunity to increase his power. Subai glanced at him and asked, Vegeta, why do you linger? Hurry over here. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. After several confirmations, he dared to believe that Subai was indeed beckoning him to join. Thank you, Subai. Thank you, Vegeta exclaimed, hastening forward. He would not let this chance to enhance his strength slip away. Chapter 77, The All-Encompassing Maul. As the crowd stood before the Grand Elder, he slowly raised both hands. In an instant, a mysterious force surged forth, flooding into the bodies of everyone present. In that moment, Subai and the others immediately sensed extraordinary changes occurring within themselves. Even Bulma distinctly felt this sensation. Ding! Detected external force developing host potential. Do you consent? Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Subai's mind. He was taken aback by this revelation. It appeared that the system could indeed prevent this power from entering his body. Did this imply that the system was also capable of blocking other forces from permeating his being? With a resolute thought, Subai silently agreed, responding to the system. Upon receiving his affirmative, the system relinquished its hold on the Grand Elder's power, allowing it to continue pouring into Subai's body. Ding! Detected that this is the first time the host has developed potential through external means. granting an additional reward, potential doubling card. Note: the potential doubling card is only applicable for this instance of potential development, regardless of how much potential the host develops through external means. The card can be used to double it. Listening to the system's mechanical and cold voice, Subai felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. Such an item that could enhance his strength. He wished for an abundance of them. As the Grand Elder's power continued to flow into everyone's bodies, they all sensed a steady increase in their abilities. Vegeta smirked. If this pace persisted, his strength would undoubtedly more than double. He thought to himself, Subai. One day I shall catch up to you and surpass you. At that moment, I will repay all the humiliation I have endured. Moments later, the Grand Elder gently lowered his hands. As the mysterious force dissipated, everyone's strength was enhanced to varying degrees, with Subai experiencing the most significant increase. With the potential doubling card in hand, his combat power had reached an astonishing 160 million in its normal state. Now, should Subai face Frieza again, he would not even need to transform into a Super Saiyan to dominate. Thank you for your gift, Grand Elder, Subai said with a smile, bowing slightly. Son Wukong, Piccolo, and the others followed suit, expressing their gratitude to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, clearly exhausted, shook his head weakly and said, "There is no need for thanks. Mr. Subai, if Namek ever faces another life and death crisis, I shall rely on you." His voice was feeble, a stark contrast to his previous vitality. It was evident that the Grand Elder's state had deteriorated after expending his energy to unlock their potential. He was nearing his limit. Rest assured, Grand Elder. If that day truly comes, I will not stand idly by. As long as I, Subai, am here, no one shall bring ruin to Namek, Subai declared with unwavering confidence. Then I must trouble you, Mr. Subai, the Grand Elder said, waving his hand slightly. I feel weary. Please allow me some solitude. Aware that his life was drawing to a close, the Grand Elder dismissed them. Subai sighed softly, bowed once more, and exited the room. Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and the others also paid their respects to the Grand Elder before hastily leaving the room. The group felt a mix of emotions, an indescribable heaviness in their hearts. They understood that this farewell was final. Their next meeting would undoubtedly be at the Grand Elder's grave. Everyone but Dondi left the Grand Elder's chamber. At some point, Dondi was in tears, kneeling before the Grand Elder, his sorrow flowing like an unrestrained river. Dondi, I'm aware of your heart. You should also leave, the Grand Elder said, gazing lovingly at him. Grand Elder, I will save you. Dondi fervently shook his head, continuing to heal the Grand Elder. Dondi, life and death are natural laws. There is no need for sorrow. Please, go outside. In these final moments, I wish to be alone. The Grand Elder spoke gently. Dondi, meeting the Grand Elder's gaze, wept even louder. After a moment of silence, he knelt and bowed deeply before ultimately departing the room. As he watched Dandy's retreating figure, the Grand Elder's eyes slowly closed. Outside, Subai gazed at the Grand Elder's chamber, his heart a tumult of emotions. His gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, resting on the Grand Elder. Undoubtedly, the Grand Elder was a figure deserving of respect. For the fate of Namek, he was willing to lower himself to seek aid from one far younger than himself, unhesitatingly offering his life. The Namekians outside seemed to sense this, their faces etched with sorrow. The Grand Elder's life was nearing its end, and their hearts were heavy with grief. Subai and his companions, unusually, had a light meal before departing from Namek. Before leaving, Bulma left behind the spaceship and the super radio, instructing Dondi to use the super radio to notify them if anything happened on Namek, assuring him that Subai would immediately rush to their aid. Upon returning to Blue Star, Subai accompanied Bulma to her home. After an intense bout of passion that lasted several rounds, Bulma finally surrendered. Subai then began to examine the spoils from their journey to Namek. He tested the technique of creating an external manifestation. Indeed, just as the system had described, he conjured a being that looked exactly like himself, possessing 80% of his strength. With a single thought, the external manifestation moved at his command, as though it were an extension of his own will. Moreover, the previously dormant section of the system panel indicating his power level had finally stirred. Host Subai. Combat power, 130 million. Power points, 120. As Subai beheld the newly acquired 120 power points, a smile crept across his lips. It appeared that power points could only be gained by defeating individuals with combat power exceeding 1 billion. After a quiet murmur, he opened them all. Once his combat power reached 2 million, the mall had automatically unlocked, but he had never had the time to explore it thoroughly. What he found was astonishing. The mall was replete with an array of items: Super Saiyan advancement cards, second stage Super Saiyan advancement cards, third stage Super Saiyan advancement cards, fourth stage Super Saiyan advancement cards, Ultra Instinct advancement cards, and Self-Realization advancement cards. There were even God of Destruction and Angel advancement cards. Every skill from the Dragon Ball universe was available for purchase in the mall. Despite his prior preparations, Subai could not help but be taken aback. As he surveyed the items within the mall, he discovered that his power points could only be exchanged for one item: the tenfold Kamehameha wave. Chapter 78. The kidnapped ties. Subai gazed at the system mall, his mind gradually opening the section for the tenfold Kamehameha. Instantly, a detailed introduction appeared on the system panel. Tenfold Kamehameha, a skill exclusive to Super Saiyan Stage 4. Its power is formidable, being 10 times that of the ordinary Kamehameha. A subtle smile crept upon Subai's lips as he read the description. Indeed, his assumptions were correct. This skill was indeed exclusive to the Super Saiyan Stage 4 son Goku from the GT timeline. Without hesitation, he exchanged 120 points of his strength value to acquire this skill. The tenfold Kamehameha would significantly augment his combat prowess at this stage. Had Son Goku, with only a few hundred points of combat power, possessed this skill, he would have effortlessly overwhelmed Raditz. At that time, Goku's combat power barely reached 300 to 400 points, yet upon executing the Kamehameha, it soared to around 1,000. If he had utilized the tenfold Kamehameha then, his power would have surged to nearly 10,000 points. In a certain sense, the tenfold Kamehameha surpasses the Kaioken in terms of its potential. After all, using the Kaioken incurs physical repercussions, while the tenfold Kamehameha does not. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the tenfold Kamehameha. The moment he redeemed the skill, Subai felt as if he had completely mastered the tenfold Kamehameha, wielding it with effortless grace, as if it were an innate ability. At that moment, an overwhelming urge to unleash the tenfold Kamehameha surged within him. He was eager to witness the sheer power this skill could unleash. However, he ultimately relinquished the thought, for he was currently on Blue Star, and such recklessness could lead to its destruction. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing pierced the stillness around Subai, who lay on his bed. Following the direction of the sound, he noticed it was a call from Bulma's sister, Tais. Glancing toward the bathroom, he called out, "Bulma, your sister is calling you." Who? Bulma, exhausted and disheveled, initially thought she had misheard and incredulously asked, "Your sister, Tais?" Subai replied, Upon hearing this, Bulma dashed out of the bathroom, her stunning figure fully exposed. Why would she be calling me? Bulma expressed her confusion and excitement as she hastily grabbed her phone. It had been quite a long time since Tais last called home, which explained Bulma's astonishment upon hearing Subai's words. "Sis, did something happen to you out there? Where are you? Why haven't you responded to any of my calls?" Once the call connected, Bulma unleashed a torrent of questions. "Tais, I've been engrossed in gathering materials, and my phone has been dead for quite some time. I intended to surprise you when I returned home, but I've run into a bit of trouble in West City." Tais replied, her voice tinged with frustration. "What? Sis, you're in trouble in West City." Bulma's shock turned to fury. West City was her domain, and the thought of her sister encountering difficulties there was unacceptable. "Listen, Bulma. Damn it, girl. I didn't call you just for chit-chat. Hurry and send 10 billion over. Otherwise, this time next year will be your sister's memorial." Tais' words were abruptly cut off by a fierce voice. Clearly, Tais had been kidnapped in West City. "Ahem. Gentlemen, please hold on for a moment. I'll have my sister bring the money," Tais said, attempting to placate her captors. After a brief pause, Tais continued, "Did you hear that, Bulma? I'm being held captive. Hurry and bring the money to the outskirts to rescue me. Remember, come alone, or they'll tear me apart." Upon hearing this, Bulma's rage ignited. Her jaw clenched tightly as she struggled to contain her fury. "Listen here, gentlemen. You must not harm my sister. I promise to deliver the money within half an hour," she replied, her voice steady despite her anger. "Good, you're wise to comply. Remember, you only have half an hour. If you dare to call the police, your sister will be finished." The kidnapper warned arrogantly. "Rest assured, I will not call the authorities. Just please do not harm my sister. I'm on my way to get the money right now. Wait for me," Bulma said, forcing herself to remain calm as she uttered several phrases before hanging up. The moment the call ended, Bulma erupted. With a resounding crash, her phone shattered against the ground. "How dare they kidnap my sister?" she roared, her eyes ablaze with rage. Tais was her beloved sister, and the current situation left her furiously indignant. Subai, please accompany me. I intend to make those kidnappers pay dearly. Bulma seethed, her teeth grinding in fury. At that moment, she yearned to tear those who had taken Tai's limb from limb. Subai nodded gently, swiftly donning his attire. Simultaneously, Bulma dressed at an astonishing speed, slipping into a snug pair of jeans and a fitted top. Bulma, direct me. We shall rescue your sister this instant. With a princess carry. Subai lifted Bulma and soared into the sky using his flight technique. Unfamiliar with Tai's energy signature, Subai could not utilize instant transmission to reach their destination. Following Bulma's directions, he sped toward the outskirts, his pace so swift it generated a cacophony akin to thunder. In West City, at the foot of a verdant mountain, several kidnappers, their heads obscured and armed, surrounded a strikingly beautiful woman, laughing boisterously. Haha, boss, we hit the jackpot this time. We kidnapped a woman from a wealthy family, one exclaimed. Indeed, boss, after all these years in this line of work. It's our first time encountering such a rich target. 10 billion, and she didn't even hesitate to agree to it. Another chimed in. Once we complete this job, we can retire and enjoy life, no longer needing to live on the edge. The leader, wielding a rifle, grinned at his comrade's words. By the way, boss, once we get the money, what should we do with this woman and the one bringing the cash? Someone from the group inquired. The leader laughed heartily, of course. We eliminate them both. Just think about it. What kind of family can casually produce 10 billion? If we let them go, how can we expect to live well in the future? Boss is right. Boss is right. The entire gang unanimously agreed with this decision. Brother, this woman is extraordinarily beautiful. It would be a pity to end her life so soon. Besides, none of us have ever had the opportunity to engage with someone from such a wealthy family. The leader of the group, upon hearing these words, chuckled darkly. My brothers are right. We must not let this chance slip away. As he spoke, 7 or 8 burly men, armed and grinning, advanced towards Taisi. Upon witnessing this, Taisi's expression shifted drastically. She retreated in fear, crying out, What do you want? What are you planning to do? The men responded with sinister laughter. What do we want? Out here in the wilderness, what else could we possibly desire? Chapter 79. The arrogant robbers. A group of 7 or 8 burly men armed with weapons swiftly approached Taisi, encircling her and blocking her escape from all directions. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Taisi screamed, clutching her body tightly. In that moment, she truly felt the pangs of fear deep within her heart. She understood that these robbers were not merely jesting. They intended to harm her for real. Not come over? Ha ha ha. My dear woman, if you say we shan't, then how would that not bruise our pride? The leader of the robbers taunted. Indeed, if you prevent us from advancing, we shall do so all the more. Echoed another with a lewd chuckle. Gentlemen, if you refrain from harming me, I can persuade my sister to offer you a greater sum. Taisi blurted out in a rush. I'll give you 5 billion. No, 100 billion. Furthermore, I assure you that once you receive the money, no one will dare to trouble you. Her words poured forth in a desperate attempt to buy time. She knew that Bulma had a circle of exceptionally skilled and loyal friends. Bulma was undoubtedly reaching out to them, and once they arrived, all would be resolved. Ha ha ha. I must admit, your offer is rather tempting. The leader replied with a grin. But tell me, once we've had our fun, will your sister still be willing to prepare that extra 100 billion? Of course, brother. Just look at how anxious she was earlier. She'll certainly comply. Another robber chimed in, laughter erupting among them. Taisi, observing the advancing robbers, felt a wave of despair wash over her. None of them appeared to follow any rational line of thought. Hey, brother, this woman is undeniably beautiful. Her sister must be equally stunning. When she arrives, One of the younger robbers leered, drooling with anticipation. Aha, indeed, let us ensure we enjoy double the pleasure. The leader declared, his laughter booming. But for now, let us attend to our current business first. Without delay, he lunged toward Taisi. Reacting swiftly, she darted aside with all her strength. Years of travel had honed her skills, enabling her to evade his grasp, or she would have surely fallen victim to the robber's assault. Help! Help! Somebody, please! Taisi cried out frantically. The leader of the robbers merely chuckled at her pleas. Scream all you want. The louder you yell, the more exhilarated I become. I'm curious to see how many times you can evade me like that. With renewed vigor, he lunged at her once more. As Taisi fled, her cries echoed in desperation. Despite her swiftness, she could not match the robber's speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon her. Brother Subai, can you sense my sister's distress? Bulma, soaring through the air, asked anxiously. Suddenly, they heard her cries for help. Both realized that Taisi was in peril. Do not worry, Bulma, I shall rescue your sister, Subai assured her, swiftly vanishing from sight with a flick of his finger. Woman, I told you. You will never escape my grasp. Surrender, for it is better to embrace your fate than to struggle in vain. The leader proclaimed, extending his hand toward Taisi. At that moment, as Taisi fled, an icy chill ran down her spine. Her instincts screamed that this time, there was no escape. Ah! She shrieked, trembling uncontrollably. The other robbers watched in delight, already envisioning the scene of their leader capturing Taisi. Yet, just as he was about to seize her, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The leader indeed caught someone, but it was not Taisi. Rather, it was Subai. The leader stood in bewilderment, feeling the strength of Subai's arm. The other robbers shared his confusion, unable to comprehend how this man and woman had appeared so suddenly. You are safe now. Taisi, Subai said calmly, shielding her with his presence. In her moment of despair, Taisi gazed at the figure before her, a surge of indescribable emotion welling within her. She recalled the heroes from her favorite sci-fi novels. Isn't this what a hero does? They rise to the occasion when others are in peril. Are you all right, sister? Bulma rushed to Taisi, her concern palpable. Yet, Taisi seemed entranced, her gaze fixed on Subai's silhouette, as if it possessed an enchanting power. Sister? Sister? Bulma waved her hand before Taisi's eyes, breaking the spell. I'm fine. I'm fine, Taisi responded, shaking herself free of her reverie. Thank goodness. I was so worried. Bulma exclaimed. Don't fret. We'll leave everything to Brother Subai. He will ensure that all these robbers pay for their deeds. Subai? Is that his name? Taisi pondered silently. Who dares to interfere with my plans? The leader of the robbers growled, his brow furrowing in anger. Subai's sudden appearance irked him greatly. In an instant, several guns were raised, aimed squarely at Subai's head. Although the abrupt arrival of Subai and Bulma had momentarily stunned the robbers, they quickly rationalized that it was merely a trick or high-tech illusion. After all, they were armed with guns. What did they have to fear from two mere mortals? Chapter 80. Bulma's complex emotions. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself riddled with dozens, if not hundreds, of bullet holes. With a fierce shout from the lead robber, the air was filled with the ominous sound of guns being cocked. It was abundantly clear that these desperate men were not jesting. They were mentally prepared to pull the trigger. This was not their first time engaging in such nefarious deeds, and they approached the situation with a chilling familiarity. In the face of the robbers' threats, Subai remained calm and collected, his demeanor unruffled. To him, it mattered little whether the criminals wielded firearms or other weapons. They posed no real threat. Boss, is this guy really so daft that he has been frightened into silence by our bravado? Huh. Look at him. He doesn't even dare to move. Huh. Just a pathetic coward trying to play the hero and save the damsel. Kid, I fear you might end up shooting yourself in the foot. You want to save the beauty and might instead lose your own life. Laughter erupted from the crowd of robbers, who exhibited an air of ease, completely dismissing Subai. They collectively believed that with their 7 or 8 guns, they had the upper hand. Bulma, where's Goku? Why don't you call him over? Those robbers are armed. What if something happens to Subai? Perhaps we should give those guys some cash to buy us time. We can figure things out once Goku arrives. Tais whispered anxiously in Bulma's ear, her concern for Subai's safety palpable. She did not wish to see him come to harm while attempting to rescue her. Sister, have no fear. Subai can handle these thugs as easily as he breathes. Bulma chuckled, wrapping her arm around Tais with a carefree smile, showing no signs of worry. Yet, Tais remained uneasy. Sister, there's no yet. Subai's strength surpasses even Goku's. Bulma insisted, having witnessed the Saiyan invasion and the battle on Namek firsthand. She was profoundly aware of Subai's capabilities. Is that true? Tais asked, her anxiety beginning to dissipate. Having seen Goku's prowess, she felt reassured knowing Subai was even stronger. Subai overheard the exchange between Bulma and Tais, and he suddenly realized that Tais was indeed a remarkable woman. Bulma, take your sister home. I will join you shortly. Completely disregarding the guns pointed at him, Subai slowly turned to face Bulma and Tais. His inner energy had been cultivated to a level where it could be contained entirely within him, rendering him unafraid of firearms, even in a vulnerable state. He could stand there unarmed, allowing the robbers to fire upon him without sustaining a scratch. At that moment, Tais was mesmerized as she gazed at Subai. His striking features and unique aura captivated her. In that instant, she was certain that Subai was the person she had been searching for all along. Subai, please be careful. My sister and I will leave now, Bulma said with a smile, tugging at Tais to depart. However, Tais remained rooted to the spot. as though her feet had been ensnared. Sister? Sister? Bulma called out multiple times, yet Tai showed no response. Observing Tai's entranced state, an ominous premonition surged within Bulma's heart. Oh no! Could it be that my sister has fallen for Subai as well? With that thought, Bulma's emotions became exceedingly complex. If that were indeed the case, what was she to do? Shaking her head vigorously, she endeavored to clear her mind. She understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. They needed to return home first. Sister, let us head back, Bulma gently urged, pulling on Tai's arm, which finally snapped her back to reality. Once Tai's regained her senses, she realized she had been staring at Subai, her face flushing a deep crimson. Bulma, let us go home, Tai's murmured shyly, lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Subai's eyes. Witnessing this, Bulma was further convinced of her previous suspicions. As a woman, she understood all too well what thoughts occupied a woman's mind when she exhibited such behavior. In that moment, Bulma's heart was a tumult of emotions, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to lead Tai's away from the scene, believing that they would find a solution to their dilemmas later. Come on, sister, let us get back home. Bulma grasped Tai's hand firmly and strode towards a nearby open area, intending to pilot the aircraft stored within her capsule back home. However, as they took their first step, a burly figure blocked their path. Huh? Trying to leave? Did you consult my gun first? The imposing man wore a smirk as he leered at Bulma and Tai's, his gaze brazenly roaming over them, dripping with an aggressive intent that left little to the imagination. Get lost, Bulma snapped, her expression darkening as her patience wore thin. The man's demeanor only grew bolder at her retort. Oh, little miss, I didn't realize you had such a spicy side. I like a woman with some fire. As he spoke, he reached out towards Bulma's face. Bang! Before his hand could even graze her, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently against the mountainside. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his eyes glazed over, he fell lifeless to the ground. Humph! What a fool to dare lay hands on my woman. Subai's cold voice rang out. As the remaining robbers witnessed their comrade's demise, sweat poured down their faces, their fear palpable. In that moment, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Tai stood frozen, her complexion pale, as if struck by lightning. However, her shock was not due to Subai's ruthless actions, but rather his declaration. Seeing Tai's ashen face, Subai mistakenly believed she was frightened by the violence and urged Bulma to leave quickly to prevent her from being traumatized. Without hesitation, Bulma piloted the aircraft away at high speed. Throughout the journey, her emotions were tumultuous and complex. With the roar of the aircraft engines echoing, the stunned robbers finally regained their senses. They trembled as they gazed upon the seemingly harmless young man, unable to suppress their terror. Kill him! The lead robber bellowed as he pulled the trigger. Simultaneously, his fellow thugs frantically squeezed their triggers, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets towards Subai. Chapter 81. The unexpected encounter with Subai. As a hail of bullets surged towards him, Subai stood motionless, seemingly indifferent to the onslaught. The gangsters surrounding him wore expressions of arrogant glee, envisioning him being riddled with bullets. However, in the next moment, their smug grins froze on their faces. It was as if they had witnessed the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. They stood paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. When the incessant barrage of bullets struck Subai, they failed to penetrate his flesh, falling harmlessly to the ground. Those bullets, which had claimed countless lives in the past, now seemed utterly impotent, devoid of any lethality. Subai cast a cold glance at the bullets scattered on the floor, a chilling smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. Did they truly believe that such feeble weapons could extinguish his life? His eyes turned frigid with murderous intent. This band of robbers was evidently seasoned criminals, responsible for incalculable suffering. To eliminate them would be a form of righteous retribution. Did one even need a justification to enact such justice? This is impossible. Could it be? Is this person a deity? The gangsters' faces turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads as they instinctively retreated. Two of them, particularly overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that their legs were drenched with an unknown liquid. With such cowardice, how dared they assume the role of robbers? Subai regarded the two with disdain. As he spoke, he slowly raised a finger. With a sharp sound, a silvery beam shot forth, instantly piercing through their bodies. They were unable to emit a single cry before their life force was extinguished. The remaining gangsters watched in horror, their pupils constricting as their bodies shook more violently. At that moment, terror had completely seized their minds. In their eyes, Subai's prowess transcended their understanding, bordering on the divine. You are, the one who once slew the invading Saiyans on Blue Star. A startled voice erupted from the crowd. One of them, who had long found Subai familiar, suddenly recalled the source of his recognition. Upon hearing these words, the other gangsters' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. In unison, they crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of strength. They never anticipated that their trivial attempt to abduct someone would lead them to the acquaintance of such a formidable individual. Though they had encountered formidable foes before, they had never faced a challenge of this magnitude. Great deity, we implore you to spare us. We have families relying on us. We were forced into this life. Please, show us mercy. Yes, great deity, our loved ones await our return. If we do not return, they will perish. We promise to mend our ways and lead virtuous lives. Great deity, do you not preach that one can become a Buddha by laying down the blade? We will never again commit heinous acts. The gangsters, now sprawled on the ground, revered Subai as a divine figure, pleading for their lives. Yet, Subai remained unmoved by their pitiful entreaties. Even if their words were more melodious than song, they could not alter his resolve to end their lives. With a cold chuckle and hands in his pockets, Subai replied, "Save your words for the underworld. I am not the deity you speak of. My strength far surpasses that of any god." Boom. As his words fell, every gangster present was obliterated into a mist of crimson. Subai merely released a fraction of his power, sending them to meet their fate. Casting a glance at the blood mist that lingered in the air, he swiftly returned to Bulma's home. Upon his arrival, he found that both Bulma and Tais had not yet returned. After a while, Bulma's aircraft finally landed on the helipad. Throughout the journey, neither sister uttered a word, their expressions somber. "Bulma, you and your sister are a bit slow." A gentle voice chimed, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this familiar tone, the shadows on their faces vanished, replaced by smiles as they turned towards the source. Subai lay comfortably by the pool, basking in the sun. Subai, brother," Bulma and Tais exclaimed in unison. At that moment, they exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit awkward. Nevertheless, they instinctively approached the pool where Subai reclined. Surrounding the table by the pool, Subai, Bulma, and Tais were presented with an array of delectable dishes. However, aside from Subai, neither Bulma nor Tais had the appetite to eat. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Noticing the strange atmosphere, Subai took a hearty bite before pausing. "What troubles you two sisters? Have you quarreled?" Subai inquired. No, not at all," they both stammered simultaneously. After their words, Bulma and Tais exchanged a glance, an awkwardness settling between them. A few seconds later, Subai's voice broke the silence. "Tais, I thought you were traveling for research. What brings you back?" Tais replied, "Upon learning of your journey to Namek, I decided to return home and await your arrival, hoping to inquire about the customs and culture there. However, I did not expect you to return before me. I called Bulma on a whim, and to my surprise, she answered." As Subai initiated the conversation, Tais and Bulma opened up, sharing laughter as if the earlier events had never transpired, momentarily forgetting their discomfort. After a while, Bulma stood up, saying, "I'll fetch some fruit and desserts." With Bulma's departure, the atmosphere turned subtly awkward once more. Tais took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on Subai, summoning great courage as she asked, "Subai, are you with Bulma?" Subai paused for a moment, then nodded. Upon seeing this, Tais' face fell, resembling a wilted flower, lost and despondent. "Tais, what is wrong? Are you unwell?" Subai asked, concerned. Tais shook her head. After a few moments, she mustered her courage and said, "Subai, the truth is, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love with you. However, you are Bulma's man, and I cannot compete with my sister. May I hug you?" Taisi was inherently the kind of person who embraced love and hate with equal fervor, and thus she candidly expressed her feelings. Subai, taken aback by her words, found himself momentarily speechless. To be honest, Taisi's confession was utterly beyond his expectations. With her eyes brimming with affection, Taisi gazed at Subai, disregarding his consent, and rushed forward to embrace him tightly. "Subai." At that very moment, Bulma returned with a platter of fruits and desserts, only to witness this scene unfold. With a resounding crash, the plate slipped from her hands and shattered on the ground. Bulma stood there, staring blankly at the sight before her, her mind a complete void. Chapter 82, The Summons of the North King, West Galaxy. Observing Taisi tightly embracing Subai, Bulma trembled all over. In that fleeting moment, her heart was filled with an indescribable anguish. She stood frozen, staring at Subai and Taisi, unsure of how to confront them. On one side stood the man she cherished most, and on the other, her beloved sister. This feeling was beyond words. The sound of a plate crashing to the ground startled Tai-Si, instinctively causing her to release her hold on Subai and swiftly turn around. Upon seeing Bulma, she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet Bulma's gaze. "I'm sorry. Bulma, it's all my fault." "No. Sister, you have nothing to apologize for." Tai-Si's words were cut short by Bulma's voice. She gently shook her head, saying, "The one who should apologize is me. Bulma, please let me explain." "Sister, there is no need to say anything more." Bulma continued to shake her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Observing this scene, Subai couldn't help but sigh, realizing that a significant misunderstanding had unfolded. With reddened eyes, Bulma's gaze shifted between Subai and Tai-Si. After a few moments of silence, Bulma gradually lowered her head, her voice trembling as she declared, "Sister, Brother Subai, I'm sorry for arriving at such an inopportune time." As soon as the words left her lips, Bulma turned and walked away, appearing as though her soul had been wrenched from her body, devoid of spirit. "Bulma, it's not as you imagine," Tai-Si cried out, chasing after her, tears streaming down her face. It was evident that the bond between the sisters was profoundly strong. Bulma did not halt her steps, her pace quickening, as if she believed that by moving faster, the pain within her heart would diminish. "Bulma, wait for me. Please listen to my explanation." Tai-Si pursued her, tears flowing freely. Yet, Bulma acted as though she had not heard, continuing her solitary march. Watching the two retreat, Subai let out a soft sigh, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He could well imagine the depths of Bulma's sorrow. With that thought, he quickly rose and called out to Bulma, "Bulma." At the sound of that familiar voice, Bulma's body jolted, inexplicably stopping in her tracks. She had intended to leave swiftly, granting Subai and Tai-Si their space. But when Subai's voice reached her, she could no longer restrain herself. She yearned for a resolution, even if it were merely a definitive period. As Bulma halted, Tai-Si finally caught up with her. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai-Si grasped Bulma's hand tightly, unwilling to let go, as if releasing her would cause Bulma to vanish from her world forever. With a whoosh, Subai appeared before Tai-Si and Bulma. Seeing the tears streaming down their faces stirred a myriad of emotions within him. He glanced at Tai-Si, then at Bulma, and gently wiped away her tears. However, this tender gesture only intensified Bulma's sorrow. Witnessing Bulma's distress, Tai-Si's heart ached even more, prompting her to join in the weeping. Amidst the echoing cries, Subai focused on Bulma, softly stating, "Bulma, you have not arrived at the wrong time. Perhaps your timing is indeed perfect." At these words, both Bulma and Tai-Si felt a tremor in their hearts. As exceptional geniuses, they understood the deeper meaning behind Subai's statement. They paused, locking eyes, their minds racing with countless thoughts. Indeed, a hero of Subai's caliber could never belong solely to one person. No individual could ever be deemed worthy of him. Simply having him in their lives was already a blessing beyond measure. With that realization, both Tai-Si and Bulma smiled, the shadows of their earlier turmoil dissipating in that moment. "Brother Subai? Subai?" They could no longer contain themselves and lunged toward him simultaneously. Feeling the warmth radiating from the sisters, Subai's lips curled into a slight smile, relieved to have resolved the tension between them. As they nestled in his embrace, their faces beamed with joy, their spirits lifted. Finally, the sisters found solace, as all their issues seemed to unravel effortlessly. Subai glanced at the scattered sweets and fruits on the floor and chuckled, "What a waste. We can no longer enjoy these delicacies. I'll go get more for you, Brother Subai." Bulma eagerly raised her hand. "Me too, I want to help." Tai-Si followed suit, sharing a glance. A flicker of happiness passed between them. Hand in hand, they bounced happily towards the kitchen, their moods evidently brightened. Subai watched the reconciled sisters with a resigned shake of his head. To preserve the bond between these two dear friends, he would have to endure some discomfort himself. He slowly strolled toward a chair by the poolside, sighing, "Alas, when will this kind heart of mine become a bit more resolute? I cannot resist extending my hand to those in distress. It is my weakness." Subai's expression reflected a helplessness, lamenting his inherent benevolence. He was not a rogue. He merely wished to provide a home for all women in the world. Before long, Tai-Si and Bulma returned, carrying fruits and sweets. The three of them laughed and enjoyed themselves heartily. After satisfying their appetites, Bulma suggested they engage in some exercise to avoid gaining weight. Subai and Tai-Si wholeheartedly agreed, quickly changing into swimsuits and diving into the pool. Bulma and Tai-Si exchanged smiles and swam towards Subai, launching an enthusiastic assault against him. Upon witnessing their intentions, Subai furrowed his brow. Since the sisters sought to challenge him, he could not concede. As a qualified martial artist, he must accept any challenge without retreat. Thus, rather than shying away, Subai took the initiative to counterattack. Instantly, the pool erupted in a tempestuous battle as Bulma and Taisi unleashed their full might against him. Unfazed, Subai held his ground, even against two opponents, refusing to yield. After an intense struggle lasting 2.5 hours, the battlefield finally fell silent. Subai gazed at the pale-faced Bulma and Taisi, a victorious smile gracing his lips. You two are still far from defeating me. I haven't even revealed my trump card yet. Upon hearing this, Taisi and Bulma, feeling defiant, gathered their strength for a new wave of onslaught. As such, these days continued for a week, until Subai and son Wukong received a summons from the North King. Subai, Wukong, you two brothers should be well rested by now, shouldn't you? Hasten to visit Pluto, where I shall escort you two brothers to the Western Galaxy for an exhilarating adventure, allowing you to witness the prowess of its formidable masters. Chapter 83. Arrival at King Kai's planet. Subai, Goku, allow me to inform you both that there exists a formidable expert in the West Galaxy, known as Rib Rice, who would serve as an excellent sparring partner for you two. The North Kai chuckled, his spirits soaring. He could already envision the sight of Rib Rice, the apprentice of the West Kai, being utterly defeated by Subai and Sun Wukong. For ages, the West Kai had boasted about Rib Rice, and the North Kai had long sought an opportunity to diminish his pride. Now that he had finally acquired two capable disciples, he was eager to showcase their prowess in front of the West Kai. The thought of the West Kai and Rib Rice facing a setback filled the North Kai with delight. Rib Rice? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately conjured an image of a delectable dish and inquired, King Kai, is the rib rice from the West Galaxy delicious? Subai and the North Kai couldn't help but twitch their lips at this question. Subai explained, Wukong, the rib rice the king speaks of is a master from the West Galaxy, not the food you are imagining. A master? Sun Wukong's interest was piqued, and he hurriedly asked, King Kai, is this rib rice person truly powerful? How does he compare to my elder brother? The North Kai replied with a hearty laugh. Though Rib Rice is among the strongest in the West Galaxy, he pales in comparison to Subai. The North Kai held immense confidence in Subai's abilities. Otherwise, he would not have invited them to the West Galaxy. If he believed Subai could not defeat Rib Rice, he would not have proposed such an idea, as it would only lead to disappointment. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately agreed. This could indeed be a splendid opportunity for him to hone his skills. He understood that despite having transcended to Super Saiyan, he was still no match for Subai. A formidable opponent would be ideal for his growth. Excellent. The North Kai nodded in satisfaction. What about you, Subai? Will you join us? Subai smiled, of course, King Kai. Missing such a marvelous opportunity to spar with masters from another galaxy would indeed be a pity. The king beamed at Subai's agreement, confident that this plan would successfully diminish the West Galaxy's arrogance. The four galaxies, East, South, West, and North, may appear harmonious on the surface, yet behind the scenes, the various Kais are constantly competing with one another, each unwilling to concede. Thus, when a master emerges from any side, they eagerly seek to challenge the strongest from previous selections. Subai, Wukong, prepare yourselves and come to King Kai's planet immediately. We shall depart soon. The king exclaimed. Understood. King Kai? We will be there shortly. Subai and Sun Wukong responded in unison. The king then severed the connection. Subai, who were you just speaking with? Ta-E-C, resting nearby, asked with curiosity. Subai replied with a gentle smile, the North Kai. He is somewhat of a mentor to me and has taught me many skills. The mention of the North Kai left Ta-E-C momentarily stunned, as it was the first time she had heard that name. Subai elaborated, our blue star is situated within the North Galaxy, and the North Kai oversees it. Wow! Ta-E-C exclaimed, astonished to learn that Subai had just conversed with such a high-ranking individual. Subai, are you and Wukong going somewhere with the king? How long will you be gone? Can you take me and my sister along? Bulma, lying on the other side, bombarded him with questions, her face alight with anticipation. Yes. Yes. Subai, can you take me and my sister with you? Ta-E-C echoed, equally eager. For her, it was a splendid opportunity for inspiration for her sci-fi novel. Subai regarded the two with a tender glance and gently shook his head. Bulma, Ta-E-C, I'm afraid I cannot take you with me this time. After a pause, he continued, however, I promise to take you both to a grand gathering in the afterlife next time. Oh, fine then, Ta-E-C and Bulma sighed. Subai, please be safe on your journey. If you get hurt, my sister and I will be very sad. Bulma expressed. Indeed, Subai, while your strength is impressive, do take care of yourself and avoid injury. Tai-C added. Subai chuckled, rest assured, Bulma and Tai-C, I will undoubtedly be fine. Subai, remember to think of us. Bulma and Tai-C said with a smile. As they spoke, the two helped Subai dress. Tai-C, Bulma, take care of yourselves at home. I shall return soon. Clad in a black tracksuit, Subai gently placed his fingers to his forehead, searching for Sun Wukong's energy. Before long, he pinpointed Sun Wukong's location. With a swift motion, Subai vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, it was in a vast field where Sun Wukong was diligently preparing for their journey to the West Galaxy, working feverishly to finish his tasks. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he had tilled a large patch of land. Wukong. Subai called out to his brother, who was engrossed in his work. Hearing his name, Sun Wukong immediately halted, joyfully waving, Brother, you've arrived. Master, Son Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Chi-Chi, noticing the handsome young man nearby, was momentarily taken aback before also calling out, Brother. Under the shade of a towering tree, Subai, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Chi-Chi sat cross-legged, each face aglow with radiant smiles. After sipping some water, Sun Wukong said, Brother, please wait a moment. Once I finish plowing, we can set off. He gestured towards the remaining unplowed land. Subai reassured him, No rush, Wukong. Take your time. Sun Wukong shook his head and immediately resumed plowing at his utmost speed. Son Gohan joined in to assist, leaving only Subai and Chi-Chi at the spot. Subai turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi and smiled. Chi-Chi, I wish to take Gohan along this time to broaden his horizons. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi appeared conflicted. Subai continued, Do not worry, Chi-Chi. I will ensure Gohan's studies are not neglected. As he spoke, Subai handed her a card, saying, This card contains 10 billion. It is a small token from your brother. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the card, realizing that money was what they needed most at home. Oh dear. Brother, I can't possibly accept this. She protested, yet her actions betrayed her as she accepted the card. Ahem. Brother. Please make sure to keep an eye on Gohan's studies. He must not fall behind. Subai nodded with a smile. No problem. You can rest easy. After a moment, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan completed their work. As soon as they finished, they rushed over to Subai. Brother, let's go. Master, I want to. Son Gohan hesitated. Wuhan, no need to say anything. I will take you along as well. Let us depart. Subai declared. However, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, cast a conflicted glance at Chi-Chi. Gohan, it would be quite beneficial for you to accompany your brother and broaden your horizons. But do not neglect your studies. Chi-Chi advised. Upon hearing these words, both Sun Wukong and Gohan were taken aback, particularly Gohan, who felt a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Thank you, mother. Thank you, master. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Subai led Sun Wukong and Gohan, and in an instant, they arrived at King Kai's planet, where the North Kai had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Chapter 84. Who says we are afraid to come? Lord Kai. Greetings. Subai and Sun Wukong beamed at the long-awaited North Kai. Sun Wukong expressed his excitement, nearly unable to contain his eagerness to test his strength against formidable opponents. Hello, I am Son Gohan, Son Gohan said politely, bowing slightly to the approaching North Kai. Gohan, there's no need for such formality. I am aware of your presence. The North Kai replied with a gentle smile as he strode towards Subai and the others. Baburis and Girigiri followed closely behind, warmly greeting Subai and Sun Wukong. Subai, Wukong, Gohan, let us partake in a meal first. Once we are well fed, we shall proceed to the West Galaxy, the North Kai chuckled, gesturing towards a lavish feast that had already been prepared. Knowing that Subai and Sun Wukong had hearty appetites, he had ensured there was plenty of food. Sun Wukong, who was brimming with anticipation to encounter the legendary rib rice, felt his expression darken at these words. At this moment, all he could think about was battling, and he had little desire for food. Lord Kai, how about we skip the meal and set off for the West Galaxy now? Sun Wukong implored eagerly. Oh, Wukong, why are you in such a hurry? Let us eat our fill first. The North Kai replied with a laugh. But Wukong, there is no but. When have you seen a master make their entrance first? It is far more impressive to make a grand entrance. The North Kai interrupted. Although he had already arranged for the East and South Kai to meet at the West Kai Star for a friendly contest to determine the strongest martial artist of the galaxies. However, he was not anxious. He intentionally wanted to keep the West Kai and his companions waiting a little longer as a display of authority. Lord Kai's son Wukong attempted to speak again, But Subai's voice chimed in. Wukong, the North Kai has prepared such a sumptuous feast for us. We must not waste his kindness. Let us eat before we go. He discerned the North Kai's underlying intentions, thus remaining calm. Father, Master is correct. If we go hungry, our fighting strength will surely be diminished. Moreover, Mother always said that we must never waste food. The North Kai has prepared so much. It would be a shame not to eat it, son Gohan added. Hearing Subai and son Gohan's reasoning, son Wukong, despite his impatience, ultimately chose to acquiesce. Very well. Let us eat before we go. The North Kai's smile widened as he responded. That's the spirit, Wukong. As they spoke, the North Kai led Subai and the others toward the dining hall, where an impressive array of food awaited them. They had glimpsed the banquet from outside, but upon entering, they were astonished by the sheer abundance prepared by the North Kai. Son Wukong, gazing at the mountainous piles of food before him, could not help but salivate. Today he could indulge without restraint. At this moment, all thoughts of challenging strong opponents were momentarily cast aside. Lord Kai, let us feast. Subai, son Wukong, and son Gohan exclaimed in unison, and then they swiftly began to devour the meal. Instantly, the dishes on the table began to vanish at a remarkable pace. The North Kai observed this scene, and his smile became even more radiant. It seemed that the trio truly appreciated his culinary skills. West Galaxy, West Kai Star. The West Kai, East Kai, and South Kai sat at the same table, accompanied by their respective subordinates. Rib Rice, Akaya, and Pub throughout. Rib Rice kept his eyes closed, showing no interest in Akaya and Pub, exuding an air of haughtiness. He was not arrogant. Rather, he possessed absolute confidence in his abilities. Akaya and Pub were merely his defeated foes, unworthy of his regard. The West Kai poured himself a cup of tea, glancing at the East and South Kai with a smile. After all these years, haven't any other masters emerged from the East and South galaxies? Why is it still just the two of them? Upon hearing this, the East and South Kai's faces flushed with embarrassment, their anger simmering. They shot piercing glares at the West Kai, silently cursing him for flaunting his superior apprentice. Their disciples, Akaya and Pub, also wore displeased expressions. Yet they could not refute the West Kai. After all, their strength paled in comparison to Rib Rice. Sighing inwardly, Akaya and Pub exchanged glances, wishing that their own strength could someday surpass his. If only that were the case, they would not have to endure the West Kai's mockery. Though feeling infuriated by Rib Rice's condescending demeanor, they felt powerless. His might granted him the right to be proud. Why are the East and South Kai silent? Is it in your nature to be mute? The West Kai taunted mercilessly. Hearing this, the East and South Kai's faces burned with embarrassment, wishing they could vanish into the ground. The West Kai was insufferably arrogant. However, thoughts of the North Kai brought them some solace. Even if their masters were not as strong as Rib Rice, they certainly did not rank last. After all, Akaya and Pub's abilities far exceeded those of the North Galaxy's fighters. With this in mind, their spirits lifted slightly. Although they could not counter the West Kai's jibes, they could still take jabs at the North Kai. Coughing lightly, the East Kai spoke. West Kai, everyone knows you have a remarkable apprentice. We cannot compare. However, we are not entirely lacking. No one from the North Galaxy has ever lasted 10 moves against Akaya. The South Kai, seizing the opportunity, chimed in with a smile. Indeed. I wonder how the North Kai dares to issue a challenge this time. I shall let Pub handle them with ease. Mentioning the North Galaxy straightened the East and South Kai's spines. The West Kai, hearing this, grinned widely and laughed. Oh, come now, you all are the same in our West Galaxy. You amount to nothing. The East and South Kai's expressions soured, resembling those who had just tasted something foul. However, they refrained from engaging with the West Kai and instead muttered to themselves. Where is that North Kai? Is he too afraid to show? Absolutely. What master could possibly emerge from their galaxy? I bet he regretted challenging us the moment he issued the call. Listening to their conversation, the West Kai's smile broadened as he chuckled. Isn't it obvious? The North Kai must be terrified of my apprentice, too frightened to show up. At that moment, for powerful auras suddenly descended upon the West Kai star. Accompanying them was a disdainful voice. Who says I am afraid to come? I merely wish to spare you the embarrassment of an early defeat by granting you a little more time. Chapter 85. The Arrogant King of the West. What do you think, kings of the East and South? Are you prepared to be ruthlessly trampled beneath the feet of our northern galaxy? The King of the North placed his hands on his hips, a smug smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the assembly. This time, accompanied by Subai and son Wukong, he was confident in his ability to overpower the other galactic warriors and erase the humiliation of the past. After so many years, The opportunity for vengeance had finally arrived. Upon hearing the King of the North's words, the East and South Kings were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Among them, the King of the West laughed the loudest, tears streaming down his face. Even Akaya and Pubar could not contain their amusement. Aside from the impassive Ribrice, who remained with his eyes closed and showed no sign of emotion, the rest of the attendees wore radiant smiles, as if they were observing a fool in the King of the North. King of the North, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? How dare you utter such brazen words? The King of the East mocked, pointing a finger at him. The King of the South followed suit, deriding, King of the North. Have you already forgotten how we other galaxies reduced your northern galaxy to utter disarray? A while ago, they had endured relentless taunts from the King of the West, which had built up considerable anger within them. Now that the King of the North had arrived, they unleashed all their pent-up frustration upon him, hoping to reclaim some dignity in this manner. Faced with the scornful jibes of the East and South Kings, the King of the North's expression darkened as he responded with a cold smile. Indeed, in the past, no one from our northern galaxy could match you. However, today, we shall demonstrate through our actions that the tides have turned. In the face of our northern galaxy, the other galaxies amount to nothing. The reason I orchestrated this gathering is not to showcase the greatness of our northern galaxy, but to declare to all of you that we shall reclaim what we have lost. The King of the North grew increasingly animated, culminating in a shout. At this, another round of laughter erupted throughout the hall. Even Ribrice, who typically appeared aloof, could not help but shake his head, finding the King of the North's words utterly ludicrous. Over the years, he had traversed many realms in search of formidable opponents, including the Northern Galaxy, yet he found none worthy. Even the mightiest emperor of the Northern Galaxy, Frieza, had piqued no interest in him. Thus, hearing the King of the North's proclamation struck him as profoundly amusing. Even Frieza, who is hailed as the Emperor of the Universe in the Northern Galaxy, fails to ignite my interest. What can be said of others? The moment Subai and his companions arrived, Ribrice had discreetly assessed their presence and found them lacking, weak, far too weak. Initially, when summoned by the King of the West, he had felt a flicker of anticipation, but upon meeting them, he was left utterly disappointed. To him, defeating Subai and his companions would be as effortless as flicking a finger. Ha ha ha. King of the North, it appears you are gravely ill, to the point of utter madness. The King of the West laughed until his belly hurt, adding, if things go awry, I suggest you seek the great king for a consultation. Perhaps there is still time for treatment. In response, the King of the North cast a sidelong glance at the King of the West and coldly retorted, laugh all you want. The more joyfully you laugh now, the more painfully you will weep later. Who dares to speak to me in such a manner, King of the North? The King of the West scoffed. Is it those feeble beings behind you whose presence pales in comparison to my pet? Especially that one in the black sports attire. I suspect he is so weak he cannot even withstand the gravity here. The King of the West pointed at Subai, a playful smile adorning his face. If your so-called masters are those weaklings behind you, I advise you to concede before it's too late. The King of the East offered no mercy in his words. Let me remind you, fists do not discriminate. Be careful not to lose your life, for there will be no place for your tears. The King of the South regarded the King of the North and remarked, these so-called great masters you brought are as foolish as your jest. Due to Subai teaching the technique of concealing Ki to Son Wukong and Son Gohan, even though they had not reached their full potential. They appeared exceedingly weak to all present, even weaker than a minor spirit from the underworld. This was precisely why everyone regarded the King of the North as having lost his wits. It seems that the ones weeping in the corner will not be me. But you blind fools. The King of the North shot back without mercy. Since they showed him no respect, he felt no obligation to extend any courtesy in return. Laughter erupted once more, with the assembly disregarding the King of the North's threats. Ribrice glanced at the King of the North, dismissing Subai and his companions entirely, shaking his head in disbelief. Were it not for the desire to afford the King of the North a modicum of dignity, he would have left long ago. What a farce it was to challenge him with such weaklings, merely a waste of his time. Moreover, one among them appeared to be no older than 10, adding to the absurdity. King of the North, have you made your decision? Are you truly ready to stage a tournament? Do not say I did not warn you. Once the contest begins, there must be a victor and a vanquished before it can cease. The King of the West spoke with an air of arrogance, implying that should the outcome be disastrous, they would show no mercy. Let us commence the tournament. I wish to fight that Ribrice. Before the King of the North could speak, Son Wukong's voice rang out, excitement radiating from him as he stepped forward, eager to engage. The kings of the East, South, and West exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disdain. The newcomers from the northern galaxy were not only weak, but also exceedingly rude. As for Rib Rice, he did not even lift an eyelid at son Wukong's words. To him, such a weakling was not worthy of being his opponent. King of the North, does that fellow's statement reflect your sentiments? The King of the West inquired coldly. The King of the North stepped forward, earnestly stating, he is my disciple, and thus, his words naturally represent my views. Furthermore, he does not go by that fellow. His name is Sun Wukong. The King of the North was visibly displeased by the King of the West's terminology. With a decisive wave of his hand, a colossal arena materialized in the sky. Subai, Wukong, Gohan, you know what to do. The King of the North commanded. Understood, defeat them utterly. The trio replied in unison. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The King of the North laughed heartily, leading Subai and the others into the arena. Chapter 86. The contest begins. The Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King observed the unfolding scene with cold smirks, bemused by the Northern King's apparent folly and hastily leading his men to their demise. Well, gentlemen, are you too frightened to ascend the stage? If fear grips you, surrender, and I shall grant you clemency. The Northern King bellowed from the relaxation area of the arena, reveling in his newfound bravado. It had been years since he had felt such confidence in taunting the likes of the Western King and his cohorts. With a provocative gesture, he beckoned towards the Western King and his allies, igniting their fury. Northern King, if you desire humiliation, then I shall oblige. The Western King retorted, signaling to his companion. Rib Rice, go all out, show no mercy to those fools. This was the Western King's domain, and the Northern King's audacity was intolerable. He resolved to impart a lesson that would be etched in their memories forever. Rib Rice glanced at the Western King, his expression devoid of emotion. Your Excellency, if we proceed as such, those individuals may very well perish. Let them die. If we don't teach them a lesson, they might genuinely believe that our Western galaxy is inferior. The Western King declared vehemently. Understood, Your Excellency. Rib Rice nodded subtly, his mind already made up. As the Western King and Rib Rice ascended the stage, the Eastern and Southern Kings followed closely with Akia and Pubo. The displeasure was palpable on their faces as they contemplated how to teach the Northern King and his entourage a much-deserved lesson and quell his arrogance. With everyone on stage, the Northern King chuckled. I thought my companions had rendered you mute with fear. He ambled over to the prominent seat, acting as if he were the rightful sovereign of the arena. The Western King, witnessing this affront, felt a surge of indignation. This was his territory, and an outsider dared to occupy the seat reserved for the mightiest kings of the galaxies. The Northern King's audacity was an outright declaration of supremacy over all. The expressions of the Eastern and Southern Kings mirrored that of the Western King, their countenances darkening further. While it might have been acceptable for the Western King to claim the seat, it was an insult for the weakest king to do so. Northern King, are you aware of your actions? The Western King glared, gnashing his teeth. Indeed, Northern King, cease your charade. That position does not belong to you. The Eastern King shouted. Your actions are utterly excessive. Do you not comprehend your own strength? The Southern King added. In response to their furious inquiries, the Northern King remained unfazed, responding with a casual demeanor. I am well aware of our strength. We are the strongest in the universe. Thus, this seat is rightfully mine. He chuckled lightly, showing no inclination to vacate the position. The Eastern, Southern, and Western Kings' faces flushed with indignation. Such arrogance was intolerable, particularly for the Western King, who was seething with rage. Very well, Northern King, you possess audacity. He bellowed. I shall relish watching how long you can maintain that grin. Rib Rice, go and ensure that all of the Northern King's companions are left searching for their teeth. Spare no mercy. The Western King's voice escalated to a near roar. Rib Rice nodded slightly, preparing to take flight toward the center of the arena. However, before he could act, the Eastern King intercepted him, stating, Rib Rice, you need not trouble yourself. Let Akia take care of them. No, allow Pubo to handle them. They must learn that our galaxy is not to be trifled with. The Southern King interjected. A heated debate ensued, each vying to be the first to confront the Northern King's entourage, viewing them as mere chaff to be easily crushed. Observing from behind the Northern King, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself, stepping forward. Why not have all of you face us together? We would not mind in the slightest. As his words echoed, a sudden silence enveloped the arena, swiftly followed by an eruption of outrage. For them, the proclamation from the weakest galaxy was a profound affront. Northern King, you are insufferably arrogant. The Western King roared, unable to contain his indignation. The Eastern and Southern Kings joined in the cacophony, vehemently denouncing the Northern King. Confounded by the sudden outburst, Sun Wukong muttered to himself, "Did I say something wrong? Why are they so enraged? Yet, I believe I merely proposed a solution to expedite the proceedings." He was at a loss to comprehend the source of their fury. The Northern King, with a slight smile, remarked, "Wukong, you have said nothing amiss. You merely voiced your thoughts." His praise for Sun Wukong was genuine, as he relished the sight of the Western King's frustration. He eagerly anticipated the moment when the Western King would witness his prized disciples fall before Subai and his companions. After a brief consultation, the Western King and his allies unanimously agreed to a one-on-one round system, given that both sides had 3 participants. To determine the order of combat, they resorted to a drawing of lots. The Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King exchanged glances before commencing the draw. Upon completion, the Southern King erupted in laughter. "Pubo, this is a rare opportunity. Ensure you teach those fools a lesson." He cast a meaningful glance at the Western King and his ally, implying that their warriors would not have a chance to enter the fray. The towering Pubo beamed with confidence, thumping his chest. "Rest assured, Southern King. I shall not bring you shame." With a resounding thud, Pubo descended into the center of the battlefield, an air of disdain radiating from him. The Northern King cast a glance at Pubo before turning to Subai, inquiring, "Subai, who do you wish to send forth first?" "Brother, let me take the lead. It will be a perfect warm-up," Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Subai, chuckling, shook his head. "No, for this first match. Let Gohan take the stage." Chapter 87. The Resolute Gohan Master. "May I be the first to fight?" Gohan asked, momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Subai making such a decision. Subai nodded with a smile, saying, "Indeed, Gohan, this presents an excellent opportunity for you to hone your skills. But that bulky opponent looks quite formidable." Gohan hesitated to voice his concerns. It wasn't that he feared being defeated by Pubo due to a lack of strength. Rather, he was apprehensive that a loss would embarrass King Kai of the North. Having spent considerable time here, even a fool could perceive the enmity between King Kai and several other kings. He understood that losing was not an option. It would subject King Kai to ridicule from the others, making it impossible for him to hold his head high. "Perhaps we should let Goku take the first match," King Kai of the North suggested with some worry. Although Gohan was not weak, he was still merely a child of a few years. Subai, hearing this, smiled and shook his head. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Gohan will undoubtedly prevail." As he spoke, he gently ruffled Gohan's hair. "Gohan, believe in yourself. Have confidence." "That's right, Gohan. You must trust yourself," Goku chimed in. Seeing Subai's decision was final, he suppressed his own eagerness to participate. Encouraged by Subai and Goku, Gohan nodded firmly. "Okay, Master, Dad, you can count on me. I won't let you down." Goku, with unwavering determination, turned to King Kai of the North and stated, "Your Majesty, I will ensure victory in this contest. I will not bring shame upon you." King Kai, witnessing their resolve, felt reassured enough to offer encouragement. "Gohan, go for it." Gohan nodded resolutely, having made up his mind to win the first match. "Haha, King Kai of the North, weren't you quite boastful earlier? Why is it that now, when the official contest begins, no one dares to step into the arena?" King Kai of the South sneered, glancing at King Kai of the North and his companions. "Are you afraid your fighter will be beaten to a pulp by Pubo?" Just as Gohan was about to make his move, he heard the derisive remarks. The taunts only strengthened his resolve. "Haha, King Kai of the South, who said we are afraid? If you are so eager to lose, I shall reluctantly oblige." With a cold smirk, King Kai of the North commanded, "Gohan, go forth. Show no mercy to that fellow named Pubo." "All right." With determination in his eyes, Gohan leaped down from the spectator area and onto the competition stage. The other kings, including those from the East, South, and West, erupted into laughter upon seeing that King Kai of the North had sent a child under 10 onto the stage. "Ha ha ha, King Kai of the North. Are your subordinates truly cowards? You send such an inexperienced little brat to compete." King Kai of the South pointed at Subai and Goku, laughing until tears streamed down his face. "How come I never realized your heart was so dark, King Kai of the North? You are willing to risk a child's life just to uphold your own bluster," remarked King Kai of the East. "Haha, King Kai of the North. Perhaps you should just concede outright," added King Kai of the West. If you admit in front of the Grand King and everyone else that your North Galaxy is the weakest, we might just spare you." Upon hearing this, the laughter from King Kai of the East and South grew even louder. "Yes, King Kai of the North, as long as you are willing to do that. We shall show you mercy this time," King Kai of the East bellowed. "Indeed, King Kai of the North, we have known each other for many years. We are like brothers. Don't say we haven't given you a chance," King Kai of the South added. The air was thick with mockery, resonating jarringly in the atmosphere. Even the usually indifferent Roboku could not suppress his disappointment upon seeing a child enter the ring. At that moment, he had serious reservations about King Kai of the North's character. He believed that anyone who could watch a child face danger was unworthy of being a ruler of the North Galaxy, unworthy of being a king. Humph. The contest hasn't even begun, yet you believe victory is assured? Idle chatter. 1 win this battle. We shall see who prevails on the field. Gohan, teach them a lesson. King Kai of the North shouted. Haha, King Kai of the North, in that case, do not blame me for being merciless. King Kai of the South replied with a cold smile, shouting to Pu Bo, in battle, there are no considerations for age. Do not hold back. Yes, my lord. Pu Bo, a towering figure, wore a smile as he approached Gohan leisurely. Little brat, I want to go easy on you just because you're young. Blame your poor choices. Pu Bo laughed heartily, his face brimming with confidence. He thought it would be a simple matter to overpower this child. He dismissed Gohan entirely, believing that a mere child under 10 could not possibly pose a threat. Standing firm, Gohan focused intently on the massive Pu Bo, preparing himself for the encounter. In that moment, he elevated all his physical capabilities to their peak. However, he did not unleash his energy in its entirety as he usually would. Instead, he released only 1/3 of it. Since training under Subai's guidance, his combat prowess had significantly improved, and his energy management had become far more efficient. Haha, is this truly all you have, little brat? Pu Bo laughed heartily as he sensed Gohan's energy. To him, it felt pathetically weak. The kings from the West and others could not help but chuckle at Gohan's energy. King Kai of the South mocked. King Kai of the North, is this your galaxy's elite? Such overwhelming strength, indeed. Ignoring their jibes, King Kai of the North kept his gaze fixed on the arena, silently praying, Gohan, you must win. At that moment, Goku too began to feel the tension rising within him. Only Subai remained remarkably composed, as if Gohan's fate were of no concern to him. With a resounding crash, the arena echoed as Pu Bo, eager to swiftly conclude the fight and humiliate Subai and Goku, struck first. Little brat, considering your tender age, I shall generously allow you to keep your life. As he spoke, Pu Bo's energy erupted violently, and he raised his hand, crashing it down towards Gohan's head with tremendous force. Though his size was imposing, his speed was far from slow. His hand descended upon Gohan in an instant. Chapter 88, Arrogance. Ha ha ha, you little brat, go die? Pubera laughed heartily, envisioning Son Gohan being reduced to a mere pulp beneath his might. With a thunderous crash, a colossal hand, imbued with immense power, descended abruptly. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in swirling dust and debris, fissures appearing in rapid succession. In the audience, the East and South Kai kings beamed with delight, their expressions radiating joy as they unanimously believed that Son Gohan had been obliterated by Pubera's onslaught. Not only they, but even Pubera himself shared this conviction. He let out a boisterous laugh, his gaze sweeping over to the spectators, landing on Subai and Son Goku. Hee. Esteemed warriors from the North Galaxy, who shall take the stage next? Or will you both join forces? Pubera's voice echoed across the arena, laden with scorn. At that moment, he felt invincible, looking down upon the world. Haha, North Kai, Pubera is addressing you. That little brat is dead. Who will step up next to meet their demise? The South Kai's laughter filled the air. After a brief pause, he added, even if you send those two together, Pubera will handle them effortlessly. A radiant smile adorned the South Kai's face. The exhilaration of dominating the North Galaxy was simply intoxicating. The North Kai gritted his teeth, fixated on the swirling dust in the arena, exclaiming, do not rejoice too soon, you lot. Ha ha ha, North Kai, are you suggesting that the little brat still lives? The South Kai retorted, indeed, North Kai, it's time to face reality. That boy is utterly finished. Mocking laughter erupted from the audience, as the East Kai and his companions mercilessly ridiculed him. North Kai, you. Boom. Before the West Kai could finish his sentence, a deafening roar resonated from the arena. Beams of golden light erupted from the thick smoke, instantly dispersing the dust. To everyone's astonishment, Son Gohan stood there unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Just as Pubber's palm descended, Son Gohan had deftly evaded the attack with remarkable speed. How is this possible? That guy should have been dead. The South Kai furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how Son Gohan had emerged unscathed. The East and West Kai were equally astonished. Just moments ago, they had sensed Son Gohan's energy vanish entirely. How could he suddenly reappear without a scratch? The ever-composed Son Gohan, who had previously appeared indifferent, now showed a flicker of interest. It seemed that the warriors from the North Galaxy were not as feeble as they had presumed. Pubber, eliminate him without restraint. Use all your strength. The South Kai bellowed, feeling his pride on the line. Understood, my lord. Pubber replied, once again channeling his might towards Son Gohan. This time, he unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. With a resounding punch aimed directly at Son Gohan, the arena was swept up in a violent gust of wind. The force of Pubber's strike was unmistakably several times greater than his previous attack. Prepared to confront the onslaught, Son Gohan stood resolute. His master Subai's teachings echoed in his mind. In battle, one must not waste a single ounce of energy. Every bit of it must be harnessed. Especially when facing an opponent of greater strength, one must conserve every ounce of energy. Thus, rather than fleeing in panic, Son Gohan intently focused on Pubber's approaching fist, preparing to respond in the most effective manner. The South Kai and his allies watched with delight, believing Son Gohan had been paralyzed by Pubber's overwhelming power. However, the next moment, their faces flushed with disbelief. As Pubber's fist was about to strike Son Gohan, he vanished from sight, deftly dodging the full force of the attack. Moreover, it was evident that Son Gohan had evaded with minimal energy expenditure, showcasing exemplary evasive prowess. The onlooking Subai's interest peaked as he observed Son Gohan's performance. For a child of merely a few years, achieving such a feat was truly remarkable. He was eager to see how long Son Gohan could sustain this strategy. In the arena, Pubber's fury ignited upon realizing his full-force strike had once again been avoided. Such an affront was intolerable. A furious Pubber launched a relentless assault upon Son Gohan. In an instant, a torrential barrage of fists rained down upon him, covering every conceivable angle. Yet, amid Pubber's fierce and furious attacks, Son Gohan remained unflustered, responding with calm composure. Despite Pubber's rapid strikes, he could not lay a finger on Son Gohan. You little brat. Do you only know how to scurry like a filthy rat? Pubber bellowed in rage. After so many attempts without success, his frustration boiled over, and the South Kai trembled with indignation. Conversely, the North Kai, who had maintained a serious demeanor, now erupted in laughter. Yes, Gohan, just like that. Keep it up. Once that guy exhausts his stamina, victory will be yours. The South Kai and Pubber gritted their teeth in fury, realizing that if this continued, the outcome would indeed align with the North Kai's prediction. Pubber, alter your attack strategy. Saturate the arena with firepower. Do not give that little brat a moment's respite. The South Kai roared. Pubber, equally incensed, nodded vigorously, leaping into the air. Without hesitation, he gathered his energy. In an instant, waves of blinding light cascaded down like a torrential storm, enveloping the entire arena in the blink of an eye. You enjoy evading, do you? Let us see how you escape this time. With a thunderous boom, the relentless waves of light erupted, indiscriminately striking the entire arena, leaving Son Gohan no avenue for escape. As the North Kai observed this spectacle, his smile gradually faded, his heart racing once more. In the arena, Son Gohan faced the deluge of light akin to a tidal wave, his expression darkening. He understood all too well that winning this contest through evasion was no longer an option. This time, he must take the initiative. Chapter 89. You shall not insult the North Galaxy. Son Gohan's expression was grave as he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, searching for the most suitable route for a counterattack. Suddenly, a radiant energy sphere whizzed past him, its overwhelming force instantly tearing through his clothing. Had he not evaded in time, that strike would have left him severely injured. Barely escaping one potent energy sphere, a multitude of them soon followed, effectively blocking all of Son Gohan's possible escape routes. This time, there was no way for him to elude. Fully aware of this, he mustered all his strength and charged forward. With a resounding impact, Son Gohan rapidly concentrated his energy, his hands radiating a brilliant blue-white glow. In an instant, waves of energy erupted forth, targeting the formidable energy spheres. With a thunderous crash, the The clash of energy erupted on the arena, unleashing a deafening roar and whipping up a chaotic gale. In a heartbeat, the terrifying shockwaves spread, affecting even those beyond the arena's confines. After shattering several energy spheres in quick succession, Son Gohan soared skyward at an astonishing speed, launching an assault on the hovering Puba. "Yes, Gohan, that's it. Seek the opportunity to retaliate," shouted Son Goku from the audience. He was acutely aware that against a foe stronger than himself, one must not fear for their life, but rise to retaliate for a glimmer of hope. To merely choose to evade would ensure eternal defeat. In the air, Puba regarded the rapidly approaching Son Gohan with a smirk of disdain. "Huh, you think you can approach me with such pitiful strength?" he scoffed, swiftly gesturing with his hands. Instantly, a barrage of energy spheres shot forth, converging upon Son Gohan. Faced with such overwhelming attacks, Son Gohan's brow furrowed in concentration. With no means of escape, he had no choice but to endure. "Ah!" he roared, bracing himself against the onslaught. Bang! 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 The energy spheres exploded in the air, shattered by Son Gohan's relentless defense. Yet, even so, countless energy spheres continued to rain down upon him. No matter how swift he was, he could not simultaneously fend off every attack. Boom! One energy sphere penetrated his defenses, crashing into him and unleashing a devastating force. With a staggering motion, Son Gohan, who had surged skyward, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sensing the moment, Puba seized the opportunity, directing a multitude of energy spheres relentlessly towards Son Gohan. Already struggling to stabilize himself, Son Gohan was bombarded by the relentless onslaught of energy spheres. Bang! The successive strikes sent him hurtling through the air, crashing violently onto the arena. The moment his body met the surface, the arena shattered, forming a vast crater. "Ha ha! You dare challenge me, little brat? Once you step onto the arena, all are treated equally. Today, I shall not spare you." Puba laughed heartily, launching another barrage of energy spheres at Son Gohan. Boom! Once again, Son Gohan was pelted by the relentless spheres, leaving him battered and bruised. Coughing violently, he spat blood, staining the broken tiles beneath him. Under Puba's relentless assault, Son Gohan's aura waned. In that moment, he was nearly devoid of any capacity for resistance, lying helplessly in the crater as Puba's attacks rained down upon him. Observing this scene, the South Kai and his companions wore beaming smiles, their expressions radiating glee. "Ha ha ha, North Kai, do you see? This is the chasm that separates us. None from the North Galaxy can compete." The South Kai boasted with unrestrained laughter. "North Kai, did you not promise to showcase the prowess of the North Galaxy? Now we have witnessed it. Truly formidable." The East Kai chimed in with mockery. The West Kai cast a scornful glance at the North Kai, sneering, "With such pitiful strength, how dare you occupy the throne? Utterly shameless. From this day forth, your name shall echo from north to south, becoming a true legend." Ignoring the taunts and jeers that flooded his ears, the North Kai was solely focused on Son Gohan's life. If this continued, Son Gohan's life would be forfeited right then and there. Watching Puba mercilessly assault Son Gohan, his brow furrowed deeply. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Subai, Goku, let's concede this first match." Though he yearned to win more than anyone present, he could not bear to witness Son Gohan perish. The young warrior was like a rising sun, full of potential. He should not fall in such a manner. Subai and Son Goku turned to the North Kai in unison. "Lord Kai, I absolutely will not allow Gohan to concede," Subai asserted. After a pause, he continued, "Only by flirting with death can one truly grasp the essence of life." Son Goku nodded resolutely. "Lord Kai, my brother speaks the truth. We cannot let Gohan concede. But, if this continues, Gohan will die." The North Kai protested, his concern for Son Gohan's well-being evident. "Lord Kai, Gohan possesses potential that none of us can fathom. He will not lose." Subai insisted. "Indeed, I have faith in Gohan. I believe he will discover a path to victory." Son Goku added, "Subai, Goku, even if Gohan truly possesses potential beyond our comprehension, he is still merely a child." The North Kai urged desperately. "We should concede." His pleas were sincere, as he truly wished to avoid harm befalling Son Gohan. "Lord Kai, my mind is made up. I will not let Gohan concede," Subai declared firmly. "Neither will I," Son Goku echoed, listening to their resolute declarations. The North Kai cast a helpless glance at Subai and Son Goku. These two were truly stubborn. Seeing that conceding was not an option, the North Kai's grave gaze returned to the arena. Observing the faltering Son Gohan, still under relentless attack, he shouted, "Gohan, get up." Son Goku joined in, calling, "Gohan." Believe in yourself, you will win. Gohan, take the plunge. If this continues, not only will you lose, but you will perish. Subai's voice rang out in urgency. As their voices echoed, the South Kai mocked, Huh? North Kai? It seems your trio is truly foolish. That little brat is on the brink of death. What resistance can he muster? Let him take the plunge? Does he even possess the strength to do so? The East Kai added derisively. The West Kai's cold voice followed, North Kai, do you truly believe you will ever have a chance to turn the tide? I tell you, the North Galaxy will forever remain at the bottom. Not only are you insignificant, but those two beside you are equally worthless. Accept reality. Your strength will never surpass ours. You cannot turn the tide with a few misfit warriors. The West Kai laughed heartily, showing no mercy in his derision. Ha ha ha. Lord of the King of the South, you speak the truth. The Northern Galaxy is but a vast refuse heap, and all its inhabitants are ultimately nothing more than refuse themselves. Let us first cleanse this small refuse. With a hearty laugh, Subai unleashed a radiant burst of light from his palms, swiftly crafting a powerful energy cannon that exuded an overwhelming aura. He had resolutely decided to employ his strongest technique to end the life of Sun Wukong's son. In the depths of the massive pit, battered and bruised, Sun Wukong's son listened to the incessant taunts ringing in his ears, clenching his jaw tightly. You shall not insult my master, you shall not insult my father. You shall not insult the Lord of the King, and you shall not insult anyone from the Northern Galaxy. Sun Wukong's son roared, his fury reaching its zenith. Chapter 90. The Eruption of Son Gohan. The impotent fury. Pubber scoffed dismissively, continuing to mock loudly. Did we say something wrong? Isn't the North Galaxy just a heap of trash? As these words echoed, the audience erupted in laughter. The East Kai, West Kai, and all present wore radiant smiles, their laughter piercing and reverberating in the air. Listening to the cacophony of derisive laughter, Son Gohan's anger intensified. In that moment, vivid memories of their arrival flooded his mind. The mocking faces of the East Kai, West Kai, and South Kai replayed incessantly. Witnessing these images, Gohan's fury became beyond articulation. No, absolutely not. You dare insult the North Galaxy? Son Gohan roared in a frenzy, his energy surging dramatically. In an instant, he was enveloped by an intensely scorching white aura, which visibly transformed into gold at a staggering pace. With each fraction of the white aura that converted to gold, his power escalated exponentially. The East Kai, West Kai, South Kai, and others, witnessing this transformation, were struck with dread as they sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from him. At that moment, they realized a grim truth. The boy they so contemptuously regarded concealed an unfathomable power within. Pubber, stop him. Quickly, the South Kai shouted urgently. In midair, the astonished Pubber snapped back to reality upon hearing the shout and immediately launched an attack at Son Gohan. You little brat, whatever you intend to do, I will not let you succeed. Pubber bellowed, rapidly gathering energy and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Son Gohan. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a torrential downpour of energy spheres engulfed the arena, relentlessly descending upon Gohan. The sheer number and might of the energy spheres were astounding. They converged from all directions, surrounding Son Gohan entirely. Die, die, die. Little brat, go to hell. Pubber clapped his hands together, detonating the energy spheres that enveloped Gohan. The arena erupted with a deafening roar as violent energy surged forth, obliterating the entire stage. In a heartbeat, dust and debris filled the air, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. Pubber gasped for breath, this assault nearly exhausting all his stamina. Observing the scene, a smile crept onto his lips, believing he had finally vanquished the boy. The South Kai, witnessing this, felt a weight lift from his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. They had nearly stumbled into disaster, allowing that boy to turn the tide. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, several brilliant golden rays suddenly burst forth from the mushroom cloud. With a thunderous explosion, the golden light erupted, dispersing the remnants of the cloud. In an instant, an immensely powerful aura surged upward, emanating an almost palpable terror. There stood Son Gohan, battered yet radiant in a dazzling golden glow, exuding a formidable energy that sent chills down spines. Beneath his feet lay the only section of the arena that Pubber's assault had not destroyed. The East Kai, West Kai, and South Kai were left in utter shock. They could hardly fathom that a mere child held such astonishing, awe-inspiring power. Even Raboku, who had remained composed throughout, widened his eyes in disbelief. The surge of Gohan's power was astounding. It was evident that he had transcended his previous limits manifold. The North Kai and Goku gazed at Gohan, shimmering in golden light, brimming with elation and beaming smiles. Splendid, splendid. Gohan has successfully transcended to Super Saiyan. The North Kai exclaimed joyously. Goku gave a thumbs up, shouting, Gohan, you truly are worthy of the attention from the elder brother. Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. He had anticipated Gohan's breakthrough under such pressure. After all, Gohan's potential was extraordinarily remarkable within the Dragon Ball universe. Few could rival him. Among all present, the most astonished was Pubber, who now stood frozen in disbelief. Drenched in cold sweat and trembling violently, he could hardly believe that the little brat he had just been toying with had transformed into a formidable force. Super Saiyan. Pubber stammered, repeating the words of the North Kai. Fear enveloped him, overshadowing his thoughts in an instant. This name, which he had never encountered in all his years, struck terror in his heart. Not only him, but the East Kai and South Kai were also perplexed. What manner of being was the Super Saiyan, capable of such immense power in the blink of an eye? Among those present, aside from Subai and a few others, only Roboco had heard of the Super Saiyan. During his travels in the North Galaxy, he had heard tales of this legendary warrior. He had long searched for evidence of their existence, but had never witnessed one. To his astonishment, he found himself standing on West Kai's planet today. Was this the legendary Super Saiyan? Truly exceptional, Roboco thought to himself. At that moment, he no longer regarded Son Gohan with any disdain. Instead, he grew increasingly excited, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with the legendary Super Saiyan. Bam! Before Pubber could react, he received a crushing punch to his abdomen. Uft! The blow was immensely powerful, causing Pubber to spit blood and contort in midair like a shrimp. This punch is the price for insulting Lord Kai, Son Gohan stated coldly, his demeanor icy and detached. I admit. The terrified Pubber gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, attempting to plead for mercy. He understood that with his current strength, he could never hope to rival Son Gohan. He did not wish to vanish from this world forever. If he died again, it would truly be eternal. However, before he could finish, he received another punch to the chest. With a resounding crash, violent energy erupted, sending Pubber crashing through the remnants of the arena, landing heavily on West Kai's planet, kicking up a cloud of dust several meters high. This punch is the price for insulting my father. Son Gohan's voice echoed across the void, resonating within every soul present. Hovering in midair, enveloped in golden light that soared skyward, his energy surged once more. This punch is the price for insulting my master, Subai, Son Gohan roared, channeling terrifying energy as he charged towards Pubber once more. The force radiating from this punch was enough to obliterate 10 Pubbers. Chapter 91, 2 against 2. Gohan, stop. Puba has already lost. According to the rules of the match, once he falls out of the ring, you must cease your assault. The North Kai, witnessing the scene, shouted and hurriedly flew over to protect Puba. He understood all too well that if Puba were to take that punch, his soul would scatter, vanishing forever from this world, with no chance of reappearing. Puba was his most cherished disciple, and he could not bear to watch him disappear into oblivion. However, despite his frantic cries, Gohan remained resolute, raising his fist to strike Puba. At that moment, consumed by rage, he could not hear any words from those around him. The North Kai's eyes widened in horror, his heart trembling. He knew that he could never reach Puba in time to prevent the blow. No, the North Kai roared. Boom. Gohan, disregarding everything, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Puba's body. In an instant, the air was thick with an overwhelming aura of violence. Just as Gohan's fist was about to collide with Puba, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his attack with a single hand. It was Roboco. Roboco stood firm, effortlessly halting Gohan's full-force strike. Goku, witnessing Roboco's formidable strength, wore a smile, eager for the challenge. The North Kai, relieved that Roboco had intercepted Gohan's lethal blow, rushed to Puba's side, taking him away, battered and bruised. Under Roboco's immense power, Gohan gradually regained his composure. He looked at the figure in front of him, gripping his fist, and his expression darkened. Sensing the profound strength emanating from Roboco, he realized that this individual was undoubtedly a master of extraordinary caliber. Furthermore, this power might even surpass his own Super Saiyan form. Gohan, you are powerful, worthy of being my opponent, Roboco declared, his voice calm yet audacious. In the next match, let me fight you. Roboco continued, intrigued by the immense power Gohan exuded, unable to contain his anticipation. For so many years, he had been unable to find a true rival. Today, it seemed he had finally encountered one. Roboco, Gohan has just fought a fierce battle. And you wish to challenge him? How shameless. The North Kai immediately retorted, launching a verbal attack at Roboku. Unfazed by the criticism, Roboku nodded earnestly and replied, "You are correct, North Kai. I will give you all time to recover." As he spoke, Roboku gradually released his grip on Gohan's fist and turned to walk towards the West Kai. There's no need. Since Gohan has already secured a win for our North Galaxy, he has fulfilled his duty, the North Kai said, looking at Gohan with a smile. Gohan, take a moment to rest. The next round will be handled by Subai and Goku. No sooner had he finished speaking than Goku appeared behind Roboku in an instant, brimming with excitement. "Oh, North Kai, are you sure you want to switch opponents?" Roboku said without turning back, his tone indifferent. "Hey, Roboku. I hope you can remain as arrogant as you are now," the North Kai replied. Observing the confident North Kai, the East Kai and others furrowed their brows. Could it be that those two, like Gohan, harbored some immensely powerful force within them? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, the North Kai would not be so self-assured. The East Kai fixated on the North Kai, his heart sinking at the thought of Gohan's explosive power. If it were true that those two possessed such formidable strength, would his disciple, Akiya, be doomed as well? With that thought, the East Kai's mind raced, devising a solution. Soon, he conceived an infallible plan and promptly spoke up. "North Kai, we've been engaging in this format of competition for years. It has grown rather stale. Since you are so confident, why not try something new?" "Oh, what do you have in mind?" the North Kai asked with a smile. He had complete faith in Subai and Goku. No matter what tricks the East Kai attempted, he was unperturbed. "How about we have a more entertaining match 2 against 2? After all, you have 2 fighters, and we also have 2. Of course, if you are afraid, we can stick to the one-on-one format," the East Kai suggested, feigning confidence to provoke the North Kai. Upon hearing this, the North Kai immediately discerned the East Kai's intentions and laughed heartily. "Ha, East Kai. Are you afraid your precious disciple will be defeated by mine?" "You, what are you talking about? How could I be afraid of that?" The East Kai's face flushed red, having been exposed by the North Kai's merciless words. "Ha ha ha, East Kai, although your suggestion is laced with your own self-interest, it does sound rather intriguing. Very well, it is decided. We shall engage in a 2-on-2 match." The North Kai beamed with delight, pleased with the East Kai's proposal. If Goku and Subai joined forces, it would certainly be advantageous. "Excellent, let us agree on this." The East Kai, concerned that the North Kai might reconsider, wasted no time in conjuring a massive arena. The West Kai said nothing, recognizing the significant advantage this would offer their side. "North Kai, keep your eyes wide open. We shall demonstrate the true strength of our galaxy." After issuing a fierce declaration, the East Kai led Akiya into the arena. The West Kai glanced at Roboku and said, "Do not hold back. Teach them a lesson so they know that our West Galaxy is the mightiest." Roboku nodded, having resolved to swiftly defeat Subai and Goku before seeking out Gohan. The North Kai, watching their retreating figures, turned his gaze to Subai and Goku. Smiling, "Subai, Goku, it is now your turn." With that, the North Kai whistled and leisurely took his seat in the audience. Chapter 92, The Outbreak of War. A shock to all. The Western King gazed at the Northern King, whose expression was one of sheer provocation, his teeth nearly ground to dust in frustration. Such arrogance. "Rib Rice, unleash a fierce assault on them. Strike them hard." The Western King seethed through clenched teeth. Rib Rice nodded slightly in his eyes. His true adversary was the Super Saiyan Gohan. Thus, he had no desire to squander time on Subai and son Wukong, intending to resolve the battle with utmost swiftness. The Eastern King was similarly incensed, his fist clenched tightly. "Akiya, ensure you cooperate well with Rib Rice and administer a thorough lesson to them. Rest assured." "My Lord East King, I will do my utmost to assist Rib Rice," Akiya replied, though a hint of reluctance lingered in his heart. He had no choice. His power paled in comparison to Rib Rice's. Upon hearing this, Rib Rice uttered not a word, merely casting a fleeting glance at Akiya before ascending to the arena alone. Akiya watched Rib Rice's retreating figure, his fists instinctively tightening. Though Rib Rice had said nothing, his message was unmistakable. He required no assistance. Confident in his ability to vanquish Subai and son Wukong single-handedly, Akiya took a deep breath and slowly flew onto the competition stage. Despite his ire at being ignored, he felt powerless against Rib Rice's formidable strength, which rendered him unworthy of acknowledgement from his former subordinate. Once on the expansive arena, Akiya stood shoulder to shoulder with Rib Rice. Deep inside, he vowed that one day his strength would surpass that of Rib Rice, allowing him to experience the feeling of being overlooked. In the arena, Rib Rice stood quietly, his gaze unwavering as it shifted between Subai and Sun Wukong, contemplating whom to eliminate first. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to dispose of both simultaneously. So, you are Rib Rice? I have heard from Lord Kai that you are the mightiest of the Western Galaxy. Come, let me witness the extent of your power, Sun Wukong said, a smile gracing his lips as he bounced lightly in place to warm up. Throughout, he maintained an air of ease, seemingly unconcerned about Rib Rice's presence. Standing beside him, Subai cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong but chose to remain silent, settling into a meditative position on the ground. His intention was clear. He wished for Sun Wukong to first gauge the capabilities of Rib Rice and Akiya. Noticing this, Sun Wukong grinned, saying, "Brother, since you have offered, I shall take my chances. But do not blame me if you find yourself without an opponent." With confidence in his strength, he believed he could indeed defeat Rib Rice and Akiya. "Wukong, this opportunity is yours. Next time, it will be my turn to strike," Subai said with a smile, gesturing for him to proceed without concern for his own feelings. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, ready to engage. Rib Rice and Akiya exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. These two seemed to regard them with utter disdain, as if one of them was sufficient to topple both opponents. The countenance of both Rib Rice and Akiya darkened in that instant. The audacity displayed by Subai and Sun Wukong irked them profoundly, especially for Rib Rice, who detested individuals lacking in strength yet overflowing with arrogance. It was evident that he had categorized Subai and Sun Wukong into that very group. Observing their brash demeanor only solidified Rib Rice's resolve to conclude this battle swiftly. He aimed to impart a lesson. There are always greater heights and stronger beings beyond one's kin. Subai and Sun Wukong, you would do well to face me together. Otherwise, your defeat will be most catastrophic. Rib Rice's calm voice resonated. As he spoke, he took a deliberate step forward, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped the vast arena. Exuding heavy pressure, Akiya, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed all his power in response. In an instant, the arena was shrouded by their overwhelming energies, a scene of sheer terror. The hardened stones of the arena could not withstand such immense pressure, cracking rapidly around them like a spider's web spreading in all directions. Large boulders were thrust upward, only to explode violently, turning to dust in a horrifying display. Sun Wukong, feeling the onslaught of powerful energy, smiled broadly, exhilarated. As Lord Kai mentioned, Rib Rice is indeed incredibly strong. Wukong, Subai, are you two prepared for the inevitable defeat? Rib Rice quickened his pace, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he stood before Subai and Sun Wukong, hands spread wide, fist poised to strike at both simultaneously. It was evident to all that he intended to take them down together. Sun Wukong, seeing this, swiftly positioned himself in front of Subai, extending his own hands to meet Rib Rice's assault. "Rib Rice, your opponent is me." With a tremendous crash, Sun Wukong's fist collided with Rib Rice's, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that reverberated outward. The arena fractured into countless pieces. Rib Rice, who had anticipated a swift victory over both Subai and Sun Wukong, felt a frown crease his brow as he sensed the immense power emanating from Sun Wukong. It seemed that these two opponents were not as simplistic as they appeared. Could it be that, like that child, they concealed some unfathomable strength within? This thought flickered through Rib Rice's mind. Meanwhile, Akiya and the audience, including the Western King, were left astounded. They had never expected the seemingly weak Sun Wukong to so effortlessly block Rib Rice's attack. What baffled them further was the absence of any noticeable increase in Sun Wukong's energy. It appeared he had simply utilized his inherent strength to counter Rib Rice. The Northern King observed the astonishment among the crowd, a smile creeping across his face. The true spectacle had yet to unfold. He was eager to witness Rib Rice's reaction when Subai and his companions turned the tables on him. Chapter 93, A Stalemate. What on earth is happening? How could that fellow possibly withstand the assault from Rib Rice with such feeble power? The West King furrowed his brow. Having never encountered such an extraordinary situation before, he could distinctly sense that the force unleashed by Rib Rice's previous strike was immensely powerful. How could it have been blocked so effortlessly? Among all present, aside from the kings of the north, the only one who understood the reason was Rib Rice himself. He had palpably felt that Sun Wukong's strength surged dramatically at the very moment his fist connected. That power came swiftly and vanished even faster, dissipating immediately after blocking the attack. Sun Wukong, your strength appears to be far greater than I had anticipated. Rib Rice smiled slightly, his curiosity regarding Sun Wukong intensifying. He continued, I wonder if, like Son Gohan, You harbor other immense powers within you? No sooner had he spoken than Rib Rice launched another assault against Sun Wukong. Unfazed by Rib Rice's fierce onslaught, Sun Wukong sported a smile, firmly clenching his fists in response. Bang! 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 The fists of Rib Rice and Sun Wukong collided relentlessly, producing thunderous echoes that reverberated across the arena, unleashing terrifying shockwaves. As both engaged in their relentless exchanges, their speed escalated to a level imperceptible to the naked eye. The spectators could only witness the explosions reverberating in the air, unable to discern the figures of Sun Wukong and Rib Rice. The East King, South King, and West King observed the explosions in the atmosphere, their brows knitting into a frown. At that moment, they finally grasped the crucial realization. The reason the North King had dared to be so audacious from the outset was not due to any lapse in judgment, but rather his unwavering confidence in the abilities of those he had brought with him. At this juncture, their gazes toward the North King transformed entirely. Rib Rice, cease your games and suppress that fellow with your utmost strength, the West King shouted. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition surged within him. He feared that Rib Rice might truly fall to the North King's champion. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. The West King's voice echoed in Rib Rice's ears. However, Rib Rice chose to disregard his counsel. The power exhibited by Sun Wukong had successfully piqued his interest. He yearned to ascertain the true extent of Sun Wukong's capabilities. Sun Wukong, too, withheld his genuine strength, his every move a mere probe into Rib Rice's defenses. They were both engaged in a delicate dance of testing each other. Seeing this, the West King's frown deepened. Having spent countless years alongside Rib Rice, he understood his nature all too well. He knew Rib Rice was reveling in the thrill of the battle, eager for an exhilarating contest with Sun Wukong. Yet, the more this transpired, the more intense his unease became. He couldn't shake the feeling that if Rib Rice continued to toy with Sun Wukong, he might very well face defeat. He shuddered at the thought of what humiliation awaited him should Rib Rice truly lose to the North King as champion. Contemplating this, the West King's expression darkened considerably. He turned to the East King, shouting, East King, what is your disciple doing, standing there in a daze? Tell him to lend a hand at once. The East King, upon hearing this, urgently called out to the dazed Akia, Akia, what are you waiting for? Get moving. Did you forget what I instructed you earlier? Akia, jolted by the East King's shout, quickly surveyed his surroundings. Unable to discern the movements of Sun Wukong and Rib Rice with the naked eye, he strained to sense their actions through sheer will. Soon enough, he regained clarity on the battle between them. Watching the fierce clash between the two, his heart sank significantly. He understood all too well that a confrontation of this magnitude was beyond his capability. Realizing he could not intervene in the battle between Rib Rice and Sun Wukong, Akia's gaze shifted to Subai, who sat cross-legged on the ground. He believed that Sun Wukong, daring to challenge Rib Rice from the outset, must have been concerned that Subai would be harmed were he to take the field. Thus, he had resolutely chosen to confront the mightiest opponent, seeking to protect Subai. This thought solidified Akia's conviction that this was indeed the case. He cast a deep glance at Subai, silently resolving, if that is the case, then I shall not hold back. I shall first deal with you, the weaker opponent, with resolve. Akia summoned all his energy to its peak and charged towards Subai. He intended to eliminate Subai first, then strategized to join forces with Rib Rice to defeat Sun Wukong. In the audience, the North King laughed at the spectacle. Akia truly possessed a knack for choosing his adversaries. Meanwhile, Subai, comfortably seated on the ground, regarded the oncoming Akia with a countenance as tranquil as still water, his emotions undisturbed. The power emanating from Akia barely stirred his interest. It was simply too weak. Subai, stretching languidly, showed no intention of engaging. To him, subduing a challenger of Akia's caliber would require no more than a mere pinky finger. In midair, as Sun Wukong battled fiercely with Rib Rice, he noticed Akia rushing towards Subai with utmost speed. Don't get it twisted. Your opponent is me, he shouted, before his voice faded. Sun Wukong pivoted and flew towards Subai's location. His speed was remarkable, arriving before Akia could reach Subai. Ha! He exclaimed, delivering a fierce kick aimed at the oncoming Akia. Feeling the overwhelming aura of Sun Wukong, Akia furrowed his brows and hastily brought his hands together to defend. Boom! The moment Sun Wukong's kick connected with Akia's arm, an explosion of power erupted. Akia could not withstand it, and was propelled backward, akin to a kite with its string severed, uncontrollably crashing through a significant portion of the arena. The already battered arena, ravaged by the aftermath of battle, faced further devastation. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Akia felt his strength waning rapidly. Enduring Sun Wukong's fierce kick had left him gravely injured. At this moment, he finally recognized the vast chasm that lay between him and Sun Wukong. As he collapsed to the ground, the battle between Ribrice and Sun Wukong momentarily ceased. Ribrice shot a cold glance at Akia, angrily demanding, "Why did you interfere in our battle?" Akia, with a sense of helplessness, lowered his head, unable to meet Ribrice's gaze. Ribrice glared at him before shifting his attention back to Sun Wukong, slowly declaring, "The warm-up is over, Sun Wukong. Now, allow me to demonstrate the full extent of my power." Sun Wukong's lips curled into a smile. "I could not ask for more." Chapter 94. The ambush on Subai by Akia. Pork Ribrice cast a glance at Sun Wukong and Subai, declaring, "Next, I shall eliminate both of you." As he spoke, he shed his gravity suit. With a thunderous crash, the suit struck the ground, creating a substantial crater in the solid arena, dust scattering everywhere. In the audience, East King and South King were taken aback by the scene. They never anticipated that Pork Ribrice would wear such a heavy garment. Bang! In the midst of everyone's gaze, Pork Ribrice abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Sun Wukong had already received a fierce blow to his abdomen, his body uncontrollably soaring away and crashing violently into the arena. In the stands, West King observed with a radiant smile. Finally, Pork Ribrice was taking this battle seriously. "East King, ensure your fighter cooperates with Pork Ribrice," he remarked, casting a glance at East King. East King nodded vigorously, signaling Akia, who was visibly weakened. Akia instantly grasped East King's intent. He was to take advantage of Sun Wukong's fatigue to defeat Subai. Akia nodded emphatically, filled with confidence. If he could not overcome Sun Wukong, how could he fail against Subai? Simultaneously, he recognized this as an opportunity, a chance to redeem himself. If he could successfully defeat Subai, he would gain recognition today and not be subject to ridicule in the future. Akia took a deep breath. Enduring the intense pain coursing through his body, fixating on Pork Ribrice and Sun Wukong, he awaited his moment. As soon as Sun Wukong and Pork Ribrice clashed again, he would strike down Subai. In the center of the arena, Pork Ribrice stood tall, his attire billowing in the wind, exuding an air of mastery. His gaze remained fixed on Sun Wukong, stating, "Sun Wukong, honestly, you have surprised me. But this is where it ends. You cannot possibly defeat me." Confidence radiated from Pork Ribrice's expression. "Ah, Pork Ribrice, do not grow overly confident." Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile, slowly rising to his feet. Under the scrutiny of all, he too began to remove his gravity suit, revealing a blue tank top beneath. At the moment the suit hit the ground, the arena shattered into fragments, producing a noise that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Pork Ribrice's earlier display. The crowd was left speechless, eyes wide in disbelief. East King, West King, and others were utterly astonished. Akia swallowed hard, realizing the sheer magnitude of Sun Wukong's power. Pork Ribrice's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong trained in a gravity suit as well. With a smile, Sun Wukong casually performed a few warm-up moves before adopting a combat stance. "Pork Ribrice, let us continue." Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong remembered Akia and shifted his gaze. "To prevent you from disturbing my brother's rest, I must first deal with you." Before the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong surged towards Akia with blinding speed. Akia, fully aware of Sun Wukong's intent, struggled to perceive his movements. Anxiety gripped him, his muscles tensed, sweat pouring down as he breathed heavily. Just as he began to react, Sun Wukong's fist was already upon him. Feeling the overwhelming force barreling towards him, Akia's face turned pale. He understood that if he were to be struck by this punch, he would undoubtedly be rendered incapable of fighting. He desperately attempted to raise his hands in defense. However, the oncoming energy was so intense that he could not even extend his arms. No. In that moment, Akia was engulfed in despair. Bang! Just as Sun Wukong's fist was about to collide with Akia, a large hand intervened, blocking the strike. It was Pork Ribrice. "I cannot allow you to harm him, as he is now my teammate," Pork Ribrice declared, preventing Sun Wukong's attack. Akia sighed in relief, a sensation of survival washing over him. He knew that had Pork Ribrice not intervened, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not worse. Akia, drenched in sweat, cast a grateful glance at Pork Ribrice. However, Pork Ribrice paid him no heed, simply instructing, "Stay back." Akia nodded and quickly moved aside. Nevertheless, This did not signify his surrender. He remained vigilant, waiting for an opportunity. With Akia's retreat, Sun Wukong and Pork Rib Rice clashed once more. The two exchanged blows fiercely, trading dozens of strikes in mere seconds. Bang! Pork Rib Rice seized an opening and landed a powerful punch on Sun Wukong's cheek. Sun Wukong, undeterred, swiftly retaliated with a kick to Pork Rib Rice's chest. Thus, they continued their relentless assault upon one another. Boom! The arena trembled as if an earthquake had struck, the terrifying waves of battle spreading rapidly, engulfing the entire stage and expanding outward. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, creating a daunting spectacle. As the conflict intensified, East King, West King, and the others remained fixated on the battle, their anxiety mounting, hearts in their throats, scarcely daring to breathe. The outcome of this fight bore significant weight on their reputations. A loss would render them unable to hold their heads high before North King ever again. Beyond them, North King too felt a twinge of anxiety. For him, the stakes of this contest were equally high, as it could determine whether he could finally erase past humiliations. His ability to stand tall before East King and the others hinged on this very match. A victory would restore his dignity, while a defeat would plunge him into a deeper abyss. Yet, upon seeing Subai seated calmly on the ground, his expression serene, North King's tension eased considerably. He believed that as long as Subai was present, victory was assured. Boom! An explosion erupted in the arena as Sun Wukong and Pork Rib Rice were both forced back several steps. They exchanged a glance, their resolve unwavering. Clenching their fists, they struck together, engaging in a contest of strength. The clash of their potent energies unleashed terrifying repercussions. Akia, who had been waiting for the right moment, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing this and immediately charged towards Subai. Subai, it's time for you to perish. Ha ha. I am eager to see who can save you this time. Akia's laughter echoed in the air as he envisioned Subai at his mercy. Chapter 95. A shock to the entire arena. As Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce duel with Pork Rib Rice, he furrowed his brow upon witnessing the unfolding events. Just moments ago, he had boasted confidently about taking on two opponents simultaneously. Now, Akaya had launched an assault on Subai, who was resting. Was this not a direct affront to his pride? With this thought, Wukong's frown deepened further. Yet, he found himself unable to intervene. Observing Wukong's evident tension, Akaya's grin widened, confirming his suspicions that Subai's strength was indeed minimal, merely a pawn in this contest. Otherwise, Wukong, locked in battle with Pork Rib Rice, would not display such anxiety. This sentiment was shared not only by Wukong but also by the other spectators, including the East Kai, who turned to the North Kai. Laughing heartily, North Kai, your prized disciple, is about to fall at Akaya's feet. Ha ha ha. In response to the boisterous laughter echoing around him, the North Kai allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He remained silent, casting a bemused glance at both the East Kai and Akaya. How could Subai, a figure of great potential, possibly be defeated by someone as trivial as Akaya? The East Kai, catching the gaze of the West Kai, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. The expression was simply infuriating. With a glare directed at the North Kai, he shouted at Akaya, Akaya, hold nothing back. Eliminate that fellow named Subai. With a smirk, Akaya summoned his full power, charging towards Subai with unwavering determination. Even without the East Kai's urging, he had intended to do so. As the air crackled with impending violence, Subai, seated calmly on the ground and watching the live broadcast, momentarily froze. Was Akaya truly coming for him? In that fleeting moment of surprise, Akaya's gaze caught Subai's reaction. With a radiant smile, Akaya proclaimed, Subai, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. The arena is a battlefield, and as opponents, there is no room for mercy. No sooner had he spoken than he was upon Subai, channeling his entire strength into a singular, devastating punch aimed squarely at Subai's face. Yet, unfazed and composed, Subai merely lifted his eyelids slightly in response. The audience, including the East Kai and others, initially believed Subai had been stunned by the sheer force of Akaya's attack, erupting into laughter. However, their amusement was short-lived. In a surprising turn of events, Subai raised his hand and delivered a swift slap to Akaya's face. The act of employing such a slap signified that Subai's abilities far surpassed those of his adversary. A crisp sound echoed through the arena as a bright red handprint blossomed on Akaya's face. The next instant, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a substantial portion of the arena. Blood poured from his mouth, along with several bloody teeth that arched through the air before landing on the ground. A profound silence enveloped the venue, an almost deathly quiet that hung in the air. The East Kai and the others were frozen in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. This outcome was entirely unexpected. It appeared that Subai's prowess was indeed formidable. Pork Rib Rice, witnessing this turn of events, furrowed his brow. Could Subai truly be this powerful? Meanwhile, Akaya, sprawled on the ground, stared at Subai in disbelief, his mind a chaotic blur. Was he not supposed to easily crush Subai? How had the tables turned so drastically? Sighing, Sun Wukong broke the silence, casting a look of pity at the injured Akaya. His words resonated throughout the arena. What? Subai's strength far exceeds that of Wukong. The East Kai, South Kai, and West Kai exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment, their shock palpable. Wukong's declaration struck a nerve among them. The North Kai, observing the stunned faces around him, smirked and remarked, "Heh, you lot seem to have lost your wits. Did you not hear Wukong consistently call Subai Big Brother? If Subai were weaker than Wukong, how could he hold such a title?" His voice grew louder, reverberating in the ears of the spectators. Hearing this, the audience's expressions turned grim, as if they had tasted something foul. Akaya, is it? You ought to keep your eyes peeled and choose your targets wisely in the future. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits, the North Kai warned, his gaze mischievous as he regarded Akaya. The latter, infuriated by the North Kai's taunts, coughed up blood and promptly fainted from the stress. Subai, glancing at the unconscious Akaya, smiled and gave the North Kai a thumbs up. His attention then shifted back to Pork Rib Rice and Sun Wukong as he calmly stated, "You may continue." Pork Rib Rice, observing Subai's demeanor, resolved to gauge the extent of Subai's strength. However, before doing so, he knew he must first deal with Sun Wukong. With a fierce glare at Subai, his aura surged dramatically, his power multiplying several times over. He understood that to engage Subai, he first had to defeat Wukong. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying back by the sudden escalation of Pork Rib Rice's power. He clearly sensed that the strength of Pork Rib Rice had surpassed his usual limits. Steadying himself, Wukong chuckled, "Pork Rib Rice, you truly have given me many surprises." Pork Rib Rice, his face expressionless, replied, "You and Subai are alike. Perhaps you two brothers should team up. Otherwise, you may soon find yourselves out of opportunities." Sun Wukong, hearing this, shook his head with a smile, responding calmly, "I believe I can handle you without my brother's assistance." With that, he gathered his energy, roaring, "Ahl!" as his power surged at an unprecedented rate. The white aura surrounding him slowly transformed into a brilliant golden hue. With a thunderous boom, the mighty golden energy erupted skyward. Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 96. Proceed in the moment when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, an overwhelmingly powerful aura surged forth, enveloping the surroundings and stirring the void, emanating a terrifying sense of pressure that instilled fear in all present. At that instant, everyone in attendance felt the onslaught of formidable energy waves. The West King and others, sensing this extraordinary strength, were taken aback, utterly astonished. Facing such might, Rib Rice's expression grew gravely serious, as the intense energy fluctuations conveyed an unprecedented sense of peril. Until now, he had never encountered such a potent aura. The North King, observing the reactions of the crowd, couldn't suppress his glee. The astonishment on the faces of the East King, West King, and others filled him with satisfaction. As he basked in the powerful aura resonating in the air, he glanced at the gathered individuals, his expression brimming with pride as he proclaimed, "Well, do you still think I am the one losing my mind? I assure you, not only does Wukong possess such formidable power, but Subai does too. Moreover, the strength residing within Subai far exceeds that of Wukong." With his hands clasped behind his back, the North King's radiant smile exuded confidence. Upon hearing this, the faces of the East King, West King, and South King darkened significantly. It was only now that they realized the grim truth. They had consistently underestimated the North Galaxy. Presently, it had indeed produced several exceptionally powerful masters. As the West King and others gazed at the battered arena where Subai and Sun Wukong stood, their expressions transformed entirely. Their glances lingered on Subai, who, having been revealed to possess strength greater than that of Sun Wukong, now appeared to emanate an invisible yet palpable pressure that left them all uneasy. In truth, Subai remained the same as before. It was merely the combination of Sun Wukong's display and the North King's remarks that adorned him with an indelible brilliance, which stirred such feelings within them. At this moment, the most anxious individual among the assembly was undoubtedly the West King. His mind raced with uncertainty, and the confidence he once held dissipated. Could Rib Rice truly stand as a rival to those two? This question echoed relentlessly in his mind, and with each contemplation, He grew increasingly convinced that Rib Rice might very well face defeat. The mere thought of such a loss sent shivers down his spine, as he could scarcely fathom the dire consequences that would ensue if Rib Rice were to falter. The East King and South King shared similar sentiments, their expressions more dismal than if they had consumed a dead rat. Observing the dismay on their faces, the North King laughed heartily and remarked, "West King, why the tremors? Are you so frightened by my two prized disciples?" His words echoed harshly in their ears. Gritting their teeth, they felt a surge of indignation. North King, do not celebrate prematurely. The outcome of this contest is far from certain. Rib Rice's strength is unparalleled. He is absolutely incapable of losing. The West King bellowed. Indeed, Rib Rice's might is formidable across the universe. He cannot possibly be bested by anyone from the North Galaxy. The East King added vehemently. Just wait, North King. Rib Rice will surely leave your disciples searching for their teeth, declared the South King. In that moment, the three stood united on the same front. They might concede to one another across the galaxies, but they would never yield to the North Galaxy. Very well, let us wait and see. The North King replied with a smirk, eager to witness who would indeed emerge victorious. As the West King heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on the North King, after a few intense glares, he turned to the arena and shouted, "Rib Rice, do not hold back any longer. Unleash your full power to defeat Sun Wukong and Subai." On the arena, Rib Rice cast a glance toward the West King. He understood all too well that he bore the weight of not only the dignity of the West Galaxy, but also that of the East and South Galaxies. This contest was one that he could not afford to lose. "Rest assured, West King, I, Rib Rice, shall not disappoint you today," he declared with unwavering resolve. His gaze then shifted to Sun Wukong and Subai, focusing intently on them. "Sun Wukong, to be honest, I had never anticipated that your strength would reach a level that necessitates my full seriousness. And your brother, Subai, I trust that your prowess will astonish me as well. From this moment forth, I shall not conceal any of my strength. I must emerge victorious in this contest." As his words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena. With a tremendous burst, Rib Rice's aura surged violently, enveloping him in a brilliant white light that radiated immense energy. This terrifying energy exceeded that of Sun Wukong, suppressing his aura entirely. Sun Wukong, feeling the oncoming ferocity, refused to yield and roared, amplifying his own energy. The clash of their formidable powers resonated like a collision of celestial bodies, unleashing waves of shock that reverberated throughout the arena. The already dilapidated platform could no longer withstand the force, shattering into dust and dispersing into the air. As Sun Wukong surveyed the vanished arena, he spoke slowly. "Rib Rice, since the platform has now disintegrated, let us consider the entire West King Star as our battleground." Rib Rice nodded in agreement, recognizing that for beings of their caliber, confining their battle to a mere platform would not suffice for a gratifying clash. The strength Sun Wukong displayed had ignited Rib Rice's fighting spirit. He no longer wished to hold back. Observing Sun Wukong and Rib Rice reaching an understanding, the West King and the others silently retreated to a safe distance, wary of being caught in the aftermath of their battle. Such a situation would be disastrous. "Wukong, remember the words I spoke upon my arrival," Subai said softly, appearing beside Sun Wukong and gently patting his shoulder. This marked Subai's first display of his strength since arriving at West King Star. Rib Rice was taken aback in that fleeting moment. He had scarcely perceived Subai's movement. It was as if he had teleported. Sun Wukong nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, brother, I have kept your words close to my heart." As they conversed, Sun Wukong swiftly withdrew the immense aura radiating from him, gradually locking it within. Although he had yet to perfect this technique, he was not far from achieving it. As his aura receded, Rib Rice's energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Yet this time, Sun Wukong remained remarkably composed. Subai cast a knowing glance at Rib Rice and said, "Continue." Chapter 97. The True Power of Pork Rib Rice. Observing Subai's calm demeanor, Pork Rib Rice's expression darkened. Subai's composure was unsettlingly serene, emanating an inner confidence that was unmistakably genuine. Pork Rib Rice's curiosity about Subai's true strength intensified. Yet ultimately, his gaze returned to Sun Wukong. He understood that to witness Subai's true capabilities, he must first defeat Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled slightly, confidence radiating from his lips as he said, "Pork Rib Rice, let us continue." No sooner had he spoken than he launched the first attack. His speed was breathtaking, appearing before Pork Rib Rice in an instant, raising his fist to strike. In that fleeting moment, the air was charged with a formidable force, palpable and terrifying. Unfazed, Pork Rib Rice summoned all his strength, raising his own fist to meet the assault. The two fists collided with a resounding boom, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent ferocious winds swirling around them. The earth trembled violently, fissures tearing open as the battlefield erupted in a storm of dust and debris, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. In this exchange, neither combatant yielded an inch, both standing their ground resolutely. Sensing the overwhelming power of pork rib rice, Sun Wukong's grin widened, his excitement mounting. Such a formidable opponent invigorated his spirit, and he yearned for a thrilling battle. Pork rib rice mirrored his enthusiasm, his blood surging with adrenaline. It had been ages since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Sun Wukong, he bellowed, launching a fierce onslaught. A barrage of strikes erupted from various unexpected angles, all directed at Sun Wukong. Unperturbed, Sun Wukong deftly parried each blow. Their fists moved with increasing speed, transforming into mere afterimages. Eventually, their forms seemed to vanish entirely. Were it not for the deafening explosions echoing across the battlefield, the spectators might have believed Sun Wukong and pork rib rice had vanished. In the heart of the battlefield, Subai settled onto a stone, keenly observing the live spectacle. It was undeniable that both Sun Wukong and pork rib rice possessed vast combat experience. In this regard, Subai felt a twinge of inadequacy. Despite his formidable strength, he had engaged in far fewer battles than they had. Compared to warriors like pork rib rice and Sun Wukong, who had fought from childhood through numerous life and death crises, he felt like an inexperienced novice. Thus, witnessing their evenly matched duel presented an invaluable opportunity for him to learn. With a swift maneuver, Sun Wukong evaded pork rib rice's sweeping kick and seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch that struck pork rib rice squarely in the cheek. Pork rib rice furrowed his brow, bracing against Sun Wukong's might, and retaliated with a punch of his own. Sun Wukong reveled in the pain, becoming even more exhilarated. The two warriors exchanged blows relentlessly, employing every tactic to overpower the other, each striving to claim victory in the shortest time possible. Yet, despite their exhaustive efforts, neither could gain the upper hand. They remained locked in a fierce stalemate. After a powerful exchange, both fighters withdrew momentarily, facing each other with palpable tension. Sun Wukong appeared relaxed, while pork rib rice's expression reflected growing concern. He realized that if this continued, he would find himself in a precarious position. Even if he managed to defeat Sun Wukong, the toll on his strength would render him incapable of overcoming Subai. Such a scenario would render all his efforts futile. He understood that true victory lay in vanquishing both Subai and Sun Wukong. Fixated on Sun Wukong, pork rib rice's mind raced as he sought a way to break the deadlock. Pork rib rice, I must admit, your strength is formidable, Sun Wukong mused. This opponent was the strongest he had faced, second only to Subai. Even the power of the cosmic Emperor Frieza paled in comparison. Pork rib rice, you two are impressive. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary from the North Galaxy. Pork rib rice candidly acknowledged, having entirely revised his opinion of the North Galaxy. Previously, he had believed it impossible for any formidable warriors to emerge from there. Pork rib rice, I sense you have yet to unleash your true potential. If you continue to hold back, victory will remain elusive, Sun Wukong remarked with a confident smile. Pork rib rice's expression darkened. Sun Wukong's perceptive insight during combat surprised him. Indeed, there lay a hidden strength within pork rib rice, one he had reserved for confronting Subai. Pork rib rice, if you wish to avoid defeat, now is the time to reveal your true power. Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered behind pork rib rice, gathering energy for a key blast and unleashing it with fervor. Though Sun Wukong's speed was remarkable, pork rib rice's reflexes proved equally swift. The instant Sun Wukong launched his attack, pork rib rice reacted, deftly sidestepping the onslaught. The key blast exploded upon impact with the ground, creating a massive mushroom cloud. The once sturdy terrain of West King Planet crumbled like paper, revealing a bottomless pit. Sun Wukong smiled, having anticipated pork rib rice's evasion. He had not expected this single attack to overcome him. With fervor, Sun Wukong rapidly gathered energy, unleashing a relentless barrage of key blasts upon pork rib rice. Like a torrential downpour, the assaults rained down. Pork rib rice's expression soured as he deflected several blasts, then soared into the air, hurtling towards Sun Wukong with incredible speed. At that moment, he felt a tumult of emotions. Prolonging the battle would prove disastrous. Resolute, he decided to unleash his full strength to subdue Sun Wukong. With a thunderous roar, his speed surged, and he appeared behind Sun Wukong, delivering a devastating blow before he could react. Chapter 98, The Final Showdown. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong plummeted to the earth, his body striking the ground with tremendous force. In an instant, the land fractured violently, creating a vast, bottomless pit that sent debris soaring into the air. At that moment, the entire West Kai planet trembled violently. Sun Wukong coughed up a significant amount of blood, his breath becoming uneven. The recent powerful attack from Rib Ramen had inflicted severe injuries upon him. This is where it ends, Sun Wukong. You are no match for me. Before Sun Wukong could regain his footing, Rib Ramen reappeared by his side, a menacing energy sphere coalescing in his hand, clearly intended to conclude the battle decisively. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. The overwhelming aura emanating from Rib Ramen's attack caused his heart to race with trepidation. He understood well that should he take this hit directly, defeat would be inevitable. With gravity weighing on his brow, he hastily attempted to maneuver away from the impending lethal strike. Yet, Rib Ramen's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him insufficient time to evade. This game is over, Sun Wukong. Rib Ramen bellowed, as the energy sphere, brimming with destructive force, hurtled towards Sun Wukong. With furrowed brows, Sun Wukong's mind raced, searching for a solution. It seemed the only option was to employ that technique. Gritting his teeth, he silently prayed, "Please, let it not fail this time." He swiftly formed a sword-like gesture with his right hand, placing it against his forehead. Following the method imparted by Subai, he aimed to use instantaneous movement to escape this deadly assault. Rib Ramen, observing this scene, scoffed. At such a critical moment, Sun Wukong still hesitated to fully counter his attack and resorted to such a ludicrous maneuver. In that instant, he envisioned Sun Wukong being vanquished by his onslaught. However, just as his formidable strike was poised to land, an unforeseen event transpired. At that moment, Sun Wukong's body began to vanish in a most extraordinary manner. With a resounding boom, Rib Ramen's energy sphere struck nothing but air, crashing into the ground and failing to connect with Sun Wukong. A violent explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the sky. Rib Ramen's attack obliterated over half of the West Kai planet, reducing it to mere fragments. The West Kai witnessed this devastation. His face contorted with despair, his heart aching. My home," he lamented, his voice trembling. The North Kai erupted in laughter, reveling in the West Kai's misfortune. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong, having narrowly avoided Rib Ramen's deadly blow, gasped for breath. That had been perilously close. He had nearly met his end. In the distance, Son Gohan watched in exhilaration, leaping with joy. Dad has mastered instantaneous movement. Subai, casting an appreciative glance at Sun Wukong, smiled with satisfaction. Regaining his composure, Sun Wukong distanced himself from Rib Ramen and assumed a battle stance. The disbelief on Rib Ramen's face was palpable. He could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong had evaded his attack under such circumstances. How did you evade that? Rib Ramen couldn't restrain his curiosity. Sun Wukong chuckled. What I just executed was the instantaneous movement taught to me by my brother. I've merely scratched the surface. My brother wields it with unparalleled mastery, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. At this revelation, Rib Ramen's heart sank. Glancing at Subai with newfound respect, it seemed that Subai's power was far beyond what he had imagined. Just this miraculous technique of instantaneous movement hinted at Subai's extraordinary capabilities. Well then, Rib Ramen, shall we continue? You truly startled me just now, Sun Wukong said with a grin. But I assure you, I won't make the same mistake again. As he spoke, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy, elevating his aura to its peak. His power surged, stronger than ever before. No longer holding back, he poured all his strength into the battle. Subai, sensing the immense energy radiating from Sun Wukong, was momentarily taken aback. The pace of Sun Wukong's improvement had exceeded his expectations. At this level, he was nearing the full power of the Super Saiyan first stage. A smile crept across Subai's lips. This battle promised to be thrilling. Having gauged Rib Ramen's current strength, which was also at full power, Subai eagerly anticipated the outcome of this confrontation. Before long, Rib Ramen and Sun Wukong clashed once more. This time, both warriors fought with unbridled intensity, revealing their true capabilities. The West Kai planet trembled under the weight of their ferocity, with vast fissures tearing through the ground. The West Kai watched in horror, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as his planet quaked beneath him. At that moment, he wished he could shout for them to cease their battle. If they continued, not even half of the West Kai planet would remain. Yet, he knew all too well that at this stage, halting their conflict was utterly impossible. A victor must emerge for the battle to conclude. Ha ha ha, West Kai, it seems your home is doomed. The North Kai, having sidled up to the West Kai, patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Do not despair. If the West Kai planet turns to dust, you can come stay with me. After all these years, I will surely take you in as a dear friend. The North Kai's cheerful demeanor only fanned the flames of the West Kai's fury. The West Kai trembled with rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. You, he stammered, unable to articulate his ire. Save your breath, the North Kai teased. When your home is reduced to ashes, you'll need to flee for your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the North Kai swiftly departed with Son Gohan. By the time the West Kai and his companions regained their senses, Son Wukong had already assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave, preparing to determine the outcome of this fierce battle. Chapter 99, A Desperate Gamble. With unwavering determination, Son Wukong swiftly summoned the energy residing within him, concentrating it all into the palm of his hand. Kamehameha. With a powerful shout, a brilliant blue and white radiance erupted forth. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire expanse of the world was enveloped solely in those two hues. In an instant, a wave of blue and white energy surged forth, emanating an exceedingly terrifying destructive force. Before the Kamehameha could even reach the ground, the earth itself began to fracture, unable to withstand the immense pressure. On the surface, Rib Rice faced the oncoming, terrifying wave of light, his expression gradually shifting to one of grave concern. The magnitude of this power far exceeded his expectations. Until now, he had never believed that Son Wukong could unleash such formidable strength. Yet, rather than feeling fear, he found himself exhilarated. Is this truly all you've got, Son Wukong? Rib Rice laughed heartily. Very well, let us settle this once and for all with this final strike. As he spoke, Rib Rice began to gather an equally destructive force in his own hands. With a resounding crash, a colossal golden wave of energy surged forth, meeting the Kamehameha head-on. Boom. At the moment of collision between the blue-white wave and the golden wave, an overwhelming force erupted, filling the heavens and the earth with an indescribable cacophony. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and the violent aftershocks rapidly spread, engulfing the entirety of West Kai's planet. Crack! The sharp sounds of destruction echoed as the planet began to fracture at an alarming rate. Cracks spread like a spider's web, radiating outward in all directions, swiftly covering the entire West Kai's planet. The already battered West Kai's planet now faced further calamity. Those who had escaped the planet, including West Kai, trembled at the sight. The power of both Son Wukong and Rib Rice was far too overwhelming. Among them, West Kai felt the most heartache, his face paling at the sight. He helplessly watched his longtime companion, the planet, poised to vanish forever, while he himself could do nothing but feel utterly powerless. At that moment, he was consumed with regret, lamenting why he had allowed Son Wukong and the others to battle on West Kai's planet. Had he known it would escalate to this extent, he would have insisted on constructing a battlefield in the cosmos beyond West Kai's planet. That way, no harm would have come to it. But now it was too late. The catastrophe had already unfolded, and there was no turning back. Even if he were to find a way to recreate West Kai's planet, it would never be the same. In this moment, he could only silently pray that Rib Rice would not lose this contest. Should Rib Rice fall, it would truly be a disaster. As he watched West Kai's planet crumble and shatter, West Kai's heart bled. Left with no options, he could only cheer for Rib Rice. Rib Rice, you must prevail. You cannot lose to Son Wukong. With West Kai's voice echoing, East Kai and South Kai joined in, shouting encouragement for Rib Rice. Rib Rice, you must not lose to Son Wukong. You carry the hopes of our 3 galaxies on your shoulders. You cannot fail. You must win. Their voices, enveloped in energy, resonated in Rib Rice's ears. Hearing their words, Rib Rice's resolve solidified. Rest assured, esteemed Kai Lords, I, Rib Rice, will not lose this battle. With a mighty roar, Rib Rice's golden wave surged once more, akin to a colossal tidal wave crashing down, relentlessly consuming the Kamehameha. As Rib Rice intensified his assault, Son Wukong felt an immense weight pressing down upon him. He could distinctly sense the Kamehameha rapidly disintegrating. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to lose. Grinding his teeth, Son Wukong fought to hold on. I cannot lose. I must not betray my brother's expectations, nor those of the Kai Lords. I must set an example for Gohan. He fervently reminded himself. The burdens he bore were far too great. He had to win this contest. However, despite his unwavering will, he found himself unable to halt Rib Rice's relentless advance, which continued to devour the Kamehameha. In the blink of an eye, the menacing golden wave, radiating terrifying energy, drew perilously close, leaving only a matter of meters before it would engulf him entirely. Sun Wukong clenched his jaw, summoning every ounce of strength to resist. Enough is enough. This game ends here. You have lost. Rib Rice bellowed, as the golden wave once again consumed a significant portion of the Kamehameha. In that moment, Sun Wukong could clearly perceive the destructive energy emanating from the golden beam. He gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Subai, then at North Kai and Gohan. If it were my brother here, he would surely find a way to triumph over Rib Rice. With a thunderous cry, Sun Wukong felt every vein in his body surge with power. Who wins and who loses has yet to be determined. His voice echoed across the expanse, resonating loudly. As his declaration rang out, Sun Wukong's aura gradually shifted from golden to a blinding crimson. North Kai, witnessing this transformation, was struck with alarm and shouted urgently, "Wukong, no. Stop. If you use Kaioken in your Super Saiyan form, you will die?" North Kai's anxiety peaked, more than the outcome of the battle. He cared deeply for Sun Wukong's life. "Kai Lord, I will not let you down." Sun Wukong disregarded North Kai's warnings, pushing forward with the Kaioken while still in his Super Saiyan form. "Wukong, stop. Do not use that technique." Kaioken. With a thunderous explosion, Sun Wukong's energy skyrocketed, enveloping him in an intensely brilliant red glow. As he gained tremendous power, he simultaneously bore the weight of immense pressure. Though his strength surged dramatically, his body struggled to endure such overwhelming force, causing him to spit out a copious amount of blood. He could distinctly feel his bones fracturing under the strain. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through him, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. He understood he could not maintain this state for long, with no time to lose. He rapidly concentrated his energy, pouring it all into the Kamehameha. With a thunderous roar, the energy fluctuations of the Kamehameha surged violently, swiftly consuming Rib Rice's strongest strike. Chapter 100. Now it's my turn. As Rib Rice watched his most powerful strike being swiftly devoured, disbelief etched itself across his face, and he was struck with sheer horror. He could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong had concealed such a formidable trump card, capable of dramatically enhancing his strength in an instant. How? How is this possible? Outside of West Kai's planet, West Kai and his companions stared wide-eyed, their disbelief palpable. They could not have anticipated that the situation would escalate to this extent. West Kai felt his entire body weaken, his complexion akin to a frostbitten eggplant, devoid of all vitality. Acutely aware of the overwhelming aura emanating from Sun Wukong, he understood all too well that Rib Rice was on the verge of defeat. East Kai and South Kai wore expressions of despair, their hearts heavy with reluctance to accept the grim reality. Despite their unwillingness, they had no choice but to confront the truth. The sheer magnitude of Sun Wukong's energy fluctuations spoke volumes. North Kai, far from the elation he had envisioned, fixated his gaze on Sun Wukong's crumbling form. He called out to Subai with urgency, "Subai, you must intervene. If this continues, he will perish." At this juncture, he could only place his hopes entirely in Subai. More than the outcome of the contest, he was deeply concerned for Sun Wukong's life. North Kai's voice reverberated in Subai's ears, yet he remained rooted, motionless. However, this did not imply that he was indifferent to Sun Wukong's fate. On the contrary, he was profoundly invested in it. From the moment Sun Wukong decided to employ the Kaioken atop his Super Saiyan form, Subai's focus had been unwaveringly on him, poised to lend aid at a moment's notice. The reason he refrained from acting thus far was twofold. He wished to see if Sun Wukong could breach his limits, and to observe the immense strain that utilizing Kaioken in conjunction with Super Saiyan would impose on his body. "Subai, what are you waiting for? Act quickly. If this drags on, Wukong will truly be lost." North Kai shouted again. Without turning, Subai kept his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong and replied, "Lord Kai, let us wait a moment longer." Having closely monitored Sun Wukong's condition, Subai recognized that now was not the optimal time to intervene. If he were to force an action now, it might displease Sun Wukong. North Kai, upon hearing this, quickly realized that Subai had been attentive to Sun Wukong's state all along. Nonetheless, he was still as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Rib Rice felt even more urgency than North Kai, but kept his thoughts to himself. He believed in Subai's capabilities. Boom. The battered West Kai's planet could no longer withstand the immense pressure and was utterly reduced to dust, dissipating into nothingness. Sun Wukong roared, "Rib Rice. Victory in this battle belongs to me." With this proclamation, the potency of the Kamehameha surged once more. This time, regardless of Rib Rice's desperate attempts to unleash his inner strength, he could not halt the onslaught, forced to watch helplessly as his attack was rapidly consumed. In that moment, a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. Am I to be defeated so easily? A self-deprecating smile crossed Rib Rice's lips as he reflected on his quest for invincibility, never imagining he would ultimately falter on the very planet he had trained on. How utterly absurd. Unable to withstand the full force of Sun Wukong's strike, Rib Rice shook his head in resignation, relinquishing his resistance and allowing the terrifying attack to descend upon him. Before the Kamehameha even made contact, his garments tore apart, and his body split open, blood erupting forth. Rib Rice! West Kai screamed in anguished torment, his heart breaking. He could almost envision Rib Rice's inevitable demise. Utterly obliterated. In everyday life, he often boasted about Rib Rice's prowess in front of the other Kais, taking pride in it. Many assumed he had no emotional attachment to Rib Rice, merely seeking to exploit his incredible power. Yet those assumptions were utterly misguided. He held a deep bond with Rib Rice, viewing him not just as a disciple, but as family. Rib Rice, do not abandon your fight. You can do this. West Kai shouted. Hearing this, Rib Rice shook his head in resignation, saying, Lord Kai, I am sorry. I have embarrassed you. Sun Wukong's power is far beyond mine. I cannot match him. The once proud Rib Rice was forced to acknowledge this harsh truth. West Kai, upon hearing these words, felt utterly dejected. He understood well that Rib Rice's admission signified one undeniable fact. He was truly at an impasse. Sun Wukong, you are a worthy adversary. I underestimated you before. Facing the overwhelming Kamehameha, Rib Rice relinquished all his strength, standing there to await death. In that moment, he felt an unusual calm, unafraid of the impending demise. On the contrary, he felt a sense of joy at the prospect of perishing at the hands of such a formidable opponent, having sought a worthy rival his entire life. To conclude in this manner felt like a fitting end. He had prepared himself for complete obliteration. However, just as the Kamehameha was about to consume him entirely, that cataclysmic force suddenly dissipated. Simultaneously, the rapidly disintegrating Sun Wukong plummeted from the sky, his essence greatly diminished. At that moment, he could scarcely maintain his Super Saiyan form or the Kaioken. Even the act of opening his eyes became a monumental challenge, as he was on the brink of exhaustion. Seeing this, Subai sprang into action, catching the battered Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, North Kai and Rib Rice rushed toward him with utmost speed. Big brother, I did not disgrace you. Sun Wukong, struggling to keep his eyes open, forced a smile and spoke with great difficulty. Wukong, you have done exceptionally well. Subai swiftly produced a Senza bean from his pocket and pressed it into Sun Wukong's mouth, feeling the terrifying aura suddenly vanish. Rib Rice opened his eyes in confusion. West Kai had arrived at his side. You are safe. You are safe. West Kai exclaimed joyfully. What is happening? Rib Rice's face was a canvas of bewilderment. West Kai beamed. Sun Wukong's body could not withstand the immense strain of the Kaioken. It has completely shattered. And you, Rib Rice, have not lost this battle. A long-lost smile graced West Kai's face. For him, it was an unexpected delight. Just as he reveled in this moment, a calm voice resonated nearby, shaking him to his core. The contest between Wukong and Rib Rice shall be regarded as a draw for now. Next, I shall challenge the strongest warrior of the West Galaxy, Rib Rice. Subai, after setting down Sun Wukong, stepped forward with deliberate grace. Chapter 101, Resolute. Subai's calm voice sent a thrill through the nerves of those present. The East King, West King, South King, and others were all shaken to their core. If the strength of Sun Wukong was so formidable, how powerful must Subai be, who surpassed him? The West King trembled at the thought. After narrowly escaping the threat to Rib Rice's life, was he now to engage in battle with Subai? Was that not a fool's errand? His gaze swept across the room, his mind racing to devise a solution. Soon, a brilliant excuse sprang to mind. The West King stepped forward, shielding Rib Rice behind him, and proclaimed, Subai, Rib Rice's powers are nearly depleted. To challenge him at this moment would be akin to kicking a man when he is down. Even if you were to win, it would hardly be a fair victory, would it? If you truly possess the strength you claim. Wait until Rib Rice has recovered before challenging him. The West King's rapid speech was laden with a clear rejection of Subai's challenge. He understood well that Rib Rice could never stand against Subai. If they were to engage in battle again, Rib Rice's hard-won life would surely be forfeit. Concerned that Subai might not accept his words, he turned to the North King and continued, North King, do you not agree? If your Northern Galaxy truly has the strength, let us wait until Rib Rice is back at his peak. The West King was well aware of the North King's principles and sought to provoke him. As anticipated, the North King found himself in deep contemplation. He was not one to take advantage of another's misfortune. He adhered to his principles in all matters, which made him hesitate now. Subai glanced at both the North King and the West King, smiling gently. Rest assured, West King, we of the Northern Galaxy would never exploit another's vulnerability. Hearing this, the West King felt a wave of relief wash over him. At the very least, he had secured some time for rib rice. However, before he could bask in this relief, Subai's next words shattered his composure entirely. This is a Saiyan, possessing the miraculous ability to heal any injury in an instant. If rib rice consumes it, he will be restored to his prime condition in a heartbeat. As he spoke, Subai tossed the Saiyan, landing it precisely into the West King's hands. Staring at the bean, the West King felt an overwhelming weight in his palm. Under normal circumstances, such a miraculous healing item would be highly coveted, but now it felt like a death sentence. The West King was paralyzed by the dilemma. To feed rib rice the Saiyan would surely lead to his demise. Yet, to refuse it would render his previous words meaningless. How could he maintain his authority over the Western Galaxy if he was seen as hypocritical? Caught in this quandary, the West King's complexion fluctuated between green and pale. Observing his distress, the North King chuckled. West King, surely this does not count as taking advantage of another's misfortune? And do be careful not to accidentally drop the Saiyan into the cosmos out of fear that rib rice might lose to Subai. The North King, well aware of the West King's character, deliberately provoked him. The West King's expression darkened further. The only method to dispose of the Saiyan had been exposed. If he were to let it slip, it would confirm the North King's insinuation, and how could he show his face among the galaxies afterward? Moreover, who could say how many more such Saiyans existed? His face flushed with frustration, the West King fell silent for a moment before uttering, North King, do you truly believe this bean can heal all wounds? What if you are deceiving us? What if you wish to exploit our vulnerability under the guise of this Saiyan? Fear not, West King. The Saiyan will undoubtedly restore rib rice's injuries. Came a voice, none other than son Wukong, who, despite his earlier near-death state, now brimmed with vitality. To assuage the West King's doubts, he transformed into a Super Saiyan to demonstrate his recovery. Faced with the sight of the transformed son Wukong, the West King found himself at a loss for words. Even if he wished to continue his arguments, he could no longer muster the courage. The North King said with unprecedented calmness, West King, if you are so reluctant to allow rib rice to face Subai, there is another option. What option? The West King inquired eagerly, genuinely wishing to avoid the confrontation. Surrender, the North King declared, his tone steady. Simply admit that the Western Galaxy is not a match for the Northern Galaxy, and the duel shall be nullified. Upon hearing this, the West King fell silent. This was a truth he was loath to accept. Yet, it seemed he had no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. He resolved to surrender in exchange for rib rice's life. North King, I concede, Lord King. Rib rice's faint yet resolute voice interrupted. We absolutely cannot surrender. But rib rice, the West King hesitated. Rib rice shook his head, his gaze unwavering. Lord King, I would rather consume the Saiyan and fall by Subai's hand than accept defeat. If you insist on surrendering, then I shall take my own life. Though his voice was soft, it was imbued with a fierce determination. His pride would not allow for anything less. Moreover, he was not certain he would necessarily lose to Subai, who could truly gauge the depths of his strength compared to that of son Wukong. With rib rice's unwavering stance, the West King let out a long sigh, slowly turning to feed the Saiyan into rib rice's mouth. Rib rice, you must return alive. I still have many tasks that require your assistance. After consuming the Saiyan, rib rice felt his strength rejuvenated, and the injuries sustained from his battle with son Wukong were entirely healed. He nodded vigorously. Lord King, rest assured, I will return alive. With those words, he strode purposefully towards Subai, channeling his energy to its zenith, prepared to unleash his full power. Chapter 102. A Single Punch. Subai, allow me to witness your true strength. With a thunderous roar, rib rice surged forward with unprecedented speed, closing the distance to Subai in an instant. He held nothing back, channeling all his might into his fist, aimed squarely at Subai's face. The moment he chose to consume the celestial being, he resolved to give his all, regardless of the outcome. In the face of rib rice's full-on assault, Subai remained calm and unperturbed, exuding an aura of tranquility. At this moment, he was as serene as still water, embodying a sense of indifference to rib rice's fury, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing the mountaintops. The eyes of all present were riveted on the confrontation between Rib Rice and Subai. The kings of the West were tense, eager to discern the outcome of this battle, to see if Rib Rice could indeed shake Subai. As Rib Rice unleashed his full power, he noticed Subai's complete lack of response, his brow furrowed in frustration, his anger boiling over. How dare he underestimate me? Subai? Rib Rice bellowed, his fist poised to strike Subai's face. Sensing the overwhelming force approaching, a slight smile crept onto Subai's lips. With a whoosh, just as Rib Rice's fist was about to connect, Subai's form vanished from sight. His speed was unparalleled. None of the onlookers could comprehend how he had disappeared. What? Rib Rice, having missed his powerful strike, was taken aback, his mind reeling. He had anticipated Subai's might and had continually overestimated him. Yet, at this moment, he realized he had grossly underestimated Subai's strength. Subai's power far exceeded his expectations. He hadn't even seen Subai's movements. In that instant, Rib Rice understood that he was destined to lose this contest against Subai. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, a chilling sense of danger enveloping him. Oh no, Subai is about to strike. Rib Rice's heart raced as he hastily fled with every ounce of speed he could muster, aiming to create distance from the elusive Subai and regroup for a counterattack. However, despite his rapid retreat, he was a moment too late. It seemed Subai had already anticipated his escape route, waiting for him with precision. By the time Rib Rice realized what was happening, he received a devastating blow to his abdomen. Cough. Rib Rice spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his body trembling violently from the impact. Subai's punch was too heavy, nearly causing his insides to explode. Cough, cough, spit. Rib Rice coughed again, collapsing to the ground in a heap. His face was a mask of shock as he stared at Subai, unable to fathom such extraordinary power. He desperately attempted to rise, but the searing pain coursing through his body rendered him incapable of standing. Am I really to be defeated like this? Rib Rice thought, filled with profound reluctance. The kings of the East, West, and South stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their bodies trembling in shock. They could scarcely believe that Subai had defeated Rib Rice with a single punch. Such a notion had never even crossed their minds before, though they had prepared themselves. Knowing of Subai's formidable strength and that Rib Rice might not be his match, they had never imagined Subai could be so overwhelmingly powerful. It was simply absurd. The North King, Son Wukong, and Son Gohan were equally astonished. They could clearly sense that, in a span of merely days, Subai's strength had surged dramatically. The power he had just displayed far surpassed what he had shown just a week prior, exceeding all expectations. Master, your strength has increased at an astonishing rate. Son Gohan exclaimed in shock. Brother, how have you trained to achieve such remarkable growth in such a short time? Son Wukong asked, bewildered. Initially, they had believed that Subai would need to transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat Rib Rice. The fact that he had done so, without even transforming, was completely beyond their expectations. Subai glanced down at Rib Rice, who lay on the ground, writhing in agony, before shifting his gaze to Son Wukong and the others. Wukong, Gohan, it is not that my strength has increased dramatically, rather, I have simply spent these days locking my energy within. Subai spoke candidly, revealing the truth. Over the past week, he had meticulously refined his energy, ensuring that it remained entirely contained within him. Now, during battle, he would not waste a single ounce of energy. Pausing briefly, he continued, Wukong, the energy I just employed was merely comparable to that used against you and Rib Rice. However, due to my greater mastery over energy control, I was able to unleash far more power than you could muster. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong and Son Gohan were enlightened. At this moment, they finally understood why Subai had repeatedly urged them to train until they could completely lock their energy within themselves. Rib Rice and the kings of the West listened in confusion, struggling to grasp why the difference in power could be so vast after achieving complete energy containment. Exchanging determined glances, Son Wukong and Son Gohan resolved to train diligently to achieve the same level of energy control as Subai. Son Wukong fixed his gaze on Subai, inhaling deeply, silently vowing, my brother's strength has grown significantly. It seems I must redouble my efforts in training. After explaining, Subai's attention returned to Rib Rice. The West King, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a rush of anxiety. He understood all too well that if Subai were to strike Rib Rice again, it would spell disaster for him. With gritted teeth, he shouted towards Subai, Subai, we of the West Galaxy concede. We admit, we are no match for your North Galaxy. in a bid to save Rib Rice's life. The West King ultimately chose to surrender. Rib Rice, lying on the ground, heard the West King's voice and, in utter resignation, closed his eyes, dejected and defeated, like a frostbitten eggplant. "I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. It is my inadequacy that has brought you shame," Rib Rice murmured weakly. The West King shook his head, saying, "Rib Rice, it is not your lack of ability. It is merely that Subai's strength is too formidable." He then turned to the North King, stating, "North King, we of the West Galaxy have conceded. Can you persuade Subai to refrain from striking Rib Rice further?" Chapter 103. Trouble in the Underworld. Upon hearing this, the North King wore a radiant smile, his heart brimming with joy. After so many years, the North Galaxy finally had the chance to stand tall. From this day forth, the North Galaxy would no longer be the weakest among the four great galaxies. Furthermore, it would emerge as the mightiest of them all. "West King, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat yourself?" The North King chuckled. At long last, having seized an opportunity to revel in triumph, he was determined not to let it slip away. The West King's expression darkened considerably. He understood that the North King was seizing this moment to undermine his authority. However, despite recognizing this, he found himself utterly powerless. For the sake of his disciple's life, he had no choice but to repeat his earlier words. "North King, I concede. Your North Galaxy is indeed the most powerful in the universe." "Haha, West King. You could have admitted defeat sooner. Why drag it out to this point?" The North King laughed heartily. "I have always asserted that our North Galaxy is the strongest. Now you see the truth." His voice resonated, sweeping his gaze across the West King and the East King. In response to the North King's triumphant glare, the East King and others felt immense displeasure but were compelled to nod in agreement. "Yes, yes, North King, you speak the truth. Your North Galaxy is indeed the mightiest." The East King and the South King were thoroughly convinced this time. After all, if their own disciples couldn't even defeat the Rib Rice, how could they hope to contend with Subai, who effortlessly dispatched the Rib Rice in a single move? Witnessing the North King's beaming expression, the West King's face appeared as if he had consumed something foul. He glanced at Subai, then back at the North King, and asked once more, "North King, we have already admitted defeat. Could you allow Subai to cease his attacks?" He was genuinely concerned that if Subai continued, the Rib Rice would be utterly annihilated. The strength displayed by Subai was simply overwhelming, almost divine in nature. "Haha, since you have said so, I shall instruct my disciple Subai to spare your disciple, the Rib Rice." The North King emphasized the distinction between my disciple and your disciple. Without comparison, there is no harm. Upon hearing this, not only did the West King's expression worsen, but even the Rib Rice's countenance shifted dramatically. The Rib Rice clenched his teeth, riddled with guilt. If only he were stronger, his master would not have been subjected to such humiliation. Breathing heavily, he silently vowed that one day he would surpass Subai and reclaim the honor his master, the West King, lost today. "Subai, since they have conceded, let us show magnanimity and spare them this time." The North King strutted around proudly, releasing years of pent-up frustration and feeling utterly liberated. After so many years, this was the happiest he had felt. Subai nodded with a smile, slowly retracting his foot that was poised to land upon the Rib Rice. "Very well." With this, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and ambled leisurely towards the North King and son Wukong. "Good lad, you certainly did not bring shame to our North Galaxy." The North King chuckled, playfully thumping Subai on the chest. Subai beamed, happy to assist the North King in resolving an issue that had lingered for years. "Let us head home." The North King glanced at Subai and his companions, saying, "When we arrive, I shall personally cook a sumptuous feast to reward you." Subai, son Wukong, and son Gohan all wore bright smiles upon hearing this, especially son Gohan and son Wukong, who were so elated they felt they might soar. As they were about to depart, the North King feigned a sudden realization, turning to the West King and saying, "By the way, West King, your planet has been reduced to rubble. Would you care to move in with me? Rest assured, my North Star, though small, is intact and can easily accommodate you and the Rib Rice." The North King surveyed the West King and the Rib Rice with a grin. The West King, upon hearing this, felt his teeth grind in frustration. This was nothing short of a heartless taunt. "North King, we appreciate your kindness, but we shall not be relocating." "Thank you." The West King gritted his teeth in response. "But now you have no home to return to. Where will you reside?" The North King inquired with feigned concern. Do not trouble yourselves with such trivial matters. We in the West Galaxy still have a place to stay, the West King retorted. At this moment, he was seething with a desire for vengeance. If not for Subai's overwhelming power, he might have leapt at the North King with a few hefty blows. Very well. Then we shall take our leave. The North King continued with a smile. West King, you needn't see us off. The West King's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. Subai, Wukong, Gohan, let us return. As he spoke, the West King jovially tugged on Subai's clothing. Son Wukong and son Gohan followed closely behind. Subai smiled slightly, understanding the cue. Just as he prepared to teleport away, the North King suddenly called for him to halt. In that instant, the voices of the East, South, West, and North Kings echoed in their minds. It is rare for you all to gather. There has been an incident in the underworld, and I need you to take some people to handle it. An incident in the underworld? Upon hearing the great king's words, confusion washed over the faces of the East, South, West, and North Kings. What significant event could have transpired in the underworld that warranted all four of them to be summoned? Gradually, the expressions of the North King and his companions turned serious. Even a fool could discern that the trouble in the underworld was of considerable magnitude. Otherwise, the Great King would never have dispatched them all for assistance. Great King, what exactly has happened in the underworld? The North King asked, his tone tinged with urgency. The East King and the others shared his eagerness to know. The underworld held immense significance for the entire universe, and their anxiety was palpable. Subai, son Wukong, and son Gohan were momentarily taken aback. Trouble in the underworld? Subai furrowed his brow slightly, suddenly recalling a particularly troublesome adversary. Chapter 104, The Dark Thought Wave. It is impossible. The netherworld must have encountered other circumstances. It cannot possibly be the Dark Thought Wave. Subai shook his head, secretly dismissing the notion that had surged forth in his mind. It is crucial to note that the appearance of the Dark Thought Wave occurs only after son Wukong successfully transforms into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. The temporal discrepancy is simply too vast. Lord King of the North, what has transpired in the netherworld? Subai inquired, perplexed. Before the King of the North could respond, an unfamiliar voice resonated within the minds of Subai, son Wukong, and the others. The soul-cleansing machine of the netherworld has exploded for certain reasons, unleashing a wave of dark energy that has assaulted a red demon, giving rise to an immensely powerful being known as the Dark Thought Wave. The situation is dire. You must depart immediately. The speaker was none other than the Great King. One could readily sense his profound urgency. Upon hearing this, the assembly was thrown into a state of shock. The expressions of the King of the North, the King of the West, and others turned grave in an instant. At that moment, they finally comprehended why the Great King had been so eager to contact them. This. The King of the North's demeanor was serious, his voice trembling. The Eastern and Southern kings displayed similar trepidation, if not more so. All four were acutely aware that a being born under such circumstances would undoubtedly be extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, it was highly likely that this entity could be the most powerful warrior in the entire universe. Among all present, Subai was the most astonished. He could scarcely believe that the Dark Thought Wave would manifest at this juncture. According to the correct timeline, it was still several years away from its expected appearance. His brow furrowed tightly as he pondered relentlessly. What could possibly have precipitated the early arrival of the Dark Thought Wave? Could it be that my presence here has disrupted the original timeline of the Dragon Ball world? Subai was engulfed in doubt. If this were indeed the case, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Perhaps it is not merely the Dark Thought Wave that is affected. Lord King, is the being born from the dark energy truly powerful? Son Wukong, observing the panic among the kings, could not help but inquire. Wukong, this is indeed troublesome. The Dark Thought Wave is the embodiment of all the evil in the universe, and its strength has undoubtedly reached unimaginable levels. The King of the North paced back and forth, contemplating countermeasures. Is this Dark Thought Wave truly that formidable? Son Wukong displayed no hint of fear. Rather, he eagerly rubbed his fists together, growing increasingly excited. After a brief pause, he continued, Lord King, then let us set forth and defeat this being. The King of the North sighed deeply, saying, Wukong, the Dark Thought Wave is the amalgamation of all evil in the universe. Its power is unfathomable. We must not act recklessly. He understood that even with the formidable strength of Subai and son Wukong, they might not necessarily stand a chance against the Dark Thought Wave. Before heading to the netherworld, they needed to prepare thoroughly. Otherwise, it would simply be a suicide mission. Seeing the King of the North's grave demeanor, son Wukong instantly realized that the dark thought wave was indeed exceedingly powerful. He had intended to say more, but after some consideration, he ultimately held his tongue. King of the North, what should we do now? Inquired the King of the West. The gazes of the Eastern and Southern kings also turned towards the King of the North, awaiting his guidance. Unbeknownst to them, they had begun to regard the King of the North as their linchpin. In such moments, they would unconditionally comply with whatever decision he made. Listening to their words, the King of the North remained silent, continuing to pace as he contemplated strategies. Observing his demeanor, the kings grew increasingly anxious. They recognized that the King of the North had yet to devise a plan. If even he was at a loss, what could they possibly do? After a few moments of silence, the King of the West spoke up. King of the North, we must formulate a plan in the shortest time possible. With each passing minute we linger here, the netherworld and the entire universe grow ever more perilous. Our time is running short. The dark thought wave could obliterate the universe at any moment. The King of the West's expression was exceedingly grave. The King of the North and the Eastern King shared equally somber expressions. They understood that the King of the West's words were not an exaggeration. As the embodiment of all evil in the universe, the dark thought wave undoubtedly possessed such power. King of the North, the King of the West is correct. We cannot afford to waste any more time here. We must quickly devise a plan, insisted the Eastern King. Upon hearing this, the King of the North halted his pacing. How could he not be aware that the entire universe was in turmoil? After pondering for so long without arriving at any solution, his gaze ultimately fell upon Subai, who had remained silent throughout. Subai, what are your thoughts on this matter? Do you have any solutions? In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed upon Subai. They were eager to hear if the most powerful among them had any means to resolve this crisis. The King of the North's words roused Subai from his reverie. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lord King, at this juncture, we have no alternative but to confront the dark thought wave directly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the King of the North and the King of the West grew even graver. But, Subai, the dark thought wave is the embodiment of all evil in the universe. Its strength is immense, I fear. The King of the West hesitated, his words trailing off. Though unspoken, his implication was abundantly clear. They were unlikely to match the dark thought wave's power. Subai discerned the unvoiced concern of the King of the West. He surveyed the group and stated, given the urgency of the situation, I believe we should proceed to the netherworld without delay. If the dark thought wave escapes, the consequences will be far worse. His heart was heavy with worry. Should the dark thought wave break free and devastate Blue Star, the situation would become dire. Bulma and Ties were still on Blue Star. However, the King of the North hesitated for a moment. Gazing earnestly at Subai, he asked, Subai, do you have confidence in dealing with the dark thought wave? At this inquiry, the hearts of the Eastern King and the others surged into their throats. Subai's ability to confront the dark thought wave held the fate of the entire universe in its balance. Chapter 105, The First Encounter. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Subai pondered earnestly over all his hidden cards, nodding as he spoke, though I cannot claim absolute victory, I possess a 6/10 assurance. Upon hearing this, the faces of the North Realm King and West Realm King gradually brightened, transforming their previous gloom. At the very least, Subai had a 6/10 chance of dealing with the malevolent wave. The North Realm King promptly made the decision to head to the underworld. Just before departing, the West Realm King's voice rang out. He cast a somewhat bashful glance at Subai and inquired, do you still possess that item called the Immortal Bean? Indicating the rib rice, he continued, although rib rice may not match your strength, if he is at his peak, he might be of some assistance. Subai replied, there is only one Immortal Bean left. Upon hearing this, the West Realm King sighed deeply. Yet at that moment, Subai resolutely tossed the last Immortal Bean towards him. The West Realm King, receiving the bean, found it utterly astonishing. He could hardly believe that Subai was willing to part with the last of such a precious item. In the ever-shifting battlefield, it was akin to a lifeline, a treasure beyond measure. Let rib rice consume it. Let us join forces against the malevolent wave, Subai declared. His choice stemmed from a desire to seize this opportunity to transcend his limits once more. Only under the direst circumstances could the latent potential within him be truly unleashed. Very well, the West Realm King exclaimed as he swiftly fed the Immortal Bean to Rib Rice. Once Rib Rice had fully recovered, he spoke earnestly, Rib rice. This situation is of utmost importance. You must cooperate fully with Subai and his companions. At this moment, the West Realm King's gaze towards Subai had changed, reflecting a newfound respect. It seemed that Subai was not as intolerable as he had once thought. In the face of gravitas, he appeared remarkably adept at discerning the weight of matters. Rib rice nodded heavily, fully aware that this battle would determine the fate of the entire universe, and that there could be no room for error. Wukong, Gohan, we have no avenue for retreat. We must give our utmost, Subai stated earnestly, directing his gaze at son Wukong and son Gohan. Brother, rest assured, we will not falter. We shall give it our all, son Wukong affirmed. Master, we will surely vanquish the malevolent wave, son Gohan declared. Observing the unwavering determination in their expressions, a smile graced Subai's lips. Indeed, they were unlike any other Saiyans. They harbored no fear in the face of terrifying foes. In this regard, they surpassed Vegeta significantly. Though Vegeta, as a Saiyan prince, possessed an incomparable pride, deep within him lay traces of timidity. He might strive to conceal it, but in the heat of the moment, it would inevitably surface. As for Raditz and Nappa, they were even less formidable. Let us depart, Subai proclaimed. As his words fell, he, along with the North Realm King, West Realm King, and others, utilized instant transmission to arrive at the underworld. West Realm King and Rib Rice, along with the others, were left in awe of Subai's extraordinary ability. They were astonished that he could transport so many from the distant ruins of West Realm King's star to the underworld in less than a second. However, after the initial shock, their faces were soon etched with solemnity. The underworld bore no resemblance to its former self, having been ravaged beyond recognition, with ruins scattered everywhere. The chilling cries, accompanied by billowing smoke, permeated the air, creating a ghastly atmosphere. The once majestic Yama Palace and the sprawling row of buildings had now been reduced to mere rubble. Witnessing this scene, everyone was struck with shock. The sight was utterly horrifying. Of course, the center of attention lay at the heart of the battlefield. There, a colossal figure was being besieged by Yama and his subordinates. Yet, despite their relentless assaults, none seemed to affect the malevolent wave. In contrast, the malevolent wave's attacks were devastating, capable of annihilating swathes of small ghosts with a single strike. The North Realm King observed the brutal conflict at the epicenter and bellowed, "Yama, you must swiftly take them away. We shall handle the rest." Hearing the voice from afar, Yama trembled with excitement.